Hang on. No.
Bonjour and welcome to Circuit de la Sarthe for the annual 24 Hours of Le Mans, 24 Hours of de la Sarthe, I think, as I'm supposed to technically call it. We're in the middle of qualifying for GD3 for the GD3 class with the LMP2s and hypercars still yet to go. My name is Edward Hunter, and alongside me for this qualifying session is the one, the only, the fabulous, the groovy Jessica Ball. Jessica, how are you doing?
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. This is my first EERC stream, which is very exciting. Thanks to the people in EERC for having me commentate for Le Mans. Not my first Le Mans commentary. I commentated on Global Endurance Series a few weeks ago, and obviously I've commentated with you before, so I'm very excited, especially with qualifying being in the night time as well. So it's going to be very exciting. And of course, the championship, double points are on offer because it's a 24-hour event. So it makes it even more spicy.
Indeed. And let's just have a look then at how the GD3 grid is shaping up at the moment. I actually can hear the noise from the track, which is a rarity on my end, without hearing myself echoing as well. So we're just looking at Joseph Toff, I think is in the middle of his first outlap here for... that Hungarian hobby racing, getting back on the Hungarian hobby horse, of course. Great to see those guys back in the 36. But at the moment, it is this team that's currently on a GD3 pole, which is, as they were in Hockenheim as well. That's Carl Magnus Boré, very, very quick driver, as we've seen in the past, for Team Iris, which is now, of course, Scuderia Moreira in the 159. So Boré looking to get another pole position for Baba Boy Sim Sports, 7/10 ahead of the Hunter Birch simulation of Maciej Kasperzik. He is just exiting the pit lane, and that's a lovely livery, isn't it, Jess, that Tom Dillon has put together as we immediately cut with auto director to Mark Horvath in the 69, who's also on his first flying lap and doesn't look like he's going particularly quickly in the full throttle racing team. It's appropriately named given the nature of La Sarthe, because there's so many long straights here, aren't there, Jess?
Yes, we've obviously got the Mulsanne Straight, and we've got obviously turn 9 and 10, which is now known as Daytona. Still don't know why they called it Daytona. And I think Daytona in the real life 24 hours in Le Mans, I think, could cause a few issues.
No.
Oh, sorry, I had a message in my ear, so
Yeah,
really
I think we're back on now.
But,
we're back
anyway,
on now.
Right, we're looking at the timing screen saying Eric Kamady has actually just set a 3 minutes 55.482, so that puts him 0.054 behind his teammate Maciej Kasperzik. So the Aston Martin Hunter Birch car is going very, very quickly.
Yep, it is. I think a lot of these drivers... Sorry, what? A lot of these drivers, I think, finding more time at this stage, as we're seeing. I think Frank Boulard on his out at the moment. It won't be too long before the LMP2s will go out as well, and we've got a few other drivers there too. But the championship looking quite interesting in the GT3. Eplabs in Racing Team, the 162 currently leading on 43 points. And then we've got SD Shibber, the number 320 on 25 points. Hunter Birch Simulation, RGS 485 on 19 points. And then it's quite close between them and Fine Avon Motorsport, the 444 with 18 points. And Aztec Racing, the Falcon, the number 390, which I was actually on a Falcon bus early on in the week, so that was quite interesting as well. But the fastest time at the moment, it's a 3:54.688. So Frank Boulard has got that to beat right now. So we'll see what he can do. As I had a bit of a lag by end, but I think I'm all right. But we've got 20 more minutes left to go. Going towards the Dunlop chicane, and in the night time as well. Obviously, we're gonna talk about that in the night stint too. But bearing in mind the braking references will be very different in terms of qualifying, even though they'll be on low fuel. So they got to bear their eye a little bit in terms of obviously where they need to go. They've got to be careful not to go in to the gravel too much. Obviously the headlights as well, obviously they got to have on. But
okay, that's GT
he is
quality
green
over.
at the
Please finish your
moment,
laps.
so obviously he's qualifying fourth at the moment, but he's setting personal best by 0.2 of a second as he heads towards one of the longest straights now, the first part of the Mulsanne straight. And I'm liking the different types of headlights that these GTs have compared to everybody else as well. As he uses a lot of that curb actually going through, I think it was Daytona there as well. And no one is able to improve currently.
LMH
but
cars,
I think
you can start to line up at the
I
end
think
of the pit
obviously
lane.
there's not
You'll
going
be
to be
going
much
in
people
4
on now
minutes.
before we get the LMPs out. But usually there might be some people that may want to leave it as late as they possibly can to get the tow from each other. But that might be a signal for
LMP2
what's
stay in
gonna
your garage
happen
until the LMH is lined
in
up,
the
please.
race. I think Antonius Papalinos has set personal best in sector 2. Didn't set a green sector 1, but he is matching some of the other drivers behind him as well. And it's a very long middle sector actually. Sector 1 is very, very short, but the other sectors are quite long, so we obviously have to bear that in mind. And heading past now, I'm trying to remember what corner it is. Well, the auto camera automatically cuts to Antonius Paparino. I can't even pronounce his name, but the Evil Lab Sim Racing Team anyway is currently out on circuit past the Porsche curbs. And heading
Sorry about that.
towards-
That was my fault, Jess.
Oh,
Anyway,
yeah,
can you hear me
that
again?
was your fault. Okay, my bad.
I've been trying to sort out, for some reason, my computer's really not coping. I think it's on the way out, which is not a good idea. It's not great news for a
Not a good
24-hour race
sign.
when it lasts about 5 minutes before it absolutely craps itself, because I'm having to screen share, I'm having to use Discord, I'm having to be in Mumble, I'm having to look at the timing screen. It's really misbehaving. Anyway, I've had to sort it all out. I think it's under control, but I don't know for sure. As we watch Frank Bonhard, I'm pretty sure Paparinopoulos, whose name, a Greek driver whose name he will not thank me for mispronouncing.
He
He's
improved.
probably not going to... Oh, did he improve? He's still 7th though, isn't he?
Yeah, he improved on time, but not position. 3:57.110 was his best time.
About a
but
10th
Frank
off Papa Mihail in the other EP Labs, 163. So not great qualifying
Frank's
for
in
the
the
championship
pits.
leaders. So that's it then. So I think he wasn't improving. So that's GD3's done then, and it's going to be Carl Mengaspora and Paul from Kasperzik and Kamedi. So very, very good qualifying for Thunderbird Simulation. A lot better than expected, quite honestly. So this means that
7/10 gap as well between the top two. So the Bubble Boy Sim Sports definitely showing their worth right now. But as you can see, the LMPs are about to come out for their
LMP2
qualifying session. We got the hybrid
all
cars
LMH
and
cars
the
should now go to the end of
LMP2s
the
going
pit
out
lane.
at the same
LMP2
time, I
should
believe,
stay in
or
the
is
garage
it
until the
hybrid
LMHs have
cars
lined
out
up.
first? It's hard to tell.
I think it's hybrid first, Jess.
Oh, it's hybrid first. Why is hybrid first? Shouldn't it be the other way around? But anyway,
LMP2s can now line up.
it's fine.
The
At
LMP2s
least
are
we're
now
getting
lining up at
different
the end
cars
of
out
the
at
pit
different
lane.
times. That's all that matters. But what
I'll put it,
sorry.
because it's lagging so much, I'll put it on auto director for me, because Parsec, it's annoying because we did have another one that worked really well, and then I think it was it Shadow or Moonlight, that was it. We had a screen sharing called Moonlight that worked really well, and Chris messaged me yesterday saying, oh, Moonlight doesn't work, you have to use Parsec now. And I was like, oh, Parsec's crap and lags, and I can't actually see what I'm clicking on 90% of the time because it's so laggy. But it's really annoying.
We used
we have to use so many workarounds because I use a Mac essentially, and I can't run it on
in Global Endurance we used an HTML page, and we just clicked some buttons, and it was a bit temperamental at times because of the result screen, but it was good the most part anyway.
Yeah, we don't have that. We just sort of get a piece of string and we have to make do.
Yeah, I don't
Prototype
think.
screen cap.
Well, no, I think someone lost it Forge Curve. That's probably why there were new drivers and did not improve. Okay, that explains it.
I heard a prototype screen flag on my end, but I'm not sure if that's a delayed message or not from Nick Homer. Just we look at Milan Evers, Finnerbond 137. Of course, won the first race of the season, did the 137, but then didn't have a great time in Abu Dhabi or Hockenheim, to be honest. Hockenheim, very, very up and down race actually for them.
No one had a good time at Hockenheim. It was red flag.
Yeah, exactly, because it didn't get to the end of the race. But anyway, his full Foro Racing team there, hypercar entry. Dutch squad, obviously, big Dutch flag on the shark fin. And auto director's just scrolling through, I think, all the hypercars at the moment. All been released on track. Here's Nick De Silva from Rookie Monsters. His teammates Bradley Sellers, among others. Rookie Monsters, always fun to watch. As we see some side-by-side action down the Lausanne Straight. One of them in the Glickenhaus. The other, I think, in the Moyoda. This is essentially our Factor 2's version of the Toyota. So interesting little variation there. There might even see a couple of LMP2 Ligiers as well as the Oricas when we get to see the LMP2s on track. But Evers then pressing on his outlap. And so important, especially as the night falls, to get these tyres up to temperature, set things up for the perfect quali lap, because you've got to concentrate in the GT3 car for nearly 4 minutes, but in the hypercars it's only just over 3 minutes, so that they're that much quicker. So
It's a 3-minute 15, isn't it, roughly? For
Yes.
hypercars? Oh, someone's fell off someone's car. Oh, it's a Buller, wasn't it?
Yeah, that looks like Savaliev in the Glickenhaus, just kicking up the bollard at the second Mulsanne chicane.
Yeah, that looked very odd as well. Remember when the Toyotas back in the day produced like quicker lap times that you wouldn't expect? It just got quicker and quicker every year as well. And since it's a very long lap as well, that means they don't have enough laps in the 20 minutes they got remaining to set the time maybe that they were like. So they got to get a clean lap ideally at the beginning, and there's like loads of traffic everywhere as well. Some people won't want to leave it late. You don't want to be going out first because you're technically going to be giving a toad out to everybody out on both the Mulsanne straights. So ideally, you don't want to be stuck in traffic either. It's just a balancing act. You ideally want to have a bit of slipstream, but not too much. But I'm liking this LMP, the hybrid championship, because it's quite close, only separated by 7 or 8 points between Racing Zone Team 1 and Falcon 290. And with it, the double points, if any of those teams mess up today, Ed, then it could spell trouble for them, and maybe Team Rookie Monsters could win the title. They still got a shot as well. Pretty much anyone
Rookie
in the
Monsters
top
have a
four
habit of
shot.
falling off, sadly, in the 73. That they tend to have a good start to the season where they just keep getting on the podium, picking up points, and then they have a couple rounds where they just anonymous. But this season might be a different story. You never know. But yeah, it's not quite double points. It's 38 points for the victory, and I believe about 28 or 32 for second or something like that. I'd have to look it up, but it's definitely 38 for victory. But let me go look, as we see Norbert Precker just start his lap. It's 38 for victory, 27 for second, not 28, 23 for third, 18 for fourth, 16 points for fifth, 12 points for sixth, 9 points for seventh, 6 points for eighth, 3 points for ninth, 2 points for 10th, and then 1 point for everyone who finishes below 10th. So it's sort of, because we've only had 6 to 8 hour races so far, that's been the standard point system, with half a point if you finish outside the top 10, and then it's 25, 18, 15 for first, second, third, and so on and so forth. So yeah, there's definitely a lot more points up for grabs though, as you say. So this is a big race for the championships. If you look at Savaliev for the promo playing team, it's pretty small team names. It's really hard to read on my end. I might actually have to make the screen slightly bigger. I hope it doesn't lag me to death. Oh, no, and I put it on the wrong screen because I've got my double screen set up. There we go.
At least you have a double screen. I don't. I have the single screen.
Yeah,
and I've
look
got
at
the
that.
timings on my tablet.
So Milan Evers, fastest in the first sector in the Finnerbond 137, 31.803. But the LMP2s have reached Sector 2 first, and it's the championship leading URT71 with EERC at the wheel at the moment that is lighting up the timing screens there. He's at a 88.164 in Sector 2 there. And we see the online sim races number 19 of Jan Cabanari set a 87 second 0.7 lap, so that's slightly faster actually. So Cert hasn't gone as quickly as I thought he had in Sector 2 now that others are going quicker behind him. But it'd be interesting to see as we see Evers there gets to Sector 2 and sets a 79.5, which is beaten by Nick De Silva and the rookie monsters 79.3 then. So they're all trading times at the top. 78 for Mugen 714 of Roland Zux. That's a 78.8 then. So they're all still trading times, aren't they?
They are, and I can see some teams that are not finding their feet out on the circuit, but a 32-0 in the first sector, I have to say, for the Mugen Sim Racing, pretty quick, and also Milan Evers of 81.8. So times are definitely, I think, topping at the moment, and I think it just depends who has the best track conditions at the time, but I think obviously with Fine of on Motorsport getting the fastest first sector, with Mugen with the fastest middle sector, it can go to any one of them at this stage, but he's heading towards the last part of the lap, much quicker than obviously the GTs, so it will take, I think, a lot quicker as he almost enters and it passes the pit lane and uses a lot of curbs to good measure, but you don't want to be using too much because it could send him for a spin. But going into the penultimate few corners, we'll see. He's going to set, I believe, the first lap of the evening. Well, the evening in the game at least, not the evening for us in the UK, as he goes up to the line. A 3:22.986 is the benchmark for the hybrid cars to follow. Nick De Silva is only a massive improvement. Oh, Roland from Mugen found massive time on that final sector. He found like 3 seconds over P2. That's incredible.
Yeah, there we go. Zux, of course, one of the part of that Mugen championship winning lineup, showing his class. He's won many races before in this series, and that is a fabulous lap there to really nail down the benchmark for everyone else to try and beat that 3 minutes 20 lap. But especially the last 2 sectors are really, really strong. I think the first sector, because it's the shortest, is probably the less important one in terms of, because we saw Zux wasn't, and in fact he's actually beaten his first sector time 31.6 this time around. He's gone even faster there. We see Pribek in the championship leading Racing Zone team, 1.9 seconds off the pace in second now. So that really shows you the lap that Roland Zux has put together there. In fact, show you right on board of Roland Zux and see what he can do next then, Jess.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a quick lap from him. And then speaking of the LMP2s as well, we've got Ulas Azildrim, who's currently fastest for the Sunset Motorsport team. It's around about 3 seconds, so kind of a bit of a gap there. But we could see, I think, more people start to go in for another lap with 11 minutes to go. I think they're only going to have a few more laps pretty soon too. But yeah, here it is, Roland Zux. There we go, our current pole sitter. But for how much longer? He's purple again in the first sector, 31.607. He wasn't purple before in the first sector, he was purple in the other sector, so I think this could be an improvement if he keeps it consistent as well. Full commitment for the Mugen car, and while they in the championship, let me have a look, I don't think they're anywhere near in the top 5 of the championship.
I don't think they've done any races so far.
Oh no, they're just entering Le Mans then. Oh, okay. So that could be a huge factor, with some people just entering just for Le Mans, just for fun. They can take away points from the ones who need points in this championship, and I like that.
Yeah, and you do sort of see teams like that enter the longer races because they like the challenge. They're not content with these 6 to 8 hour races. They really love the 24 hours because it really tests the team to the absolute maximum, and it means everyone gets a go in the car as well. If you've got 5 drivers, it's hard to fit them in to a 6 to 8 hour race because somebody's only going to get to do like half an hour or even less than that. We did one race where Jack Giordamana, who I worked with at Formula Zone, drives in the duty-free. He drove my duty-free car, and he did like the last, I think, 20 minutes of a race or something, which is a
I remember a story, I think, where I think there was one driver that did most of it, and then there was another
is this
one that
Pierre
did.
Lever? And he had like a count from Switzerland, I think. He did 20 minutes just so he had the rules and stuff. And he did 23 hours, 40 minutes
Yeah,
before.
but
I think
they
he
got rid of
collapsed
that
from
rule
exhaustion.
now.
Yeah, they've made it so there's an upper limit. And in fact, in EERC you can only do about 60% of the race because we have had incidents where people have. We did have one race where one of the championship contenders actually had like a health issue mid-race because they're trying to and it was a bit annoying because they essentially had to be sent to hospital, I think.
No.
Well, he was fine in the end, but I don't know what caused it in the end. Did you see Zux has actually set an even faster lap time as we were speaking there? 3 minutes 19.9, 2.8 quicker than Zolt Pribek. And Zux and Pribek, I think, actually used to be part of the same team as well, used to be teammates. So there is a little bit of Roland Zux trying to show off how much faster he is than Pribek and make him regret leaving Mugen. Although I guess he didn't have much choice because Mugen folded at the beginning of this season, end of last season, essentially.
And then they're back, so...
Yeah. They can still say, why did you leave? It's just like, well, we want to drive somewhere.
we can't just wait until like the 24 hours.
Yeah, exactly. I want to hand this championship to some interloper. First we see some more action out on track then. And,
because then Gio had improved this time. He jumps up to second
Boxing
in the
Yields
LP2.
getting up to 9th overall in the class. But as you say, Jess, that is second behind Sunset Motorsport 84. Sunset 84 also competed in the EES Endurance Championship, where I think they won at the 12 hours of Sebring, or was it 1,000 kilometers of Sebring? I forget which one.
One of the two.
Yeah, but Ulas, Ozzy Ildren, I believe I pronounced that correctly, which I'm very impressed by myself by. But Ozzy Ildren has set a 3 minutes 29.9, which is a very good lap in the LMP2.
It's Ulas Ildren.
Ulas Ildren, there we go. I knew you'd correct me on that.
Yeah.
But,
you almost got it right.
He's nearly a second and a half quicker. He's almost matched the 3-second gap that Zux has pulled over Pribek, but in LMP2 terms. Obviously, they're slower cars, so I think it makes sense the gap would be a little bit smaller, but still, that Geelhead's no slouch. So Sven, I think, will be looking to improve upon that as we see EFA Racing Team with Samir Arshad has set a 33.4 personal best lap in first sector time. So Arshad on the move. We should see if anyone else can get themselves up the order. Pribek has actually gone not faster than Zux, but personal best first sector time there. So we could ride on board with Pribek and see what he can do then.
Yeah, but yeah, these 2.8 seconds, 2.8 seconds down on Roland right now, but he didn't set purple in the first sector, so unless he can find miraculous time in the final sector, like we saw with Roland in a few laps ago, then he'll probably, that will be it. But he's green in the middle sector, he's 7 tenths down in the middle sector, but in the first sector he was very, very close to Roland's first sector time, but at least the gap will come down a little bit in terms of time, which will help him in qualifying, because I think he would either want to be starting pole or third, because third will get a nice toe heading towards Delknot curve, but I think he will want to try and aim for pole anyway, so we'll see what he can do as well. Oh no, that's not going to happen. Commentators
Off on the gravel at Indianapolis then. I just want a great angle of the number one there, but all we got was Pribek pushing too hard. And I've seen so many drivers do that in so many different classes of cars here at Circuit de la Sarthe, where they just brake too late into Indianapolis and find themselves understeering off into the gravel. It's so easy to do. And I've even seen people get it very, very wrong into Indianapolis and end up making an absolute mess of the car in the wall as well. Such a tricky corner because you slow down from such a high speed and you're turning and braking at the same time, aren't you, Jess?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like those corners when you do that as well, because I think trail braking becomes, I think, a key factor, and that's something I'm not good at, which is why I'm in the commentary box rather than racing. But yeah, as I think he's coming towards the end of this sector, which means he'll complete his lap. And he's improved in both sectors, so I think he could get into
Despite going in the gravel as well.
Despite going in the gravel, he's improved on his time. But I think the gravel was in the final sector. But we'll see. Yeah, it was in the final sector, because way down. But I think he has another 1 or 2 laps to get in. I think he'll probably use this as a banker and then do one more push lap at the end if he has enough fuel. 31.439. Roland, purple third sector again. He beats his own sector time in sector 1.
Yeah, that is very impressive. And Zux, he just keeps getting faster and faster, doesn't he? It's almost like he's going to break the laws of physics at a certain point. I'm worried about, especially given how many straights there are here. But yeah, Evers still holding on to third. And then I believe it is Gray fourth in the Aztec 290. Nick De Silva, Alexei Savaliev, and Andy Tomlinson round out your top 7. Leading the 1-2-2 in LMP2. So the order's still pretty much the same then. Is anybody improving out there apart from Zux? No, Zux, it's only Zux that keeps setting purples. Everyone else setting a few personal bests. Pablo Aviolo Saracino for the EP Lab 161 has set a pretty good lap in it. That is merciful, yeah. I think I might be fighting for control with someone over the broadcast PC.
It's Chris. Chris is
okay, it'd be nice if he tried to tell me.
No, he did message you. He did message you.
Okay, well, I was clearly not paying attention.
Yeah, it was in comms chat.
My bad then. Right, I may as well disconnect while he's doing this thing. But anyway.
Hold on, let me check message. It's all yours now. It's all yours.
Okay, right. We're just going to get Jeffrey Backer. I kept calling her Jeffrey Becker last time, which was to the annoyance of pretty much everyone for neurotic sim racing, number 23, trying to get out of 8th position there. And lovely, I love all these asymmetrical liveries because they're very easy to spot from a distance, as we see is that Arshad getting in front. Is that Hughes in the XRL getting up to 6th actually in the GS.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see who's improved in time. No, he's actually finishing a lap. So I think it was Aviolo.
Might have been Saracino. it was Avolio, yes. Pablo
yeah, it was Avolio that improved
and
is now up into 4th place and ahead of Arshad. Josh, who is in the middle of his lap. And yeah, I think he has time for one more. And I think I just saw someone else improve as well. Norbert Precker as well. In P8 in the hybrids. You can't see it on the leaderboard. Here he is.
Just drifting through the chicane, going very, very wide. So full throttle. Even in the corners, they're going full throttle apparently. So Norbert having a good time there and getting himself into a decent close. So we're into the final 2 minutes then. So really, you've got to start a lap sooner rather than later if you want to get it on the board. As we look at Tomlinson for Logistical Nightmare, the South African team. And in 8th in Hypercar, so they're yet to really set a real competitive. Actually, they're 8th out of 9, aren't they? So that's actually not too bad a time, things considered, for Andy Tomlinson. As we look at Aviolo, who sets another personal best first sector.
Hughes improves to 4th.
Oh yeah, great lap then by Josh Hughes. So XRL now about half a second then behind Saracino in the EP Lab 161. But the big surprise, probably to everyone, really, has been Ozzy Yildirim in the Sunset 84 with that 3 minutes 29.9. It definitely looks like it's going to be good enough for pole position. Geelhead can't get anywhere near it. 32.7 in the first set. He was 3 attempts off the lap that the pole setter's doing at the moment.
Yeah.
Zux, meanwhile, not quite improving. He's still on a 3:19.9. And Prebeck, as I say, he's got the gap down. He's only 2 seconds down rather than 3 seconds, but I don't see him snatching that pole. It's sort of the fight for third, I think, in both classes that's the one to watch, Jess.
Yeah, with Saracino, who's just come into the pit, so it's not going to be a battle for third.
Well, unless he gets beaten, yeah.
Yeah, Josh Hughes is not improving now in the first sector, but I think there will be some people that definitely just want to find a bit more time, including the ones that are near the back as well. I think Jeffrey Baker just came across the line to the 3:28.169, so improved on time but not position. So starting at the back may be all right then. We see people come through the back before. I've experienced it in many of them on stuff I commentated on in the past. As Andy Tomlinson coming up to the line at 3:25.3. Does that improve on this time? No, because he lost 3 seconds. He lost time, lost a lot of time in that final sector.
It's the
And the only ones
trickiest
that
sector, the final one, isn't it?
Yeah, the only ones that are improving are Azildrim and Sven. So those are the only two that are improving, and in the top half of the LMP2 at least. It's our good old friend Tom Dillon who's in the car. He's sent personal best first and second sector, so he's finding time.
Tom has left it late here, down in 7th position, 5 seconds
Yeah, he
off the
has.
pace.
Well, he was near the back to start with, but now he's coming up to gain some time. I don't know how well it is in comparison to everybody else, but he's found 2 temps over Shmir Arshad. Don't know what Shmir did in the middle sector, so that was hard to tell right now. Checker flag has dropped.
Savaliev has actually got up to 4th position then in a hypercar.
Oh, that was close.
Oh dear.
Oh my god, this is like a battle.
This is they are not perilously close to each other on track and in different classes too. The hypercar clearly getting annoyed with Tom Dillon there in the reading game. But let's have a look at the times being set then. So Jeffrey Backer, as you said, got up to 10th overall at the back of LMH. Well, I said got up to, he still remains there. Hughes, I think, remains 14th behind Saracino. And we got Dillon, who's still trying to beat Ashad, and that's 3 minutes 35. So he did set a better lap time, but I think he's going to end up. What is that in the order, Jess? I think he's in the order.
8th.
Still 8th then. So actually, he lost a position.
Yeah,
rather than gaining
Arshad
one.
improved to a 3:34.477.
There's still a few, I think, near the back. Finelli, Cabanari in the Optimal and online sim races cars are still setting lap times.
And Nick De Silva's improving as well. 78.7 in the middle sector.
Okay, we could have a look at Nick. Here he is.
That's what I like about these timings. You get to see who's improving every sector. As Azay Salavev is 2nd position.
Savaliev got another lap in. Wow.
Yep, he
brilliant.
did. 3:21.653. He's beating Pebek's time.
Yeah, there we go. So that's really bad news for the championship leaders because they've got 2 new teams blocking the way on the grid now. So that means the first lap's going to get much more exciting than they would ideally want it to be. Here is Jeffrey Backer, I believe, just coming through the final chicane now. And Backer get himself off the back of the LMH field. No. He remains 10th. Okay, then. So I think that's almost everyone then, Jess. Because Finelli's crossed the line. Carbonari has crossed the line. I think Cert might still be out there.
Yeah. Nick De Silva's still out, I believe. Oh! Cert is not out. He's at the wall.
Dear. Well, that's it for Emir
United
Cert
Racing.
then. But,
Nick De Silva, P2!
Here he is then. Wow, brilliant lap there. So Rookie Monsters getting themselves onto the front row there. 1.6 behind Roland Zux.
No one else improving.
I don't think anyone else is really on a lap, but
No,
I
think they're just crossing the line.
That's exactly. So Savaliev, despite that brilliant late effort, beaten by a 10th and a half by Nick De Silva, and Pribek is only, what's that, 0.089 behind Savaliev. So he's very, very close to getting that P2 and just pipped at the end. So some late improvements there, really mixing up the hypercar field, Jess.
Yeah, I like this qualifying session. I mean, like with people getting as close as they can, but I think with the Mugen sim racing car, I think no one could stop them. But I like the battle between 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. It could have been anyone.
Okay, session is over. Canadian cars
was
return to the pit, so we can move to warm up.
behind Salavev. But there's your running order. I'll let you go through that.
Sure thing. So, Roland Zux takes pole position for Mugen Sim Racing on their triumphant return in the 714. Nick De Silva has that amazing late lap for Rookie Monsters, getting the 73 up into 2nd in Hypercar, with Savaliev in the Promix Flame, another rookie team at the head of the 2nd row. Then it is Zolt Pribek in 4th. Sabakis for Scudero Moreira will line up 5th, with Milan Evers 6th. Luca Gray 7th, Andy Tomlinson 8th, Norbert Precker 9th, and then Jeffrey Backer bringing up the rear of Hypercar. Then we've got, I think this is mixed order, isn't it, that we're seeing on screen. So it is Ulas Ozildrim for Sunset Motorsport that takes pole for LMP2.
Okay, any
Sven
drivers who are
Gilhead
not
second.
currently in the server, make
Seppi
sure you get
Saracino
connected
third. Josh
soon. We
Hughes
will not
fourth.
be delaying the start
Tobias
if you are not
Blumshine fifth.
connected. So if
Tamir
you miss the
Archer
start,
sixth. Pablo
you will start losing
Avolio
laps.
seventh.
So
Tom
get
Dillon
into the server
eighth.
as quickly
Nathan
as you
Howard
can.
ninth. Emir Sert 10th. Leandro Finelli 11th. Henk Jan Steneker 12th.
That took a while to show on screen.
Yeah, sorry. It's very laggy for me on my end on the Stream PCN, so I'm pressing it, but I don't know what's actually showing up for.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I have to keep disconnecting and coming back in because otherwise it just literally can't keep up. Right. Okay.
They're on the warm up now anyway, so we got time.
Yeah, there we go. So we got Evio. It was Nathan Howard, I think, for 19th overall. Emir Sert 20th. And then behind them in the LMP2 order, who have we got?
Leonardo Finelli for
Finelli,
Optimal
yes.
Esports. And then we got
Jan Steneker in the other Promix Frost as opposed to Promix Flame that Savliev drives for. So I assume they're sister teams. Then we've got Cabanari for Online Sim Races 22nd. Then we've got the GD3 field with Carl Magnus Bore on pole in 23rd in the overall, ahead of the Hunter Birches of simulations of Masic Kisperzik and Eric Kamedi. Frank Bonhard qualifies 4th in the Mercedes with Alexei Zagrodrunev 27th for Cyberlinks Racing. Nikos Papamihail for EP Lab 163 is 28th in the overall order. And we have got... let me see what happened here, because... Right, I'm gonna have to.
It's still showing the LMP2s on my end.
Is it? Okay. Yeah, I'm clicking things, but yeah, it's not happening for me.
Yeah,
there we go.
That
Can we
was
see
like
it now?
me a couple of weeks ago. I pressed it and it was like, where is it? And it ended up showing the wrong
bloody
thing.
do it. I don't know why everything has to be made so complicated. Yeah, I think it might not even, because they were so late. I think it's forgotten about the GD3 cast, so we have to actually the GD3's up independently. There we go. Right. Okay, can we see the GD3s now? I hope so. I'm going to assume that we can see them.
Come on.
Right. How's that? Can we see them now?
No.
Oh, okay, right, lost the GD3, so you just have to trust me on this, that it was...
it feels like that they're not getting fair treatment.
Yeah, so I think it's...
BC's not liking them.
Yeah, I think Gianluigi Cortese had to get on board the 162, and was only able to qualify, I think, 3rd from the back. So that means...
yeah, because they had to swap due to connection.
Yeah, so that means we've got... that means that Papa Mihail is 5th in GD3 class. Then it is Hallam Voice 6th for Boy Transport. Benjamin Reinhardt 7th for Frinavon 444. Damien...
I think the order will change because obviously they're in warm-up now, so...
Yeah, Damien Gnatakowski, Joseph Toff, Mark Korvath, Juho Soppen, and Arda Erchan, Gianluigi Cortese, Harvey Shepard, Agos Forgax, and I think Samir Arshad for some reason has been sent to the back, but that's LMP2, so I don't know what that's about for EFA Racing, but I assume they actually get to start in the top 7 or top 8 where they actually qualify.
Yeah.
Right, anyway, let me see if I can actually sort things out in the race now. Again, it's really annoying having to commentate and run the broadcast when you're pressing buttons and actually it's so laggy that you can't actually see what's happening. So you just have to sort of guess what people can see. So that was why I was sort of reading it out and nobody could see it. Right. Pressing the tower, for some reason the timing tower isn't coming up. I guess it doesn't really matter for warm-up. But anyway,
as long as we get it for the race, that's all that matters.
True. Anyway, so Roland Zux has got a golden opportunity to add another victory to Mugen's real star-studded list of victories from their career. I've lost count of the amount. Tom Dillon, I think, has got a chart of who's made the most wins in EERC, and I think
is there like
Mugen
a website or something that shows?
Oh,
that?
It's just somewhere. He just made a spreadsheet somewhere randomly on the EERC Discord server, which was months ago.
He'll
and
probably
I've forgotten.
say it when he's in the box later, like in the night stint.
I'm pretty sure Mugen, they've won 4 championships, and I believe it depends. They count the wins in each class separately, of course, but I believe they won't have any hypercar wins because hypercar didn't exist until this season.
No.
They've definitely got quite a few. They've at least got 3 or 4 LMP1 wins.
I can see everything now.
Okay, that's all good.
Don't touch anything, joking.
Okay, is that you laughing? It sounds like you're choking on something.
No, yeah, I was laughing. I was like, don't touch anything. It's like choking. And then I was like joking.
Okay, joking. Okay. Right. So, what was I going to say? So, I really think the first lap's going to be very, very exciting, but I expect this to turn into Racing Zone versus Mugen, to be honest. I'm not sure if Scuderia Marrero or Frinavond or possibly Aztec Racing, though, who did really, really well back in Hockenheim. I think they could probably get involved. But I don't see it being more than a three-way fight. I think these interlopers, Nick De Silva, Alexei Savalev, Rookie Monsters, and Promix Flame, I think they're going to hold on for as long as they can, but I think it's inevitable they're going to get shuffled down, Jess.
Because Team Rookie Monsters are in P3 in the standings on 45 points, and if Aztec Racing don't do well, then I think we could see a fight for second place looming, or even we could still have a fight for first in the championship as well. So keep an eye on the 73 and today to see if they can beat the team number one, who's only in fourth right now. So the points can be huge, but yeah, with the interloper in P1.
Interloper, yeah, it's quite a weird phrase I've used.
It's
there.
quite
Now
a weird
you've adopted
phrase,
it.
but the people are allowed to take part in one event if they want to, but obviously they won't be able to win the championship at the end of the day. But for a lot
winning
of these
them
drivers,
all
this is
has
fun.
Glory in of itself, I guess. So it'll be interesting to see how the Rookie Monsters and Promix Flame get on in Hypercar. In LMP2, though, I really expect, I think it's going to be Sunset, Boxing Eels, EP Lab, XRL. It's going to be our championship leaders in those. I think it could be a bit of a free-for-all in LMP2, much more open, with a lot of top drivers, top teams, all qualifying close together.
Moving to race in 2
and
minutes.
obviously
So we're
if
2 minutes away from the start, by the way.
Oh, 2 minutes from the start. Okay.
From the race session, there'll be a bit of obviously getting everyone away on the rolling start.
Yes. Yeah, we'll be starting at just a little bit after 3 p.m. Central European time, 2 p.m. UK time. I know my time zones.
It's a bit hard to keep track of. But, I'm obviously very happy with that qualifying because in GD3 my guys were second and third, which is easily their best qualifying of the season. I expect the Aston Martin will be a sitting duck down the straight, sadly. But
well,
I
at
think
least
it's
they
just
can
having
handle
them.
it through the corners.
Yeah, the 485 is our championship leading car, so I'm glad that that's the car in second. The 486 we just said, look, just get to the end of the race. I don't care where you finish, just get to the end. So I've put together a schedule based roughly on when people are available. I hope we don't get a situation where somebody just decides to go to, like, I don't know, Lucas Bud said, oh, I need to go to my sister is holding a coming back from the war party, or some very, very long backstory he gave me to say that he wouldn't be available for a certain phase of the race, like the third part of the race. So I think he's not going to come until like the night stint, essentially. But
He'll be asleep then.
yeah, I think me too, to be honest. So I'm really hoping that we don't get a situation where somebody pulls into the pit lane and is like, right, my 4-hour monster stint done. Where is everyone? No, they're all asleep.
Yeah, but you're only allowed to do like a maximum amount per time, so they're going to be in trouble.
It's a percentage overall in the race.
Oh,
yeah,
percentage overall, so they can do like a long
can't
stint if
do
they
more
want
than
to.
65%. Yeah, so you could do a 4-hour stint, but as long as everyone else is doing.
Hold
a
on,
decent
so it'll be
percentage.
around about no more than about 15 hours then, roughly 13, 14.
Yeah, I'm not sure what 65% of 24 is.
I know what 50% of 24 is. 12.
That's very true. I think it might actually. It was 65 for the 8 hour
Hold on, let
races.
me.
I'm not sure if they changed the
65%.
rules for the. It might just be 60 for the 24 hour race.
15.6 hours.
Yeah. Anyway.
So pretty much between 15 and 16 hours. They're not. They can't do any more of.
Alex Folks says, Ed, you have to remember that this is EERC. Wouldn't be EERC without technical issues.
That is true.
Yeah. I haven't been looking at the chat at all so far. Tobias says, at some point he said, Tobias Blumshaw says, Istan. So I assume I mispronounced one of the drivers, and his name is Istan. So I'll try and remember that when I come to. Oh, is he talking about Istanbul? Okay. There's some separate conversation going on.
Yeah, there was a few people rooting for a few drivers as well.
Somebody said.
Hello.
Oh, hey,
Oh,
Josh.
hello,
is here.
Josh.
I thought I'd stop by for a bit. Hello.
You're here early.
Well, you've got me for four. You've got me for.
Jeez.
Hello, sorry, you've got
Okay,
me for
make sure
40
you're on the
minutes.
grid. And
Use me.
just a reminder
Yeah.
that when the lights go out, do not move
Lovely.
until you hear us say you can move.
It's just hearing race direction, warning drivers not to move until they're instructed. We're looking at Roland Zux, our pole sitter from qualifying that we just had, Josh, in the 714. So Mugen are back, and they're back at the front, and our championship leaders in the hypercar are
Okay,
fourth.
LMH cars proceed maximum 200 kilometers an hour in single file.
Thought so. Going to be a good 24 hours. And the formation lap is go.
Yeah, so Zux is released, and the rest of the hypercar field follows suit.
LMP2
But the
cars proceed
LMP2s
single file maximum
be
200
released
kilometers an hour.
separately
Harvey Shepherd,
with
you can catch up to the back.
Sunset
drive through the
84
GTs.
car. If I sound like I'm being weirdly hesitant, it's because I'm hearing Nick Homer blaring in my ears, giving instructions to the drivers, which really makes me second guess myself. But I need that because I need to know when the coyotes
And
are.
GTs, single file maximum 200
So the
kilometers per
LP2s are
hour.
released, and now the GTs are about to be released.
The
so-
Eplab car, Cortese, you can retake 7th position.
so we're hearing Cortese
grid.
is going to be allowed to take 7th position on the GD3 grid. No, I hope that's not 7th position in the overall grid, because you don't want a GD car starting.
No.
So that
you
will
don't-
be
you definitely don't want
just ahead
that,
of Reinhardt.
but
If the
I
other
think a
drivers
few
can
cars are
please
having
allow
technical
Cortese
issues, but I'm
through.
glad they're able to get
So
back in at
Gianluigi
least.
Cortese in the championship leading 162 is going to slot in between Hallam Voice and Benjamin Reinhardt, so in between the Boy Transport 306 and
Okay.
the Finnebon 444.
The thing about this track is everyone thinks it's so long here, but it's actually a really, really tiny track. In reality, you look, we're already past the first half of the Mistral Straight, so we're going straight down onto the chicane, then back up. Michelin chicane. It's a really interesting section of the circuit, and 24 hours here is going to be insane. And for it's the EERC 24 hours at Le Mans, not the other one. Thanks to them nicking our idea a couple of years
is
ago.
that one car that's spun, or is it just the safety car?
There's a car just at the back there, isn't there? Just sort of standing.
That looks odd.
Could be dropping back into position.
Or it
Seen
could
that
be the
before.
one that's rejoining.
Oh, is
Cortese,
that
you
the
can
Merce-
overtake GT cars.
Mercedes has spun. That's Frank Bonhart in the track VR. He's completely dropped it.
Oh my.
Yeah, he's still got time.
There he is.
Yeah.
He's catching up now.
This race direction has instructed it.
Speed up. He's got very hot tyres then compared to the rest of the field, isn't he? He's going to be out there full throttle.
Oh, someone
Another
else has
one.
gone off as well. The number
390.
Jacob. The Aztec. Oh no, is it the? I'm just trying to see where it's a 5th place team in the championship. 18 points currently. That's not
But
good.
I saw a wheel off Jess, and he's got going again. So is there someone else in there that we haven't seen dropping back? But there was a wheel off.
That looked like it, didn't it?
Yeah,
it might
coming
be
to the
they make
Daytona
contact
chicane.
in the formation lap.
Yeah, that's at Daytona,
Yeah, I'm
the
looking at-
chicane.
I think Jacob Grubka is in trouble. Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I was speaking, you guys clearly couldn't hear me. Because it was fucking up. Right, okay.
We've had that all day.
Don't worry, we were
24
filling in
hours.
whilst we were trying to fix out your mic, so.
Not the mic, that's the problem. It's the bloody 9-year-old stupid computer that keeps trying to die on me.
Jess will tell you how much stress I've had today with technology as well, mate. You were on the same page.
His PC is an absolute nightmare today.
Yeah, we'll try having a Mac. Anyway,
It was.
right, hopefully you can see the field release soon, so I don't have to fill
Okay, LMHs on the pit limiter now remain single file.
So the hypercars have been told to line up single file.
And
Ready for the
LMP2s
restart?
on the pit limiter single file.
Yep,
Here
there
they
it goes. Roland Zux in position. It's got the 73 De Silva alongside him. 83 just behind.
GTs onto pit limiter and single file, please.
Savaliev, of course. So De Silva and Savaliev got late laps that got them up the order, so it'd be intriguing to see if they can hold on. Yeah, both in the Glickenhaus, interestingly. So it'll be interesting how long they can hold off here with the Moyotas, which I think might be the cars to have here. But you never know, Glickenhaus could spring a surprise. But Roland Zux, I think he's looking to control this race then. So we are waiting then for the cars to reach the final sector.
The damaged Falcon car, you need to be on the pit limiter.
So
Now we'll take the time.
So I think Grubka is the damaged car, and he's on the pit limiter right at the back, I think. I'm not sure what's happening at the back.
I think that might be great. That was a 390 that spun, yeah.
Yeah, so we had 2 spins. One for the Mercedes of Frank Bonhard, which made it back up to 4th, where he qualified.
And then one Ferrari.
And that would be Aztec Racing 390 of Jackie Grubka
Yes.
as well. So certainly been an eventful formation lap. All these drivers not used to having to just spend 5 minutes on the pit limiter and wait to get all the way through on one lap. If that's how they're doing it on the pit limiter and they're sort of code 80 effectively, imagine how difficult it's going to be when we get to racing conditions. But not long to go now. Zux just controls the pace, makes sure he's ready, and he's got a very, very excited field of hypercars all behind him, looking to snatch up that lead if he makes any tiny mistake. So a lot of pressure on Roland Zux at the moment, and but he is an old hand at this. He's won many, I think he's even won at Le Mans before for Mugen in previous seasons. So,
LMH is double file.
and it looks like the hypercars have been told to get into double file now. So this is really going to be interesting. So we've got De Silva on the left and Zux on the right, with everyone else behind. And keep your eye on the Racing Zone number 1 of Pribeck, our championship leaders.
And LMP2's double file.
It's going to be on the move. The LMP2s now are getting information as well, so we'll switch to them once they get released. But here we go then. So only a couple of chicanes left to go, and the race will get underway then for 24 hours.
It's the big one we've always been looking forward to, and I can't wait to see what the next 24 hours of racing are going to be bringing. It's always a test of skill.
GT's double file.
Racing for an entire day, so many things can go wrong. What we're going to see here today.
Well, Roland Zux will be hoping he just blasts off and doesn't see anyone, well, other than lapping them, I guess. You see the Ferris wheel in the background, and the car, they're never going to be too much closer than this unless we get a red flag situation, which hopefully we don't see a repeat of Hockenheim, but it's crossed. We have a clean 24 hours then. It's about to get underway. The EERC 24 hours of Lassard is unleashed, and Roland Zux rockets away as the pack jostles behind. So beautiful start, and it's Pribeck that gets up to second. So it looks like our interlopers in second and third did not last very long at all. It is Mugen 714 and
LMP2's
number 1 as somebody cuts the chicane. That's Kiss in the Marrera entry as our LMP2s are released. Jess, let's have a look at them.
With the LMP2s, it is Sven that got ahead of Ulatl Zildrim for first. Right now, as they make their way towards the Dunlop chicane, the GTs won't be that long for far behind us. There's a few cars that have gone up the circuit, and Zildrim has got P1 back from Sven. Past the Dunlop chicane, or the Dunlop curves as we would like to call it as well. Saracino stays in third spot as well, but I think there was a few people dropping back in the background.
Bonhard's going to the pit lane as well. So Bonhard hasn't even taken the start.
Leading the 200 simulation cars then of Eric Kumedi.
Oh no!
And Kasperzik, and they're getting very, very tight there. It's Kumedi in the 486 ahead with Kasperzik down in third at the moment, but it is Bore that's stretching his legs for the Baba Boy Simsport car. So Underbirch, the Aston Martins need to be careful because they could end up slipstreaming each other down the straight. So Kasperzik, if he's smart here, will use the slipstream of Kumedi to try and stick with Bore in this opening stint. As we see a yellow in the first sector, so I think something's happened in LMP2s then. But it is Zux, Kiss, and Pribeck.
Yeah, he's dropped down to 7th.
Is that him there?
Wow.
Yeah, no damage. I reckon he's locked up coming into the Michelin chicane and had to go straight on because he's got no damage to the car by the look of it. So he's just outbraked himself, I think. And that's Gruber in the pit lane. And the other one that we saw has 390 car that dropped the rear tyre on the opening lap.
Yeah, so some serious damage there, and that's really going to set, not the kind of setback you want before the race even begins, really. But I'm sure they'll come back as we cut back to Luca Gray in the thick, now up to 4th in the hypercar battle. That is Milan Evers in the Finavond 1 through 7, right ahead of them And then the racing zone, not the racing zone, it's Kiss in the Scuderia Marera 87 then. So second place is really open up here as Luca Gray slides it into Indianapolis, but can't quite find a way through.
Perfect. Sorry, Jess, go on.
No, doesn't look like it at this stage, but the gap is opening up a little bit. But we got Tobias trying to fight with Saracino for third place, podium positions as well. Very long straight, so this can go on for absolutely ages. As Tobias just about to hold on as well to the P3, but the top two are absolutely flying in P1 and P2 right now. But this can open up quite a bit. Meanwhile, in the GT3, Bore still leader, but we got Eric, who is chasing down the 485 for P2, and it's about a 3 times gap there, both in the Aston Martins. So the battle of the Aston Martin on who's going to be on top, and we got a Ferrari leading, which was not the first time we saw that in Le Mans. Last time we saw that was the hybrid cars in real life, of course, a couple of weeks ago. That was fun to watch. As Ebers, by the way, is catching up ever so slightly to Kiss, but not quite. But the LMP seem to be shuffling order, it looks like, at the moment. But if you can make a mistake.
This is Abiola we were just watching for a second in there, and he's got big fight in front of him, hasn't he? And that looks like who's that in front of Abiola? I believe it's Arshad and Hughes at the front of this, and then in between it's Tom Dillon, I believe, right in front of him. Yeah, in the green reading.
Tom's been really busy this week as well. He's been covering all the cricket as well. So he's been doing early morning stints with me up in the commentary box at USON. And he was on it this morning, actually, before coming into this. So he, from what I know, he's gone straight from the cricket right into the qualifying. So it was 11 till 1, the cricket.
And he had to sort out the stream as well.
And he had to sort out the stream as well. So he's been doing so much today, Tom. Full hands on deck for him.
And he had to sort out the comms roster as well.
That too.
So,
Maniac.
Credit to Tom, you absolute trooper.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to him complaining next week, though. Come on, mate.
Rising almost in boarding terms.
Well, that's going to be at the end of July for Josh.
Oh. We're at the beginning, and I'm already dreading 5 weeks time.
You think that's bad? Try doing 24-hour commentary. But anyway,
I did.
We are doing it right now. Anyway, Savaliev is right behind Andy Tomlinson in the LNR Bangers and Mash car, imaginatively named vehicle on the team, the 999. But Promix Flame, having been jumped at the start, Savaliev is looking to get back into the top 5. And they are ahead of Quebec after that mistake by the championship. It's a very uncharacteristic mistake which could potentially blow the championship wide open between all of these guys. As we cut back to Gray and a challenge for that third position against Milan Evers. And Evers looks like he's defending extremely well at the moment, I have to say. And I really think it's a case of the Aztec Racing driver needs to sort of catch Evers unawares, doesn't he?
Yeah, and I'm surprised actually about the gap we're seeing between everyone already in this one. We've 10 minutes into the actual race on the third lap now, and Rollerzook's 1.3 seconds ahead of Kiss. Then there's like a 3-second gap to Evers. It's really quite shocking the amount of pace they've pulled out already in the hybrid class. LMP2 is a little bit closer together, but the 161 still in front. GT3, I think, is going to be our biggest battle of the day really to watch. And you were right with what you said earlier when at the start of the commentary, that Rollerzook just wants to take off and not say anything, because we see Luca Gray already dealing with traffic from the GT3s.
That's Bonhard, who's just come out from repairs from the pit lane. So Luca Gray almost took advantage there because he saw Evers just being ever so slightly held up, and Evers goes really wide then through Maison Blanche as they come to complete another lap then. But as you say, it is Ronan Zook's 9/10 ahead of Saba Kiss, but it is Evers actually sets the fastest lap of the race, 3 minutes 26.8. So despite going really, really wide, it's the thing of on that's got the pace overall.
Fastest lap time set by Evers at the moment, who's got Gray chasing him down as well for third place, so they're pretty much even on pace there as well. But the gaps will start to open up, but it gets very, very busy at these early stages as well, as people trying to make up position. But you can see the amount of pace Gray has got. in that car as well. But he's got Tomlinson behind as well that can catch up soon. But he's setting personal best first sector everywhere, and he's not that far matching the pace of P1 as well. So that's always
Tomlinson
great
is
to
he's
see.
got his mirrors full, hasn't he, Jess, of Alex Di Savio, who's 9 tenths behind him.
Exactly. He's got to look left, right, in each way. He's got to look everywhere. And looks like we could have another battle. It's going through the first part of the Michelle Straight with Gray and Evers then side by side, holding his line as Gray is through to third place with the pace that he's got. And he's pulling away. Great stuff from him. But can he use the toe to get past him again? We'll see.
Yeah, I think Luke Gray may have timed that really well there, because I don't see Evans getting close enough in the slipstream. But we'll see into second Mulsanne then, as they get very, very close once more. And Luke Gray punching a hole in the air for Milan Evers to go into. But Evers now, despite setting fastest lap of the race, 2 laps in a row, now finds himself being shuffled down to fourth, which is not what they would have wanted. As we see Josh Hughes getting a penalty for XRL. It's bad news for the 21, because they were doing quite well, just behind 4 gaps in sixth position. As we see Evers pull to the outside.
He was going
Mulsanne corner.
Mulsanne corner. You've got to be careful that you don't pass the gravel trap, which they're not as well. That could have been good timing from them, but Gray just has such more overall pace in terms of straight line. You can see, looking at the onboard of Evers of On Motorsport right now, he's going at 320 kilometers an hour, 7th gear. And Tomlinson as well having a battle with Talev for P5 as well. That could get very tight indeed, but I think the LMP2s is 3.8 second gap between Ulas and Sean, which is, I'm to be honest, very impressed with what Ulas has been doing this race so far. Now gap is 4 seconds. This is Eva's chance. Can he do it before he gets into one of my favourite parts of the circuit? It's going to be hard with the air they got on the cars, but I think this could be very, very close once again. But they can't afford to make too many mistakes early on. It's not a sprint race. It's not 6 hours. It's 24 hours. So think about what you usually do in 8 hours, but 3 times more.
Yeah, and you see from this rear end, Gray is starting to break away, hasn't he? Evers been dropped actually into Tomlinson and Savlier through the Porsche curves there. So this is going really, really well for Aztec Racing then. Their main rivals in the championship down in 7th, and it's the 87 and the 714 that beat the first time that are ahead of them. So Gray can afford to push now, as Kiss is trying to keep up with actually a good job of keeping Brunswick's in check.
We've got a few into as well. Drive-through penalty for number 21 for dangerous driving on the formation lap. That's LMP2 class.
That's for Josh. That's why Josh Hughes got that penalty there. So,
yes.
A man named Josh already in trouble. So let's hope another man named Josh doesn't cause more problems for us.
True.
But anyway, I'm sure we'll be well behaved. Anyway, should we talk about someone else? Actually, it's physically impossible not to. But anyway, there is Savaliev trying to attack Tomlinson in hypercar. Bore, by the way, fastest lap of GD3, so he pulls away from Massive Dispersi, the 485. So it's kind of a holding pattern in the top 3 positions on the podium in GD3. Savaliev has got a good chance here of making a move, as De Silva has got a penalty. I wonder what that is for, James.
That's why I said Ed, because there was that one incident involving Team Rookie Monsters at the number 73 and Neurotic Sim Racing number 23, and he got a Team Rookie Monsters drive-through penalty for causing a collision.
That's insult to injury after they made a horrible getaway off the line when they were released.
Yeah.
And now they're
going to have to serve it in the next few laps.
Collision with the Neurotic 23 car.
I'm keeping an eye on the steward decision chat, but I'm just going to wait until it's put up on the screen and then talk about it.
Savaliev is right behind Tomlinson in the LNR Bangers and Mash car. Can the Promix Flame get up the inside then, the 83? into Mulsanne corner. Tomlinson's going to have to try and defend this as Luca Gray still all over the back of Evers, who's got back through while we were rambling on. Yes.
Yeah, I think for the Team Rookie Monsters car, the battle that they're having now is going to be meaningless at the moment. So, because they're going to have to serve their drive-through now, and they're also going to have to pit very soon as well due to fuel. It's just going to be an absolute nightmare as well. Like, they do not want this to happen,
While these guys
especially
are
because
fighting, by the way, Jess, that allows Pribeck to close back in as Luca Gray's up the inside and as Evers off track in Indianapolis.
I think that's pressure. That's pressure for Evers when he was battling at the moment. Trying to think what team was he? Oh, he was from Fine Avon Motorsport.
Yeah,
so
he was on the podium there. And,
he was on
now
the
he's come
podium
out
too.
Just ahead of the guy we were just watching, which of course is Nick De Silva, who's coming in for his penalty very soon. So
Number
that is a real big
number
mistake there for
35,
Evers. And
number
it may
137. Sorry.
Yeah, in fact, the 137 may even find itself swamped here. Nick De Silva in the Rookie Monster 73. De Silva wants to get moving before he has to serve that penalty.
Has he served it yet or not?
I wasn't sure what the penalty was for. He might have had a collision, like we saw.
It was a drive-through, so that's why.
Okay, so it won't be too costly. Still not ideal. As Zook sets another fast lap as he tries to pull away from Sabakiss, and then into the pit lane now comes Nick De Silva.
So he's serving it straight away then, which is good because you don't want to not do it and then get disqualified. So he's doing it. Dropping way down the field, but we know in Le Mans history there's plenty of opportunities for him to come back, and he's not going to lose that much time. And there was an incident earlier involving the number 486 and number 11, but it said to be unfortunate, but no further action, and that was during the formation lap, and it was caused by netcode. Yeah, it was caused by netcode.
The two cars came together, and that really was unlucky for Frank Bonhart, because that really set the start of his race back quite a bit as we cut to Erchan into the points. Red BMW chasing down another BMW ahead of Erchan in the 7th position. That's Hallam Boyce in the Boyd Transport 306. And then there's the McLaren of Reinhardt in the Finavon 444 ahead of the pair. So they're still doing each other. That's probably the closest battle in GD3 at the moment as Erchan just about saves the rear end. And you remember we were coming together FSR in Spain. Pro class. Erchan was doing a really good race until unfortunately he fell through the floor because he locked the rear tyres. That was a weird paint issue. It wasn't, like I said at the time, not RFT's proudest moment, but Erchan, a really, really good driver, I think, for into the points, and of course for TX3 when Joshua Hamilton's not available. But great to see him really pushing here, trying to gain another position into the points. They've won in class before, they won in LMP2, but they've sort of made an interesting move down to GD3, and folks decided to focus on that, at least for the time being, as Savaliev gets past Tomlinson for 4th in class in a hypercar.
Definitely the move that they need to make right now in the hypercar class, and in the LMP2 class we could see a battle between third once again brewing as well, with Fine Avon Motorsport finding their feet in the LMP2, not as much in the hypercars due to the spin, but still a long way to go. We're already done, by the way, almost 25 minutes of this race, which I have to say is insane, but quite a bit of it was under formation. I've already done more of the start of the race compared to obviously the real life one.
Yeah, at least 5 or 6 minutes. So there we go. Is that the back marker is being lapped then by the hypercars? So they're finally caught up to the back of the GD3 field. The ones that haven't had to stop is Savaliev. Oh, that's really bad place on the racing line on the exit Indianapolis to be held up there. And now it looks like Tomlinson is being delayed as well, which backs him into Evers as well. So the traffic is going to play a big role, especially through that middle sector there where Indianapolis they're quite technical corners. You really don't want to have to take unideal lines going around the outside of a GD car if you're in one of the hypercars or the LMP2s, do you, Jess?
No. I think traffic is the crucial part, because we've seen in real life how that could ruin people's race. We even see it on the Sims as well, where if you're just not careful, like that, even though it was a battle for position, but there was just examples of, oh, that was almost an unsafe rejoin there. That was tight, but I mean, if you're the slow car, it's the responsibility of the faster class to make their way around you. You keep your line, but make sure you give them enough space for them to go through. That's my rule of thumb in terms of lapping, because otherwise there could be some issues. But
yeah, as a GD3 team owner, I tend to think, well, the prototype should just work better.
you like that, are you?
As we see Kamadi being passed by Papa Mihail, so I think there's an issue for Eric Kamadi then. So it looks like Papa Mihail's taking advantage of a mistake for the 486. I was wondering if this would happen sooner or later, but that looks like the 163, the EP Lab, the sister cars, the 162, taking advantage of holding up one of the 100 Birch cars. Remember, it's 485 they're fighting with the champions. Here comes Eric Kamadi trying to fight back then into Mulsection Game 1.
Yep. And they were in third at one point, so they have lost the position. But I'm almost they could get they're boxed in with the LMP. Oh my goodness! And
that's the race leader as well coming through.
Yeah, that's the thing. There could be some people like this now at this early stage of the race. They're fine full position, but they're gonna have to let a car an LMP through because they're lapped. It's very very tight. It's very tight, but it's a long straight, so I'm sure there's other ways people could do that. But just look at that. Obviously, we're used to that in real life anyway.
And that's Nathan Howard cutting the final chicane there for XRL 148.
Oh no!
We're seeing Zooks, by the way, 6.2 seconds ahead now. So because he's been able to clear the traffic a bit easier, that's also enabled him to build such a big gap early on. Big gap, and Evers is upside down.
And welcome back, Josh, as he joins in perfect timing.
My goodness!
Leon Evers is turned turtle on the straight after hitting one of the GD3 cars. And there we go.
Are we going to have a code 80?
Got a self-riding mechanism, thankfully. On the
okay, code 80 in 10 seconds.
Spot the track, though.
Code 80 is about to be called, so we can see some
5,
really early pit stops.
4, 3.
Oh, that's going to have a damage to the suspension.
Code 80.
It's going to be crabbing a bit as well.
Code 80 is in effect. So let me actually try and show it on screen. There we go.
Oh, that was just the wrong timing to whack up on the outside and spin over the top. My goodness.
Evers, who was holding third earlier, as we see Kiss overtake Gray, I believe, under code 80.
Oh.
I don't think you're meant to do that.
So
are they in this server where they get told about code 80s?
Yeah.
They would have heard it, but they would have heard it from the Mumble server, yes. So I think, I'm not sure exactly what happened there. That might have been a time. I think Kiss was leading.
Kiss was
I think
second.
Kiss was second, so I think Kiss reacted first. Gray briefly got ahead and then slowed down again. So I think they're back in the right order. So it's a little bit of you remember we were watching Portland when Norman NATO slowed.
Remember, you've got to be in first gear under code 80.
Nick Cassidy and Maxwell and Gunther jumped him and then had to reluctantly give the positions back because they hadn't slowed down for the safety car.
Very weird weekend in Portland, that one, wasn't it, with the safety cars and the code 80s?
I don't know if you've, by the way, I know we're starting to get off topic because we're in code 80, Josh. I don't know if you watched the show that me, Jan Giolana and
oh, is it out?
It is, yes, where we talked and I said you're going to hate it because I watch Grid Network and you were saying, oh, people complaining about pack racing, just shut up, essentially.
Yes. Well, it's because it's only one time, isn't it? Because we were supposed to have the charges at this circuit, and they weren't here.
We even talked a little bit about tank charge and how that would probably have avoided things. And gosh, Jack said the interesting idea of would it have been better to stick with Gen 2 for another year and only introduce Gen 3 when we got the attack charge. And I was of the opinion that it would have been too harmful for Formula E's image to not go to Gen 3 in Season 9.
I know why Gray overtook Kiss, because apparently Gray cannot hear the mumble.
Ah, I see. So he's had to sort of either be told by someone else in another call, or he's had to figure out what's happening by seeing them slow down.
Yeah.
That is a bit unideal. I think Luke Gray might be in trouble for that.
Yeah, because they're supposed to be in the same mumble server so they can hear that, so that might be a penalty.
They have some system. So
yes.
I don't know what Luke Gray's excuse is. Maybe just.
Do they have their own channel as well? So surely someone would who was listening at the time.
Mumble, I've got it open right now. So we're looking for.
That's Gray is the number 290.
290.
Tech Racing, yeah. We've got GD3. Let's find if we can find the hypercars. Are there? Right. Here we go. LMH. Yeah, he's in there. But I don't know.
But
what
is he
he's
the only
Oh.
one?
He's the only one. Yes. So, but he would be able to hear Nick Homewood through whisper.
Yeah.
But unless he's got that
Unless
disabled,
his
then he's
speakers
muted.
is set
Nick
wrong,
Homewood.
yeah.
Could be. Yeah. It
We've
might
had that
be.
issue before in commentary.
You're not allowed to mute that because there's important race director instructions that come through during the day. So that could be a
Snitching on Luca Gray there. I don't know who that was in the YouTube chat.
Snitches get stitches.
Yeah, it's like the
I
EERC
saw
prison
that.
in full effect now. I see. Right,
They'll be
so
shivved in no time.
Oh dear. Well.
I wonder how long this code. So how long do you think this code 80 is
So
going
the-
to last for then?
Car's got to go back to the pit lane.
Until Milan Evers gets back to the pits. It won't take too long. Well, it will take ages for him to repair, but once he's in the pits, he's out of danger.
For those of you who are going to
Ryan
be watching
Mazumdar
the...
says, there's massive crash, says Dommy Space. John Barreau says, that was dumb, but it happens, I guess. Ryan Mazumdar from Hunter Bird says, bro thinks he's Jack Aitken. I think there was a crash in
no.
Spa where Aitken flipped, didn't he?
He did,
Can
yeah.
we not talk about
Ah.
Spa,
Barreau
please?
says, Tony Hawk Le Mans edition.
That'll be better.
Yeah, don't talk about Spa, thank you.
It was a bit of a friendly accident, yeah.
By the way, it's raining in Austria
And
again.
the leaders have pit in LMH, so Zooks and Kiss have made it to the pit lane.
Oh.
So that's a free pit stop for them, essentially.
You said if they're going to take an early stop, and they've gone and done that straight away.
Well, the other
It's a little
LM8.
muffled on my end, Josh, but it's mostly okay. Should be like
It's fine
right
for
up to
me.
the mic like this.
Sorry, it's because it's not
That's
coming
a
to
little
the usual thing. I'll hold it a distance from me. Yeah, you said they were going to come in, and it's happened.
I
Yes,
think
I say immediately,
Gray,
but we had to wait a little while.
will Gray come in as well?
Potentially.
I would-
Yeah, no, Gray staying
No, it's
out.
gone through.
Yeah, there we go. So there's Kiss being released. So I think Zooks is going to hold on to the lead. But could Gray jump Saba Kiss in the pits?
Do you
No.
think they could be doing the stops now, so they're basically their stops are in sync, ready for the last half of the race at the end?
Yeah, we saw that at Le Mans, didn't we, Jess?
Yeah.
A couple of weeks ago, we had an early safety car. The leaders pitted, got off kilter, and that's what sort of gave Ferrari the boost at the end they needed because Toyota were closing up on them, weren't they? So
Yeah.
that's a strategy they could be thinking of here.
I think that could be smart from them, but I
Yeah,
think they're the
so-
only ones to do so.
So Zooks, Kiss come in. Savaliev from Promix Flame and Zolt Pribek for Racing Zone Team number 1. They've come in as well. But Gray has stayed out. Unfortunately, Gray hasn't gained any position staying out. Because I think he was third before that point. Tomlinson has jumped Pribek because Pribek has stopped them. So the only position change is Pribek has lost out to Andy Tomlinson in the LNR
And
Banners National.
Salarev is Salarev was fourth anyway, wasn't he?
Yeah, but Savaliev now has got more fuel than Luca Gray, so suddenly Promix Flame, who lost out on the first lap, have got an opportunity to strategically work themselves back into third in class.
It's all getting very interesting so early on in the race. There's a long time to go as well. Well, I tell you what, when we pick it up in the morning as well, I think Tom's going to pick it up, isn't he? After the night shift, that's going to be really interesting. Although I am begging.
No. I'm joining at 9 o'clock for an hour.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
back to green in
I
10
see.
seconds.
Going back to green in 10 seconds.
Okay,
Ooh.
I am begging EERC,
5,
please put them on
4,
weekends where we
3,
don't have every
2,
single series on the
1.
planet on, so that we can all cover it together next year.
Here we go, we're back in racing conditions then, and Finelli is going to try and go around the outside of the car in front of him, which is Harvey Shepherd in the Boyd Transport then, the Ligier LMP2, around the outside, so Finelli gets the jump then, and gets into 11th position, and he looks very pleased with himself, if I do say so myself.
He does, doesn't he? He's a little chuckle.
So anyway, let's see if we can...
Oh, someone's gone off in the background in the gravel.
Yeah. Didn't quite see who that was.
I didn't see who that was either, but it was.
Oh, someone missing a rear wing! Oh dear.
Oh,
Who is
that
As
is-
Evers is in...
Evers, yeah, it's Evers. Oh
No,
no.
it's not Evers. Evers was the one who caused that code 80.
Oh, Evers
So
in
who
the
is
pit.
it? LMP2?
It was definitely an
Hoping
LMP2.
Auto Director can find it. I'm trying to see who's at the back of the LMP2 field then.
Back of the NMP2 is Josh Hughes.
It looked like it's either Josh Hughes or Jan Cabanari, I think.
Caution,
I'm
slow
looking at
car in
it's
the
Josh
Porsche.
Hughes.
Oh, it's Josh Hughes. There we go with the Monster Energy delivery XRL.
Where's
So
the
he's
code
been hit in
80?
the back, or he's lost it. Oh,
Yeah,
it's
where
a
is the
caution
code
in the final
80?
sector. It's been given by Nick Homewood. So he's just saying, be slow and hope that Josh Hughes can make it without any incident. As there's Tom Dillon closing on the back of Samir Arshad.
Come on, Tom.
Doing it for the commentators.
Well,
It's
he's
his
part
own
of the,
team. So
Yeah.
And the team.
I think he's doing it for himself.
he's part of the Hannah Burge simulation, though, isn't he?
We did partner up with him, yes. But,
That
I
was
think
for
it is
an Abu
being
Dhabi, wasn't
come
it?
to
Yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing Juho Soppinen dropping down because he's in the pit lane. So Soppinen, who was near the back of the GT3 field anyway, the optimal esports entry, Ferrari, is going to drop behind Frank Bonhard now.
I've just realised, I don't think I've ever shared the comment box with you two at the same time. You two
No.
have. I haven't. I left in IndyCar, didn't I?
And there-
Yeah, we were there. We
There
were
is Josh
we were
Hughes, who's
together
made
for
it.
like 5 minutes, and then he had to go for F1.
And that's pretty much the same what's going to happen in a few moments' time.
But we have got a few hours together tomorrow, Josh. With you, me, and Ed. 11 till 1 before F1.
When's the Porsches?
Oh,
You're
that's
right,
a good
yeah,
point.
10-10. Yeah, you're right, 11 to 1. Yeah, you're right, yeah.
Yeah, so we do a couple of hours tomorrow as well.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to that.
Same.
And then we're together for the
look,
race chase as well, later on.
Yeah, after ERC finishes, because there'll be interviews and stuff, so I'll probably be there till like 2:30 or something.
Yeah, we'll pop you in the pits and move you around. Ed, we need to get you on an F1 eventually.
I was just trying to say that when we did FSR in Spain, in Barcelona, Sophie Jones from the CAP, who's competing in this race somewhere, I believe, or might be on the reserves list at least.
She's on the reserve list, yeah.
Yes. The third in class at the moment. She said, called Jessica as well, Hall, and Jessica said to me,
no.
I think I may have got that habit off of a certain other commentator that we both know. And, I'm not accusing you of anything, but still.
Oh, there are
It's a
other
very short list.
commentators that do use it too.
Josh
Sorry,
T.
yes.
I got it off Josh T. This all starts from him, you know.
Yeah.
I also got it from my boyfriend as well that says as well too.
Okay.
It's too easy to say it if you're stalling. It's like the
And
new British.
you know, on Microsoft Teams, I thought I would get a speaker coach app to monitor the meetings and stuff. And there was one word where I keep saying a lot, and it's as well.
That's
Yeah.
2 words, isn't it?
Yeah, as well.
close.
Anyway, basically, those were the words I kept saying a lot. So, and it suggested what words I could use instead. But
Oh,
someone.
big spin! And that's Norbert Brecker! He spun going into Tetra Rouge.
There's debris at the top of the hill up there, mate. There's under the brown house, so there's something
It's a
up there
bollard
for...
that's been knocked over, I think, yes. But that's a big shame for Norbert Brecker. That drops him out there. I've been told explicitly not to try and do replays, but so I'm not even going to
Yeah,
bother
please
because it
don't.
might crash the whole thing. But there we go. That's a big setback for Brecker in the hypercar. Full throttle racing. Looks like he did go full throttle for better or for worse, and that has cost him some time. And maybe even hit one of the GT3 cars, I imagine, because that's a really bad place to try and lap them into Tetra Rouge. Right, we carry on, and Brecker is going to. Where's that knocked Brecker back to? I think he is. I can't find him. 9th in the order overall, but he was the only one on the softer compounded tyres as well. So it
And that's
could
going
also
to
be
flat
that he's just burnt his yeah, it could also be that he's just burnt his tyres out. Andy Tomlinson, by the way, is half a second behind Alexei Savaliev with Pro Mix Flame, so that is the closest hypercar battle. Bobby Shepard is right behind the guy in front of him, which is, of course, Henk Jan Steneker for Pro Mix Frost. So Pro Mix Flame and Pro Mix Frost in 2 close battles at the moment, but their real leaders is Zux, the man we've not talked too much about, which is less Ozildrum,
Azildrum.
yes. who was 11 seconds ahead of Sven Gilhead. So very impressive from the Sunset Motorsport driver. Let's hope his teammates can up that pace later in the race, because often you'll find it swings around depending on who's in the car at what time. So Baba Boy, the 159, Climax Boy is a really, really good driver. The others can't quite match his qualifying pace, so that would be interesting to see how he matches up to the rest. Kamedi has got back past Papa Mihai for third in GD3, which is not really been focused on. So that is good news. 100-bet simulation once again have both cars on the podium.
Well,
But the 486's target is just to make it to the end of the race. So Eric Kamedi had a very, very late call-up in place of Caitlin Penny, who was originally supposed to drive. Caitlin, I think, didn't have time to practice, so she decided to pull out. So that was very honest of her, which I did appreciate. And Eric,
Well,
I think, doesn't mind driving because he's been
speaking-
able to drive all year as his battle.
speaking of pulling out, I'm now leaving the commentary team because I've got to go do Formula One's sprint. So
Oh, we've enjoyed your company.
I should be
don't
back.
sprint.
have a great couple of hours, and I'll be back straight after. See you later. Bye bye.
Bye.
Josh. There was a great moment when me and Josh were commentating on Monaco E3 together, and there was a late safety car and the field was released, and Josh said, now it's just a sprint to the finish, and that was the same weekend as Baku. And I said, Josh, please don't say sprint, I've heard that enough this weekend.
No, that wasn't the same weekend as Baku, was it? I missed Monaco.
Well, Monaco E3, I think, was the same weekend as Baku. It was definitely the
it
same weekend as
wasn't
any
away.
F1 sprint race. Yeah, I think it was Baku. We see Harvey Shepherd right in the wheel tracks of the Prudence Frost car.
I'm frantically looking at the calendar. I don't think Baku was at the
There
same
we go.
weekend as
That is
Monaco.
him, Jan Steneker dispensed of then, and Harvey Shepherd back up into the top 12. So remember, these two were fighting each other. As we see the leader pit in LMP2. That is,
Oh, a DNF. We got a DNF, I think.
who is that? Could
is,
that be our leader in
Wait.
LMP2?
Yeah. So he's out. He must be a disconnect.
No, it isn't. I think it's Tobias. It's a.
Oh no, it's driver swap. Why? What
It's
game?
Pablo
Why are you
Aviolo
panicking me like
that's
that?
DNF. It's Pablo Aviolo DNFing, and it's from 8th in class, which is very bad news for him. But it is the LMP2 car. It is Tobias Blumschein for Finavol Motorsport 139. It is Akos Forgax for Marrero 66, and our erstwhile class leader Ulas Ozildrim in Sunset Motorsport 84. Ozildrim, so finally getting it right.
Yay! Well done.
There we go. Yeah, I'm improving. You're teaching me a lot of things tonight.
I returned the favour because you did it for me in Pro the other day, Academy. So in FSR, I returned the favour. There we go.
Some of which are even correct, by the way, in that audio file I sent you. But anyway, right. So, I realised, by the way, that my computer, whenever I plug a charging cable in, everything seems to overheat on the CPU. So I have this problem.
don't do
There we go.
that.
Tomlinson got through past Savaliev. So these two continue to squabble. And it looks like Savaliev isn't done yet. So LNR, Bangers and Mash, actually having a really good race so far, fighting for that top 4 position. Savaliev looking like he's getting more and more frustrated each time he slipstreams his way back through in that Glickenhaus. The Glickenhaus seems quite slippy in a straight line, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I think it may be due to how the temperatures are quite cool at the moment. Track temperature 44 degrees, ambient temperature 21 degrees. So I think that is what the drivers are experiencing at the moment. Luckily, it's not as hot in the UK as in previous weekends anyway, so it won't be as humid.
Mistake from Tomlinson. You saw how wide he went nearly into the gravel at the final corner there through the forward curves. And now into Dunlop they go.
And bearing in mind, some drivers haven't pitted yet.
We're going to slowly see, I think, more of the LMP2 field pit, and then eventually the GT3, so the best on fuel life. I think the Aston might be one of the better cars on fuel life. The problem is that we have to set it up really draggy. But only one retirement from the race so far, and that is, of course, Aviolo, the car.
That is a shame.
That's, of course, the Sport Junior team, so the new entry. So that's a big shame for them, as we also saw Savaliev getting very close into Tetrarucus. Tomlinson got a wheel on the grass there. So here we go. He's going to slipstream then, and they've got Frank Bonhard creating a hole in the air ahead of them as they go down the Mulsanne straight. Then Sparks flying out the back of both hypercars, and now Savaliev is going to try and get alongside again. But Tomlinson is too slippy. He can't get through.
We've got a 30-second stop go for Racing Zone team number 1, causing a major avoidable collision with Vine Avon Motorsport, and that was the incident on lap 7.
Oh dear, that would have been Milan Evers. So actually, it was Pribek that turned Milan Evers over there.
Yeah.
So that is another big setback for Racing Zone number 1, who already down in 6th, sort of hoping to get back up to 5th when Gray and everybody has to pit. But as we see the leaders gaining up into Gilhead and Saracino then coming into the pit lane. So that is important stops for them. Are they going to come out ahead or behind of Sunset number 84? Was it 84 or 83?
Sunset.
Yeah, it's 84, sorry, yes. It is Ulas Azildrum. So Azildrum has come out behind Tom Dillon after his stop.
Oh,
so
yeah.
He's still in the net lead
84,
is what
yeah.
I'm getting at.
So some of the stops will be out of sync. Sorry, I'm going to have to sneeze.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were putting on a posh voice there. Some of the stops will take a little while.
No. I was literally about to sneeze, and then I was thinking about sneezing, it stopped.
There we go. Oh, well, got to keep the sneeze under control. Can't sneeze in the 24-hour race. No one will forgive you, Jess, because it will destroy their eardrums.
That's why I like to mute when that happens. Apart from when I was doing a watch along with Josh earlier, I sneezed on air.
So the pit stop's in full effect now, and that means the field is going to sort itself out then. With Azildrum leading from Gilhead, Blumschein back in 3rd, Saracino back in 4th, Steneker is 5th, Vorgax is 5th, and Upshad, I believe, is going to get out unless he gets beaten out of the pit lane by Tom Dillon, as we see Hallam Voice trying to go up the inside of the 4 Finnerbon of Reinhardt. That's Hallam Voice who was cleared earlier. So, not Hallam Voice is cleared earlier, that is Voice we're watching at the moment. It's the other car, the other Ferrari, I believe, of, let's see, it's, is it Mark Warber? And Damien Ganowski from Race Club Germany, who's right behind. There's Tom Dillon exiting the pit lane in that lovely self-made livery as... And then that's Blumschein trying to catch up to Gilhead. Or is that him being lapped by a hypercar, actually? It is him being lapped. I apologise. So let's see, as we see Finelli, Shepard, Cert, and Kebinari exiting the pit lane.
Rebecca's having a stop go.
There we go. So that's crucial for him. That drops him... will that drop him behind Nick De Silva and Jeffrey Backrow?
Yeah.
There was a battle I wanted to see, and now I've forgotten where it is. It was Voice, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Voice and Reinhardt and Damien.
Damien Ginatowski.
Ginatowski. I don't know.
Ginatowski, yes.
Ginatowski.
Gniat is the hard part for me.
Yeah, I can pronounce the Kowski bit. Saracino's been
You should see the way that Joshua pronounces Solakowski. When we did, I forget what it was. It was some sort of sim race we were doing. It was WWC, and it was Matthias Solakowski. I forget what he called him. He called him Matthias. It was I think he couldn't see it properly.
Matthias.
So he was
like that.
Sokol. I think he just called him Sokol, but it was Solakowski. Yeah, so I don't know what happened there. Some sort of I was getting it wrong before, but not that wrong.
Lessons. My advice for people that want to be commentators: make the effort to try and either ask a driver or a fellow commentator how to pronounce names if you're stuck. Because I used to be scared of that now. But now if I see a name I don't recognise and I can't pronounce, I just ask. And 9 times out of 10, they're able to help you. So.
The people aren't usually too offended because I cut to the
No,
nose
they're not. I think they probably prefer that because they don't want to. But sometimes they're so used to you pronouncing their name wrong that they don't. For some drivers, they just don't care, and they just say, "Oh, keep going. I like that pronunciation." I'm like, okay, if you insist.
like Ayrton Senna de Silva, sort of his real name's Ayrton, is how it's pronounced, but he liked to Murray called him Ayrton.
Really?
I think there was a
didn't know
story
that.
about that, and I think
And
Murray was going to...
I know, did David Coulthard call Vettel?
Yeah, that's more of an inflection kind of thing, isn't it, with the Scottish accent? But,
Oh, right, okay, that makes sense.
Anyway, it looks like this battle's about to be split up then by the LMP2, so unfortunately Alan Boyce had to slow down just before Tetra Rouge, and this means that Reinhardt is going to be able to hold on to that position. So, yeah, that's the other thing about being lapped. It does it tends to split up both battles, essentially, or it can close in if it's the leader and they haven't got anyone in front of them apart from the Judy car. As Henjan Seneca now is serviced in the pit lane for Promix Frost, which is going to drop him out of the battle he was in. But still, none of the... still yet to see Luke Gray make a pit stop, as Tomlinson is in. He pit under code 80, so that is a big surprise.
No, I don't think Tomlinson has stopped. No, he hasn't stopped.
Okay, maybe I'm misremembering then. I think Tomlinson, yeah, he jumped ahead of Savaliev because he didn't stop. Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, it was. What's the ones that have stopped already? Got Moog 714. He stopped already.
Kiss, Savaliev, and Rubek, of course, had to make another stop.
And
as well.
Silver Box as well. But the ones that still yet to stop are Bakker, and Gray.
Yeah, I'm just amazed that Gray's been able to go as long as he has. Just,
Almost, but don't forget there were times where we were under code 80.
That is very true. But,
And there was formation round.
It's an interesting strategy. I wonder if it'll work for Aztec. They might be hoping for another code 80 later on.
We'll need to actually get into the mumble ready for the 9 o'clock stint in them tomorrow morning.
I can help you out with that if you need, Jess. But we're on lap 13 then.
Yeah, we can
Andy
sort it out
Tomlinson
after your
comes
stint.
out just behind Jeffrey Bakker then. As we still watch Alan Boyce.
We can sort it out after your stint, couldn't we? Because I'll be having dinner, but we can sort it out. But anyway, the 999 of Tomlinson after he's done his stop. Still got some ground to make up, but there's still people that haven't made stops yet, so he will come back through soon as well.
The pace on that LNR Banks and Mash car looks pretty good, so I think Tomlinson, as long as he can clear the car ahead of him quite quickly, which of course is Norbert Precker, who saw spin earlier, Precker shouldn't be able to put up too much of a fight here because he hasn't even hit yet, so those soft tyres probably wearing out. As Barnhart gets well out of the way, and Tomlinson is through around the outside, and it's not even a contest really on those fresh tyres.
Someone's asked in chat what was the name of the commentator who mentioned GPVWC. That's Ed. That is
Me
Ed.
and Josh do commentate on GPWC. Some of the drivers here also compete there as well. But
Yes,
I
they
was
do.
a commentator on Academy. Because Academy's on a Monday night, and I've started doing improv courses on Monday nights. I've switched to doing FS1 because the Formula Sprint 1, because the usual Formula Sprint 1 commentator is a guy called Yusuf bin Sahel, and he's decided to go commentate on go-karting instead.
And
Which is
Ryan
fine.
likes your commentary, and Ryan is a big fan of your commentary in the chat.
Who is this? Ryan Mazumda? He's one of my drivers as well. So
Yes.
that's good. No, it's a good thing because he'd be out of the team if he didn't say he was. a fan.
Exactly.
But also, one of my drivers in my team has decided to get into commentary, and that is Thomas Rash, who drives in the 72 reading game. He used to drive for us and switched over. So I'm really glad
yes,
to see
because it was
him,
Patty
following
that
my footsteps.
mentioned. Oh yes, but Betrier Magnussen in a Formula Sprint 2.
And that was Robert Precker nearly crashing into the wall on the exit of Mulsanne Corner there.
Wow,
Just
that
about
was
stayed.
quite tight. Oh, Gray's in for his first stop.
Yeah, and I did say that was coming soon, didn't I?
Yeah.
And here he is, being serviced in the pit lanes. This is going to release Savaliev, Nick De Silva, and Jeffrey Bakker as well. So this is a battle with Tomlinson then, essentially. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. Prubek, by the way, is about 6 seconds behind Precker and trying to catch up. So let's cut over to Tomlinson and see. There we go. That's a very quick stop actually for Gray. I think Tomlinson's going to come out behind because he was quite a way behind beforehand. Evers, by the way, is slowly making his way back up through the I'll be too fat, and attack has caught the leader. There is Tomlinson. So yeah, definitely a long way behind as Luke Gray gets out quite a way. No, he's still there, isn't he? As in comes Nick De Silva as well, who barges him out of the pit box. There we go. It's my turn now. Brutal, but Nick De Silva, yeah, he's sort of in a hurry.
Something similar happened this morning in Formula One. I'm not going to say who.
Well, I'm enjoying aspersions on what happened in FP2 in Austria, but I guess I have to catch up.
No, it wasn't FP2. It wasn't FP2. It was sprint shootout.
Oh right, okay. Yeah. It was sprint qualifying.
Yeah, sprint. Yeah, I would rather they called it sprint qualifying, but they call it sprint shootout. Oh, De Silva was in a moment ago.
Yeah, we did say that because he was the one who was pushed in.
Oh yeah, we did.
I'm trying to look at my commentator's thing so I can find it and see how long I'm going here.
You're going until 5?
Okay. I think I did get a
I don't know. Yeah, you're going until 5.
Yet,
I'm going until 4. Or if Tom's not back by then, until Tom's back.
Yeah, so well, I'll find a way to get lunch in. I'm sure, but I might.
Oh, you haven't had lunch yet?
No, no chance. I ate breakfast just before qualifying.
Oh yeah, because we were having stuff to do, and then Tom was like, "Oh, we're about to start now."
Yeah, I know. It wasn't really a break in between quality and the race, like I hoped.
Yeah, like I had to cook mine in the morning, ready for lunch later, because we went straight from sprint and all that.
Josh is gone. I'll see if somebody else arrives in the next. I think I'll get to just after 3 because the other thing is my computer's about to run out of battery as well, so I've got to charge the cable in, which will make it overheat, which will make me unhearable.
It makes you want to die.
Yeah, it's makes me.
Josh is not free because obviously it's F1, but
anyway, I don't know if it's Ryan Ferris might be around, but
I don't think anyone else is around.
They're seeing another pit stop. Adam Backey gets on board the full for under 50, so he takes over from Cracker.
Yeah, no, literally no one else is around except us.
Yeah, so I might have to leave you on your own for about 10 minutes or so, Jess, if that's okay, but I'll be very
That's fine. That is absolutely fine.
I'll just get to the end of the next 3 minutes then, so I can say it's on the hour.
And then you can have a bit of your food and then come back after.
Exactly, yeah. I'm back through something back up. But anyway, I'm trying to talk about the race. Yeah, there's a race going on.
Exactly, we got to talk about the race.
So up front, Roland Zux is now bit up at 9.6 seconds to Sabakis. So Moreira holding steady, but Zux slowly extending the gap for Mugen. Savalyev is now up to 3rd from Promix Flame, 15 seconds down. So all that fighting has really cost Savalyev. Luca Gray is about 2nd behind, so Gray's not far behind.
Oh my god! Commentator's curse!
There we go, Luca Gray's in the wall actually, as I say that. So,
yeah.
And he's lost it just, there's that Dunlop going into those Porsche curves.
The map is very hard to see.
Yeah, it was Porsche curves, so he drops behind Andy Tomlinson as Tobias Blumschein, by a class.
Trying like one of the Aston Martins actually, as well.
My cars, there's Luca Gray, and he may have to go back to the pit lane if there's damage there. Salt back in the racing zone is through. Yeah, that car is crapping horribly. So Luca Gray
he's going to
have to come in the pits.
We've been given a caution in the final sector from race direction. So Luca Gray is surely got to repair that balked steering.
Sure, like a meatball flag or something.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is a big mistake for Aztec Racing, who is 2nd in the points, let's not forget, in Hypercar. So Luca Gray has made a very, very fatal error there. And their rival, the championship...
car in the Porsche curves is now clear.
Yeah, so now he's clear in the pit lane. The caution, the yellow flag is gone. So everyone can go back up to racing speeds and out. Anything? I think what's really interesting, Masic Kasperzik is only about 1.5 seconds behind Bore. So in the lead fights, that is the closest battle. And he's been slowly reeling him in the last couple of laps. So I wonder if Bore has pushed his tyres a bit far, or if Kasperzik has just got some latent pace there, as we see Luca Gray also fall on side, having to make that extra stop. That is really going to put his confidence and also set him back in terms of having to make an extra stop in terms of his strategy in this race, as we get almost to the end then of hour number 1.
Go on. The first hour usually goes the quickest, but the last hour, believe me, usually goes the slowest. So if you think this hour goes quickly...
I didn't think we'd see someone flip in the first hour, but...
Exactly.
Here we go.
And someone wants
And
an
incredibly,
update.
Villeneuve still in the race.
Someone wants an update, championship
He may
update in
even,
GT3.
Right up to Luke Grove.
I think we were both talking over each other there for a minute.
Okay, I believe...
I'm just trying to get my notes actually. Where is it? I had it written down. Championship update. It doesn't help how I have it closed down. I should have had it open this entire time. So someone wanted a championship update. 43 points the 162. They're leading the championship. SD Shilber, the number 3 Friday is on 25. Number 485 Hunter Birch Simulation, the number 19. No, 19 points, sorry. Number 444 Finerball Motorsport, that's the one we want to pay attention for, is on 18. And then the Falcon, who's not doing too well, the 390, is on 18 points. That's your top 5. I do not know the other order as well.
Yeah, so Cortese is 35th, 4 seconds down on Mark Horvath for Racing 69 in McLaren.
Yes.
Whereas at the moment, Hunter Birch are in 485, are second place behind Rapid Boys.
And don't forget, so if the maximum they would get if they win would be, if I scroll up, 38 points. So it'll be 19 plus 38 if they win. Hold on. Before let me do the math. 57.
There we go. So it's
if
very
they
close
win, it'll be
in GT3.
57. And if they come second, they will... 56... 48? Or 47? I don't know. Rubbish at maths. Why I only got a C in GCSE and not a B.
It's all
Anyway.
good. I could have got an A star, but I didn't get to do a retake of my. Well, because
Yeah,
you got to
I
do
got
early
predicted
version
to
of the
B.
exam.
I got predicted to B, but I only got a C, so I was well disappointed.
Yeah, I got an A though, but I was hoping to get A star. My teacher was pushing for it, and I had to go to family for it. But that was the same day as the exam, so it was really unlucky. But,
Yeah.
I'm not too fair. I did okay to get into university after that, so I'm not complaining about getting A GCSE maths. I think anyone would complain anyway, because A's not bad, all things considered. But anyway, I'm about to go down and eat some lunch, so I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Jess Ball to take you through the next 10 minutes while I go eat.
Go
And
and
not
have
so
some
capable
food.
hands of the auto director on the campus. But anyway,
Are you going to be on autocam?
Yeah, I'm afraid so, because otherwise it'd just be stuck on one person.
Okay, good, because I didn't want to be just on one person anyway.
So hopefully
Thanks,
go towards the closest battles. But anyway, it is Roland Zook still leading by 17 seconds, a whopping lead in Le Mans Hypercar. In LMP2, it is Sunset 84 of Zildrum that still leads by 25 seconds over Sven Gielhed. In G3, Carmen Explorer leads Kaspersik by the slender margin of 2.2 seconds. So, see you soon.
We'll see you in a bit, and thank you very much as he takes some deserved food after not having any before we started the stream earlier on as well. So still plenty of action still to go. Saragino, with quite a few drivers are in the pit lane and will come out very, very shortly as well. As Gray has been on the pits for quite a bit as well. So that's going to be massive due to some damage that they've got in the car as well. Another incident for 73. They've got another stop-and-go penalty. This time it's 10 seconds. Crashing into another driver in the pit lane. Now, we didn't see that on stream. Now it's between the Falcon 290 and... Who's in that car now? The Rookie Monster. posters. Come on, it's not letting me show them. Now, I do not want to find on Discord. There we go. Still Nick De Silva in the car. They're sixth at the moment. And someone's gone off. That's, that's Kiss, who's had a bit of an off. So he's lost a bit of time to our leader as well. And number 83 is catching up too. So that could be an interesting fight. But we also got the 162 catching of Gianluigi Cortez, or Cortez, I think it's one of the two anyway, who is in a 11th overall, in 11th class. I think it's 11th, no, it's 11th class. And it's about 5/10 of a second between him, who's kind of leading the championship right now, against the full Fossil Racing Team number 69 of Mark Holvath, there we go. Holvath. I'm rubbish at names, don't ask me. It's Graves dropping way down the order, and he's got a lot of GTEs to go through as well. As I think some of the timings are glitching for me on my screen because for some reason some people are still in the pit. They're not. They're still going on the circuit. As I think we can see, I think it's for number 86 about to fight. I'm just trying to see who it was. Fighting with. Oh, they're a lap down. Okay, that probably explains it at the moment. There's some on the timing tower that's just not updating at the moment in terms of drivers, but hopefully it will be updated very, very soon. And oh, look at this as well for between the number 47 and where is that on my timing order? That is Arda Erkan on against Gianluigi Cortez again. 2/10 now is the gap. They're going through the first part of the Mulsanne straight. This is where we saw overtakes done before. Going for a lunge once again. It is Ferrari versus BMW. We also got the full Fossil Racing Team not that far behind too. McLaren. And there's just more battles happening everywhere. We've got a fight for P15 in class, the number 390 who... Oh, well, actually, no, it was P14 in class, so they're near the back anyway. Oh, they're a lap down. Okay, that explains it. They're a lap down. That's sometimes a confusion with auto cameras. It just catches people. Oh, yellow's set to 3. Now that yellow is gone. Okay, so that explains it. That does explain it at all. Now, the Everlab Sim Racing Team, the 163, that's the car we've got to keep an eye on as well. In terms, well, actually no, they're not the leading. It's the 162 leading the championship, not the 163. But I wondered that team would help each other in terms of like, obviously engineering or stuff like that, helping with track position as well, because you don't want your rivals to be gaining plenty of championship points, which could help them win at the championship in any ways. Ed's going to be back in about, I think, 5 minutes, Thomas, so I'll be fine until he gets back. It's not a problem. But thank you, Thomas, for the offer, my friend. Which I think Thomas will be joining me, I think, at 9 AM tomorrow morning, which I'm looking forward to working with him for the first time. I think it's 9 AM tomorrow morning, if I'm not mistaken. Unless there's another time I'm thinking about. No, it's 9 AM tomorrow morning. That's going to be exciting. I'm looking forward to that. But anyway, still a long way to go. We still got to think about what's happening on track first. The gap closing down 6 tenths now, almost 7 tenths as he got a bit squirmy. Going towards the start finish straight, then goes Nikos. And then we got I'm rubbish at names. Kumadev. No, I've definitely said that wrong. I've definitely said that wrong. No, I've definitely read that wrong. That's why I should have done some more research for the names for it. Oh, we got another stewards. Okay, report 7 has been removed pending appeal after the race. Okay. As number 444 comes in, a few more drivers come into the pits actually. Could be a interesting fight out of the pits. We've got Damien Race Club Germany who's serving his stop. We could see some driver swaps happening, I think, in the next 50 minutes or so. So, bearing in mind they can't do more than 65% of the race. Need to entertain the people somehow. Yes, you do, Thomas. Yes, you do. From what I've heard, you are a good commentator, so yeah, it should be fun. I think you're doing some stints beforehand, aren't you? I might be wrong. Oh no, you're not. Oh no, you're only doing one stint. Okay, I thought you'd be doing more. I like people I can banter with as well, and that's always entertaining. I think there was one Le Mans that I did a couple of weeks ago, where I did a 6-hour stint. Don't ask me why. I had to move stuff around. Where there was one stint where we were just talking about the history of Le Mans, and that's what we did for like half an hour because there was not much going on, and it was great. It was that half an hour went very quick, and then there was a battle straight after. So there we go. Oh yes, because you're driving, aren't you? That is a good point. With the time that we got, there's plenty stuff that we want to do, but we can't. It's the same with comms, really. There's some comms opportunity I had to turn down before because I was in the league, but obviously because I'm not doing that other league anymore, I've taken a break for it this season. I could do more opportunities like this, and I love it. No further action between car 87 and car 50. That's report 8. So they've already made 8 reports today. Fair play to the stewards for doing a great job there. Nathan Howard then, who's fighting with a lapped car again. Again, that's hard to tell with the auto camera. Evers is still in the pit lane for quite a bit. But fair play to them for still going, unless no, it's just a glitch again. Okay. That's annoying with that glitch happening with the overlay, but they're still out on circuit according to... Oh! Someone's gone in the gravel, but we just cut to a battle. Who was that, I wonder? We'll have to wait and see. Oh! Nick De Silva! He's gone off and spun and hit in the wall. That's huge for Team Rookie Monsters, who are looking to capitalise on a lot this weekend. Hopefully we can get the
caution,
car
slow
back in
car
one
in the
piece,
Porsche
because otherwise
cars.
we could have a code 80. I should really get on the mumble at some point, because otherwise I won't be able to tell if this code 80. Someone's going very slowly. That might be De Silva again. Yes, it is. The car does not look good at all. And he's going very slowly. I wonder if it's going to be a slow zone. As we got Hunter Simulation, the number 485 in. We've got a few more cars coming in as well. He's driving the number 72. What is the number 72? Oh, we'll look at the entry list. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I think you're... Is that... I swear... I'll find you at some point at the entry list. If who knows? I could be. Cause I'm only doing another 45 minutes anyway. So unless you're in the car in a minute, then I won't be commentating on it. Right, more pit stops. We've got our class lead on GT3 in, number 486 in as well. Pretty much a lot of drivers in the GT3 field are coming in. And what about the number 47? Is he coming in at some point? Still a yellow flag in sector 3, so I wonder if it's Nick De Silva that's having issues. Roland is in as well for hypercars 714. I wonder if Kiss will follow suit because they're pretty much sinking in pit stops. Hallam Voice is in too. I think Kiss may take advantage of this. Oh, no, but I see Kiss in, or is it De Silva's damaged car that's in? It is the Silver's damaged car. That's going to be in for... If you hit that wall through the Mulsanne corner, that could seriously ruin your race. Oh, Tom's car. Oh, right. Oh, that's cool. On number... Oh, yeah, I see it in P7. Being very blind. I do apologise. Well, best of luck, Thomas, for later on, whenever your stint is in the car. I thought I'll be busy about 6 till 9, but it turns out I'm not now, so I'll be able to watch quite a bit of this 24-hour while having food, which is good. Because it turns out the thing that I was needed for, I'm not needed anymore, which is... I think it's nice to get new people in the thing I was going to do, so in a way it gives me a break for a bit. And it's always nice to have like fresh faces at the end of the day. Plus get to do a bit more of this, which is always positive. Anyway, Tobias Bloomshine is in as well, the 139. And you are class leader for MP2 is in. So yeah, pretty much everyone's coming in at the same time. So what does that do in terms of pit stops? I believe Sven will still need to stop. So will Giuseppe Saracino. And Zolt almost at the moment in the gravel trap once again. So that could have been, I think, disastrous as well. As Prebeck comes in for number 1. Don't forget there are certain penalties that will need to be served. I think one of their penalties will be removed anyway. Now, I don't know why I'm yawning, because I got some good sleep today, so... Anyway. So, Azildrim comes out of the pit lane. So, technically, Azildrim will be on that race leader at the moment. Kiss, still yet to stop. He's leading on track, but it will be Ryland that will be your net. Or unless Ryland still needs to stop. I think Ryland still needs to stop. Not many of the LMPs have pitted, actually. Which is quite a surprise. Of the hypers, that is at the moment. But as Sven tries to really pull in the lap times, when you see your rivals come in the pits, this is a time where you really got to push for the best in lap you can. Ryan says, why does it say that Boy is still in the pits? I don't know. I don't know. According to race timings, he's not in the pits. The link that I was given. So, yeah, there has been some issues with the broadcast system. Nothing we can do about it, I'm afraid. But we will... I think we will have to probably let the other commentators know as well. Rely on the race view live timings, not the broadcast systems, because that tells you whether they're in the pits or not. I think you can tell if they're in the pits because they're in red. Or if they're out or if they're in the pits, they're in red. As De Silva has been still in for quite a bit. Same with Milan Evans as well. As Kiss has finally come in for his second stop of the day. So is Salavev, 83 as well. So we're seeing more of the hypers come in now. So our factor moment, yes, our factor moment. Yeah, I had a moment when I was commentating on another Le Mans race when I was trying to show the results, but it wouldn't let me show all the results when I want to. I was showing the hypers, and it wouldn't let me go straight to LMP2s, which was weird. And then when I wanted to go back to the timing screen, it wouldn't let me go back to the timing screen at one point. So it was very weird. But unfortunately, these things happen. As is the 161 coming in? Yes, it is. The 161 is coming into the pit lane for his next stop. Now, don't forget, some people have put in some good strategies. Oh, Harvey Shepherd has lost a bit of end plate there. He's going very slowly. But I think he seems to be getting back up and running again, but he's dropping down massively. He was around about 7 seconds behind the next car, but now he's dropping down to 9. So that is odd. Oh, some of the mistakes are starting to creep in for some of the LMPs. I hope not. as I think we've got Sean in as well. No, Sven. I keep calling him Sean. Anyway, Sven is in now, as well as Saragino. So Isildur will be leading that one, but it'll be interesting to see Arshad is in as well as Tobias, having a nice fight with, I think it's Nathan Howard. Yes, it is. So XOL Esports versus Fine Avon Motorsport, going towards the final two corners. 0.2 per second separating between the two of them. Got some traffic as well. A nice onboard shot. One that goes on off the circuit. Tobias takes advantage, saying thank you very much. And he's up into 8th spot. So Tobias showing his pure class and skill of speed, and he closes in on a lapped Alampika. Now Milan Evers back on the circuit. Evers, sorry. But has lost a lot of time. 9 seconds separating him and Jeffrey Backer right now, but Roland, after all the pit stop, is still leading by a big gap. It's around about 34 seconds, which is massive. And Optimal Esports is in. Number 2, Leonardo Finarelli will be in the car. And by the way, if you are enjoying this action at the moment, please make sure you leave a like, hit subscribe, and hit that bell. If you are new, also follow us on Twitter. It is twitter.com/EERC_official. Same with us on Instagram, so make sure you check those out on Twitter. And there's a few people rooting for the sunset car of Ulas or Zildjian. Some cars are only entered into one event, and they could affect the championship in so many ways, because there's some points that the championship protagonists want, but they may not be able to get due to the pace on some of these cars. And these team names really do, some of them do make me laugh, but I really do like, there's some that take the team name serious and ones that do it for the banters. Raymar saying, where is URT? URT. I will find out the answer to that question. They are P18 overall, and they are... Right, so I'll tell 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, P9 in class at the moment. And I believe we'll drop down a bit because they still yet to make one more stop for the time being to match up with the other drivers. So hopefully that gets that. I think it is the number. No, that's 71. Oh, right. So the URT number 71, MX set. Number 47 into the points racing is probably 5th overall. It's a bit confusing because they may be the same teams, but they have different numbers. But anyway. Plenty of action still to go. We've already done an hour and 23 minutes so far. And in the first hour, we had a car flip. If it was in real life, I don't know what would have happened to the driver, but luckily, I'm just trying to see what happened to the Rookie Monsters car. Is they still in the race? Let me have a look. If I could learn to spell, please. Yes, they're still in the race. I think they just come out, actually, with Jeffrey now in the car. And I have to say, fair play to some drivers that are still going despite being so far behind. Josh Hughes, 14th in class, 22nd overall, and it's 8 seconds behind number 48, but again, still a long way to go for him. We've had issues from some cars that could affect this race entirely. And we're keeping an eye on lap times as well to see if they can gain as much time per lap. In the number 47, as just said, personal best 1 and 2, and it's just set 3 minute 57.742. And the fastest lap so far was in the race for the LM hybrids is a 321.683, and for the LMP2 is I got confused because I saw a 325 in there, but it was a hybrid car. A 331.7 by Ula, so he is flying out there at the moment, but he's doing a great job for Sunset Motorsport. But I believe he's about to lap. Is it one of these slower LMPs? And that's fine, Thomas, that's fine. Thank you for letting me know on that one. I'm happy to stay on until 4:30. That's fine, that's no problem.
I'm back, by the way.
That was good. That was good timing there as well.
I don't mind having Thomas on as well if he wants to be on. But
No. Thomas was saying Tom would be on until
Tom Dillon.
4:30. Yes.
Yeah, Thomas.
Yeah, because I think because he'll need to pit and do one more stint, and then he will come and join us after that.
I think that's why Thomas Rash goes on the name of Checo on this school to avoid that.
Yeah, and in a chat, we were having a nice chat actually in the YouTube chat.
The problem is that he gets confused with Sergio Perez.
Yeah.
I guess he's a Perez.
I'm commentating with him tomorrow as well for his only stint at 9 o'clock
Oh
tomorrow
yeah,
morning.
of course, in this race. So I thought
Yeah,
tomorrow's
yeah,
what are you
yeah,
doing?
yeah,
Another race as well?
Yeah. So that should be fun. I'm looking forward to that. Having food.
I guess, yeah.
Don't ask me why I wanted to do commentate at 9 AM, but
Well, I think I went for 10 AM.
yeah, originally I was just going to do, I think it was 11 till, it was 12 till 2, or no, 11 till 2, but then I think Josh put his availability, so I had to do an extra stint somewhere else.
I did say I was going to refresh it, showing accurate readings as we look at...
Yeah, because there was a few complaints about people saying, oh, why is this driver in the pits, but they weren't. But
well, that just always happens. Whoa.
I do have a bit of an update for you.
Okay.
So I get you up to speed. Team Rookie Monsters had a big off, I think, in the Mulsanne corner, and dropped way down the order.
There you go. I think it should be refreshing now. So.
Yeah, you're good. And
Anyway.
I had a nice lunch, by the way.
Oh yeah, it was alright. I had a sandwich, some salami, and coffee, nice little brownie.
Ooh, yummy.
Brownie bun.
I haven't even decided what I'm having for
Crisps.
lunch yet. I
Okay,
mean dinner.
cool.
Sorry.
So,
That's United Racing off. Number 71.
URT71 just kicking up a little bit of gravel. It's not been good race of the championship leaders so far, has it? Down LMP2, they've really struggled so far. I'm hoping
Yeah, they
the
have.
race starts to come to them a bit. You see, I'm feeling a bit nervous because we seem to have done quite well so far. Arda Erchan seems to have a massive fuel tank in that BMW in the 47, but otherwise been holding on to one car on the podium and the other car not far away from it. And I'm worried that now this is where it's spot.
Oh,
Speaking of
Oxboy
which,
Sports.
there's Leandro Finelli just going straight
That was the
on.
same. That was the same place, I think. No, actually, that was a bit earlier that Silver went off, but Jeffrey's now in the car.
Yeah, so that's Jeffrey Backer, you mean?
No, Jeffrey
Ellis.
Ellis, he swapped. But yeah, they're in 21st overall now, and I think last in class.
Mentioned earlier, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, it wasn't
Not really gone to plan,
not
has
as
it?
nasty as the flip we saw earlier from one car, but it was still nasty.
Me and Lev tell you all about flipping over, and of course, Pribet did have to serve that penalty, but still come out ahead of Evers. Of course,
Yeah,
the Racing Zone
Evers
team
had a
number
bit of
one
an
is
issue as well, yeah.
as well. So Pribet, I think Racing Zone number one is still in the mix to win this thing in hypercar.
Okay, we come
But-
code 80
oh,
in 10
code 80.
seconds.
About to have a
code 80.
No, Nick Homewood.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80. Code 80.
Code 80 now in effect then. So that means everyone is neutralized, stuck at 80 miles per hour. As your name implies, everyone's stuck in first gear as well.
What was
so,
the code 80
that'll be why
for?
Sabakis is dragging on the floor. I think there's a wheel missing. I was trying to click on the code 80 button and I think somebody dragged the whole screen away
Was
from
that
me.
Chris again?
I don't know, but look at Savakis. The front left wheel is completely gone. Arshad is lagging around quite slowly in the main
Yeah,
straight.
it is. Oh, I hope it's not gone to 10 FPS again.
Yeah, I hope not.
Oh, it's back. It's back to normal. On our end, anyway. Power's off in 5 minutes to save energy. Nope.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to the actual overlay because it's
It's not letting you put code 80. Well, it is a code 80. It's just taking a while for the PC.
I tried to click on the
register.
button and it seemed to go all the way to the top. Yeah.
It's
Look
probably
at
gonna
this. This is
turn
quite
on
a
and off.
congested pack, isn't it? Yeah.
It's probably going to turn on and off at this stage as well, but yeah.
Yeah, that is a big setback for the 87 that was running second in class. It's clearly had a big
That's
accident.
good for Tomlinson and Kiss, though. They come in.
Kiss was the one that was causing the code 80, wasn't he? Because he lost
Oh,
the
yeah,
wheel.
but it's good for Tomlinson, so he gets one of his stops out
And
of the way.
Urchan pits under the code 80. That's crucial as well. That was exactly what Into the Points needed, wasn't it? There
Yeah,
it is.
he'd lose less time under code 80 as well, but
So
for
he
Kiss...
could potentially come out back in either just behind the two leaders or in the lead because it's 40-second gap. I think he can do this.
How much do you lose under code 80 compared to what time you lose in the pits normally? Do you know?
I've no idea. I don't really count this, I guess. The least interesting part. But I believe, as we look at Kiss being repaired, I believe it's about... Obviously, it depends if you're changing tyres, how much fuel you're putting in. Are you changing drivers as well? That adds extra time for the stop. I believe it's about 90 seconds usually.
Oh, okay.
Something like that. If you're changing tyres, putting fuel in and changing driver.
Tomlinson's in third, so you were right.
Yeah, so he has to have to repair the car, that's why.
Yes. So what a shame for Kiss, who was running in P2 all this time, and now he's dropping like a stone, unfortunately.
I'm going to have to get Chris in because I can't actually control the panel that controls the graphics anymore. It's gone on my end. I've just got the main screen. Right,
Ask Chris to put auto cam on.
no, I can do that. Anyway, it takes too long to explain.
So you just can't put the...
No, you know... Oh, bloody hell, I can't explain it. It's like they got a separate control panel that controls the overlay, which is all the graphics.
Oh, right,
and
so you
stuff
got...
like that.
What, so you got
And I was
one
trying to click on the
monitor-
code 80 thing, and the minute I did, the whole thing bloody disappeared.
Oh, so
Now
you
I
got
can't
one to
bloody-
control the overlay and then one to control the game. Ah, that makes sense.
Well, I've got the effectively TV file rather than separate windows. It's not a problem.
Yeah. But it's always a bit confusing sometimes, but the
See
other
if I
side
just
is
solve
set
the
to
problem and
2.
explain it, if I'm being honest, yes.
Yeah, I think for those of you that don't know what code 80 is, they have to slow down like it's kind of like a full course yellow, 80 kilometers an hour.
Exactly, and that's in first gear as well. A couple of people tried to save fuel by doing it in the second or third gear and stuff and had to be told off in previous races. Geelhead is pitting under the code 80 as well.
Yeah.
Komedi sandwiched right behind. Is that right in front of Komedi? It's Papa Mihail, of course, who's fighting with full position. So Eric Komedi is whipping to get the jump, and he's in the middle of two LMP2 cars. This is quite an awkward position to be in, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And I think the ones who pitted up before the code 80 is probably thinking, why is this happening at the moment? And this is good. I think this is good news for Jeffrey because he could go back in his race as well, even though he's 9th overall now, like last in class near the
Yeah,
back.
Rookie Monsters have got some good pace, haven't they? So they
Yeah,
might be.
they got some
There's
good
still a long
pace.
way to go, right?
Yeah, code 80 is showing. Thanks, Chris, you legend.
Yeah, cheers, Chris. I feel like I haven't completed my survey now. But it's just that I wonder why the Code 80 is lasting so long, because I'm pretty sure it was for Kiss, and Kiss has made it for Fitness. So maybe... Well,
It might be like
didn't we
debris.
see the EERC car that was also in trouble as well?
I don't
It's going quite
know.
slowly. I didn't really know what that was about, but hopefully it's fine.
Yeah. That's very odd.
But I could tell, by the way, I really needed to eat, because I could tell when I was commentating, I wasn't thinking about the race, and I was sort of felt, this is awful commentary, what am I doing? I just felt so hungry.
I think that was
Professional, I
me.
guess.
You know, when I did GES, I didn't have food for like so long, and you could tell because I think the last hour was just like hell for me.
A little bit, yeah.
So yeah, have plenty of food in
Water
between
as well.
stuff, because otherwise you could.
There we go, look. There's Sol Privek hitting under the Code 80. It's an important decision there. And who's that coming in with him? It's
That
Kiss
is.
right in front of him. So he's trying to get into the same pit box as Saba Kiss.
No, Kiss has still been in there for quite a bit.
And is Kiss the one behind? So is that another hypercar that's bit at the same time? Right.
Oh, it's in LMP2.
Is
I
that
think it was
Luca
LMP2.
Gray?
Luca Gray, yes.
In the 290, yeah.
Yes.
We've got Jen Seneca.
Seneca's in as well,
LP2,
Josh
and
Hughes.
Josh Hughes, yeah.
And Zoltan
And no,
Hines.
there is Luca Gray, because it's the red and white car, isn't it? It's the Aztec.
Oh, yeah, so
But that
Zoltan
is
Hines is
that
now
is
in that team.
Sabakis. And look, there we go. There's Zoltan Hives. So they have changed drive. They've somehow been able to share the same pit box. Have a Scuderia Marrero 87 and.
No, Kiss is in. Oh, it's confusing. Zoltan, I don't know if Zoltan Hines was in the car before.
It wasn't. I think you're right. They've changed.
Oh, no, he wasn't, because it's not showing his previous stint.
Because it was Zoltan before, wasn't it? Other Zoltan. There's several Zoltans.
That's why it's so confusing.
So these Hungarian guys, Zoltan. I wonder why they named their team Mugen Sim Racing after the Mugen fighting game. And they could just call it Zoltan Racing. Anyway, there we go. So that is some more pit stops out the way then. So people are using this Code 80 to their advantage. I assume we're still waiting for Samir Arshad to get to the pits.
I think so.
Because I don't know who else it could be, unless there was a GD3 car that hit trouble that we didn't see. That was part of that collision with the 87. Because the 87 lost a wheel.
I'm seeing, because obviously it's hard to tell, because they're all going under Code 80 now. It's hard to tell who's dropping back further than anybody else.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Often the Code 80, you can have a massive accident, and sometimes it can save you. You can make it part of your strategy.
Yeah, because you're going to be saving fuel at that point. That means you can go out for a bit longer sometimes, which could be a blessing, or for some people could be very annoying because they have to change their fuel strategy.
Tell Eric Kamadi being very impatient here, because now it's like over a whole lap at Code 80 mile per hour speeds. He's been stuck waiting
I
for
really do hope this isn't involving an accident.
I hope it's not a server issue as well. It's the only other thing I can think it could be. Yeah. It's a really unenviable position for Eric, because he's got the fin of on the LMP2 right on his gearbox. It's that sunshine at the wheel, yeah. 139.
I hope it's not a red
And then
flag.
he's got Reinhardt right ahead of him, who's battling with the position. So when they go to green, he's going to be like a much faster guy behind him, but he's going to try and get the slingshot on the car in front. So he's going to have to let the LMP2 through without holding it up, but also not losing time to the car immediately ahead of him, because there could be a golden opportunity to take fifth place here. Erchan now leads legitimately by 28 seconds, now having hit under Code 80 ahead of Carl Magnus Bore and Masic Kasperzik. It will be interesting to see if into the points have got the pace there, because the 47 was just about hanging on to that lead pack, wasn't it? And through strategy, through just staying out and hoping for a Code 80, and lucky for them, the 87 decided to shed a wheel somehow. But I'm sure Sabakis didn't do that intentionally. He was having a great race up to that point. So here is Arshad, who's just giving another lap. So I assume it's not Arshad that's the cause of the Code 80. But
He's not. Oh, what's that?
still in
There's a lot of impatient people.
yeah, I'm still in Mumble, so I don't know what the issue is.
Okay, we're back to green in
We're back
10
to green. So whatever it was, it's been resolved then. So 10 seconds until we go back. So
5,
it's 5,
4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
Here we go. Eric Kamady
Good timing
right
from
aboard.
Chris there.
As he gets back up to racing speed then. That was actually Nick.
Oh, it was Nick.
Doing
Lovely.
that, so I think Eric's still in the slipstream as we can see. Yeah. See, my problem is I'm trying to turn off and on videos constantly to try and not lag so much. So I'm not sure what I'm seeing.
It is
I'm
quite
seeing
difficult, I
Eric
know.
behind. And that's on top of it. Trying to actually control the broadcast stuff, which is not ideal. Yeah, because I'm trying to think about 6 different things here.
Chris has been in the pits for a long time.
Trying to repair the cars. There we go, Erica.
Yeah, he is. I wasn't expecting the repairs to be going home
Here
for
we
this
come
long,
then.
that's all.
Kamady is going to try. Remember, the Aston Martin's not got brilliant straight line speed compared to the Ferrari, and the bloody auto director cuts us away. I have to go babysit it and fix it so we can actually see what happened there. Where is Eric Kamady? He's still behind Papa Hill. Yes, he is. There he is. So, oh no, is he ahead? He's dropped behind, hasn't he? Because he's let himself 2 through.
He's lost a bit of time.
Yeah, he's made a huge mistake there. So the order director said Eric Kamady's flushes. He's clearly messed up a move into Mulsanne corner there. So
Yeah, he's in 6th now, but I'm just checking pit stops.
he just messed up the move and lost time. That's the only thing that's gone wrong there.
Yeah.
So, opportunity squandered, but hopefully there'll be more as Grubka makes another pit stop. Still running near the back, I think. At the very back, actually, with Pablo Avolia. He's back in the race, actually, for the Sport Junior team, I think.
Indeed.
So that's good to see. The car that retired early in the race back in it. Assuming he got disconnected, and that was the story there. Kiss, so back down to 7. In the early zone, whoa! Mark Horvath in the 69 has spun it on the exit of Indianapolis. Thankfully, is avoided by everyone, and he waits for a gap, and that's actually a good rejoin there. But the steering potentially bent there. Let's have a check of that. Oh, it's cut before I can actually have a chance to look at Horvath's steering. No, that's Frank Bonhard. Yeah, the problem is I've got a very tiny screen, and whenever I scroll, it completely changes the audio, so I'm not clicking on the thing I think I'm clicking on. It's so bloody complicated. I wish we had someone else who actually could see what they were doing. Right. It's Gino Soppinen. There we go, there's Mark Horvath. But unfortunately now it's not showing the steering wheel anymore. No, now it's the first pin showing.
Sorry, I'm not meant to laugh, I'm sorry.
Go, now I can actually see if the steering's bent on Mark Horvath's car as he goes in a straight line. Actually, it looks mostly okay. So Mark
It's mostly fine, so he was very lucky. With 22 hours, 17 minutes to go.
I'm sure he doesn't feel lucky, Jez. This race hasn't gone too well.
I think he's had a few moments today, doesn't he? But I think there's some drivers that have been through a lot worse, so...
Forgive me if I swear a couple of times. It's just that it's not the most fulfilling setup.
Don't be sorry, like... When streams go on time to time, like...
And it doesn't help that my computer is on the way out as well.
So is Josh's. So is Josh Birch's. Like...
It's
been very, like, it was very slow today and it just wouldn't behave for some bits. It was a nightmare. And whilst I'll let you sort that out, I'll just look at the timing to see if it's a lap car that Josh Hughes is passing or if it's an actual car. No, it's full position. Josh Hughes on the Comics Frost team, Henk Jan Seneca. Josh Hughes gets past. Seneca, sorry.
The LB2s tend to be a bit more evenly matched in this slipstreaming track road. A little bit easier, I think. You saw Eric Kamady, that Aston Martin just didn't have the straight line speed, so he's clearly had to make a bit of a marginal move. Sadly, we missed the stupid auto director that I had to put in because I couldn't be at the laptop constantly. And the problem is that it takes like 5 or 6 seconds to turn it off because I can't see what I'm doing half the time because it's lagging. Load that update because I'm trying to use this on a crappy map. Anyway, excuses. No one cares about this. People just want to see racing. So I'll do my best. But anyway, there we go. Looks like one of the Aston Martins letting Jan Seneca through. I think it's going to be difficult to get back past the... is that the XRL car of Josh Hughes? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, XRL. No, it's
Yes,
Nathan
that
Howard.
was Josh Hughes, yeah.
Hughes is further back in the pack, yes. 13th place with Seneca.
But still, it's a battle going strong, even though it's for the lower positions. It's great to see that there's battles going everywhere and each way.
But potentially points up for grabs later on between these two.
Exactly, if they keep going. Could be a fight overall as well, because obviously we got an LMP car, which is right in the middle of a GT3, sorry.
Yeah, we're seeing Bloomshine, I think, is under attack here.
Yeah, Bloomshine on.
It's Adam Backey that's not too far behind him, is he? No, he's about
No, it's a lap car.
48 seconds behind. Yeah,
It's 5 seconds according to. Oh, that's weird because it says 4 gaps. No. No, it's a hybrid car in between them. That's why I got a bit confused.
Backey's about 7 seconds behind him, I think.
Yeah, and then it's 4 gaps, which is 7 seconds behind Adam Backey.
Exactly, you've got that spot on this.
That probably explains why I got a bit confused. It's like, hang on.
Yeah, I think at this point, rather than having gap to leader, it might be a good idea to switch to intervals, because that's probably more helpful over the next 22 hours and 14 minutes.
Yeah, I think gap to intervals will probably be easier, I think.
Yeah,
So that's what I did
take me a
for
while.
GES,
Got
so.
to get RF TV client out of the way, and then click the button to make that happen. So, right, okay, I'm going to figure out where.
Don't worry if you can't do it now.
I've minimised the data controls. That's annoying. So that wouldn't help me change the gap.
It just doesn't like you today, does it?
That's okay. No, now I've made it worse. Because I couldn't see what I was doing because... So it's actually got rid of the timing order. There we go, right, okay. Gap to next, that's what I want. There we go. I think I clicked it. I can't tell. There we go.
Backer's not in the pits.
Okay, do you want me to refresh it again? Sort of complaining about the overlay being... This happens over these 24-hour races. It slowly gets out of sync. It's a little bit like when you're trying to sync up footage or whatever, and it's a little bit out of sync. You notice it getting worse and worse as it goes along. So it starts being a little bit out of sync, and then towards the end it's like opening the mouth and no words are coming out. Yeah.
I think when we go to the night stint, we're going to use autocam quite a lot. I think that's going to be a thing.
Oh no, now it's only showing the top 5. I hate it when it Right, let's start again.
No.
Alright, so we can get our top 7 back. There we go, all classes. Otherwise, the people in 6th and 7th in each class would be throwing a hissy fit. You never know, it could be me. In fact, one of them's me, because Canadian in 6th in the Underbrush car. So,
And also one of them is Tom Dillon.
Oh yeah, that too. You would certainly know.
Exactly, and he's in the comments. You've got
We did have one where the
in
overlay...
an hour.
We did have a 24-hour race in Bahrain last year where the overlay failed completely, and we just had race view sort of put over the broadcast.
How on earth?
And we had to get a custom countdown as well, and the problem was the countdown, once it ran out, started counting up again. So it was like so it was like time extension at the end. We were making loads of jokes.
I think if it happens again, then what you should do is like get a window capture of race view, then just like crop it so it shows the drivers, and then.
That is an interesting fight. I've just noticed the fight between Papa Mihail, who's broken away from Eric Kamei in 3 seconds.
Yeah.
And now he's only about half a second behind the Finnevon 444 of Reinhardt. Let's see if we can make any moves there. There they are. Into Indianapolis they go, and Papa Mihail, the EP Lab 163, not had the issues that the championship leading teammates had in this race so far. And they're making good progress past Kamedi in the pit stops. Now they could potentially be challenging for 4th and might be other opportunities later on if anything happens to the top three. So the 163 is looking well placed in this race so far. I think at the moment, with LMP2, obviously, Sunset 84 have done a brilliant job so far. Behind that, I think it's anyone's game really between Geelhead, Saracino, Bloomshine, Forgax, etc. The GD3, I think I could see it going like 6 or 7 different ways because Erchan has gone from like 8th or 9th to staying out, hitting under code 80, and then suddenly being in the lead by 25 seconds. Although that gap has been slowly coming down, Bore has been chewing into it. Because Bersic has been falling to 24 seconds behind Bore as well.
We could have a battle for P4 here as we go towards the final corner again. It looks like Papamel has, I think, gained a bit of slipstream a lot on the car in front, number 444.
Yeah. Problem is, it's getting closer to the Dunlop. This is not really an easy place to overtake.
No, I would rather do it through the Mulsanne Straight if I'm on. This is the first part of it. Don't do it here, my friend. Which is not.
Jess. And yeah, you saw he backed out a little bit there because he was sort of starting to get into the slipstream of Reinhardt and the 444. Is that Papamihel in the Ferrari is going to have more straight line speed than the McLaren as well, so it should be Mulsanne Straight will be his best opportunity here. Let's see how he sets himself up through Tetrarouche. There we go, and look, he's already cutting to the inside. He's got a beautiful run here. Wide goes Reinhardt, just about skips it on the road, and that is going to be a place gain for Papamihel.
Yeah, brilliant stuff as well. I think there could be a lot of slipstream fest between these two. And I think number 444 is not giving up because they go side by side once again. And he just gains so much time if you're the guy that's chasing them down. But the 444 is back in fourth.
Benjamin Reinhardt keeping on the back of the slipstream and Uke pulling out at exactly the right moment there to hold on to that position. But Papamihel, now it's a revenge once more. EP lap driver, and they've got some lap traffic coming through to lap them, so they've got to make sure they don't fall afoul of that. There's Eric Kamady in the background. If these two squabble, Kamady could just about get in the slipstream and start causing problems for both of them. And the LMP2 gets in between the pair, which is not ideal. The bright pink LMP2, I'm not sure which one that is.
That is very pinky.
Garish colours there, but they avoid any kind of heartbreak and drama. The upshot of that is that not only does Benjamin Reinhardt get a lovely extra bit of slipstream, but he's also got a fair bit of space between himself and Papamihel. So this has really not worked out for EP Lab as well as they would have hoped. Backer is overtaken by Milan Evers then. Backer in trouble.
Backer's suffering from a few issues this race, but he's recovered to 6th place overall, which is a no mean feat.
Evers went upside down earlier, so Evers doing really well to get back up to 5th, I think, in Hypercar.
In 5th? That shows the pace that he has. Don't forget Kiss had, I think, a few more repairs. To be fair, despite Evers' flip, he's still done a good job, so I don't think the flip was
still
as
setting
bad as
great
we
lap
thought.
times. Right? Let's have a look at his last lap. 3 minutes 24.6, so 2 seconds faster than Zooks in the lead. 3:25.8 last lap, which was actually only about 5 tenths quicker, but still.
But still, it's not where you start, it's where you finish.
Exactly, yeah, going upside down is not. It's like Luca Gray is still making his way back through the LMP2 pack in his hypercar. Now got Jeffrey Ellis in another hypercar. The rookie wants about 17 seconds ahead of him, so there's a battle not to finish last in hypercar essentially between those two at the moment. Papamihel looks like he hasn't given up, Jess, so let's have another look at him, see how he's getting on. Here he is.
That's what I like about GT3. There always seems to be battles everywhere. Every Le Mans I commentated, I always get to commentate on a GT3 GT type battle. As an LMP car's got right in the middle of that.
Is that Savalyev? I think just they're getting past.
I think that is. But they're going to get a bit of slipstream.
Caution,
so that will
car
help
going slowly at the
Reinhardt
end
quite
of
a
the
bit.
Mulsanne Straight.
We're hearing there's a car going slowly at the end of the Mulsanne straight, but here comes Papa Mihail. They pulls to the inside as they approach Dunlop, Jess.
Oh, so hopefully there won't be a code 80, but it's going to be brave. We get it through Dunlop.
You saw the 72 reading game. LB2 was going through the lap it, so Papa Mihail thinks discretion the better part of valor. Rather than trying to risky move around the outside and create a free wide situation, he would just let the LB2 through. So that's actually very
Okay,
simple.
code 80 in 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think very smart.
I don't know which car it is.
5,
but the code 80
4,
is inevitable
3,
now.
2,
2
1,
seconds,
code
1
80.
second, and now we're under code 80. Because we haven't got Nick Homan's voice on stream like we usually do, so I have to sort of pretend and relay the race direction.
The 390, it's code 80.
Someone should pretend to be like Nick on the stream, like code 80 in 10 seconds.
I don't sound anywhere near as dull and disinterested as Nick Homan does in race direction. But there we go, code 80 now. So the 390 apparently was really slow reacting because Nick Homan had to tell him off.
Yilmaz, that's it.
Yes.
Yilmaz.
So Saliev has slowed. Who was he? Our
Who
leader
did
in
cause the code
LP2,
80?
Ozzy Uldrum has
Pitted.
come in. Yeah, he's pit under the code 80, so he's not been caught out this time. Like we've seen the leaders in GD3 being overtaken by Erchang. Although that was the sort of thing where you had two code 80s quite close to one another. So if you stay out in the first one, there's another one. You can potentially get lucky and gain position, which is what Into the Points did. But it will be interesting to see if Erchang how long he can stay there, because this has worked out very, very well for them so far. But I'm interested to see if I can get. It's been a while since my car finished on the podium, so I wondered if I can hold on to that third place. Triple four of Reinhardt about 14 seconds behind. Then there's Papa Mihail and Kamedi, our other car, are close behind as well. I think Kamedi's close within 7/10 now under this code 80. It's Papa Mihail and Reinhardt are right together. Is that Frank Bonhard retiring from the race, Jess? It looks like he's in the garage here.
That could be. Oh yeah, that is. That's him out.
Potentially disconnected. Maybe he'll try and get back in, but
or disconnect. Yeah, or I'll find out on the Discord or something. Find out what's going on, because surely there'll be some stuff in the communications channel on whether they can get back in and rejoin, or whether that's a DNF.
More cars in, Jess. Emily, Cert, and the URT.
Jeffrey.
Ellis, yes, and for Rookie Monsters in the hypercar class.
I think Set was in for quite a bit actually, so.
Yeah, it's not really been an ideal race for the URT. They could potentially lose the championship lead if they're not careful, even though they're a long way ahead of URT. If they drop too many
they
positions.
Could lose the championship lead, yes.
Especially if we've got what's the 161 and the 122 in the standings. I don't know, but it'll be of course EP Lab 61, the 161, and we've got the likes of Boxing Eels 122 and Finop 139. That could that's a 40-point gap they have at the moment, but that could well evaporate at the end of this if somebody scores the full 38 points in class and they don't score. They score maybe like 5 or 6 points maybe.
Yeah, and don't forget double points, 38 points if you get the race win in your class, 27 for second, 23 for third. It's 18, 15, 12, 9, 6, 3, 2, 1.
It's almost double. Double points would be 50 points, Jess, from an 8-hour, 6 hours. So
Yeah,
38.
almost
It's
double.
about 75% more points, is what I would say.
Yeah, compared to obviously the 6 and 8 hour that we usually have.
Yeah, so this longer distance makes sense to test drivers, as we see getting very busy in pit lane is Joseph Toff in the HHR there in the GD3 McLaren. It's stationary, and it looks like that is Ken Gielhead is in as well, so he's following Zildrum in. And not a lot of driver changes so far, so as we get to the 2-hour mark right now actually, is it Saracino that's damaged, because he's weaving going quite slowly. Because we never figured out who the slow car was, because we were watching a battle.
Okay, back to green in 10 seconds.
And we're going back to green in 10 seconds, yes.
Back to green.
Keep your eyes
5,
well on that battle
4,
for
3,
GD3.
2, 1. Green
So back
flag.
to green.
Green flag.
85,000 separating.
Oh, and that's Yilmaz going into pit lane, and just as the code 80 ends, which is horrific timing.
Yeah, we still got 163 and 444 fighting for P4. And we got a lapped car in between that as well. So that could be kind of interesting. Actually, no, it's Hunter Birch fighting this as well. So he's gained a lot in that code 80.
Here we go. It's Papa Mihail pulling to the outside then into Mulsanne corner. And Eric Kamedi, who does he get the slipstream from? And it's going to be Reinhardt that gets overtaken then as Papa Mihail late on the brakes, able to pull off the move. Wow, that was brave, wasn't it, James?
Yeah, the number 55 is in the pits now, and that was a brave move. Yes, I have to agree there. I think a lot of people are just taking risks now early on, and then obviously take a bit cautious later. But here comes the 486. He's going to look left, and then the 444 close the door on him. I think he's going to have to go right soon. He'll probably play a bit of a back seat through this part of the lap. But he's got plenty of opportunities.
Slipstream, which will be beautiful. Exactly what Eric
will be.
needs to stay in this battle. As you saw, the minute that Kasperzik lost the slipstream to Bore, he's fallen to like 25 seconds behind him. As the gaps in the top three, top four, well, between the top four are actually quite big. It's fourth behind the battle for fourth place. That is really interesting. So Papa Mihail, he's got to try and pull away and hope that Reinhardt holds up Eric Kamedi. Eric Kamedi will be loving getting the slipstream down some of these straights, and look how much more speed the Aston Martin has through these corners actually compared to the McLaren. I think Reinhardt is starting to struggle in the 444. I think he's on older tyres, isn't he? Because Reinhardt has stayed out, and that's how he's got up this far. And look, Eric Kamedi tries to go around the outside, Jess.
Reinhardt's on 9-lap old tyres, whereas Poppenheim's on 8 laps. Kamadi's on 8 laps as well.
They're only a lap older, so it's not a huge difference, but
yeah, but still, that could be what helps the ones on fresher tyres get the moves done. 22 hours remaining of this 24-hour. We've already done 2 hours of it.
Yeah, and just 1 hour to go until I have to leave. But already a lot happened here as we rode on board with Eric Kamedi challenging Papa Mihail. Not Papa Mihail.
We're going to be leaving at the same time at this rate.
Yeah, there we go. It's Benjamin Reinhardt, sorry, not Nico's Papa Mihail. It was just the other car just ahead, sorry. I keep forgetting
Papa
the actual
Mihail
order of the race.
got in 4th place, but...
Yeah, Papa Mihail's starting to pull away, and look at Reinhardt really struggling as they approach
Ted
Rouge.
Oh, that was
a
close.
Little love tap there. Let's see as they go onto the Mulsanne straight. Can Eric Kamedi get the run he needs? He's right up behind the McLaren. This is one of the teams that under Birch 405 are fighting to move in the championship. The 444 is only about, I think, 2 points behind them. So they really need to limit their score here on Eric Kamedi. Tucks in, pulls out midway through the straight then. So now he's just got to hope that the slipstream from Papa Mihail in front isn't that powerful for... and they barge into each other and somehow just about wrestle for control. But Eric Kamedi is through there. And that was a little bit of a scary moment there, wasn't it, Jess? Because Eric Kamedi was trying to get ready for the corner, and it looked a little bit like Papa Mihail Reinhardt tried to turn in from the outside.
Well, I have to say, how did that not end up in the crash? That was crazy, but the 486 done a great job there, and can he close in on the 163 in this stage of the lap? Well, I think only time will tell. And it's getting more over. Oh, he's gone off a bit.
He's just pushing to get the maximum run out of the curve there. The problem is, I think.
Did someone lose a bit of their car, or was it just me?
Someone what?
I thought someone lost a bit of their car, but it was just me.
Might have been a ball or something thrown up there.
Oh, yeah. Tobias is in.
Blumshine then makes it to the pits. Another commentator turned driver turned commentator. Because he has commentated with us before.
Here we are.
Series, but, it's quite funny because there's another series that's taking place today, Hot Rocket Racing Series, where they asked me to commentate, and I was like, I can't do this. And it's like, why didn't you ask Tobias? It's like, well, Tobias is driving, didn't you know? And I was like, oh yeah. I guess that would preclude him from commentating on anything other than himself. But, and there is Krzysztof Silelski. Service near the back of the duty-free field. Arshad for EFA Racing Team. Look how much bigger that Ferrari looks than the prototype there in the background. There's about to
Wow.
hit it. It reminds me of those memes of the BMW, because I'm bigger than all of the other cars at the moment on the straight.
I think there's always a debate, like in any sim, like what car you would pick, and which car you would avoid like the plague. And I'm seeing a lot of Ferraris and
Yeah, the Ferrari car choice, and actually it's Nathan Howard, I think, that has unfortunately had to call it quits. There he is, XRL 148, that was doing quite well in the race. Seems to have been disconnected, and hopefully can get back in the race pretty soon. But that is...
Oh, no, that is not, I don't think that's the reason why. Oh, wait, I'm just trying to have a look. 10-second stop go penalty for car 21 for speeding, overtaking under code 80.
But that's the other XR, isn't it? Josh Hughes. That's already a few points today, so... you have to say,
that's why you gained quite a bit of time then. That explains that.
Yes, Josh Hughes not having a great 24 hours so far, but I believe that that's our second retirement of the race then, with the XRL, the 148 of Nathan Howard, being able to continue in the race, which is a big shame for them. But also we see, I think Soppinen is out as well. Everyone else seems to still be going. Juho Soppinen in the... I think it's the Optimal 75. It's also out of the race. That's what I'm thinking of. You can tell I'm rambling because I'm desperately trying to work the cameras.
I think it was three. I think it was the three. I think there was a few cars that are still in the pits. So I think it was the number 390, 528, Frank Bonnard, and Christoph Zilski.
Yeah, it's the guy still in there.
Oh!
Zilski, whoa!
Tomlinson has had enough! Baggers and mash! Well, they're not banging tonight. Sorry.
Yeah, my problem is that I'm lagging out on the... I'm switching between the screens. The one I'm looking at, the R6 screen, is really lagging, so I can't actually... I still haven't seen that incident mentioned yet. Right. Slow. Right, so you go. It's Axel Osterberg in the Bangers and Mash car. Unfortunately, on direct only saw it for like a split second and then got disinterested.
Yeah, it was like, nope, we're going to another one.
Looks like he's trying to save the blushes of these drivers. So, anyway, Kamadi, by the way, has got past Reinhardt for good and started to pull away a little bit, but he's 2 seconds behind Kappa Mihail, who's 21 behind Kasperzik. So Kamadi, he's got to keep... he's got to save his teammate. Well, like I say, he's got to protect his teammate from the biggest threat behind, which is currently Kappa Mihail and the EP Lab, just in general, because they're the big championship rivals. Kasperzik has been doing incredibly well in this first stint. It's in the probably the next half hour to an hour, you're going to start to see all the driver changes start to happen. We've already seen a couple happen in RB2 and Hypercar, but now in GT3, when the fuel strategies start to play out, that's where you're start to see the drivers that have been going since the beginning pause for refreshment, essentially. I did a big driver sheet. I don't know if any of my teams are going to listen to any of it, because they were like, oh, who's driving when then? And there was like, everyone gave their availability, but nobody seemed to want to actually commit to doing stints or whatever. It's really annoying. They're really good drivers, by the way. I'm not trying to slag off my team. It's just annoying having to babysit them and sort of say, oh, you do this stint, and then what inevitably happens, oh, I can't do that stint because my long lost sister is returning from
well, couldn't they have said that before?
Exactly, yeah. So why are you telling me the day of the race? It's really annoying. But it's like you didn't know your sister was coming back, I guess, and you have to attend that surprise party. Maybe just hold the surprise party in the same room and then just, when you're not driving.
I think Gabrielle will be back in, but we'll be getting a penalty for DQing.
Yeah, so Yilmaz certainly set back. Either way, that's Andy.
That's Andy again.
Andy stuck in the kiddie lid at Dunlop chicane and extricating himself, so get stuck in the bangers and the mash.
We both said that.
Just, I meant to say something about comparing the gravel track to Mash. Oh, and Miklos Toff has spun there as well. So what is going on there? Is there some like water falling on the track or something? There's some sort of oil. There's unusual. Maybe 44-degree track temperature. It's full sun out, so I assume that it's pushing the tyres that a little bit too much. As Tom Dillon is servicing a bit long.
It'll be his final stint. I think his final 40 minutes or so. Final 45 minutes or so. Or half an hour-ish.
Yeah, indeed. There's Saracino trying to catch up to the Sunset 84 car, but now has, is that a 51-second lead for Ilias Ozildrim? Yeah, 50-second lead. So Ozildrim has been absolutely immaculate out there so far in these first 2 hours. As one the Hunter Birch car desperately trying to get out of the way of an LMP2 and has to cut across at Tetra Rouge as Roland Zux pits from the lead then. So this is going to allow Savelyev to close in. And Roland Zux did have a 70-second lead. So as much as I'm seeing the praises of Sunset 84, let's check out the Luca. We've got an even bigger lead over there from the 2.
Yeah, that is massive.
It's lucky Tom Dillon wasn't held up by the sister GD3 there. That must have been Eric Kamadi, I think. Or was it? No, I think that's Dispersic actually. Just cleared. There's Royton for Boyd Transport Racing. A lovely man, Royton, gets on board. Number 40. And, I remember they had a really good season last season. Oh, as Mark Horvath decides to shortcut his way to Tetra Rouge. It's interesting, to say the least. For the racing team, so yeah, having an interesting race to put it mildly. There is Jeffrey Ellis right behind. And as Ellis finally caught up to Luca Gross, this is the battle for position in hypercar then. Let's see if we can get some more fancy hypercar only angles out there.
And I have to say, Team Rookie Monsters unfortunate with that crash earlier, but they're still fighting for maybe a top 8.
Well, here we go, around the outside. Alright, I was just looking back at the driver for some reason, and go around the outside into Indianapolis, which of course becomes the inside, and Jeffrey Ellis spins Luca Gray around. Oh dear.
Oh no, could this day get any worse? Oh.
That was... The problem was that Ellis was committed and he tried to back out there on the inside, and I think it was just too late for him to do so. And, I honestly feel maybe Luca Gray could have left a bit more space on the outside, but... He was a bit clumsy from both of them. Oh, space should have been there. Because he's understeering wildly there.
Typical. I talk good about Team Rookie Monsters and they're having trouble. They're going to hate me.
Oh, I'm sure they'll...
I worried them something after this event.
This isn't the first time Jeffrey has made a mistake after the praise from any commentator, yes, including me. So
okay, good.
Jeffrey's rage will be mostly self-inflicted. The steering looks okay, so I don't know what happened there. He just went understeered off into the wall, but maybe he just wasn't paying attention. I had some kind of screen freeze.
Old tyres. Could be tyres,
like
they might be double stitched.
To something about Norton security or whatever.
Or any antivirus. Mine's look free, by the way, and I sometimes get annoying pop-ups from them, and it gets very distracting, especially when you're trying to commentate.
Driver in Bahrain and former racing this season, Christoph Schell. Christoph Schell, who was leading by quite a way, had it halfway down the straight of Bahrain and was able to fix it. And I got a message from Jürgen van Bergen, the team manager of a race club, who sent me a message saying, oh, by the way, if you saw Christoph a bit weird down the straight, his monitor turned off, so we had to turn it back on again midway down the straight. But he's fine now, and he went on to win by like 2 or 3 seconds or something.
He hasn't raced since though, but...
he's a pretty cool customer, Christoph. It's a shame we haven't seen. I guess maybe he has other things he's competing in, or maybe he's like I speculated in Spain. He's waiting for Robin Panzer or Tom Latiou to have enough tickets to sub in the World Championship again. He didn't seem that interested in being pro anymore. Yeah. Which hands it really to the likes of Victor Ivanov, Tom Oldenmenger and such. He was still put on a show.
Tom Oldenmenger was so good last week.
Yeah, and his sort of videos he does behind the story of his race.
It's brilliant. Like he
that's the only way to know how much
hybrid, but he went to like 3rd or 2nd.
I think he started 12th. Yeah, he started in Spain. He started 15th and got up to fourth,
Fourth.
but that was with those 2 late overtakes.
And I even said on stream, qualifying doesn't matter. Qualifying matters except if you're top.
It does, yeah. He seems to be the bit like Simoncic as well, because Simoncic in the World Championship.
WT, yeah.
He doesn't have a pole to his name in FSR this season yet, but he's been able to get on the podium. He's not finished outside the top 2 in the races.
Josh is in.
Yeah, and that's after serving that penalty. So this is a legit scheduled pit stop then for Josh Hughes in XRL, the sole remaining XRL, because I don't think did the other car get back in?
Gabriel.
Marcus Crawford is at the wheel, yeah, the 148. Yeah, so Marcus Crawford
is back in, I think.
He is, yeah, but they are down in 36th overall behind pretty much all of the GT3 field.
Yeah, the 148 is back.
Yeah, so Hives now has gotten on board the Racing Zone team number 1 and is right behind the Bangs and Mash car Tomlinson that we saw spinning and making a mistake at the end.
What is the gap? Oh no, that's Sabalev's pitting. I was wondering why the gap's come down.
Oh, look at that! Hives, and I think that was Tomlinson spinning there, just as we cut serendipitously to the rear-facing camera. So that was quite dramatic. I didn't quite see what happened there, Jess. I think Tomlinson just lost it in the Porsche curves. And Hives, thank you very much. That'll make it easy, because I saw Hives right behind it. And I thought, can we get a rear-facing view from Tomlinson? I had a rear-facing view of Hives, then saw Tomlinson just appear and spin out of control. But there we go.
And Tomlinson was doing so well, and now he's dropping back a bit, but number 83's in. We'll see more pit stops now being made at this point at the race.
So he did get going again, but now he's 70 seconds
down.
Oh! Yeah, I think LNR...
Tyres, Scorpy tyres. Oh, someone else is off!
And is that the full throttle car again?
I think so. It's a purple car.
I think that's number 50, isn't it?
What number the?
I think that's Miklos Toff.
Where's Tomlinson? No, it's not. It's not. I don't know. Because they're probably a lap down anyway. But no clue.
Yeah, well, certainly a lap down on Tomlinson because it's a different class, I think. But I'm pretty sure that was the number 50 that we saw just completely drop it of Miklos Toff there. But I could be wrong on that. Anyway,
it'll be helpful if we can see the number behind, but it'll be helpful if we can see the number behind, but there we go.
But it was the car with the weird, was it the Dutch Hungarian flag? Or Tomlinson spin earlier, and the exact same car just followed him.
Oh, it was full throttle, you were right.
You were right. Miklos Toff. There we go. Yeah,
you were right.
Yeah, not the greatest couple of laps then, but either Tomlinson or Miklos Toff. Next time, not to spin in sympathy. So easy to do when the tyres are wearing out, when you're fatiguing at the end of the stint. Keep in mind, both, well, Miklos Toff has got in quite recently, but Tomlinson's been in since the beginning, so he must be exhausted at this point. Over 2 hours, 20 minutes into the race then.
Yep.
Vessi has inherited the lead. He's getting into his rhythm. Last lap for Gabriel Vessi was 3 minutes 21. Oh no, that's the best lap of the race. It's actually Hives set the best lap of the race. Now he's up to second, 3:22.4, which is fastest personal best lap. Chris Kasperzik and Gamely to keep up with the two leaders, but the Code 80s have not quite gone their way, and Erchan has just stayed in the lead. It's 27 seconds either way with the top three in GT3, so no action really this week, but it's all in that fourth place battle that the team has been on. Canadian now dropping 4 seconds now behind Papa Michal, so the gap again stable, but not spectacular. So GT3, it's a little bit of a slow burn at the moment. The action seems to be happening in the hypercar classes, isn't it?
Yeah, GT3s. It was
a
nice
3:23.6 last time out for Gabriel Vessi in the lead, so Southern Hives is closing on him. About a second, nearly a second, 2/10 there, I think. So I think Gabriel Vessi, Hives can just keep the pace up in racing zone number 1. They've made a brilliant recovery from where they were about an hour ago. He could probably take the lead within the next hour or so and cut that 27-second gap to nothing. So if I was Mugen, oh dear, and there's that Jeffrey Backer.
Jeffrey Backer.
Yeah, going for the gap. I thought for a second there, I saw the cone. I saw this orange thing come out the back of the gun. I thought, oh no, is he blowing the engine?
No, don't worry, it's not fire.
It's just the cone, you're right, yes. But obviously he had to go, he missed his braking point, so he went straight on it.
Yeah.
So, these things
It's not the first time we see either a bollard or a cone go off the track today.
Good friend Bob the Bollard going on his many adventures.
Bob the bollard.
So, right, I'm trying to think about what to speak in this race, what to talk about in this race, because it's starting now that the racing zone have got back up to second. I think it's going to quieten down for a little bit. There's Kiss having repaired his car, only about 15 seconds though behind Louis Hartley, who's gotten on board the 137. Of course, Louis Hartley was instrumental to 137 winning the opening race of the season in Istanbul. Sadly, we haven't got the VOD of that because the live stream failed right before. But Agos Fornax was well out of the way. The Marrera 66. Oh, Jeffrey Backer spins again. So Backer in all sorts of problems and struggling to steer in a straight line there as he gets away. That looks like a Porsche. That's a.
And I think more people are starting to make mistakes because they've been in a lot of drivers have been in the cars for so long. Fatigue could start to set in because you're just focused in one screen for a long period of time. I think a lot of water will be needed for some drivers. Maybe some drivers not having enough hydration as well, which could affect.
It's interesting because a lot of drivers they'll practice lap after lap after lap and think about race pace, think about gear ratios, wing settings. Obviously, I don't think very many teams have decided to put qualifying in the race because generally want to focus on the race and 24-hour race.
Because it's not where you start, it's where you finish. There's no point setting a car for the qualifying when you're not going to finish the race.
It is very easy to get into this hole where you're so focused on performance that you forget about consistent little things. Like you say, like drinking water, like making sure you're comfortable in your seat sometimes, or
making sure no one disturbs you.
Yeah, especially if you've got to do like a long stint. Because there are going to be some drivers that try and do 3 or 4 hour stints in this race. I don't think much longer than that, because literally beyond 3 or 4 hours, you just even the most hardy driver that's got the most stamina, the most endurance, sort of he's got the stomach for that kind of thing. So we see start some GD cars come in. So Backer is in from LMH, which makes sense. We see Damien Gnatkowski from Race Club Germany in number 78. We see that looked like the 162 coming in as well. Of course, that's Mathieu Vanole for EP Lab. For the 162, it's made some pretty solid progress. It's up to 8th place in class, actually, from near the very, very back. So the stragglers near the back, they have dispensed of HHR, Full Throttle, Race Club Germany now. Well, it depends if Race Club Germany come out ahead in this stop. Oh, and that's Luca Gray in the wall in the 290. So Gray, after being spun around by
look at the car, the sparks.
Now found himself going flat sideways into the wall at the Porsche.
Oh, careful!
And that could be a yellow flag in the final sector.
That could be.
Might be about to call as Tomlinson now comes into the pits, and after the mistakes he was making, having lost 2nd position, it makes sense for Tomlinson to do so. So he will now lose 3rd place to Alexei Savalev as Luca Gray struggles to get back to the pits without running into anyone. Look at the floor is absolutely scrubbing.
Yeah, that's what I mean, the sparks.
Is one of the tyres missing, or is that just suspension damage?
It's hard to tell, really, but whatever it is, it's not good.
Luca Gray's races are now another setback is into the wall. That was the front left gone. That's why he can't steer properly. And look, he's struggling to go across the floor because he's tried to go into the pit lane there and ended up facing the wrong way. Oh dear. And
it's definitely suspension damage because
and he spun it right as he tried to slow for the pit entry as well. So
it's definitely suspension because he's bumping. Oh, penalty.
Yeah, I think because he's trying to go backwards and it's detecting going backwards.
Oh, exceeding track limits.
Also, going backwards across the track, I think, will probably
Yeah,
get in
and
trouble
that.
there.
Is that
That's an
drive-through,
in-game-
or?
I think that's an in-game penalty, how much you can do. And I
Oh,
hope
right,
Luke
okay.
Gray won't be forced to drive through the pit lane without his front wheel. Yeah, because he's trying to get the front wheel on. I've seen people where people get disconnected and have had to serve drive-through penalties, and it's put them back in the game, and it's not giving them back their front wheels. So they've had to do a whole lap. I see someone do a whole lap of the Nordschleife in the GT3 McLaren
Wow.
with a missing front wheel because they caused a crash. Then they've had to serve a penalty for the crash they caused or were involved in. And yeah, it's one of those things where that's the sort of thing where you lose, like, not just a lap or something, but like 5-6 minutes basically. More than that at the Nürburgring. It's
Tomlinson.
painful, but it mildly.
I think could have a few issues when he's in the pits as well, so I'm a bit worried about what he could do. But hopefully with fresher tyres, he'll be back in this one. Maybe because he was trying to maybe triple stint his tyres, it didn't work easily, but we will see.
Saracino, by the way, having a scheduled stop, so he's going to come out quite a way up the drift of Tom Dillon. Finelli might actually get in front of him too, because Finelli's only about 14 seconds down.
Yeah.
So that is a close fight for 8th position then in LMP2. Mustafa Batuhan-Buren for URT 71. And now he's got the ball. The 71 is actually really improved its fortunes because it's running in 6th position. Only about 2 seconds off of 5th position with Nick Westy at the wheel of the number 48, which is of course the EFA Racing, 46, sorry, which is the EFA Racing LMP2 Ligier. So keep your eyes on that battle because I think that's probably going to be the closest on track. Not sure why it's showing Zoltan Ives in the pit lane. I'm trying to
Do another
rectify that.
refresh again.
Did it every like 2 minutes. I feel like.
I think that's something we will get to tell.
Yeah, you know, I know I help out at Cub Scouts and do the Scouts guest, but I didn't realise I had to babysit machines now as well.
Oh god. It's like,
but to be fair,
no,
I
you
get a
don't
lot.
do that. Do this, and if you don't do it, you're in trouble. Joking.
Start talking to yeah. I'm going to take away your computer privileges.
Your PS5 as
I'm
yeah.
not parent yet, so I don't get to decide what games to play.
Oh,
Cool.
that was a love tap from Yellow
Yeah, Finelli, I think, starting to he's right behind now. That's of course him being overtaken by
yeah.
whoever's in 8th, which is who's just ahead of Finelli. I'm trying to remember. It's Thomas Tens, of course, for online sim races number 19 there in the white, black, and blue car.
Yeah.
Okay. Colours of
Azil doing
Estonia.
best lap time 3 minute 31.458. So fastest
Now, that
LMP2
is
time
impressive.
so far. That is.
That,
He's an RAG sports driver for a reason.
that is very true. RAG definitely a team of alliance. Roman Grosjean squad, managed of course by Stefan Koch, who also manages TX3 as well. Virtual drivers by TX3. They've been having a really good season in Formula Sim Racing. In Spain, they were 2nd and 3rd, and they keep locking out the front row, focusing on qualifying. But then in the races, in Formula Sim Racing World Championship, they tend to get shuffled out and struggle with tyre wear essentially. But Liam Duval, you have to say, what a driver he's been. Liam Duval, I thought was the route. Won the Indy 300 a few years ago, and I sort of thought there are a lot of races where he would miss because and his excuse for not doing races was, "Oh, I'm not motivated." So he sort of this joke about Liam demotivated, and but his qualifying lap, you have to say, was incredible at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. I have to say, Liam Duval of champions rather than Liam Duval. But anyway, Liam Duval's not here, so I don't know why we're doing. RAG,
Yeah, RAG. I mentioned RAG because you last was in RAG, so then we ended up going on the RAG conversation.
Great to see. I think more like a midfield Formula 1 drivers post their F1 career should just start an esports team. Named after themselves, as we actually just saw a few laps ago.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. 8 was 8 Grosjean's number. Is that why it's called RAG? Hold on, let me have a look at that.
I think he had 8 in 2013.
Yeah,
Kimi had number 7. And then in 2014, when it came to pick numbers, Kimi Raikkonen went, well, I'll pick 7 because that's my number already. When it comes to personal numbers. And I think Grosjean just did the same thing because I think the Lotus finished
It
fourth
doesn't say.
in the 2012 Constructors Championship. So yeah, I'm pretty sure 8 was his number for atmosphere because I don't remember. Maldonado picked 13.
Yeah, number 8. Yeah, that's why it's called R8G Sports Golf Team. Very man, and then his race number, and then goes on. There you go. So that's an interesting fact if you didn't know.
Oh, I hope Pastor Maldonado's that's the same as his team, like P13 M.
No, that won't sound good. But R8G has
And
a
his
nice
team is
ring to
just
it.
the Maldonado family, so his cousin Manuel, his daughter, his wife, it's like his cat.
Like, I got an interesting question actually. Which F1 driver would you want to, past or present, would you want to see run an esports team at the ones that are not running one at the moment?
Oh, well, it's interesting. You see Eric Kamady stop along with Carl Magnus Bore.
Hold that thought whilst we carry on.
Yeah, so pit stops for Simple Runners in only the 485 and the interval points 47 staying out. There is the 485. Now up to second temporarily. But as I think about your question, Jess, F1. Oh, and somebody sliding off at Arnage there. That is Mustafa.
That is 71.
That is the URT car that I saw was doing so well, was closing on fifth position. And now just carried way too much speed into Arnage in the rear.
That was
tyre spot.
massive.
Yeah, I'm surprised it didn't take too much damage there. Seems to be okay there, so it was lucky escape. The gravel did its job as the Sunset 84 pits from the lead in LMP2. But things just keep happening, don't they, Jess? And to answer your question, I think Max Verstappen's sort of already involved in the esports team with.
That's what I said, excluding the ones that. I know Lando owns Quadrant, so exclude him.
I'm trying to think of.
I would like to see Jensen Button own an esports team. That would be fun.
Yeah, that'd be. I suppose technically he might have rolled Williams esports, but that's mostly separate.
Well, he's not like he's not involved in the team per se. He's just like involved in the real life team, not the esports team.
Yeah, that's true. It's more symbolic, I guess.
Yeah, but I would like to see him run an esports team. Maybe Vettel.
I always want to see Alan Prost run an esports team.
That would be good.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I think the closest we got was when he was involved with Renault Edams. And,
Yes.
They had a sort of. I remember I talked to David Greco, he worked for Codemasters on a lot of the, and he was one of the people who won the Formula Road to Vegas competition. That I did, was one of my first commentary gigs, by the way. And,
Wow.
Yeah, and he, on R-Factor 2 anyway, but I remember David Greco, so I decided off just randomly to interview the 10 that got to go race in Vegas against Formula E drivers. David Greco said the person he was most excited to meet was Alan Prost, because he's a big fan of him. From the 80s and 90s, so that's really cool. And I think David Greco was sort of on the verge of sort of retiring from sim racing because obviously he does all the handling model for the. I think he still works for Codemasters, so I'm not sure. But you can tell he put a lot of time into those games. The sort of from like I think he was working from them from like was it F1 2013 onwards or something like that. I think I remember.
I wish I would have got F1 2013 because apparently
that was actually the last game I bought of the Codemasters F1 games. I bought, as we see, yellow in sector 1 as 4
but that's gone. I would have liked to.
Oh, that'd be why. The car is stationary
it's
there.
blocking the pit lane. That would have been quite close.
Yeah, he's blocking the 69 fallback. So, but yeah, I think the reason it was the last one I bought is because I sort of fell out of love. I think there was a lot of netcode because remember that was back in the Games Windows Live days.
Oh yeah. That's quite
there was a lot of netcode issues. I got really fed up and I decided to play Trackmania. And so somebody got stranded here in the pit lane. Well, look, that's what the LMP2 was still going slowly.
It's like someone got trapped or something.
Yeah, that's a less than ideal situation for everyone really, because now you've got someone waiting for their turn because it's two's a crowd. Oh, is that the 23 of Fent having to retire? That is Stephen Fent from Neurotic Sim Racing number 23. was mostly staying out of trouble for the last couple of hours, and now has had to retire from the race. But had it potentially run out of fuel there or something and couldn't get to the pit box?
Oh, I hope not.
I wonder if that was a situation where they were running out of fuel. They hoped to coast into the box, and then somebody else was there, so they didn't have any throttle left to actually get into their pit box. That is so unlucky if that's the case. That was my reading of what happened there. Yeah. It's a huge shame if possible, because that means they can't.
And then if they run out of fuel, that's it. That's it. No, they can't get back.
Yeah, if you blow the engine,
broken.
run out of fuel, or sometimes if you can just get disconnected and take too long to come back in, that's it. Yeah, so can be quite a. If you can't change drivers in time, yeah, if you're disconnected. So yeah, that's,
or there's one. Someone spun.
And that's Osberg.
Axel.
Axel using control of the rear axle for Boxing Hills Racing, and they're were running the third, I think. In
You can get disqualified, by the way, if you don't put your headlights on in time.
And that promotes Tobias Blumschein. Yeah, you can actually. Though I've heard someone get driver penalties for because they mismapped the horn to their push to talk button, and they kept blaring the horn every time they wanted to talk. But Hives is right back on Zambia, who of course is a pit stop behind, so this should be a fairly easy overtake. But Tobias Blumschein, because that spin from Osberg, is now got the 139 up to second place, but it's 90 seconds behind Sunset 84 of Azildren. So that really shows Tobias and the 139 Finavon team have got quite a mountain to climb to try and win this race. They've not won in the LMP2 class before. They have won in Hypercar and in GD3 in the past. But certainly the LMP2 has been the least fortunate squad. They have scored podiums, of course. Never that big victory. They've always been crowed in the Dutch team.
And I think with Hives in third place, I believe they're leading the hyper class at the moment. And it's going to be very huge for them in the championship.
I'm just getting messages from my team about the sort of vital information about how much fuel certain drivers have left. So apparently, about 10 minutes ago, Erchan had 23 laps of fuel left. So they are probably going to switch Joshua Hamilton in next. And they also have 11 out of 15 penalty points into points 47, so they've been cutting the track a lot, and they're quite close to a.
Do they get disqualified if they get? Oh, Jeffrey is spun from Team Rookie Monsters.
The Rookie Monsters have certainly
definitely had their fair share of spins today.
They're not rookies, but they're certainly fulfilling the monster criteria in terms of how they treat this car.
Exactly.
And the car, it doesn't like them, does it? Because it keeps spinning on turning U-bolt. But here's Hives then, continuing to pressurize Savelyev. This is all great for Gamma Hevesi then, because it means Hives being stuck behind Alexei Savelyev is not going to be able to close in on that gap between them as Blumschein pits. And with Osberg spinning, that's probably a good opportunity too, because it means Blumschein senses there's an advantage here with the fresh tyres, and he can probably come out behind, overtake quickly as Joshua Bruce, who's just gotten aboard the 78 Race Club Germany car down in 11th in class, cuts the chicane and is going quite slowly down the Long straight to get back up to speed and flashes the rear lights. I think there's a problem with that car, yes.
Yeah, looks like it.
Or Box Guy, Tibble Box Guy for full throttle 69. It's off into the gravel. That's the car we saw delayed going into the pit lane earlier. I think it was the hypercar that's now retired, isn't it? Of Tobias Blumschein is going to come up behind Osberg. He's going to come up behind, I think. No, Stephen Fenn did get going again in the Rotic 23, but he did lose a lot of time. So that's good to see. So either he slowly was able to get dispensation to get back in the race and just got disconnected, and it wasn't anything to do with all that.
I think there was one team that had an issue, I think.
Yeah, also there's probably some communication with race direction as Yilmaz cuts the Porsche and goes right to the walls of the steering. It's not look particularly fun to drive there, does it, Jess?
No, I think with a damaged car and with you so far down the order, it's just always an achievement to actually survive this race. I think some people, if they're in that situation where they just get involved in incidents all the time, they're just not bothered by it much anymore. As long as they survive, that's an achievement in itself. They got to set themselves some goals, and that's what happened. As Nick Westy is in the pit.
It's a
Is that
long
a
stop
driver
for
swap?
Tobias Blumshine as well. I
yes,
hope it's a
Tobias
driver
out.
swap. Oh, here we go. Murder McLeod around the outside of the Porsche curves.
It's not Blunshine. Blunshine's in.
Yeah, Blumshine is in the pits, is what I'm saying. Well, he's been there for a while.
Ah,
so that
right.
was Murder McLeod overtaking Joshua Bruce for 10th position in GD3 class. And Bruce, a fair play to him. Murder McLeod went really brave around the outside, and Bruce was tidy on the inside, didn't find that one too hard. And now he's Murder got the Cyberlinks of Alexei Zagrobnev right ahead of him as his next target. Then what looks like an Audi R8 as an interesting choice. No, it's a Ferrari, so that's actually a sensible choice. Ercan picks from the lead now in GD3, so everyone was waiting for that because Ercan is the driver that's out of sequence, having hit under a code 80 quite a while ago, and that is going to mean Kasperzik is going to briefly take the lead potentially, but 485 under Birch will try to do something clever on strategies. There's Ercan. Surely they will swap Joshua Hamilton in now for the next stint. Valente has gotten on board the Alessandro Valente, former Hunter Birch driver, of course, in British Touring Cars in EERC, is now on board the Baba Boy Sim Sport. Was on pole, is now third. Should retake second once the 485 hits, we think, unless there's a code 80. Here's Boxeye again trying to keep the car pointing straight and struggling. As we see Matteo Vanole in the championship leading 162 EP lap car in GD3 has got a penalty guess. So we were rating the progress they were making quite some time ago. Vanole
Moving dangerously in the braking zone, 162.
he had just got by Zoltan Kovacs, by the way, for 5th position. Yeah, that is a real setback there. So wow. They don't like to make it easy for themselves, do they? There's Kasperzik. He's following Ercan in. He's quite a way behind him on the circuit because of the way the Code 80 mixed things up. So this is going to mean, I think, Valente may well come and take the lead as Hives is side by side then with Alexei Samolev down the main stroke.
Yeah, it looks like it could be another bat on our hand as well for P2 in class, P2 overall as well. Few bit of sparks flying in the background between the two cars. Highs wants P2 so badly for the number 83. As the gravel trap and the sausage curb is just so close, a bit squirmy on exit. As down this long straight once again, this could be Hive's chance, about 5 tenths behind P2 at the moment, as a few more drivers are coming in. The 485 is in for GT3 right now too. And I think he may have to wait for another opportunity to come in and go for the move, unless one of the other drivers makes a mistake, as Andy Thompson is still going. And he's
I think Tomlinson is going very slowly, having cut the chicane as well. But let's keep our eyes on that racing zone battle, actually. I think I want to stay with that one if possible. Auto Directors is more interested in Kovacs for some reason. Because I think right behind Andy Tomlinson. I didn't want to watch Tomlinson.
Oh, apparently Jensen Button does have an esports team called Colin to Chris.
Yeah.
Rocket Sim Sports. Sorry, Chris, I did not know that. I'm a Jensen Button fan. I don't even know his own esports team. Chris is going to kill me now, but anyway.
Let's ride on board with Zoltan Hives in his breathless pursuit of Alexei Savelyev. In front of the racing zone car is that Promix Flame team. Beat them in qualifying. Somehow, through running a different strategy, is now running ahead of them in the race. But the number one have got much fresher tyres and probably more fuel in this stint, I would assume. They've only just come into the pits about a lap ago.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at Chris's chat. I don't think that's appropriate, but anyway, sorry.
Yeah, I won't look it up then. But starting to lose touch here. I'm very impressed by Savelyev. He's defended well. He's not made too many mistakes, and he's slowly worked themselves back into podium contention despite not having the best of start. They've run the whole race on green tyres, which I believe are the hards. Yeah, I think they're the harder compound. The blues being either the mediums or the softs. It's only Tomlinson that's having a gamble on them at the moment in terms of race view. I mean, figure out who's on what. As Tom Dillon now is coming to the pit, so I think that could be a driver change for Reading Game then, as we continue to watch this squabble play out then. And again, Ives
yeah, it's quite a few driver swaps actually. A lot of people, because for some people, I think they were meant to do, I think, a 2-hour stint, and then they had the code 80, so they had to prolong it for some drivers. But at least they didn't have a maximum stint, like they can do like 4-hour stint if they wanted to, which I don't recommend, by the way. Never do.
I think Neurotic Sim Racing may have got disconnected again because I saw them DNF briefly, so they're now coming out the pit lane and rejoining the order as Mustafa Batoon Buran, having to survive that monster slide into the wall, is now ahead of Westy. So that was 10 seconds ahead, not just ahead, but quite a margin. So that is quite a good recovery from the 71. They built that car strong, don't they, James?
Yeah, I think there's some very close shaves from some teams. It's like they like get close contact with one driver, and they're like, how on earth do they not hit each other? I mean, I think Hive is going to do all he can to potentially get it. Have they just pitted, or are they still yet to pit?
Not sure, I'd have to check that. But Hive's right in the slipstream to go way through the traffic. It's like mobile chicanes. The straight, and Hive's got a brilliant opportunity then to strike down the inside of Savalyev in the Promix Flame. Here they go, side by side in second ball sun chicane. Hive's got the inside, but he can't break late enough, and they make contact. And somehow they both survive, with Hives staying in behind. But now he's going to take it from round number 2. Round the outside he goes. Oh, and they just break the wheel with the EP lap car. Ferrari dutifully gets out of the way, but Hives denied again. And this is getting very close for Hunter Jess.
Right on the back of the car as well, potentially. And Hives, wow, I think not many people tend to overtake that, because that's really when the 83 starts to pull away a little bit, which I think can be quite tight anyway, and that didn't help the GT3 was closing in as well on that. I think you may need to refresh the overlays again because it's bugging.
Okay. It's annoying, I feel like you say that constantly.
I know, but I know there'll be people asking in the chat.
I'm trying.
Otherwise.
I'm pressing it and it's not doing it.
It's fine. It was fine. Now it is.
Refresh 60 times. There we go. Because I'm pressing 60 times. But
Sorry.
Hives beautifully following in behind. Alexei Savalev extremely honest. The other interesting thing is that Masic Kasperzik, by running a different strategy, is ahead of Andrew's pit stop. He's ahead of Alessandro Valente, but only by a few seconds. He was quite a way behind before the pit stops. It's definitely getting mixed up as the 69 gets right on the racing line, and no, why cut away? We wanted to see how that played out, and it looked like Lazare had to stay behind, I think, for the time being, but still just a second behind. That was a scary moment there with the 69 getting all over the racing line at the wrong moment through the Porsche curse.
Yeah, I think that was another nail-biting moment that could have ended in tears right now, but here comes Hives, who, is that a lapped car? Yes, it is a lapped car. So he's passed the lapped car. And he's now lost, I think he lost about 3 or 4 attempts to number 83 because of that, which can be a bit frustrating.
Yeah, but it's going to ebb and flow throughout this race. It is one of the closest battles on track, I believe the closest. Nobody else... I say that, Alexei Zagrodnev in the Cyberlinks is about half a second behind Peter Schoenemann, 6 tenths behind Florian Paul, who's now gotten on board the 486 then. So it looks like after 2 hours of racing the 486, Eric Kamedi is swapped out for Florian Paul then. So it'll be interesting to see what Paul's pace is like around here, because he was one of the solid drivers his pacing pretty solid in in that car in Hockenheim. So we'll have to see if that translates here. It's going to get very, very close now as they will squabble over the position.
They're squabbling
here they are.
in centre.
Yeah, it's a squabbling a lot. I think squabble. This seems to be an overused word that I am. A little bit like you saying as well. I just keep saying squabble.
That's a
interloper.
weird word to say a lot of the time, to be honest. But
I feel like one of those people who's just trying to expand their vocabulary by randomly using thesaurus.
I think
extended battle
basically used to be a word I use a lot.
Oh, side by side. That was a bit closer to the chicane, a bit closer than they would have wanted, I think, with the BMW just about holding on then from Zagornev. So Peter Schumann really having to fight hard. You can tell I can't see live pictures because I'm having to imagine what's happening. There we go. Right, so in fact, Zagornev did get through, so I apologise there. Did he? Or was that McLeod? That was McLeod, sorry, that he was getting past there. So Zagornev through, and Zagornev now 1.6 behind Peter Schumann, who's fighting away for him. And Schumann ahead, about 5 tenths behind, so not bad as well.
And I think a few people are getting frustrated that they're losing time to lapped cars, but you have to make do with that, I'm afraid.
They can't ring up Dr. Spot yet.
No, they can't do that.
Well,
Nah.
out of the way. Technology doesn't need to. Well, actually, technically, again, you can tell out of the way. The issue needs to be disconnected. I don't think even the most magnanimous driver wants to do that, as it looks like Aaron Paul has got Peter Schumann all over the back of him now. So let's see if we can follow that battle. Here they come.
And that's about 3 tenths between the two of them. So again, the battle that we saw earlier is coming strong yet again due to pit stops. And I think them both being on fresher tyres should help them a little bit as well as they come across.
Look at Florian Paul going very wide for Arnage as well. That is going to enable Peter Schumann to get the run he needs, potentially. Yeah, can't see any. I'm trying to get the problem is I'm trying to constantly minimize this background R2TV line to control the cameras and then get. The Schumann through the Porsche cars, and look at Florian Paul. I mean, just got in the car, does not feel confident. And Peter Schumann is all over the back of him right now in the Finneborn 444, running a special sort of white livery. Usually they go for orange. Whereas then wide goes Florian Paul through Maison Blanche, and that's Peter Schumann through.
That is no, it's the other way around. Yeah.
Oh, he's letting him back through there. That is interesting. And that's and there we go. It's getting very, very mixed up here. As
Contact! No, that's awful.
And they make contact. Oh dear. Zagornev was able to sneak through there as well. Now he's all over the back of Florian Paul. But that was absolutely disastrous for Peter Schumann.
Hamilton's DNF'd.
Austria Hamilton. Oh no. It's absolutely disastrous for him to the points, leading the race, and now that's blown it wide open. If it wasn't blown wide open already by that,
I don't know what happened. That is very odd.
Disconnected. Crashed about there. But let's turn our attention back now to Zagornev. Is it Zagornev? Yes, it is. He's all over the back of Florian Paul now. As they go through Tetra Rouge, but Florian Paul, I think his confidence, seeing how people crash behind him, tends to boost his confidence ever so slightly. But so, as I'm a little bit faster down the straight line, and so Paul goes all the way to the outside, tries to find his line in the middle of the road, but I have a feeling Zagornev is just going to nip through on the inside here at the last moment. Florian Paul can be late on the brakes here, and he is. So, I should have more faith in my driver there. Florian Paul is another day, but Alexei isn't done yet, is he, James?
Nope, at 1 tenth behind, and even the smallest mistakes can affect a driver, but it's not seeming to affect Alexei, chasing down Florian Paul for 6th place and points. But positions mean points at the end of the day, so the more places you gain, the more points you earn for this championship, and this could be huge for Hunter Birch Simulation.
Interesting, Zagornev felt like he was running out of top gear there. Because it felt like at the end of the straight, it was sort of, I suppose that's
He
normal.
keeps going wide as well.
Yeah, almost like he's trying to avoid an accident here. Gavin Vesey, by the way, is picked from the lead and come out still a long way away of Zoltan Ives. As we see, who's that? A penalty for somebody, Jess?
Penalty for the GT3 Suzuki.
I didn't see who it was. It disappeared up the inside. Goes to Grodev.
Nothing has popped up in race control, so I think it might be track limit.
So I had it minimised there. I didn't see who it was. I was worried that it might have been our leader in LMP2.
Yeah, it's not our leader. It's G3. Nothing's popped up on the steward decision chat, so it's probably track limit.
So it was somebody in GT3 that broke the track limits there.
Yeah, I think so, because otherwise something would have popped up.
But we know Into the Points 47 had like 11 out of 15 track limits violations, so they might have had enough to do that, and that might have led to the sequence of events. I bet. Look like
I will check the race.
So, I'm trying to see if Josh Hamilton got back in or not. He did, I think, and he's about down in 32nd position behind Joshua Cruz in the Race Cup Germany, and he's going back in the pits now as well as Zagrodnev still challenging Florian Paul as the the Bangs and Mash L and R car, assuming by
I think number 75. That was in P39 that got track limit warnings. Who's back in the race? I think I might be wrong.
That's the car that's had all sorts of problems today, isn't it?
Yes.
That would be Krzysztof Szylski in the Optimal. He's brought and look how close in these fast corners Alex is in the Cyberlinks car is getting to the Hunter Birch car.
And I think this could be, huge for the implication before the next hour begins, because we'll have 21 hours remaining after 5 minutes. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of traffic through here that they're going to have to deal with.
This is interesting because I believe we've got Aston Martin versus Ferrari versus BMW. Zagrodnev dives up the inside and sticks it through into the Ford chicane, catching Florian Paul completely unawares. What an opportunistic move. And now Florian Paul finds himself at the mercy of, that looks like a murder and McLeod then in the 36th, is it? Nope, we've cut away for some reason to, because I pressed the wrong driver probably.
Yeah, I think we cut to the 306, back to the 486 now, I believe. Wheel disconnected for the 47.
That's Murdo still fighting with Peter Schoenemann. So actually, it's Schoenemann that's fighting with. And I've seen that happen before. But 47 was doing so well, Pigeons, and now it finds itself. Here we go. Is this? Looks like Florian Paul trying to defend from. Is that a lap 69 trying to unlap itself? I think. I believe it is.
Well, that would be good if you could get on the lead lap. That could bring them back into contention.
There's Peter Schumann behind in the white 444. And as the 69 and Florian Paul side by side, they go! Florian Paul!
No!
Oh, gets spun there. The 69 did not really give enough space at the apex there. And I think Florian Paul will be furious with that.
I think a lot of people will be. Yeah, you will be.
The 69 there.
What's a bit?
Who was driving the 69? Who was
69.
Said that number too much, and it has worrying connotations, guys.
I know. Tibor was Sky. Full throttle racing.
There we go. Tibor Boxai.
Yes.
Word of Tibor.
I'm rubbish at name pronunciations. I'm so sorry.
Savaliev is in the pits now as well, so that's potentially going to drop him in the. We'll see where he comes out relative to Tomlinson. I would assume he shoots ahead, depending on how long the stop is. Valente, by the way, because of this connection for Joshua Hamilton, because Persic in the 485 Hunter Bench car is in the lead by 3 seconds from Alessandro Valente. So we got a real no holds barred fight for the lead in GD3. I'm really excited to see how that goes. But unfortunately, it's just about to go to 5 o'clock, so I'm not going to get into a commentary of too much more.
Yes,
I'll wait for Tom Dillon.
Lead, we both get to miss, unfortunately, which is.
I'll wait for Tom Dillon. I don't want to just leave.
No. We both have to stay, of course.
We have to stay. There's no option.
We
No
don't
breaks
understand
apart from
because
the one
we
I took
can't
for
leave the
lunch.
comms box with nobody. The only time that's happening is during a bit of the night stint, but we can't leave it that long. But anyway.
I'm going to have a look at the YouTube chat because I've neglected it for quite a while now. So let's see what people are saying about this race. As we look at Luca Gray. I should probably get rid of the battle graphic because you're not watching battles anymore.
No, like we're watching someone who's a lap down or whatever.
Okay, driver box, there we go. That should sort it. Anyway, so
Hey!
21 hours remaining and plenty of battles left to play out. So we're seeing, if I just try and get the... I've subscribed to so many channels, I have to go through loads and loads and loads and loads of other live
Speaking of
streams.
subscribing, if you haven't already, subscribe to the EERC official YouTube channel by hitting that subscribe button and hit that bell if you're new. Like this video as well, so a lot more people can be recommended this stream and they can watch 24 hours as well. And make sure
I meant to post about it on my Twitter and I completely forgot.
And yeah, make sure you follow us on Twitter. Wait, hold on, let me get the Twitter up again. At EERC_official, and the same with our Instagram as well. You can also join our Discord too to be kept up to date about what's going on EERC. There we go, I've done that plug.
Ike Sky says somebody hasn't worked out OBS application audio capture, which I don't understand because when I'm screen sharing, I can hear absolutely fine on my end.
I don't use audio capture. I use Wavelink on mine. Well, obviously I'm not the one controlling the
I
stream.
wish you just say what the problem is rather than saying, oh, so and so is clearly an idiot.
No. I don't know. Like, I didn't even know input capture was a thing. I didn't know you could do that on OBS. I thought you could just have to do desktop audio, and there you go.
Yeah. Primism just joining in and just saying 69 repeatedly, so that shows how things have evolved in the chat. UCat749, no, it's my fault. It says strong P7 for OSR, Yang. Now Thomas makes a superb job. Online sim racing, of course. So that would be Yang. Sorry, I mispronounced it clearly. So that is the OSR car. I'm trying to see the P7 in, I believe, in GP3, are they? Florian Paul is currently a P7, so Peter Schumann got through there. I'm trying to have a look. Annoying when you're trying to look through a list of 40 cars and they all.
Yeah, obviously not all of them are in this race anymore. I think we had a few retirements.
Was it in?
Joshua Hamilton's back in this race now, isn't he?
Yeah, so he reconnected the wheel. Clearly, he was able to continue.
Hey, that's always good news.
That's Thomas Tens, of course, in the number 19 online sim races that was being praised there. Tens, of course, 7th in LMP2, not GD3. As we look at Axel, this is Ostberg, who's doing well for boxing eels. As we now cut to Niklas Toff, not doing so well in the number 54 Formula car, but still recovering a lap down on the next car. So sort of the problem is, especially if you've got 20 hours to go and you're already in Nomads, that can be quite demotivating unless you know you've got the pace to get back with the leaders. But often you really need to rely on code 80s and good strategy moves to save the race when it's not going to plan. But while Dispersic doing a very, very good job, nearly 4 seconds ahead of Valente, so he's very much getting to pay at the moment. Because Dispersic has been in there since the very, very beginning of the race, so it'll be interesting to see who the 485 squad decide to put in there. I have a feeling I know who I've told it to be in there, but I don't know if that's going to be who shows up.
Wow.
I believe actually,
wow.
I'm disappointed.
Oh, Andy's in. Andy Tomlinson's in.
Yeah, so Logistical Nightmare service the bangers of match car. Sadly, in a clear third. But there is Kasperzik, who I was just praising to the auto director, has decided to put attention on. With a lovely livery by Tom Dillon on that car to celebrate 4 years of reading game.
And speaking of Tom, he's here.
Yeah, that was the segue. I wanted to introduce Tom. So he was waiting for me to remind everyone that he exists. Here is Tom. Tom, that looked like a fun stint. You were fighting in for like top 4, top 5 for a while there in the 72. But looks like now the second gear has a little bit of ground to make up with Thomas Rash at the wheel. 11 seconds behind Thomas Tens. Currently holds on to 7th.
Well, yeah, I suppose fun is an optimistic way of describing a 2-hour stint that turned into nearly 3 hours. But yeah, it's always entertaining to race around Le Mans. And to be honest with you, Ed, we're really struggling. We've got no straight line speed, putting us at a massive disadvantage against everyone else. But at the end of the day, we're plodding along and happy to finally get a bit of a break and be on commentary for a bit.
It always seems to be when the reading game 72 car is struggling. It's the Hunter Birch reading game 405 that says it's vacant, as it's leading currently in GT3 by just under 4 seconds. Finelli for Optimal Esports number 2 has to cut the chicane down in 9th position. And as we see the leader in LMP2 pitting again, and he can afford to, he's got a massive over 150 second gap before he came in. Saracino decided to be serviced as well. In fact, that's the... No, it isn't the 161 that's pitting, it's the 84.
Yeah.
To the 84, I'm confused now. Right, I've been commentating too long, my brain's turned to mush, to bangers and mash, as it were, to use the logistical nightmare parlance. Right, okay, so how do I dissect this? Okay, so we've got in LMP2 Ozil German, 60 seconds ahead of Jeffrey Ellis now, when we come out of the pit lane. For us, not in the same class, of course. Then there's another 78 seconds to Axel Osberg. Then we've got Agos Forgax from Euro 66, the third in class. With Mustafa Batoon Buran with URT, the championship leaders in LMP2, had a massive crash. Oh! And that's Nick Westy just driving into the side of one of the hypercars. That's the rookie monsters driver. He just didn't quite see it on. But luckily, he didn't spin him round like we saw the GT3s coming together a few short laps ago. Then, of course, we've got Nick Westy there, who we're just looking at for EVA Racing, currently holding on to 4th, because Mustafa Batoon Buran has just come into the pit lane. And we've got Adam Buzita, about a couple of seconds down on them, and then Thomas Tens, 20 seconds down. We get to Thomas Rasch and Leandro Finelli, who we saw cutting the chicane, and Henk Jan Steneker rounding out really the lead pack in LMP2. So that's really how things are shaped out there. It looks like Adam Buzita is going to get past the 71. Mustafa, I was about to say doing really, really well, and I think he still is, but that pit stop's going to put him a little bit down the order, probably about to reading game number 72 territory, funny enough, Tom. But yeah, the strategies, it feels like, especially in GT3, but also in LMP2, there's a big divergence in strategies. We see Peter Schumann all over the back of Murdo McLeod in the Boyd Transport 306. And up the inside he goes to approach Indianapolis.
Lots of aggression at this stage in the race, which is nice to see. I mean, you know, pretty par for the course actually. Around this circuit, plenty of opportunities to overtake. We welcome Chris Tompkins to the YouTube chat, as you see that gap there visually on your screen changing every couple of seconds. Schumann and McLeod. McLeod is doing the chasing as a Toyota hypercar makes his way through. Chris says average at ERC race weekend is having 4 desktops open for each different computer. Got my local Mac for Discord, my Shadow for my general personal RF2, the server RDP connected to see what's going on, and Parsec to look at the stream PC. My ISP loves me at the moment as Ed has jumped out. He is back in. But yes, well, I've got 2 desktops open myself right now, my own desktop and the Parsec. But welcome back, Ed. And Jess, this is your first ERC 24 experience. We've ran 4, 5 of them now, I think. Over the last, well, since 2020 was our first one, average about COVID. 1.5 a year since COVID, yeah. And oh dear, that is a spin for a GT3. Well, I didn't quite catch who it was, actually, to be honest with you. I think it might have been Alexei.
That's the problem with Auto Director.
Yes, cuts away at exactly the wrong time, unless it was Tibor. It was Tibor who's back going again now, just took out the side of one of the hypercars.
Yeah, Tibor who spun around.
Quite a few times.
But
he was trying to unlap. Can you guys hear me? Sorry.
Yes, we can. Anyway, Jess, How are you finding it?
I'm really enjoying it so far. At the moment, I always like endurance racing anyway, but I always wanted to do EERC anyway since I saw like what was going on there. I think it was 8 hours of Abu Dhabi, and I was like, oh, this seems fun. I was like, and Le Mans was looking for commentators, so I thought I would sign up, and here I am, and it's been good. And obviously, I've commentated with Ed before as well, so it's nice to have someone familiar in the box to commentate alongside. And yeah, it's been a good experience. I've been really enjoying it, and I can't wait for my next stint tomorrow. But I'm happy to stay, and so obviously Josh comes in at 5:30, isn't it? He's doing midnight at the moment, isn't he? So as soon as Josh comes
Yes,
in,
I think
will
he
vacate.
is. You can. I'll take over Parsec, by the way, Ed, if you would like. I mean, it's auto direct, not really changing anything.
Its PC is
Just give you
giving
chance
up the
to-
ghost at the moment.
The guys sound really bad and Daleki or whatever.
It's all right at the moment, Ed.
It's not horrendous. It's not horrendous. Roy Ton is into the pits for the 40 Boyd Transport. That's another thing we're keeping an eye on throughout the course of this race. It's about the LMP2 cars, not so much the Ligier affected, but particularly the EERC carrying all of that extra weight. It means that it's unfortunately doing less time per stint than it normally should.
Yeah. I
Which
think
car
I've
is
seen
this
a few
again, sorry?
I can tell Ed's losing it at the moment after he's been in the box for so long. And by the way, Twitter's down on my browser.
That's good. We don't really need that.
No. So I was about to tweet, but I couldn't tweet, which was annoying. Anyway.
Look at race leader for Sunset Motorsports. This guy, I haven't heard of him before actually. Ules Oldstrom.
Zildjian.
Zildjian, there you go, thank you. He's done an absolutely fantastic lap in qualifying. 29th in this LMP2 balance of performance. This is, well, borderline unbelievable. It was, well, really a fantastic lap. Here he is now, still leading this race by 209 seconds. I mean, there isn't a great deal stopping him at the moment, and you know, I'm watching his race with intrigue because he does look very fast.
Oh, he's being held up by the hypercar, isn't he?
Was that Ellis? No,
That,
it
like
wasn't
the number,
Ellis.
that would look like number 50, didn't it?
Number 50 is... Let's go down the list of 40 drivers. It's very hard. Mikos Toff.
Off, yes, Toff. Yeah, we've seen a bit of trouble earlier. But
Yes.
yeah, I agree, Tom. They've been really impressive at Sunset, and I've seen them win GT3 class in EES, which we also commentated on, the E-Racing series that had its Le Mans 24 Hours a couple of months back, and also on R-Factor 2. And I think Sunset was sort of one of those teams where they would either win or they would blow up the engine, really. But in LMP2, they never cracked lineup in terms of, like you say, Ulias Zildjian, who of course is like Jess was telling me, is a former RHG driver.
Well, no, he's still RHG.
Still RHG, yeah. They still have a lot
Yeah, so yeah,
drivers on and off the
I think his
books.
team is allowing him to take part with Sunset in the ERC.
That's very
which is
kind of
quite-
them.
Yeah, it is very kind, yeah.
Who's Zildjian part of? See?
RHG Esports.
Oh, and that's
Raymond
Boxeye.
Grosjean's team. Oh,
right.
that's a spin. Yeah.
Boxeye getting all into the gravel at Maison Blanche. And kind of, I'm not the best pleased with him after what he did to my driver. There, indeed, is one of our other drivers, Tom, Thomas Raschke. Other Tom, not to be confused with you, Tom Dillon.
Yeah,
Thomas.
of course.
Oh!
Oh,
And Brown goes
Kiss.
Saba Kiss.
Is
Kiss.
Is he back in the car, or was he like...
Is back in the car, yeah. We've sort of not been following this, but the 87, having lost a wheel earlier, was running second, has now somehow gotten back up into the top 4. So that's how chaotic
Crazy.
it has been in the lower order in hypercar. Everyone just crashing out constantly. These cars have got too much power for their own good, in my opinion, sometimes, and these drivers don't know how to handle it, it would seem. Especially with all these, it doesn't help with all the GT cars, they have to lap every lap. But anyway, there's our race leader in GT3, Maciej Kasperzik, pulling away from Alessandro Valente to the tune of 6 or 8 seconds, is that?
I can't believe one of my cars, sort of, because they're winning, is actually in the lead of an EERC race. I mean, it's a good effort from you and your
They've done a very brave strategy because, of course, the 47 jumped everyone in the pit stops. And what they've tried to do is they saw that the 159 that was on pole, that was ahead of them until the last round of pit stops, pit earlier, and they were able to basically overcut them because I think Valente's first laps at the pits weren't that strong.
No.
And Gisperzik was able to... also, they haven't done the driver change yet as well, so that's probably another reason why.
I'm really happy with how the British Racing Greens turned out on the special liveries.
It looks very nice.
It really does look quite fantastic, especially on the Aston Martin. I mean, the livery that it was adapted from, it's a lovely livery anyway, but it's even better in British Racing Green. Oh, there's Louis Hartley getting a little bit wrong at the Porsche curves, and well, that's 5th position for him, potentially
trying to join the Bugatti circuit there, isn't he?
6th as the 999 is going to go through. So there goes Louis Hartley in the final Von car. He's now got a little bit of catching up to do to try and get that top 5 spot back. That is another thing, the fact that we've now suddenly got more hypercars than we ever have. I think we've got 10 running here today. And that really in itself is remarkable, because usually we see the top class at this stage of the season having 2-3 cars in it. So to actually have a very healthy attendance, I think it's great. As there's been a change for second position in LMP2, the 66 has overtaken the 122.
It's a good move from Akos Forgax then past Osterberg. So I think that had been building for a while, so he's just done it down the Mulsanne Straight somewhere. Where, trying to figure, yeah, Axel Osberg was just being caught in the Boxing Eels car by Morera 66 at Boxing Eels. That started so high up in this race is starting to be shuffled back a little bit, which is a shame for them. Forgax can't follow his pace, is really good, but unfortunately it's 216 seconds to the leader now, so there's kind of no man's land to play in now for the 66.
No. I think with some drivers, I think they've been in no man's land for quite a bit of this race so far.
To be fair, if you're leading the race, you don't care you're in no man's land.
Yeah, but like you people are in no man's land that are near the back or something. But if you are leading the race, you can't afford to be complacent sometimes, because they could just lose it out of nowhere just due to lack of concentration, which hopefully doesn't happen. But there's a big gap between the LMP2, then that could be quite intense. But with the GT3, that's going to be great to watch throughout the next stage of this race to see if that develops a little bit. Will that carry on throughout the entirety of the race, or will the gap stretch? We don't know, obviously, how the other drivers do, because there's still some driver swaps still to happen at the end of the day. But
it would be quite incredible for the 485 to be in contention still at the end of the race, because we've never really been in that position before, as Tom was alluding to. So
I think Josh will be happy with that when he joins later.
Would be. It's there's still a long way to go and a lot of things that could go wrong.
Exactly.
I'm half expecting them to show up in the night stint and nobody's there, but I'm still like paranoid about that. So hopefully, if I just keep bringing that up, they'll get my drivers get self-conscious enough to set alarms and remember to get in the car at the right time. Or at least they'll let me know if they need to get in at a different time. I think there's one driver who said he wants to do a night stint, so I put him up for like 4 hours or something to try and make the numbers work. As Luca Gray slowly goes into the pit, and that looks like
that's a slow pit stop.
Yeah, he's totally run out of fuel, this Luca Gray.
The 290 has had its issues in this race already, hasn't it? It's been beaten up, pushed around. Not flipped over yet, but Milan Evers has certainly been flipped over. But
if they can't get the very, very temperamental push system working inside of the pit lane, they are out of the race, because they won't be able to refuel that car. Even if they do the odd disconnect and reconnect strategy, it won't give them a new car. They'll have to do a lap on effectively no fuel. So absolutely,
yeah,
they could well be out of the race.
Thomas Rasch also coming in for a pit stop in the 72. That's your car, or our car, Tom.
Your car, not just your.
That's your 7th place car, not my class leading car. To be as arrogant and obnoxious about it as possible.
Yeah.
Sorry, Tom.
Yes,
Stop
yes.
myself
Well,
from saying that.
well, I'm very happy for you that you're leading the easier class, Ed. That's
Oh.
really impressive.
Say easier. He spun out earlier in the 486 by some.
Well, exactly.
squonker
Well,
in the
exactly.
69.
What does that say?
Oh,
Could have been worse.
I guess, yeah. Anyway, well, the 72 loses that 7th position now and drops down to 8th behind Thomas Tens once more. And James Seneca's about 28 seconds down, so potentially he could sneak through as well. And that gives Thomas Rash quite a mountain to climb, but he's certainly capable of doing so once he gets back out on track. As the gap up front, by the way, GD3, 10 seconds now between Kasperzik and Valente. So Louis Hartley now 0.7 behind Greening in the 999 logistical nightmare car, who Hartley was quite a way ahead of earlier before having that massive spin at Porsche curves. And Louis Hartley is not making it easy for himself, certainly after winning the opening race of the season. Hartley in the hypercar class and the 137 team really just not have things their own way. As this LMP2 gets right in the way and Hartley has to go all across the track to avoid it. Fax gets a good run though. By the way, Tom, I was messing around with the camera angles earlier, and there are quite a few that there's, I think, camera 7, which is at the side, as we see Louis Hartley up the inside and no resistance whatsoever from Greening there. And that is Neil Greening being very compliant and letting Louis Hartley through. I think both breaking early, going right to the outside.
10 seconds stop go for car 444, causing a collision with car 306.
Oh, and here comes Greening. He's counter-attacking at Mulsanne corner. As you say, there's that penalty for Schoenman showing up then. So the 444, Peter Schoenman getting himself on the naughty list. And that's good for us because it means Florian Paul gets a free position. But also, that's not good for Nick Comer because he was hoping that car would be a bit higher up when he gets into it.
Do you know what time roughly next to his stint, or?
No idea. I'm actually not sure if he's on the list for that. He might be doing full race direction for this. As we see, actually, Dowdina's got to injury. Murdo McLeod? I don't know what...
McLeod.
McLeod, that's it, as Tom pronounced it. He's all over the back. I assume he's a Scottish driver. Here we go. Pulling out to the right, and Schoenman's thinking, well, I'm going to come in to serve a drive-through anyway, so I don't know why you're giving me so much grief right now. And McLeod is like, get out of the way. I want to be in 5th position.
Thomas has got his mic not working, so that's a challenge for the 72 squad to try and handle. Speaking of third
we
person,
did have Luca Gray, who didn't realise when the code 80 was being deployed.
Yes, I heard of that, and that's such a silly thing to happen, really. Unfortunate thing as well, actually.
It's not the silliest thing that's happened to him in this race. But...
no, well, I can't really talk spinning at pit entry, but anyway.
Oh, we didn't see that on stream, Tom.
I got
said that thing, and we would never have known.
Well, I got cocky. I was trying to show off a little bit. So
I remember now. Somebody spun at the pit entry. Oh no, it was a damaged car. I thought.
Yes, I tried to. I got a bit cocky. I tried to brake a little bit later and ended up going straight on into the gravel. So that was slightly annoying, but avoidable.
At least the mechanics did a good job brushing all the gravel off, so none of them noticed. But anyway, we continue on. Look at the massive BMW M4 compared to the McLaren 720S GD3 cars. And McLeod continues his pursuit as we cut back to the overall race leader, Gabo Hevesi, who's had things very much his own way on Mugen's triumphant return to the top class.
I was going to say, it's when we're Mugen back. It's this will be first time, I think.
They sort of, from definitely in hypercar. I think they might have had an aborted. They entered GD3 in was it last year?
But I thought Bahrain.
Oh no, that was before they quit, wasn't it? Yeah, Bahrain was supposed to be the big goodbye, and everyone was supposed to go to different teams. And of course, some of them formed Racing Zone, and the rest sort of just decided to reform Mugen again. I don't know, but
we were having that debate earlier on. I remember.
Oh! Miklos Toff again goes off in that hypercar.
Not the first time.
Yeah, it seems that he lives up to the team name, Full Throttle Racing. Whenever he feels the rear start to go, he just puts more power in. It's very Colin McRae kind of attitude, if in doubt, flat out.
Well, the problem with that Toyota is that it's a very, very difficult car to drive fast. I mean, more so than most of the other cars here. Chris says Mugen and definitely not Mugen. I mean, yeah, I mean, talk about a half.
We didn't have to learn how to do it
half-hearted
again
fight.
because they left.
Yes, well, here is Gabor Havesi. I mean, he's both good and annoying to see them back, I have to say, because they're bloody difficult team to beat. So I was quite happy without them. It gave us a chance
You would
to.
know it. Remember 24 Hours of Spark 2 years ago where Reading Game very, very nearly beat them as well. And that great battle with Valet as well. And speaking of Reading Game Hunter Birch, here is Florian Paul, who has decided, while Peter Schumann comes in to serve a pit stop, he's
290
deciding
stopped.
he's bailing
Stopped,
as well. Oh dear.
He's not in his box.
Oh, and it's that.
Oh, no.
That was the car that ran out of fuel, isn't it? That's Luca Gray, isn't it?
Yep, it is.
So
Might.
Luca Gray going nowhere.
To wait for a teammate or friend to give him a push, but I don't know. I don't know how the stewards would react to that anyway. But surely you'd take a penalty if it meant that you were able to continue on in the race. But I don't know. As all there is
Sabakis.
carbon copy incident to what he had a few moments ago.
That was
Can I get?
Miklos Toff who did that. Kiss is the guy who lost the wheel earlier.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was-
but
it
he
was-
spun. He spun about 10 minutes ago.
Oh, okay,
yeah, he
right.
did.
I can't remember.
I was surprised when someone spun earlier that like when they made a huge shunt that their wheel didn't get them.
Yeah, that was Mustafa Buran, I thought. A lot of
Yeah.
people crashing in this race and then just
Yeah,
shrugging it off.
we've been doing it for like, hold on, this is the fifth hour now.
On board with
Halfway through the
Alessandro.
third hour, I thought.
Oh, they're halfway through the
And
third hour.
Ivesi cuts the first chicane. It's a rare mistake, actually, from Gavin Ivesi. Ivesi, I believe, has won this race in 2021 in the GT3 class for Mugen. Mugen? I don't know if Chris is going to kill me if I get it wrong. Or if I
feel
care if I get it
I've
wrong.
said things wrong so many times, and
I just say it different ways each time, so it pleases somebody and annoys everyone else.
This is the fourth hour.
I was wrong.
It is a 24-hour race, so I think Jess added an extra hour and I took away an hour. So
Not long to go now.
Not long until what? Until we have to go, I guess. Yeah, well, me and Jess do anyway. But hopefully Josh will be around in about 3 minutes' time.
Well,
to
you're already
relieve us.
working overtime, both of you.
Well, we don't want to leave you alone, Tom.
Yeah, we didn't want to leave you alone. Like,
So I appreciate it. Not like I didn't turn up an hour late, but although it
I
might.
didn't want to leave Ed on his own, so.
Although
And also, we
I
were
was
worried
meant
that
to go at 4, and so I'm still here.
we were worried there was going to be a GD3 lead battle, and instead Valente slowly dropped back from the back of
Yeah, it was like 3
Massey's done
seconds,
too
now
good
it's
a job.
10.
So that was what I was sort of staying for, as we see Joshua Hamilton having had the wheel disconnect earlier, struggling to fight back into the top 10, and 13 seconds down on the next car.
When I had scheduled myself to be on at 4 o'clock, I thought, well, you know, my stint will finish at 4, so I'll be on about 5 past.
And then you had code 80s and it all
And
changed.
Code 80s, just Code 80s made us so late. It wasn't
Yeah,
even Code 80s.
luckily Thomas like kept us informed. I was like, I didn't want to leave Ed on his own, so I was just like, I'll stay.
Yes, well, you'll be glad to know that was my idea. I told him to do that, so
Oh, good.
I was keeping a mind about the broadcast while I was plugging
All right.
them on.
Oh, really?
Very
I didn't see any
kind.
of your messages, Tom. I just thought I'd stay. Anyway.
That's because Ed was concentrating on the broadcast the whole time, making sure the cameras were right and all that.
Oh, is that the 163 doing a pit stop? And is that a driver change? Because Sarakas looks to be getting on board.
Yeah, let me check the live timings.
Yeah, so Zagrodnev is going to take third position. The is that the Cyberlinks car?
No,
Yeah, the
Sarakas, I
Cyberlinks.
believe, has done a stint.
Okay, I just didn't notice who was driving.
No, and he has done a stint. He's done 14 laps on one tyre.
Fortunately, Florian Paul has come out behind Juan Fuentes in the 162 by 6 seconds. So it certainly looks like Florian Paul's stint has not really gone to plan since he was tagged around by the number 69 of Tibor Boxai. I'm sure we got a blood feud rage against. Probably not. Should probably have reported him, but oh well. I hope somebody in my team has while I've been commentating. As you look at Sibakis coming in the 87, and from 4th position. So yeah, Ira's still in the fight for the podium if something happens up ahead. As we look at Boxai again going slowly out of the second Mulsanne chicane. He's probably looking for the next car he wants to ruin the race of.
And the gap now, I think 10 seconds. The gap between the P1 and P2 on the LMP2 is about 1 lap. And has the 83... No, has the number 714 pitted yet? First stop?
Believe so. Yeah, Vesey was not too long ago. Let me have a look. About 10 laps ago he pit. For,
all right.
Whereas Hives pit about 6 laps ago, and Savoyev pit about 8 laps ago, I think.
Okay. That probably explains it then.
Yeah, it all makes sense, sort of.
Yeah, sort of.
Sound confident commentary that people come to listen to. But anyway, reminder: our 3 leaders in Gabor Vesey, Sunset 84.
Ulas Zildjian.
Yeah, Zildjian, yes.
I have to keep reminding people about that.
Well, no, because I'm worried about getting it wrong, and because I see the
We
name and it
always
says
worry about
says
pronunciations and getting it wrong.
especially names with loads and loads of consonants close together are quite tricky.
Yeah.
The really
That is-
annoying thing is that there's a beeping and mumble because I was told explicitly to mute myself there. I assume so I don't show up on the broadcast piece for Tom, but and he has to hear both of me. But,
it would
whoa!
actually...
That is full throttle again. Going full throttle.
Well,
They're causing as much mayhem and distraction as possible.
basically Discord has got better mic quality.
Yeah.
Easier with the screen
And low
share.
latency as well.
And low latency, whereas Mumble's not great, so we only have Mumble for co-latencies basically. If you were to unmute on Mumble, we'd hear
Is
you
that Valente making a pit stop?
twice, which wouldn't be ideal. Hello, Louis, in chat. Says fruit shoot. Oh dear!
Oh,
That's
a very
ball
speed.
backwards.
No.
It's not this
The wall.
486 into the wall, and an unpleasant sight. The 486 going around on its rear and into
I
the
knew they'd mess it up
barrier
again.
driver's right up into Tetra Rouge. So there you go. Fortunes only being afforded to one side.
I think
of
Florian
the
lost it
garage.
on his own there, it looked like.
Yeah, we did.
We only two. Owen Parker James.
Oh.
Owen, welcome to the broadcast.
How's it going?
Oh, it's going great, thank you. How are you finding it out there?
It's not going with Florian Paul at the moment.
No, well, probably not. But how are you finding it going forward?
It was fine up until we realised that the medium tyres don't like triple stinting in the hypercars. Andy
not
found
the
that out the
Yeah,
hard way.
noticed that.
Yeah, Andy found that out the hard way.
Yes.
It's been an interesting race, has it not? I actually missed the first hour because I was, funnily enough, recording a podcast. But it's been much like the real Le Mans. It's been a bit messy, hasn't it?
Oh, it's been very messy. I mean, I know particularly the LMP2 lot. We've been really struggling with, not necessarily with tyres actually. For once, I'm for once not complaining on the Goodyears. They've been quite good to us.
Oh, good.
This year, good this year.
Yes.
Whereas it's the fuel is just a problem. There seems to always be something when you come to a Le Mans event, real life or on the sim. There is always something that springs up and causes you problems.
Yeah, it's one of those things where
Speak up.
it's a world-renowned race for a reason. The amount of the amount of times that we've had we've had technical issues, disconnections,
And the amount of spins.
and the amount of spins as well. Well, no. This is from previous races and things like that.
Oh, right,
The
yeah.
spins, especially from Andy, is a new thing. He was pushing far too far into the stint, and I think that the track developed away from the car basically. It's fine. We've adapted the strategy. Everything is good now. It's just he thought that we could do triple stints, and
Natalia Valente has gone off
We can't.
and stopped on the right-hand side of the road, and he's really going. He's going miles into the distance. Where's he going?
he's going
dear.
through the
He's
shortcut.
going nowhere. I'm joking.
He's on a road to nowhere. It's
No, he was going through the shortcut of one of the Mulsanne chicanes, I think. If I'm looking at the site,
And it looked
EERC.
like he was
Yeah.
slowing down to let everyone through as well.
He's got
Oh,
damage.
no, has he not run out of
As
fuel,
well.
has he?
No, he's got damage. He's
Oh, right.
he's taken damage. I think that was the Forest S's he was spinning.
Oh, okay.
But he's what he's doing. He's trying to make his way back to the pits, and he's genuinely maximum respect to
Limping.
him. Yeah, limping, but staying out of everyone's way. The amount of times that we've seen people. I'm surprised we're not seeing a code 80 for this actually. But they did say in the driver's briefing. We were just going to be made aware rather than actually using the code 80. And to be fair, Valente is running at a decent rate at the moment. He's slow, but he's doing everything right at the moment. So anyone from the Bad Boy Sim Sports lot, please pass on all of our regards to Alessandro at the moment. He's doing an absolutely fantastic job at getting that car back.
Slow
Trying to get
car
Alessandro
out
in
of
our
the
car.
second chicane at the Mulsanne.
I don't blame
And
you.
there is information then from the race direction of a slow car coming out of the second.
That's the one.
Mulsanne chicane.
Well,
But
he's-
that, of course, would be Valente. And that means, there we go, Zagrodnev, Schunemann go through onto the podium then. So Valente is going to lose so much time here. And that's a big shame because the 159, they were trying to undercut Kasperzik and fight for victory there. And that
And now they're going to fight for
spin
that
and
fifth
that
or
damage.
sixth.
Yeah.
Well,
He's
possibly.
incredibly fast. It's Valente. He also a bit of trivia about him. He's English born with, I think, Italian parents, but races under the Barbados flag.
Wow.
So, Mr. Worldwide.
Very much Mr. Worldwide. Absolutely. So does he live in Barbados now then? Because that is...
I think
I think he's
dad
moving
might
to
be
America.
Barbados.
okay. I tell you what, those two
He's in the
strips...
middle of the move.
Those two strips on the Forest S's, I have never had issues with them before. In this car, on this day in history, I can't stand them. I think when I have my stint, I might actually just drive around them.
I don't blame you, to be honest.
But it's a very difficult race. This it's going to get more difficult, but hopefully everyone will keep it clean. But I thought I'd just drop in and say hi because I was giving you grief in the YouTube chat. It wasn't meant as grief.
But now people know that if any drivers want interviews, to go in the waiting room channel.
Absolutely, yeah. If you do want
There
to come
we
and
go,
speak to
cheeky
these
plug.
absolutely
Oh,
fantastic
yeah, we
people.
have at the moment.
Neil Maz.
I can address something, actually. The application audio caption.
Oh yeah.
I've tried desperately, but for some reason it's not in our OBS on the Bitstream PC. So.
Oh, if you not got
you
the...
go.
Is it not been updated or something? That might be
No, it's the latest release. I don't think it's. I don't know what it is. Because we've got it on. I've got it on my computer at home.
Yeah. You know what I'm
but I-
talking about.
Oh,
Oh
no!
no!
Oh,
Oh no! This is
Come around.
enormous.
That's probably going to be a suspension
Wrong
damage,
car.
surely.
Yeah, that's going to be front end damage,
Probably, yeah.
possibly steering damage.
But yeah,
It
so
will
I,
look-
I
it's
think
near the
that's pretty
pits.
typical for Nicholas.
It's near the pit, so it should be alright.
It should be okay. Yeah, he's still going at speed. He might not actually come in. Yeah, if he's just hit the nose normally on these cars, it's not too bad.
He's bumping a little bit, though.
Oh yeah,
should be
it probably.
fine. It should be fine.
Yeah, it looked. I think it looked worse than it is. If he had had
Oh,
Riddle,
and onto the gravel he goes immediately.
no sooner as we said that, yeah, he's gonna have to rebalance because he's gonna be getting understeer now, as everyone probably in this room probably knows. But that understeer you can generally drive around, as Andy paid testament to earlier. It's oversteer that's the real issue that you can't really you can't drive around oversteer when it's unpredictable. If you tune the car to be that way, then it is what it is. But if the car's too oversteery, you can't react to that dynamically. You're gonna push yourself beyond your limits at one point or another.
I wonder if Miklos came upon Alessandro Valente maybe at a bad point.
Yeah, maybe like contact or something potentially.
I don't know where Valente is on track at the moment. I think he's almost at the pit lane.
Yeah, so it won't be that far. Unfortunately, guys, I'm gonna have to love you and leave you. I should have gone. I should have gone like 10 minutes ago, but I'm still here. But yeah,
it's been fantastic having you commentate for what it's worth. I was shocked to hear not the usual crowd in the comm box, but it's been fantastic.
This is my first time in EERC, so that's probably why you haven't heard my voice.
But you've done a fantastic job. Hope to see and hear you back soon.
I'm doing another stint tomorrow. So.
Legend. Well, I've got.
Or later today, if you're so.
And guess who?
Yeah. Oh
yeah, he deliberately didn't mention me for a reason there. Thanks, Owen. I appreciate your insight nonetheless.
I've heard you. I'm pretty sure I've heard your voice before. I might not have. But
I don't know. But anyway, thanks for having me.
I've got a pretty anonymous voice.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'll be back. My next stint, I believe, is 9 AM tomorrow. So
lovely.
I'll be back then.
Lovely.
I got 10 AM tomorrow because I'm on the line.
I don't blame you. I'm going to be driving. But when you
oh yay!
when you jump back in.
Oh, brilliant! So I can not jinx you.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. My preparation for this has been absolutely minimal. There's plenty of risk.
Anyway, I should be going now. So see you soon.
Yes. Go have fun. Catch you in a bit.
Yeah. Bye bye.
And I will leave you all to.
Thank you, right?
No, you're fine. As I say, much as Edward said, don't want to leave you on your own too much. You might go a little bit stir crazy, but I mean, this race is getting a little bit spaced out at the moment. But I think that the pit stops will start to bring people back together again, and it's always a risky period as well.
Yes, well, yeah. So thank you, Owen, for joining
us. Best of luck with your driving stints as well.
Thank you, you too. Thank you too.
Right.
That was Owen Parker James, well. He's surely going to be in the car soon enough, I would expect. But,
big crash, and that's Sultan Hives.
Sultan Hives spins around out of third position. It's Crazy Hour as he goes into one of the GT3s as well. Crazy Hour for the LMP LMH cars. And that is a bizarre accident again. Those corners catching people out. I don't know if you knew, Ed, but there is a very, very minimal but present chance of rain in the morning.
But track temperature has dropped a degree or two since the beginning of the race. It's now 41 instead of 44 degrees. But Eliseo Neto now has gotten on. Boys, Yilmaz is facing the wrong way, coming out of the Dunlop chicane, I think.
Well, there was, actually. Ignore me. Apparently there's not anymore. There was when I checked.
Okay.
But anyway.
It's interesting because there was a brilliant stint from Maciej Kasperzik in the 485, and now Eliseo Neto, and we've seen what he's done before him, but he was the guy who helped get on the podium in Istanbul at the beginning of the season in the 485. So a really, really good driver, brilliant with the setup, and he sort of said to me, I got some other stuff going on today, so I won't be in the car until about 5 or so. And I'm amazed that Kasperzik's been able to go as long as he has, because I sort of imagined he'd have to hand over to somebody else. But after the first 2 hours or so, he's actually gone slightly beyond that. And Neto, I think, is definitely going to be one to watch, pulling away that lead to Zagrodnev behind. So this is certainly a really, really good position in the opening few hours for Underbird Simulation. There's Thomas Rash in the sister reading game, completely cutting the chicane, but doesn't lose too much time to the car ahead. Gains quite a bit because it's in the pit lane, of course.
And well, I was just reading actually a few of the race director communications and stuff that we've had. I think of particular notes at the moment. It is that point in a race where I feel like I'm a little bit Le Mans out there. I know with 20 hours to go, it's not.
You have been driving,
but I've been driving a lot today. There was actual Le Mans 3 weeks ago. There was Gem Le Mans 2 weeks ago. And obviously we had EES Le Mans a bit afterwards. Oh, Florian Paul is continuing on with his struggles off at the Porsche curves. He's going to have to rejoin very awkwardly. as his
Oh, and he
team
narrowly avoided
ambulance
the sister car.
goes through. But, there goes Florian Paul, really frustrated in their Aston Martin. I would imagine now, third crash, I think, in the last couple of hours. So really not ideal. Well, second crash actually in the last 10 minutes. So
Yeah, you're right. He's not been in that car all that long, think of things, because Kamedi did the first 2 hours, of course. Yilmaz, again, struggling to keep it on the road at Mulsanne Corner. But yeah, I feel like 486 is really a battle for survival. Florian Ball doing his best, but you sort of, when you see someone struggling, you can't just go, well, get him out of the car then, because you still got to make the stint lengths work, haven't you? You've just got to hope the rest of 486, the main aim for 486 as well is just to finish the race. It doesn't really matter where they finish. A lot of them are new drivers as well, like Ian Maycroft, who we're going to see in action a bit later. John Amano did a little bit of driving in Istanbul on the way to the podium, but he drove like 20 minutes out of that race. And who else? We got Lucas Bird, I think he was having a go a bit later. And I think that's everyone really that I can think of in the 486 lineup. Whereas 485 lineup is Eliseo Neto, Masic Kasperzik, who else? Oh, I'm trying to remember. Ben Poros, I think he's doing a night stint. Juba, I think we scheduled to drive, but James has decided I think he wants to do engineering, which he didn't really make that clear to me. Okay, whatever. But I don't want to air all the dirty washing here. But there was one other driver. Who am I forgetting? Ryan Mazumder, of course, who's being his usual self. I think he got a new screen before the race because his brother smashed his old one or something a few months back. And then there was all sorts of worries about literally a billion issues that Ryan comes crying, well, not crying, but, concerned about, and inevitably we're able to fix them fairly quickly. But hopefully he can do some good in that 485, because certainly there's a big opportunity here to score a lot of points.
And, in a good spot as well, as we see Eliseo Neto on cue. A good spot as well, because, a lot of people go through the notion that you don't want to be leading a 24-hour race at this point. Or at least you don't want to be focused on the fact that you're leading. But this is the chance. Oh dear! At that point, as we see the 48 car going round and around and around and around, and having a very, very nasty crash. He should be able to get that car back around, because he hasn't actually taken out his wing. But that is a huge accident, and he's immediately going back into the pits. So he's not going to get that. Oh, and actually that is why. Look at the crabbing on that machine.
As we see a penalty for, is that Bintz? Given a penalty? Or Inez? I forgot who that is actually. It's Guinness, Facundo Guinness in the Sport Junior team, of course. But Henk-Jan Steneker, big accident there. And I have a feeling he doesn't really like MMA, given the way he was destroying those advertising boardings. But he clearly lost it out of Maison Blanche, and then just did several 360-degree spins. Clearly when he hit the wall, and it sped up again. It's like Henk-Jan Steneker's perpetual motion machine.
That's the one that in real life would hurt the neck in the morning. It's a lot of G-force.
I hope Henk-Jan Steneker doesn't drive with VR.
Oh,
we see Neil Greening, Louis Hartley, Nick Westy, Adam Buzita, Emir Sert, and Norbert Cracker all in the pits.
So we were looking at a battle in LMP2, but apparently Auto Director doesn't like me. So let me turn it off for a moment. We'll say goodbye to the Auto Director and focus on the actual battle that we've got. As Ricardo Checker is caught up to Thomas Rash, going in 9/10 of a second now in it. And remember, 72 squad really struggling on a straight line speed. So this could be a chance for Ricardo Checker to absolutely breeze by. Should get up to about 308 kph as he gets down to the end of the straight.
There's also another battle going on between third and fourth in GD3 between Peter Schoenemann and Sarakas in the 163. Remember, which had to make a pit stop very recently, so Schoenemann could be under threat. Then here we go. Sarakas pulls to the right then, and Peter Schoenemann on the outside in the McLaren. This against the straight line speed of the Ferrari, just slots in behind.
that's podium gone at the moment for Peter Schuneman of Finabon Motorsport with a special livery for this weekend. Another special livery actually on the grid. A few special liveries going on. I like to think I've started a trend, but anyway, it's Nick Homewood who's done that car for them. I don't know what the significance of it is, but it's red and it's nice. We'll switch back to that battle then as Ricardo Checker is all over the back of the 72 Reading Game car of Thomas Raschke, and there's a car just behind them as well, who I believe is a lap down. Here he goes around the outside of Ricardo Checker. Thomas would do well to let him through, and that's exactly
Caution, slow
what
car at
Thomas
Indianapolis.
does. Smart driving from him at this stage.
There's a slow car in Indianapolis we're hearing. I didn't see it anywhere. There it is, just it's Yilmaz, I think. It's coming out right in front of Ricardo Checker.
It is, that's the Falcon car. And he's really struggling there, isn't he? On drivers, right?
Struggling for the past couple of hours, I think.
It's a tough day for a lot of these guys, and particularly at this stage in the race. If it goes wrong, it's almost worse than it going wrong at any other stage in the race, if that makes any sense, because you're then in the wrong mindset for the rest of the race.
The slow car is now in the Porsche curves.
Slow car in the Porsche cars, and Yilmaz, just going straight on into the wall. Saw what happened there. He was trying to fight the bent steering and almost overcorrected, and then was just understeering straight off, wasn't he?
Yes, yeah.
Not been a good day for Aztec Racing, has it?
No.
Oh. Coming out onto the racing line in front of the LMP2 there. It's unwise, I would suggest.
Potentially.
Well, where is Josh, by the way? Because I thought I was supposed to leave so he could take over. I know I'm going to leave you
I
anyway.
hope he knows that he was supposed to be in. I'm supposed to go in 10 minutes myself.
Okay.
But yeah, well, I hope he knows. He put in his availability and we released the stints and gave them plenty of tax, but anyway.
The slow car is now clear.
Yeah, as Yilmaz enters the pits, so we get a message from race direction telling us that it's all clear, and Yilmaz struggles to avoid going back onto the track, as Tom Dillon can tell you exactly how going into the pit lane can go wrong. But anyway, Yilmaz just about saves it on this occasion. The steering wheel, no doubt, bent 90 degrees in the wrong direction compared to going in a straight line. Now he's just got to hope nobody else is occupying his pit gantry, as there's two side-by-side right there, actually, duty-free. I think that's Kovacs and Schuneman, isn't it?
Yes. Sorry, I was having a major issue with the 72 squad. That does mean I'm going to have to jump out very soon indeed.
Well, you're leaving in 10 minutes anyway, so I may as well stay just so somebody's commentating, if that's all right.
Alex is coming on, but I don't know about Josh. I will give him a kick up the backside and see where he is.
Yeah, maybe I'll send him a message too.
But anyway, maybe it's my fault for not DMing in the schedule. And, we see Yilmaz getting that car repaired, so there's actually a major issue for 72 at the moment, where Alex Cochrane, his game is crashing, and that is meaning that we can't get a driver into the car at the moment. So we're just telling Thomas to do another couple of stints, and then we'll figure out what's going on from there.
And Thomas is like, yeah, I'll just keep going until I collapse from exhaustion. But yeah, Thomas is a good man. I look forward to hearing from him after his stint, and well, possibly seeing what he thinks of all of it. But Zildjian continues to extend the lead. He's now leading by over a lap from Saba Higidis, who's gotten on board Moreira 66. So that really shows the dominance of Sunset Motorsport in the B2 class. There's certainly this lead. So duty-free Zagrodnev trails Neto by 75 seconds, which is still pretty big, as Zildjian laps Neto there. Two class leaders avoiding each other well. And then at Le Mans Hypercar, Varconi is the 714 now, and is 746 seconds. Sorry, I nearly said 714, but that is the race number, of course. It does feel like they're 714 seconds ahead, but I'm sure Elliott Simpson going to disagree, being only 140 seconds back. But Zildjian carries on. And so does the race. So if there's any interesting comments then in the chat to keep our eyes hooked onto. I say hooked onto, but you know, observe and react to.
Ryan says, what's the issue with the 72? Driver is incapable of joining the server, which is fun, which gives us about an hour to either find another one or figure something else out. Or retire the car.
Right, we can sort something out, I'm sure. If you really need to borrow one of ours, we can talk about that.
Well, the problem is you can only drive one car at a time. So
Aaron says RF2 sucks, basically. It's understandable. Recalcitrant nature sometimes.
if there's someone sitting around doing nothing who thinks, well, I would really fancy doing this race right now, I'm going to use my platform. Give me a message. Oh,
Yeah,
Tom,
we're
I'm afraid
desperate, I guess.
Thomas is asking if I can quickly join the bubble, so I'm going to leave you for a second. I'm sorry, it's just that this is pretty
no, I'm managing fine.
Alright, I'll see you later. The cable gets caught in my chest.
Best of luck sorting out the situation. And, do try not to strangle yourself, Tom.
Yes, that would be ideal. Thank you, Esmond.
I didn't realise Tom Dillon was into autoerotic asphyxiation, but there we go. Anyway, I'm being ridiculous, don't worry about it. But, let's see. R-Factor 2 needs some big improvements, says Vicapello23, but they want to do a special Le Mans game using the same engine, yes. SSJ2 Luigi says, meanwhile, my iRacing friend is all, wow, RF2 is really good, I like it. Chris Tompkins says the server has sent out a 120 gigabyte data today for this event so far. Keyword words being so far. $69 people watching. It's that number again, isn't it? Right, just seems to keep following us around, just like the driver of the number 69. This race of Full Throttle Motorsport. Was it Full Throttle Motorsport or Full Throttle Sim Racing? Full Throttle Racing Team with Tibor Boxai still at the wheel and still a menace to society at large. So, no, I'm not bitter. I'm sure I'm going to have to defend on my driver's conduct at some point or other in this season, or maybe indeed in this 24-hour race. Hopefully they'll do me proud. Closest battle on track with Neil Greening is about 5 seconds behind Lee Hartley in the battle for the 5th in Element Born Hypercar. And everyone else is about 6 seconds or more apart from one another. So Florian Paul is actually, after the pit stop, Alan Holden is now about 6.4 seconds ahead of Florian Paul. So we've still got a Baba Boy, a SimSport and Hunter Birch car fighting each other, but it's for, let me see. I believe it's for 8th for 9th. So we see this is Zildrim, Ulas, just negotiating Ligier in the traffic. And they're running side by side, and I love a little camera shot there. They are both build the frame. So this is a bit of a quiet time, really. Not too much going on. Zildrim just gets the power down out of the chicane, and it's slightly squirrely, which enables Ligier to the same LMP2 class, of course, but several laps down now. Just get a little bit of extra slipstream as it chases down the car ahead of it. In fact, I'm going to go back into Parsec and see if I can refresh a little bit. So I think the overlay is acting up ever so slightly, and hopefully that just resolve the issue. And we're joined now by Mr. Joshua Birch, who's just finished covering the F1 sprint.
And the Grid Network, because and Grid Network. I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere today. Hello, everyone.
Oh yeah, yeah. I imagine Grid Network's probably overran. Yeah, I can hear you fine, Josh.
Fantastic. Yes, I was the only one on alongside Joe, so we had to do the whole show. I couldn't take after 20 minutes like I normally do, so I had to help him out. Everyone's been off.
Yeah, I mean, I would have helped out too, but A, I haven't
Yes,
been watching
you've
this
been-
apart from this.
Yes.
B,
I would rather be watching this compared to the F1 sprint race that we saw today, so I'd rather have been watching the 24-hour race, which is looking fun.
yeah, I feel like F1 sprint race sort of thing I might just watch the highlights of on YouTube when I get the chance. Speaking of highlights, I still need to get the Portland highlights that we did together with
Oh,
Adam
no
Limerick.
worries. I've finally given all the footage to an editor who is getting our TikTok back up and running from clips over the
nice.
rest of the week. So that's going to be back up soon.
I'm an editor, Josh. Maybe I should have called my services, but I guess I've got quite a lot on my plate at the moment.
Oh no, it's
Like
alright. It's just it's not going to take that long. Just like 5-10 minutes that they need to do sort of stuff. So I would have done it, but I've got no time. And yeah, you are busy. You're so busy. It's not gonna.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. I was just thinking about this. I didn't want to say it in front of Jess because it might be embarrassing, but I've been thinking the thing about you, Jack Pickering, Jack Giuliano from Formula E Zone, and Jess have all got one very similar thing in common, and that is that you've all got red hair. So like, I'm surrounded by redheads. It's nice to have Tom here for a change.
I've got red hair.
Are you not? I thought you were ginger.
No,
oh no.
I'm not ginger. I've got brown hair.
Okay, I've been living a lie all these years.
I've got brown hair. Quite dark
It
brown
looks red
hair
on
as
camera.
well. Okay.
I
Yeah.
am Steve. I should have kept my. I'm glad I didn't say this in front of Jess.
I'm fairly convinced that Jess has got brown hair as well, actually. For some reason.
Right?
I'm
Okay, what really?
I'm 90% convinced Jess has got brown hair. You're making me doubt
I'm
myself.
now about 80% convinced I'm colorblind. And look at this purple, the purple Sunset Motorsport car. Oh no, it's orange.
Right. I just sometimes my beard goes a bit gingery, but that's only because when it gets sunny and not hot.
Yeah. I used to have brown hair and then I got older and now it's gone very, very black. Apart from my mustache, which I can notice.
Yeah, I was going to say, ginger hair does run in my family. My uncle has ginger hair. It skips generations.
Maybe it's because Megan's got ginger hair and I sort of thought because I thought, oh, he's probably got ginger hair as well. No,
Once again, Megan doesn't have ginger hair.
Okay, I miss her. No, she definitely doesn't. I don't know why I said that.
Megan's is like it's light brown.
I don't spend a lot of time looking at you
Yeah.
people. I sort of just have a glance.
Look at the racing, yeah. Well, to be fair, we very rarely see each other in the commentary box. To be fair, because
That's
usually
true.
my camera is the screen.
Yeah, and also my computer is dying. The CPU just can't handle
Yes.
the camera being on. That's why when we did the Formula E Zone show, we had so many issues with getting up on Zoom that I ended up just getting the camera. And I think it's a combination of me constantly editing things and like downloading the entire Formula E race from Portland stream. It's like 2 hours long, and then trying to sync it up with what we did. Trying to edit FSR highlights as well. Trying to edit the show afterwards as well, and sort of do highlight clips that Jack wants me to do, because Jack was also saying he was saying, I think we could really do like a radio style call-in show where people call in and give their opinions about the pack racing. It's like, you're just going to get nut jobs, but okay. It'd be nice to be a guest like Mark Preston. I'm really interested about Mark Preston. And Jess is saying specifically, I don't have red hair, I have brown hair. And then she's laughing at me. So she did hear me royally mess up on stream. Right.
It's been a long 4 hours. So we'll just close
It has. And the only break I got was to go and eat lunch while Jess very dutifully covered for me. See, that's my problem. Instead of saying as well, I say stuff like dutifully, indubitably, interloper, I was using earlier when somebody we didn't expect to qualify well was on the front row.
Didn't realize Nikita Mazepin was in this race.
Yeah, I was thinking more. Not like I'm not that kind of interloper.
Tom Dillon, he's doing rather well.
He is, yeah.
Where is he? Is he still driving?
Well, what happened was Tom Dillon had to leave the commentary box because there was a game issue because Thomas Rasch was competing in the reading game. And was going to take over. Alex Cochrane was going to take over. And then unfortunately Alex Cochrane had an issue with the game where it wouldn't start, it wouldn't let him in. So Tom had to go get in a call and help sort that out, I think. I'm not sure if the solution is just Tom doesn't have a stint now, or if they keep Thomas in the car, or if they found a way to get Alex in. You know, a good way to check would actually be look at the times to see who's in at the moment. I believe it's still Thomas Rasch. Indeed it is. Still down in 16th overall, 85 seconds by Norbert Precker in the full thrill Le Mans Hypercar. 12 seconds ahead of Stavros Musaidis, who's gotten on board the XRL SimSport car. And we know Stavros, he drives in FSR, and he's the Greek driver. He drives in the World Championship in FSR. He did drive in Academy last season. The commentator was lucky enough to commentate on, in fact, at this very racetrack here. We did FSR race at Le Circuit de la South. Which Stavros won, and it was only his second race in Academy and his first race for Bally Esports. Yeah, he is very impressive. Unfortunately, his season in the World Championship has not gone exactly to plan. I would say him and Giordano Valeriano had a really messy time in Canada, like getting into accidents. There was a massive pile-up. I don't know if you saw it, Josh, where Valeriano tagged the back of the Hungarian driver Janos Braxok in the Brad Marnage. Janos slid across the chicane, and then basically the Wall of Champions, and this is the line you can tell I'm including in the highlights because I've came up with. The Wall of Champions turned into the Wall of Death and collected about 10 cars, I think including Stavros Musaidis.
I did see it, yes.
So everyone who was like 13, 12, I think only Mika Hakimi just about avoided it. So that was a mega job from Mika Hakimi, as indeed we are now joined, I believe, by a third commentator, and it is the wonderful, the erudite, the superb Alex Folks. Alex, how are you?
Thank you for the wonderful invitation. Ed, I'm doing quite well.
Didn't do that for Joshua.
No, I didn't.
I'm sorry, you called the wonderful Joshua. I just.
No worries.
Oh, here he is. Here he is. He'll do.
Here's that £20. I'm just handing over the commentary box right now.
Let me just.
Alex will run off with the £50 on the other side of the wallet.
Yeah, I've got the other pockets.
You guys are bleeding me dry. But the only solace I have is me and Josh, our team, who's leading in GD3, and not just leading, but leading by 81 seconds. The bad news is, Josh, the second car with Florian Paul at the wheel has not been doing too great in this stint. It's dropped down to 9th, unfortunately, from about 4th or 5th.
Long ways.
Yeah, there is a long way to go though, and Florian has still got his teammates who could take over. But his pace hasn't been. It's stabilised a bit actually. What was the last lap for Florian Paul? 4 minutes 7, still about 5 or 6 seconds off the pace really. Whereas Eliseo has been sort of 4 minutes flats, lapping very consistently, and Zagrodnev is quite a way adrift in the Aztec Racing, and I think that's the only Aztec entry that's had any luck whatsoever today, because the Hypercar and the LMP2 Aztec entries have had all sorts of issues. And Luca Gray especially had a really In fact, Luca Gray not only did he get punted off at one point, but he ran out of fuel, went into pit lane and ran out of fuel agonizingly short of his pit box. It was like so painful to see. That's worse than Toyota losing the lead on the final lap of Le Mans in 2016, being so agonizingly. But I believe, did that car get back in the race? I'm trying to remember. The easiest way to remember is check the timing screen. Probably checking at the bottom and work my way up. Aztec Racing 390, Ferrari still in the race with Charlie Spence at the wheel, but they are last, about 8 laps down on the next car.
That was the car that had its incident on the formation lap, right? So I imagine that's
yes, it was one of the ones. Yes, the other was the Tracks VR car. Unfortunately, it was the 486 as well with Eric Kamady at the wheel, where there was a lag spike, I believe. I can't remember if it was for Eric or for Frank Bonhard in the Tracks VR Mercedes, but Bonhard was spun off and he lost the wheel and he had to crawl on the formation lap into the pit lane, and the other car was the 390 spun off as well.
I thought it was the 390 that lost a wheel at the second chicane or the third chicane. I can't quite remember.
Okay.
And that's why they're so far behind.
It was
anyway,
a pretty
good news for
chaotic
you.
thing before the racing began. Anyway, Alex, I won't interrupt you. Go on.
You are leading the GT3 field by 1/888th of the remainder of the race, so not too insignificant lead, but definitely very losable. I may
think
or may
any
not
race
have just spent
isn't
the last
over unless
minute.
you're like several laps ahead of the car behind, and there's not enough time left in the race for someone to physically catch you if you get disconnected. A sort of if you remember last season, Joshua, when you joined the very end of the race at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, where each of the points got disconnected on the final lap, but because they were a lap ahead of Nuke in sim racing, and the lead car couldn't force an extra lap in the hypercar class, so into the points just held on and won in the pit lane, which was a pretty surreal thing to see. But,
I was supposed to be in. I came in for what I thought would be the last hour. It turned out it was the last lap.
You didn't realise it was a 4-hour race.
I didn't. I thought it was 6. So I didn't realise.
Well, we got a 24-hour race now to make up for it.
And I will be. I will be with you, I believe, until 7:30 right now, and then I'll be with you 10 till 1. So there'll be a lot of time.
I'm going to hang around maybe for, I don't know when dinner is. It could be in 20 minutes, could be in like 40 minutes. But, when it happens, I'll leave, and then I think I'm done for the day. So you two are on your own.
Yeah, I think later on as well. It's,
Who knows
It's
what
the
could
same
happen.
group of us as well, yeah. At 1 or midnight, yeah.
yes, and I
Could
think
be.
Omi joins us then as well. So it'll be me, you, Alex, and then Omi joins us as well. No Richie this weekend. He's got other races on, which is fine, but he's ditched us. And Jess is, me and Jess will be covering the IndyCar quali with Josh T actually soon, so that'll be fun. As race leader from LMP2 dives in, he's got a lap advantage. This is the 161 coming in right now. Got a lap over on the 66 at the moment, so this will be an easy.
Ulas Zildrim is his name.
Yes.
Ulas Zildrim, as Jess has been drilling into my brain for the first 3 hours or so. But so he's an RHG esports driver. If you're familiar with RHG, it's Roman Grosjean's team, as we see a penalty, and that's for is that for Sibliski?
Yes.
Let me see what's happened. That's Krzysztof Sizilski in the Optional Esport number 75, which has not been having a great. I think that's the second penalty I've seen, at least the second I've seen come their way. So this pit stop means that Zaba Higadis in the Morera 66 is going to get potentially back onto the lead lap, but he'll be feeling fairly good. There we go, through he goes. So Azildrim will be feeling very, very confident. He's since the, I don't think he's ever been headed in this race, and it's a similar story for, in fact, Azildrim. I don't think, did they do a driver change earlier and Azildrim come back in? Because it feels like Azildrim just kept going and going since the very
would have
beginning.
hit the stint by now, wouldn't he? But the maximum drive time he could do at one time, so he must have gone in and out the pit lane at some point.
Yeah, we are, I think, beyond hour 4 now. So usually, once we get beyond 4 hours, that's where people, even the most hardy endurance drivers, sort of decides they've had enough. But Mugen number 714, I sort of predicted right from the start that they're just going to zoom away. And there we go, driver change. And is that the first driver change we've seen for Sunset Motorsport 161 with Mert Koptaget getting on board? We get from a driver I knew a little bit about to a driver I know absolutely nothing about, but I'm sure he's quick. And he's certainly got a big lead behind him, so he doesn't need to set the lap record every lap here. In fact,
We're about to find out if he is quick or not.
Let's just hope he doesn't bin it.
He's only done one thing wrong. He's taken the wrong exit of the endurance pit lane.
Well, clobbers over the curve, so he's feeling confident. Why wouldn't you be with a 194 second lead? Is it 194 seconds? 154.
154.
154, yeah.
I was sort of overselling it there.
It might be at the end of this lap, who knows?
I'll be there. They've got a lap advantage over the rest of the field. That's an impressive factor already. They dive back through.
But that seems to be the theme for a lot of drivers in this race. We haven't seen them before, I feel like, and the fact that we don't know them just means it's so difficult to commentate on them because you just have no idea who they are. I've never heard of Mert Koptaget. No offense to him, of course. I'm sure he's a brilliant driver. Watching him navigate the first of the games on the back straight, but the thing is, all these new drivers and a lot of new talent, but the thing, when you think about it, it's such a logistical nightmare, and I know it's one of our teams, but the fact that there's so many drivers now, it's going to be a bit of a difficulty to track, especially throughout the night, where I imagine more driver changes will begin to happen, where people start to get tired, and that does happen quite easily, as you said. 4 hours is usually the maximum for even the best endurance sim racers, so who knows how strategy will play out, especially with driver changes, as we'll get later on into the race.
A little bit for the 71 there, just an exit curb. Just kicking some dust coming out of Varnage. Now here's our race leader in the Mugen, 7.14, just absolutely sprinting away. Look at that, the gap between LMP1 and LMP2 is actually right about the same. 157 seconds to 152 between the race leader and second place across the two classes. It's not that in GT3 with the 485 of the 100% simulation. Closing in as well. What was it, 84 seconds they've got over there as an advantage.
It was a lot smaller because Alessandro Valente in the Baba Boy Simsport car was actually only about 3 or 4 seconds behind with the pit strategy, and they decided to try and undercut, and then Valente unfortunately spun into the wall, I believe, all on his own, damaged the car, and they had to do like pretty much a whole lap crawling back to the pit, and came out just ahead of the other Hunter Birch car driven by Florian Paul. So now Alan Holden is taking on board the Baba Boy Simsport 159 entry, which is a shame because we were looking forward to the fight there. But it does mean we have an absolutely massive lead that we built up over the what's it called? Aztec Racing, isn't it?
Yeah, the G41.
No, it was Zagrodnev in the Cyber Lynx, isn't it? It's Zagrodnev. Yeah, Alexei Zagrodnev in the Cyberlinks Racing 241. So they compete a little bit in EES. They're sort of one of the smaller teams, and I think they had a couple of goes in the hypercar as well, but they never finished the race. So they're actually doing pretty well, all things considered. Zagrodnev, the wheel especially, and then we got Stavros Sarakas for EP Lab 163. So that's not the championship leaders in GD3. They are. Juan Fuentes at the wheel at the moment, down in 5th position. So I forget what the points gap is at the moment in GD3, but if it finishes as is, so EP Lab 162, 43 points. ST Shiba are gone. 100-bet simulation 19 points. So that is let's see, that's about 24 points behind, isn't it? With 38 up for grabs for the win. Finnavon 444 on 18 points. Then we've got Aztec Racing number 390, who are sort of in that battle, aren't they?
At the moment.
Yeah, where is the 390 again? Is the 390 the one that got trouble early on?
Trouble early on in the race on the parade.
In 40th and last position, yes.
Last.
Surprisingly, all the cars have been able to still keep running, despite a couple of big disconnects and coming back in, and running out of fuel and coming back in, and being crashed into and flipped upside down and coming back in the case of Milan Evers in the 137, which has somehow worked its way back up to Louis Hartley at the moment, and is currently about only a lap down on the lead and 4th overall, which is very impressive, all things considered. But okay, so 38 points up for grabs, and let's remind ourselves of the point system. It's 38 for win, 27 for second, 23 for third, 18 for fourth, and 15 for so it'd be a 38-15 difference. So 5 to 8 is like a 3. It'd be a 23-point swing, wouldn't it? But we were 24 points behind, weren't we? 19 to 43. Yeah, so we'd be, if it finishes as it is at the moment, we'd be just a point behind EP Lab in the championship hunt. But there's still, as we say, 19 hours, 42 minutes left to go as we cut back to Florian Paul in the 486, still chugging along, doing a respectable job and just keeping us in the race, which is exactly what the 486 needs to do. So great to see as Varconi has pitted from the overall lead of the race.
So he's got 109 seconds to Simpson on the 83, so he's going to be changing over shortly as well. Let's see if they could get a lap. 10 seconds around here, so depends how long Varconi's in the pit lane for, and if it's a driver change. That's a question to start thinking about.
And there's Tim Houck getting on board the Boyd Transport racing car that we saw at the Ligier that we saw Roy Ton on board earlier. And there's Thomas Raschke, of course, for Reading Game number 72, the sister team for Hunter Birch Simulation, the Reading Game Hunter Birch merger. So I think that is indication that Thomas Raschke is ending his stint and handing over to either Tom Dillon, Axe Cochran, or perhaps a mystery driver they have conjured up in the last couple of minutes.
It can't be Tom, can it?
You mean, which Tom? Thomas Raschke or Tom Dillon?
Dylan.
Okay, why can't it be Tom?
Dylan Johnston.
Okay.
Inside the 4 hours.
I don't know why that would be a problem. You can have someone else do a couple of hours and then come back in.
Yes, I'm just double checking. Yes, you're right.
It's just the overall thing. Is it like I forget what the rules say. Is it 60% that you can't do more than 60% of the race in total once we get to the end of it?
Gotta be less.
We're in 65.
65. I remember it was 65 for the 8 and 6 hour rounds, but I'm not sure if it changes when it's longer races.
Do you remember when we were at Spa and we had a driver that was very close to that, and they were slowing down the race in, what was it, GT3?
Might have been. Here we go. Driving limits. 24-hour race. One driver cannot do more than 936 minutes and of 1,440. So, for context, 936 minutes in hours is 15.6 hours in total.
Which is, 65%.
Okay, right, okay. It was still 65%. I was just trying to... Because the rules aren't always... it's not always been the case that 65%, right? That was increased a couple of years ago. I couldn't remember if they adjusted it for different race lengths or not. You're probably right on that. Anyway. So...
I do hope so. I did just put it into a calculator.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right on that, Alex. Let me just refresh the timing page, because I think it was showing a lot of people in the pits to come back on track in LMP2.
Would you like our first little off-topic conversation? Are you ready for this?
I don't think anything can prepare me, but go on.
You know Twitter's been playing up today? Yeah.
I can't say I've checked it today.
Well,
I barely ever use it apart from competing.
Oh, well, Twitter's been playing up. Not many people have been able to access it. It's been out nearly all around the world. Elon Musk has said, to address extreme levels of data scrapping and system manipulation, we've applied the following temporary limits. Verified accounts are limited to reading 6,000 tweets per day. And this is where I find it weird. Unverified accounts are limited to 600 posts a day. New unverified accounts to 300 a day. But that is literally the same as TweetDeck. Now you just imagine, I use TweetDeck up in the commentary box. They flash by thousands and thousands of messages over the streams. I'm looking at my TweetDeck right now. It hasn't moved for the past 20 minutes. When did Twitter become a dictatorship, limiting what we can read? When did that happen? How's that legal?
Elon Musk, free speech warrior, took over.
Yeah, free speech, but you got to pay for it. And we're going to limit it if you don't.
Exactly.
That's not free speech. Oh, God, he's such
I meant that very tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, I don't like
I
it.
hope Mark Zuckerberg beats the crap out of him. But even then, I sort of hope both of them kill each other. It might be a better world afterwards.
I hate Elon Musk. Oh, it's dangerous. As soon as people realise he's dangerous, he's dangerous.
Yeah. I think people have a tendency to take these sort of politically very kind of dodgy kind of figures and rehabilitate them when they shouldn't, really. And I think that's a lot of case with there's all these sorts of political podcasts as well, where you've got bloody, I know, George Osborne and everything, sort of like, they pretend to be political enemies, but they're all both voted for austerity. No different, in my opinion. But I feel like politics is not a good arena to be in right now. I don't like I know. I also don't think Elon Musk is the sort of person you want owning your app, because I think if I was an investor in Twitter, I'd be like, I want someone who's sort of more under the radar and not gonna create horrible scandals and call people pedophiles for trying to save miners from trapped in caves, or you know, just all sorts of bizarre things. And it's also the thing that Elon Musk, the reason he's so rich is because his family has shares in a like South African diamond mine that used a lot of slavery, from what I understood. So I'm not sure he's entirely. As much as he goes on about being a self-made man, I'm not sure I believe the hype or the tripe, as I put it. And I feel like a lot of people, it's the celebrities that build a brand rather than people that actually know how to run a business. So it's more themselves that they ask people to invest in. Anyway, it's not a particularly interesting or happy topic. But you wanted to have that conversation, Josh?
Yeah, we took it. We filled some time, but I found it quite interesting. So we filled the time.
At least we're not talking about the political situation. That sounded very good.
I just heard Chris scream, so that's not.
Yeah, we don't want all those potential Saudi investors to tune out. They're no doubt watching EERC. Anyway, Smith Gillhead, here he is, continuing to chase down the 66. It's interesting that Boomshine is pit in the 139 because they were actually in the fight for second earlier, and I think they've been sort of shuffled out as that's Emir Sert for the URT, the 71, the championship leading URT team in LMP2 that looks like it's lagging around a lot and almost lagged into someone else at the chicane there. That's what I was one of the hypercars.
Yeah, just locked up.
That's going to be something for Chris to look at then, if they're going to do what they have done for other cars that have been lagging. As far as I've been aware, they've been. I don't think they're penalising, but they're requesting to change drivers, correct?
Yeah. I don't know if that's just a thing on our end where he's lagging a little bit. It's a sort of maybe an issue on our end, and maybe he's fine. But we can check back in on the URT car if you want, and see how they're getting on as we continue to watch Varconi stretch his legs out front. 91 seconds to the good over Elliott Simpson. I've actually been really impressed by the 83 car because they have kept in with and really kept the number one, the championship leaders, at bay, and Bertrand Saviano out of the wheel at the moment. And it looked like the 83 was going to be easy pickings for them, but what's their name? The Phoenix Flame or something like that? Yeah, Promix Flame. Sorry, not Phoenix Flame. It's such a great new team to see them really putting it up there with the big boys and fighting for second place on the podium.
The 71 car, can you please find a new driver as soon as possible?
There we go. We're hearing a message from Race Director
now. Thank you.
Nick Homewood telling the 71 that they're lagging quite severely and need to change drivers. So that is a big setback then for the points leaders, and they've got a big lead in LMP2, but if they don't finish particularly well, that could blow the championship wide open in LMP2. To give some context then, let's have a peek at that championship, and we'll keep an eye on whether the 71 comes in or not and who gets in instead of Emir Sert. I believe was actually lagging in qualifying as well, if I'm not mistaken. But let's have a look. Team standings. Here they are. So, the team standings are top 5 in, if I can just get... Oh dear, Patrick and Magnussen involved in that in the Aztec Falcon that's already not had a great day today. But here we go. So, LMP2 points. URT Esports, number 71, with Emir Sert at the wheel at the moment. Down in 17th overall. I believe they are in... 9th in class at the moment. They're on 68 points, 30 points ahead of EFA Racing, 46. We've got where's EFA Racing at the moment? They've got Ricardo Riva at the wheel at the moment, and they are 4th in class. Yes.
Yeah.
And then we've got Boyd Transport a couple points behind. Number 40, the 139 on 27 points, and the band Kebab Enjoys, who won the first race of the season, then put a band livery in the car. I'll remind people of that, but anyway, it's a shame. It could have been a great team. There we go. So you've got to obey the rules. Anyway, it looks like Savania, as you say, Josh, is in the pit lane then, in the racing zone number 1 to try and undercut Elliott Simpson.
Yeah, P1 moving up then. Sorry, P3 for car 1. We'll come in and do a few little changeovers. Meantime, looking through the field, we've also got the 162 in from the GT3 class, running 5th
That's
overall.
true. That's the
Now
points
6th.
leader as well.
Yep, dropped down to 6th now. That pit stop still going on. So that
So now-
Slow car in Arnage. Please be
Hearing
careful.
a slow car in Arnage corner.
It's
So
here.
that means they have to be careful. So let's see as Sarkas. No, as we cut to Varconi cutting the first chicane. Thanks, Sultan. I really didn't mean to do that. But anyway, so we don't get to see what was happening at Arnage now. I'll have to find someone else who's around about that area and to cut to them, I guess. There's Callum Lloyd being
Auto
serviced.
director.
Yeah. So let me see if I can intervene with auto
There.
director.
Ooh,
Oh
that's
dear!
not good.
Okay,
That's
code 80 in
Ricardo
10
Riva.
seconds.
Code 80 about to be called then. So Ricardo Riva has almost
5,
collected and hit the
4,
wall trying to
3,
avoid whoever that was
2,
that was going
1,
slowly.
Code 80.
I think that might have been Emir Cert in the URT, you know. It looked like a blue card. Didn't it?
Oh. I don't know if that was a server glitch. I'm hoping it's not because, you know, the desync issues, because it was quite a dramatic turnaround, wasn't it?
Just a reminder that if
Car's
you are
going
driving
wrong.
with a damaged car, please slow down and drive at a reasonable speed. Don't still try and go racing speed.
Yeah, what I was looking for as well, because it happened in our speed,
Homewood.
didn't it?
Message to reminding drivers that if you're driving around a damaged car, please go slowly, because otherwise you cause a massive accident, essentially, to paraphrase heavily. But but there he goes. It's quite difficult sort of forwarding because Nick Homewood isn't on the stream. His messages don't show up on stream, so I'm having to relay them secondhand. So I apologize if I misrepresent what Nick is saying. Anyways,
It's
the
not
God
your
Nev
fault. We're not
hits-
on, we're commentary not on Mumble or anymore. We're on Discord for now, because due to problems.
Yeah, so this means Zagrodnev is going to essentially have a free pit stop, which could be interesting in the strategy, because that means Cyberlinks are now could potentially try and do one pit stop less than Hunterbird Simulation. So despite that big lead, it could be an interesting situation then in GD3, because I think Neto was past the pit lane when the code 80 was called. As there's Pajoud coming
He was.
in for Scudero Morera.
No, for you two, I do have to ask one question. Whenever you talk about your team, do you have to say the full name, Hunterbirch Simulations, every single time you refer to one of your
Okay,
drivers?
we're back to green in
Yes,
10
otherwise
seconds.
it sounds like we're advertising a
Going back
rival
to green in
Paramount
10
Plus.
seconds.
Yeah, like HBS.
5,
You do
4,
that already.
3, 2, 1.
We don't say
Green
go buy
flag.
Netflix, do we?
You might as well be every time you say Hunterbirch Simulations. That Hunterbirch
is true.
simulation car. Doing it in our faces constantly. Don't do the same for any other car, as far as I'm aware.
Oh, we could just call it HBS. Bit like DFS. In fact, originally I was going to take the DFS logo and font and just
You were. Remember that?
yeah into HB. Then I thought the microphone word would be better. The logo.
It's a lot more funnier, to be fair.
I really like
the
the livery that Tom has come up with, by the way. As we look at Patrick Magnusson and Elliot Simpson, Greening, Riva has come back into the pits after being involved in that accident. Let's see who that other car was that was involved in LMP2. Was it Ricardo Chaker for Optimal Esports? There we go. So it was Chaker who was damaged and he got collected by Ricardo Riva. That's what happened there. So that's really unfortunate for the EVA racing team that was running fourth, that was in the championship hunt in LMP2 and was looking to take advantage of the 71's struggles. Has now run into a struggle of its own, dropped from third to fifth, and Tobias Blumschein in the Frinavon 139 could potentially get through as well and demote them down to sixth.
Did we just see the URT 71 corrected still with an insert in the car? Have they managed to...
Yeah, Emir Cert's still
Fix their
still
issue.
in there. We can have a look at them if you want to observe their connection police. Here we go.
To come in?
Yeah, let me see. There he is.
That looks fine to me.
Yeah, it looks like whatever the connection problem was, it's sorted itself out. So Emir continues on his merry way.
Not crappy at all, is it? Looks perfectly fine.
No, but it might change when we get up to this corner.
That's what I was just thinking, actually. As soon as you turn it in, the rear of the car going to step out and go, nope, sorry, try again later. No. Oh, little twitch, little twitch. The Stavros is in.
Really loves swapping every just
2 seconds.
So-
Yeah, it's really annoying, isn't it? And
I
it's
don't mind
essentially-
drivers swapping because it means that they get less exhausted as they go, to be honest.
Oh,
And
no,
there
we
is-
were on about the auto director.
The auto director, yeah. So, well, the problem is that I can't. If I leave it as just on one person, and I can't constantly be in past section all the time. And also because it lags, because I have to keep coming in and out. Because otherwise, if I stay in it more than about 5 seconds or so, it lags to the point where I can't. I click on something, but it's still the screen from like a few seconds earlier, and the delay gets worse and worse and worse.
As it goes, yeah.
I'm sort of having to guess. So that's what leads to things like me clicking on something, thinking I've done it, and I've not actually done it, and sort of all sorts of. It just leads to a big mess. So sometimes it's just easier, and also the auto director is more likely to pick up an accident or something as it happens. Oh, there's a bit of smoke ahead of Ricardo Rio. I think that was just the transition blur there as you go on board with him, and he goes, oh, two wheels on the gravel there. So Ricardo really trying to push to make up for lost time there. And it looks like he did actually get out 11 seconds ahead of Tobias Blumschein. So that is great news for him. So Riva still trying to keep those title hopes alive. As we go into... I'm surprised. I think dinner's probably going to end up being at 7 at this rate because they seem to be overrunning. No one ever tells me when things are happening, so they just sort of happen. Or don't, as is the case.
Quote of the century.
Right, you mentioned me, I'm not sure why. It might be announcements, or maybe everyone will mention, oh, Amir Set, who we were just saying was avoiding trouble and had fixed his connection. We're going well off into the gravel at Maison Blanche, and it doesn't look like he's sustained too much damage, but that is frightening times for the 71, where they really needed to make up time and get his head down. Amir suddenly finding all sorts of problems coming his way, and it's blowing the race and the championship wide open, potentially, for one of the others to rocket ahead and steal a load of points.
Yeah, it must be unfortunate for them having so many issues throughout the duration of the race, and especially when you are leading the championship and you are in a good position to lead and win the championship. Potentially it's going to hurt to have a bad result, especially at one of the biggest events, if not the biggest event of the season. We could see potentially here a huge change in the championship standings.
Oh, Emir, don't crash into the hypercar. But you're right, yeah, the implications of this could be big as we see McLeod coming into, and Emir really struggling with the steering to get out of the way. So McLeod comes in the 306 Boyd Transport, which hands back second place to Cyberlinks that have, who is in the Cyberlinks car at the moment, if I go down and check. It is, of course, Daniil Shavoskin. I believe Shavokoshin. There we go. Shavokoshin, I think is the correct pronunciation, until I'm told otherwise, but I'm sure everyone will have a go at me for not being able, for trying to actually pronounce names rather than pronouncing them perfectly and knowing telepathically how to say all these people's names. The problem with 24-hour race is that all hands on deck, so you get a load of just random people brought in off the street, it would seem, that never race staff had to do before. Just filling in so they can get to the end without being disqualified for just swapping two drivers all the way through. Anyway.
Theoretically get away with that, couldn't you?
Well, it could, as long as nobody does more than 65% of the race or whatever it is.
Do you think the teams are keeping track of that, or I think Emma hasn't fixed his issue?
Oh dear, well that's bad news indeed. But it seems to be intermittent, doesn't it? It's certainly affecting his ability to drive. Certainly should have changed when prompted, in my opinion, but maybe they're worried about strategy if they do that. Ducat 749 says the number 19 LMP2 livery is superb. So that's of course 10s. Lots of fans of the online sim racers. We heard OSR getting a lot of praise earlier from the chat as well, from other members of OSR especially. But yeah, great to see them holding on to a very strong 4th place now that Ricardo Arriva has been delayed with his issue. Being basically collecting someone, just slowing down the straight line. But yeah, it seems that we're in a bit of a holding back. The closest battle on track is that Pastore. It's closed all the way on. Giuseppe Pastore is closed on the back of Alan Holden in the battle for 6th position. So we can go watch that if you want and see how it unfolds.
It's better than watching.
There he is.
Guillaume Holden. So it's going to be an easy pass.
Oh, good exit.
Is that a lapped car? Because I think he's still in 6th, is he?
No, it's definitely
Position.
That was an easy pass assisted by the, I think that's a hypercar, it's one of the
Holden.
LMPs ahead.
It's passing it was passing Holden, the 159.
Alan Holden, so there we go. That's the Baba Boy Simsport. Unfortunately, could not provide much resistance then. So Giuseppe Pastore, who we've seen is very quick, is now up into the top 6 and free to chase. Is that Tamas Jaeger ahead of him? It is for the HHR number 36.
Yeah. Just a couple of seconds behind
Very,
him.
very short battle, sadly, but there we go. Giuseppe Pastore on much fresher tyres too, having pit failure recently. Blumschein still about 5 seconds behind Ricardo Riva in the battle for 5th. Hypercars, I think the hypercar timer screen is it can't cope whenever they pit. It just thinks they're pitting constantly forever. That's the problem with the timer screen. It's so buggy. So let me sort that out. Able to fit, is that Ryan Barrington Smith's name that it's struggling with? It's struggling to fit Barrington Smith onto timing tower. There we go. There is Mr. By the way, there's no chance. There was briefly a chance of rain on Sunday morning in this race, but that's gone away now, from what I understand. So bright and sunny at the moment. 38 degrees track temperature. Oh, Varcone, that's the race leader. Oh dear, he can't afford to do that too many times. He spins immediately. Oh dear, so his Varcone starting to fatigue and just put way too much heat into the tyres at the first chicane there, and that's going to really raise the morale of the likes of Simpson and Bertlin Saviano, because now suddenly
them up.
Lead it's gone from unassailable lead to, if that happens a few more times, I could be in the picture here.
Certainly wake them up though. What a foolish thing to do at turn 1 and 2. Just looked like it was a simple
the spin as well. The first spin looked like okay. It's one of those things.
Yeah.
We saw it happen quite a few times. We even saw it happen to. We interviewed one of the drivers from Logistical Nightmare who told us. I think it was Owen who told us that was it James? I think it was James. Who told us basically that they'd set up the car in a way that didn't adjust to the track conditions, as Ricardo Chaker has a big incident. That looks like a big crash at Indianapolis. And he's
Okay, we're back to code 80.
He's missing a wheel. He's hit the wall, and that's the optimal car again.
5,
You're right.
3, 2, 1. Code 80.
Wheels on his back.
Code 80 is in effect. Let's. It's annoying because it's just gone out of parsec. Now, right, I got to press the code 8 button. There we go. Code 80. Eliseo Neto is pitting under the code 80 from the lead, so that is an inspired call from Hunter Birch Simulation. As if I do say so myself, it looks like Joshua Hamilton doing likewise.
I can just hear Alex right now saying that we don't do it for anybody else.
Yeah.
There's the Aztec Racing Falcons. Gianni car, running 10th in Hypercar.
You are trying
Patrick
so hard
Magnussen.
not to be hypocrite.
Patrick Magnussen, of course, you remember from GPVWC drivers in FS2. There is Neto, released from his prison in the pit lane and back out on track where he belongs. So Neto, who I believe just had to pull out. He was originally going to do the first stint, and then Masic was going to do the second stint. But as it happens, Masic did an amazing job. Masic Kurzik, and he is now. He's inherited a big lead, and looking like. Despite, I think, Cyberlink's pit under the previous code. Oh, is that Eliseo Neto in the garage?
Yes,
oh,
yes,
no.
it is. No.
Okay, don't panic, Josh. Don't panic.
No.
got a big lead. Don't worry. You're fine.
Thank God it's a code 80. Get him back in. In, Neto. Neto, in.
Neto isn't a dog, Josh.
Oh, he got disconnected. That clearly wasn't his.
Technically it was,
At least this has happened under the code
supermarket
80.
Reminder, first gear under code
Actually,
80.
Neto was a supermarket, wasn't it? A division of Asda, and it was actually a dog. Just say.
Anyway, that could potentially, if Eliseo Neto can't get back in time, could blow the race wide open. Still got the Optimal Esport car still struggling to make its way through the second sector then, as there's Tobias Blumschein going quite slowly. Let's see where the Optimal car is, because that will give us an idea of how much time
Where do I go to cry?
Eliseo Neto has got left. There is Shaker. Yeah, he's going through the Porsche curves now. Big drama here. Eliseo Neto. It's a very annoying situation as a team owner because you feel sort of powerless, don't you? When that sort of thing happens. And in a 24-hour race, these things are going to happen, inevitably. If you get through an entire 24-hour race with none of your 5 drivers from like 8 different continents or whatever the hell it is being disconnected, then you're doing pretty well. Actually, there aren't 8 continents, are there? But my point is the drivers are all from different parts of the world, and the connection isn't going to be brilliant from all of them. Especially on a day when, you know, technology seems to be irritable and fallible at best. But anyway, big opportunity for Cyberlinks, the 241, only 92 seconds behind that and closing. So something's going to happen soon, isn't it? Because once the race gets up to back to green flag, it's curtains really for Thunderbird Simulation, as there is Alan Holden.
Right.
As in going on number 2 Optimal car, they've got a 10-second stop and go. So once they've
okay, we're back to green in 10 seconds.
So in 10 seconds, Lisiano says connection lost because the company is doing maintenance in his street.
4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Oh,
we go green flag, back to green. So that is just the worst luck. But these things happen, and Eliseo Neto did have an issue that stopped him in the start of the race, and now more misfortune has befallen the 100-bet simulation driver, and that is potentially a race win gone because some stupid mechanics, and somebody needs to eviscerate those mechanics and send their decapitated bodies to their families, because how dare they ruin our race?
Good God. I feel like that's a bit harsh for what will have been scheduled.
Time we're leading in the biggest race of the season. How dare they?
I'm sure they've heard of ERC and they send their greatest apologies towards you, but
it's Virgin Media.
Like and sent them to Eliseo Street.
Decapitating them seems a bit excessive.
Is it Virgin
They deserve to die. They all deserve to die. Ruining our race. Completely unacceptable.
This slight amount of bias.
I don't care what
here,
bloody
so
media company
we might
they
have to
work for.
replace you here. Since you are so biased.
I've been
towards
commentating
your
for a
own
long
team.
time, and there's only so much bad news I can take, man.
There's almost
worse
so
of,
much
like,
bias you can have as well.
If Eliseo Neto had just been disconnected normally, I could probably say, well, you know, these things happen. But somebody just deciding in the middle of a 24-hour race, oh, I'm going to take the internet down for the entire street. That's pretty poor.
At 7 o'clock on a Saturday evening as well.
Well, it's a different time zone in wherever Eliseo is, so it's like Europe, isn't it? So it's
Probably not Virgin
That's
Media.
even worse then. If they're in Europe, that's later on in the evening.
8 to 8.
It doesn't sound like there was a warning about it as well. Because usually when a company's doing maintenance like that, they warn you beforehand.
I know. I've
So
got
unless
the warning.
Eliseo is an absolute idiot and hasn't seen like an email or something, then
I know. I've got the
surprise me, to be fair. But
I've got the warning for 1 a.m., which is why I stopped at 1 a.m.
I don't know when nobody's getting in the bloody car and they're just like sitting around like headless chickens. I'm saying get in the car, get in the fucking car, and no one's doing anything. There we go. Finally, Eliseo Neto has somehow found a way around the issue.
Data.
That is such a frustrating situation. And potentially, that's still got 19 hours to go, so I guess it's not all hope lost, but that is a big setback.
Third.
Alright, well, he hasn't even got out of pits yet.
Fourth.
Alright, you know what? hopefully my dinning's going to be soon. I think I've been commentating for way too long, so I'm going to leave you and Alex to it, Josh, because I'm not in a good mood now after that. But anyway, these things happen, I guess. These things happen. And, life isn't fair. So, bad things happen.
You are still doing fine. You still have plenty of time left in this race. You've barely gone through a fifth of what you have. So, you have plenty of time to win back or potentially lose even more of what you've got.
Where are we?
sure that's
We're back on the
consolation.
track in third. Not too bad then. Not too bad.
Yeah, you haven't lost that much. Only 90 seconds.
Yeah, this isn't going to go well, is it?
No. I think we're just rolling it in to Ed now. I think that's what we're doing.
He's left.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame him.
Ed's gone off now to, have dinner and eat.
Crying, probably.
Yes, I probably would do the same before IndyCar. What a... how on earth? Why on earth? Internet. That time. Please. No. Just work for once. That's why I'm not commentating it on this evening as well, because ours is scheduled to go off at 1 AM as well, actually. That's why it's the 1 AM cut-off for Virgin Media.
Virgin Media. They've been doing some weird... We're going off topic, but still. They've been doing some weird things with their internet.
They really have. I mean, the other day we lost it at like 11 o'clock at night for like 20 minutes and they've got it back. It was really weird. But it's scheduled to go off at 1 until 4 AM.
What? I suppose it's later on in the evening where not that many people will be using.
Yeah, but imagine if I was in the commentary box. I'd be, they'd be screaming. And yet it costs us just the same. We don't get any payback. Yeah, racing on. 19 hours to go. Elliot Simpson second in the LMH. 145 seconds back to Varconi in the 714 squad at the moment. Keeping it nice and calm.
714, quite comfortably in the lead now, and I think they've extended their lead from the last set of pit stops, but...
Yeah, it was at 181, wasn't it?
Yeah. The thing I really like is the 999, the logistical nightmare car. I'm quite a fan of that livery that they've got going.
Robert Precker's been wide.
Precker going wide through the... I feel really ashamed. I've not learned the
Porsche.
corner names.
Porsche curves.
Is that the Porsche curves?
Yeah, coming some karting curves now.
Is that not the second one? I thought that was the Ford chicane we're just going through. I don't know.
No, that's not the Ford chicane. It goes Porsche curves, then we go into karting, then we go into the Ford chicane, then that last corner there is Rakudamon.
Right, so I've just got the map up. So we've got Porsche DuPont.
Yeah, Porsche curves.
Karting. Corvette or Virage, maybe.
Yeah.
Maison Blanche, Virage. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So, in reality, I just need to learn this track.
It's quite good. This is the Mulsanne straight, the
quite an
second
easy
half of it
one,
after
yeah.
Michelin.
I know just about that much.
Into the Mulsanne corner. Heavy on the brakes. Now we're heading down, I believe, actually towards looking at it, Indianapolis. Yes, into Indianapolis.
It's not the most complicated track, but
No, it's really simple.
corner names never been my strong suit, really. I learned them for Hockenheim because they're quite simple, really. You've got hairpin, stadium, not that much to really learn there. You've got sud curve, nord curve, so yeah, that's
It's
quite
a
an easy
simple,
one.
nice track.
Whereas in France, they've got all these fancy names like, one sec, Virage Nanage and Mulsanne and everything. Just seems a bit excessive to me. I'd stick to numbers if I were them.
Thomas has joined us in the comms box now. Hello, Thomas. Can you hear us? Hello. I just had to put my headphones on. Please.
Oh, you've lost.
Hello, hello, can you hear us? Hello, hello, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm just fresh out of the car.
You enjoying the race so far? Is it going well for you? Oh, really? All good?
This track and me, I don't think we will get close. I don't know. Whenever I drive on this track, in whatever league, in whatever car, it just goes wrong.
I feel your pain. I do feel your pain there. Sometimes it does go wrong. And this track bites if it goes wrong. You lose so much time. We've just been bitten. Lost our lead in GT3.
Oh, you only sound slightly bitter about it.
Only slightly.
P2, no?
What?
Who was the leader?
It was Neto, I believe.
Oh.
Disconnected internet. And then we lost down the order. Oh, penalty. Didn't see who fall. Penalty for the 46. Weaver. 5th in class in an MP2. So that's even worse news for them.
I think that's an in-game penalty as well.
It is.
Unless it's just been written out by Nicola now, who was getting crash a couple of minutes ago.
The systems just don't want to work with us today. It's that obvious at the moment.
Well, it wouldn't be an ERC event without any technical issues plaguing us throughout, and that's a traffic jam. And I assume that's a lap car of the 71, that is. And it's fighting the 66, which is trying to lap it and get around as we head
it does.
to Indianapolis. Quite well navigated as they've lapsed 2 cars with the M4 that was there, and you can see in the background quite far away now.
Yeah, the overlays affected it again with the pit stops. So it thinks that they're in the pit lane still.
Oh dear, that URP is getting in the way of teams with most of this.
Yeah, Precker, the 50 going straight on there, causing issues, as you said. Brief yellow.
He's having a lot of mistakes. He had one, what was it, Arnage that he went wide?
About 20 minutes ago, yeah. Just a wide moment.
And speaking of mistakes, I'm not calling Zoltan a mistake, but he had his bit of a moment of turn 1.
Yeah.
Well, not turn 1, turn 2, basically.
I was going to say, when did he say that? As a mistake. You wanted Zoltan Bunker, it is. Race leader. Overall, 714 squad looking incredibly strong here this morning. Well, this afternoon, this evening. Early evening.
Do you need a cot?
I need rest. It's one of those days.
How long have you been awake for today?
Today, I've been up since 6 a.m. until now. As we see Norbert Precker again having a spin down at the Michelin chicane. Until I haven't stopped all day. Literally since Formula 3 this morning, have not stopped. So that's F3, to F2, to F1, now to here in between. So not stopped.
Sounds like you've had an eventful day.
Yeah, no food either actually, so it's making me feel a bit ill.
I've been awake since 8:30, and then I'm going to catch a flight later at 2.
My goodness, where are you off?
To Spain. It's going to be quite nice, I hope.
It should be. It's a nice time of year in Spain. I hope you have a lot of fun there. That's brilliant.
Well, it's definitely better than the 16 degrees that I've been getting here in the UK still.
Yeah, it's very
We had
cold
a bit
today.
of a warm patch, but it's cooling down now.
Friend
Quite
of
nice,
mine-
to be totally
yeah.
honest.
A friend of mine's in Dubai, 40-degree heat. Very jealous. I know, that must be roasting. I couldn't survive that 40-degree.
There's a point where it's too hot.
Yeah, and 40 degrees
Especially
definitely
for
not.
the Brits, like us.
Yes. Oh, I would have said that's enough for 32 as well, like we had last year. That was enough for me.
Yeah.
Sweltering.
We were on the hottest places in the UK just a couple of weeks ago, and that was only, I think, 28 or 29.
And it's now windy and 18 degrees.
Yeah,
What's
don't know where
happened?
that's come from.
Man, I wish there would be the weather here in Germany.
What's the weather like over there?
Oh god. Either it's raining like holy shit, or it has at least 35 degrees.
We've
With-
given you
like without
our
any
climate
clouds.
just higher temperature.
Yeah. It's basically us. It's nice.
Yep, that's what we live in.
At least it dries out quick though with the rain.
Yeah, but I like the rain. Especially after it's warm, going out in the rain, just
Yes.
standing outside.
And that weird sunshine you get as well. Sometimes that's really bizarre in the summer.
Is that for position, that fight between the 486 and the 159 of Holborn?
I'm not too sure. Giamana. Oh, there's Giamana.
I think
Oh,
it
look.
is, yeah. 0.5 between them. So this battle on track
Oh.
is for position.
Oh no, we've dropped down to 7th place now.
Well, it's the 486 car, so
Yeah.
kind of was bound to happen, but the 485 car dropping out is... It's a loss.
Where is the 485
It's
car?
not even on the top 7 pages.
Is it even in the race?
31st overall, so behind the Fina Bond, and that puts it, what, 9th in class?
Oh, for God's sake!
At least they are still driving. Yeah, especially with the Aston that we have. The straight line speed is non-existent, basically. Somehow
At
we still
least you
found
weren't.
ourselves there.
At least
Yeah,
you
that's
went
6
to
to 1.
390.
That's true. That's very true. Extremely true. We weren't there. Yeah, 390.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. Jordy Lowe's in the 72, the LMP2, I think is disconnected because they're currently 40th overall. That's
It's
really
Tom's
not
car.
a good day for the Recon game.
I suppose Tom will be joining us in the box soon for that one.
Potentially.
Uh-oh. Wait, I'll quickly talk to Jordi. I have it on the Mambo, and then I'll get you updated.
Nicely done, Thomas. Really don't know anymore what's happened with the situations in the box.
I couldn't tell you. I have
Hi,
no
Amy.
idea what's going on.
Hello.
You doing alright?
Yes, I am.
You just don't stop. You've
Ugh.
been in the box with me all day.
Yep, you're stuck with me now. Again. Well, I'll just come from talking anyway, because I was live streaming and watching this with it.
You haven't stopped it.
No, I don't like stopping, so...
Oh, I do. I'm wishing for a stop. Yeah, so Omi, Alex and Thomas in the box alongside myself. Ed's done for the day. I shall be disappearing, not just yet, soon though, to cover IndyCar. Myself, Josh T and Jess on that one. Jess was on earlier on the EERC. And then we'll all just come back for a few more hours of EERC, then we'll sign off for the night shift and we'll leave you with the auto director and World Feed commentary. Well, the World Feed noises.
I got news for you, people.
Oh, go on.
Our car got disqualified for some reason. We will get undisqualified
it's
again
back
and
now.
a 2-lap penalty, so we can at least drive again. But we are
Yeah, you're back
under-
now. You are, I think, behind the Promex Frost. Seems to be the sister team for the Promex Flame, the LMH, and you are, let me count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10th now in class. But at least you aren't Norbert Precker, who's been having quite a couple of mistakes in that Le Mans hypercar. I do have to correct myself, so I've said hybrid before, but they're now 11th overall and I think 9th in class, and they've been having too many mistakes, and I think they are now in the pits according to RaceView.
Yeah, according to that, they are in the pit lane, so it's just getting worse and worse. Come on, Jack Giamana. What can you
Get us
do?
a win, please.
Yeah, not no, it's going to get lapped here. Jack isn't. if Ed was in the box, it would be making a bit of fun of Jack. I wouldn't have. I like Jack Giamatti. Nice,
There we
nice
go,
shot.
he's now properly on the back of that Ferrari and not going to be helped by that look now says she 007.
Yeah.
Which is conveniently getting in the way of your team's progress back to the order in the GT3. That's another
It always
hypercar
is.
going fast.
One of them always is getting in the way. It always happens.
I think we should request instant disqualification of such cars.
I concur.
I don't think that's a valid reason for disqualification.
Yeah, it is. Red flag, black flagged. There we go. Peter Shimon here, the 444 final bond. 10th in class. In GT3.
Anything else you want to add on to that?
How about with DSQ Max?
Yeah. Well, you had a go at me about the fact I don't say all the teams' names.
Yes, I know.
I'll just say them all now.
But, there's a balance, surely.
There's the 148. There's Jack Giamatti for 100% Simulation Reading Game Studios. The 486 guy. 7th in class at the moment.
Wow.
Being chased by one of the LMP2s.
I would choose to get in the way of your battles.
Oh, Valconi to the pit lane. Race leaders in from LMH, the hybrid class. 98 seconds now to Simpsons. That's going to close down.
They're on 11 lap stints by the looks of it.
Is Tom Dillon been in the commentary box today?
Yes.
Oh,
I
right.
saw him at least. I don't know if he's
at the
talked.
start, but I don't know if he's spoken.
From what I've known, but from what he has done today, I think a bit of rest would also not be bad.
Yes, he's been very busy. He's just doing the cricket commentary as well for the Ashes.
Good to hear it. But then driving and keeping the team
I know.
happy and doing all this stuff.
He doesn't stop. He does not stop. He's got a lot more energy than I do.
Where
Well,
does he
Josh,
take
you never
it?
stop either.
Yeah. To be fair, Omi, if anyone could do 24 hours without blinking, it's you. We're not even tied at the end of the Le Mans 24 hours a couple of weeks ago.
I mean, I wouldn't have done it for this, but I'd rather watch F1, so I wouldn't fall asleep doing it, so...
And rather as me, I'm already tired. It's like, I know my braking limits, and it's coming up with a braking limit today. Let me tell you something. Why? I'm sorry. Go on.
Put the 485 in the background of our shot there. I think I'm being optimistic, but they are up into 8th place right?
Nearly there. Nearly there.
They are about to
They're
get back into
improving.
the
Come
I
I love how
need
the
to work it out.
auto director loves the 486 Jack Giamatti of the 100% Simulation Reading Game Studios.
I wonder if it's auto director or whether
Or
Ed
Tom.
is still here.
Or Tom.
Or Tom, maybe. Yeah.
One of the two. One of the two.
I'm also just platform track. It's like, oh, that's interesting.
Well, it knows what it likes.
Is it coded into? When it's these hunter birch or reading games, like zero in on this car.
Yeah, but the thing is, the arrow flag set to 3 again. It'll still be there when I leave the com box as well. You'll still see it. It's over me controlling. I'm down past it.
like in Offenheim, the
Yes.
French cars were like everywhere.
8
Like
of
we
them.
no, it wasn't even that little. It was like at least 16.
We were everywhere. In every shot. It was brilliant publicity for us.
Like only
As
if
if you
it
don't
gained us
already get
any.
enough.
Yeah, for anyway, we don't get enough that much. Still, a lot of fun.
That's what. Good old. That's the spirit.
Omi, I'm glad you're here, by the way. Sprint highlights have been posted for the F1 race, and also on F1 TV, the F3 and F2 highlights have been posted.
Yep, I did. Yeah, I saw the F3 on YouTube. So yeah, that's good. So now I can finally relax and not stress.
Yes. breathe for 11 o'clock. Me and got IndyCar, and that's followed as well by another stint here. And then hopefully the internet goes off at 1, not at 12, as it has done every time we keep getting told it ends up being 12 or around 12. And it's like, excuse me, pick up there. But yeah, because it's like, it's really annoying because you're in the middle of something and the internet just goes, boom, bye bye.
Gosh, have you not been saying the names of the teams today?
Yes, why?
I was thinking maybe I could punish you by making you say all the drivers' names.
Don't you dare.
Oh, actually, the team will be on that case, so.
Thank you for reminding me, though, about the Porsche Super Cups. I've got to make their intro.
Yeah.
And I've even got their graphics sorted.
I've learned most of the drivers, luckily, because I have a paper on my wall which has their names. So whenever I'm just waiting for something, I just look at it and just repeat their names. So I'm getting better.
I've got mine on my notes in front of me as well, like I always do, so that'll be something to take home with. Still 18 hours, 51 minutes to go with the 24 hours for EERC at Le Mans.
Very close stuff.
Had Toyota taken the risk of identify the elementary.
Go on, Jack!
Yeah.
Go on, Jack!
Outside.
Go on!
Oh, man, if he does that.
Yes!
Oh, shit. What a headland.
Jack, oh, he's going to be too deep into Indianapolis. Just keeps at the exit and shuts it down to Arnage.
And blocks the hypercar in the process.
Oh, it's advertising. Free advertising.
The hypercar should be saying sponsors are getting more time on screen.
That is true. That is true. Because it's just a Jack Giamano show at the moment. It's getting more airtime than his own channel.
Maybe just now might switch to something else since that battle is somewhat ended. The gap is growing and it's about a second now.
Yes, Magnussen.
Patrick, the Icelandic rider, new of course.
B wheels gone off.
Yours blue shine.
Tobias, friend of the channel, coming in.
Commentated with him a few weeks ago.
Oh,
And he's off.
Hartley. No, not Blue Hartley in the fourth position. LMH, I think they've lost the wheel.
I think there was a hot bridge car.
Nope, they're fine. But it's not in Indianapolis that they'd crashed on the inside. There seems to be a common theme that happened with the 71. Not the 71, the number 2 optimal car, which isn't even top 7 now. Where even are they?
It's extremely easy to lose the car there. As a right-hander, the car gets extremely unstable, and then sometimes it completely oversteers into the wall, and sometimes it just understeer into a different country. So it's very easy to make a mistake on that corner.
Is that how Germany ended up invading France? They slid it.
They wanted to drive
they went into another country.
They wanted to drive a Toyota hypercar and then it just slid somewhere.
Huh.
That's how it happened, yeah.
Okay. Happened twice.
Well,
that's amazing.
They also tried the Glickenhaus, of course.
They did. I'm going to be leaving shortly because I've just been informed that there's a problem with IndyCar's OBS and I need to go fix that before the stream starts. So that's great. Another problem, Naomi, with this weekend's graphics.
Your Novalak's been disqualified.
What, from the F2?
Yeah, his tire pressures were below the limit. That's the reason.
Oh. I'm about done with today. I am. I know I said I am roundabout ready to go. That's it.
That's every day, Joss. That's every day whenever you have a session.
Yeah,
every
but
day.
today has been so bad with it's been constant bad news. And it's horrific.
Yeah.
It's like everybody has that day, don't they? It's like, oh, it's just you get that. Every bad news happens, and you know, especially with what's happened at Spa as well. And you go like, why do we do it? Why do we race? What's the point if people are still getting killed? And it's like, it does depress you. It does upset you, especially as well with Van der Helm as well, who was going to be in Formula 3 next year, very quick driver, and should have also been in the Audi support drive roles going into the future. So it's so annoying. It's so heartbreaking.
It's very disappointing when you know that there are people behind the decision made to even go ahead with that race, but
yeah,
I feel it's better off being thrown into the details, really.
I would have cancelled the 24-hour race, to be fair. You can't risk the drivers racing like that with their mentality. It's the same reason I agreed with the fact that they cancelled the F2 race when Anthony Bear was killed at Spa, but I was quite disappointed they didn't cancel the Formula 3 or the Formula 1. They kept going. They should have cancelled it. But Leclerc won the race.
I feel like there's a difference between, you know, having an incident at an event that you're present at, and one, of course, that doesn't entirely affect you. Ways that can be, respects can be paid, and
they touch.
Yeah, the 6 battling as well hard with Rivas lose the 21. Stavros battling with the 46 of Riva and just having a bit of a ding-dong coming into the Daytona chicane. Savania's into the pit lane, third in class in hypercar for the third time today. But yeah, it's just really bad. Oh, and apparently Twitter's now gone wrong again, so hopefully no one's tweeting anything to the EERC account. So it's one of those really bad days. Okay, I'm going to have to leave you for the next couple of hours while I go fix IndyCar, and I shall be back at, I believe, 10. Yes, I'll be back at 10. So have a good one, guys. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Hi, Josh. See you. Good luck with IndyCar.
Thank you, Amy.
And of Joshua Birch, our resident Twitter complainer, as it seems, thus far in this race, as he seems to be bringing that up quite often. He's disliking Twitter and their new API changes, but I don't know.
He's been complaining all
I think
day.
he's overreacting. It's all he does ever.
Oh, he's been complaining all day. He went on a rage when obviously Max and Perez, that opening lap, he went on a rage before that. And yeah, it's been him all day basically.
Yeah, I imagine it's not been the best of days, being awake since 6 and now 13 hours later watching your own team descend into madness, as it seems. P6 and P8 in class, respectively. Lead, that doesn't sound like that big an achievement. But we're now watching the 159 of Alan Nolan, very Simsport team, and you know, I'm not going to be a hypocrite, I'm going to say the teams, and that's the number 2. I can't even identify the corners, I'm not going to try.
Oh, I don't have a clue about any of them. I only have a clue about F1 circuits.
That's just... The one at the Indianapolis, that's the one.
I know where the corner is when I see it, I just don't know the name. Like they are all in French and stuff, and no.
I can't just with French. And Race Club Germany, the 78, has got a pencil top and go for collision on lap 69. Enthusiastic racing. Falcon 219. I'm sorry, I had to put emphasis there.
69 and Aztec. Yeah, that's a joke waiting to happen, but not on the stream.
We can't do that here now.
Sucks for the Race Club Germany guys, but they haven't had the best of races.
I'd have to check. I'll count from the back because I think that might be better. Where's the race fueling? Chris posted it in the chat. There we go. Oh, they are third from last. 37th overall. That puts them, God knows, in class.
14th, if I count correctly.
But yeah, speaking of Chris, he's set a challenge for the LMP2s, which is make an overtake without touching.
Whoa, that can't happen. If that happens one time, then
Well then,
we're all
Alfred's is over.
screwed.
Yeah. I think it's starting to be a tradition amongst LMP2 drivers that they have to touch one another. That sounds very wrong.
It's like a giving another a high five and being like, "Good job, you've overtaken me." Go on with the race, have fun.
It's a souvenir for the time that you're passing this car. Obviously, you want their paint on yours.
Like the LMP2s, we all love each other. And we all want to have stuff like it.
I think that's. I think that would explain the lap 69.
Well, it was with a hypercar and a PT3, so
just in the middle, you know, when like the mixing of genes that creates an LP2.
Yes.
Yeah. I think that sounds right. That's how LMP2 cars are made, right? That's what that car is, the Team Rookie model. I've been, the entire time I've been commentating, I've been trying to work out what that car is. But I can realize Team Rookie Monsters, and I'm not going to remember it.
I'll ask you in 10 minutes, okay?
Okay. I'll try and remember it. They've also got a bit of paint on the, what do they call that nowadays? Is it still a shark fin? Something else.
I call it shark fin.
I didn't
We'll
know.
go with that.
These cars, so.
That's the race club Germany, the 78 serving their penalty. So you were wrong.
Because there was an LMP2 car.
What's Samuel from the XRL Esports. They're not having the best of races, 14 laps behind the leader. And let me just check. 39 seconds to the next car, which shouldn't be that hard to reach, considering that it is a GT3 ahead of him. Then Wood in the boxing eel racing, like, I can't help it because he has eel in his name, it seems rather fitting.
So you've got a story with Sven, or understand?
Unless you feel like making ERC fanfics. Oh.
Well, it's not 3 AM yet, so such conversations aren't yet permitted.
No, we can't talk about heroin and... That's a great conversation. Anyway, we were watching Maxime Bolo lap a GT and race of Germany left the pit box now after serving their penalty.
Yeah. Currently watching Pastor in 5th place. I am terrible with names, so I'll be getting most of them wrong. Really tricky with names. I've only recognized, I'd say, one driver from Abu Dhabi, and that's it.
Who have you recognised?
And I probably haven't even pronounced that right, so.
Well, you got Simon Bajard in the 87, you've got Jeffrey Ellis in the 73, Brian Barrington Smith in the 999, and that's just what's on the leaderboard for me that I at least recognise. Oh, there's a car spun back there.
The 75
terminal and the 50.
Yep.
Probably they had a bit of dispute about the same piece of track they wanted to do. Got a bit too lovely.
About the people and more about the car. up with Zoltan Volkoni, Mugen Sim Racing 714 car, top 3 in the lead, and leaderboard having a little moment, saying they're still in the pits and they have been for 19 minutes. Yeah, comfortable 133-second lead, so maybe everyone else in the pits a lot longer. Nice and slidey for which chicane is that? It's the first one. I don't know the name for it. I'm sure someone will correct me.
I know.
I don't have a clue about this circuit, so.
Right, we're gonna look up the corner names for Le Mans.
Yeah, I literally stayed up for the whole 24 hours. I listened to Josh commentate around this circuit for 24 hours. I listened to him commentate here at MotoGP, and I still haven't been able to get used to any of the names.
Maybe they should make it more simple track then. Okay, it's Forza chicane and then Michelin chicane. That should be easy to remember.
Well, I haven't put any effort, and yeah, I haven't put any effort in trying to remember them. So I only put effort in remembering F1. So I get all of the F1 tracks easily, luckily.
There's Neto, the car that was leading, being lapped by, was that the 999? I think it was.
Oh yeah, Neto had that. Yeah, Neto had that thing, didn't he? The issue.
Yeah, he
That is what we have been talking about. Oh no! He's done very well to have minimal damage to that car. I'm surprised he hasn't lost an axle, but he is crabbing by the looks of it.
seems to have a bit of suspension damage.
Is that one of the oh god, the Hunter Batch cars behind? I think it was as well, that's the worst part. But that Maria car, that Team Maria, the Team Scuderia, basically the same thing. His toys having a bit of an issue getting
Okay,
past,
we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
Truck's VR car.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, code 80.
I think we've gone to code 80 here.
Yeah, we might have. They've all slowed down. So have we?
Yeah, we've definitely gone to code 80
yeah.
for that Maria LMP2. Scuderia Maria. That's 66, who's had a serious incident going into Indianapolis, so they've got quite a few turns now to navigate before getting back to the pit lane. Hopefully, Auto Director will give us a shot of that car. No guarantees. Never mind, we're just gonna get a wonderful shot of the Promix Flame, but now we're looking at the leading Le Mans hypercar, the Zoltan Volkoni, that's the one, and the leading LMP. But there we go, that's the Scuderia Maria 66 car that's had its crash, and no, it wasn't a reading game car, thank goodness.
None of the glories. Hunter Birch Simulation. What's it called? Reading game, whatever.
Hunter Birch Simulation Reading Game Studios. That's the full name. If you're interested?
I've driven for them already this season, so I guess that's something.
Anyway, I have to laugh at that name, Hegedus. Hegedus? Don't crucify me for this one, but
I don't know.
And we're back to
they're
green
going
in
into
10
the pit lane to
seconds.
fix their issue. We should be leaving code 80 any moment now.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
And speaking of Hunter Birch Simulation, Reading Game Studios with green. There's Alicia Nefer. And now, Stanislas Pajard. Did I say Simon Pajard? That's a completely different person. I'm not the best with first names.
I'm not the best with first or last names. No names.
Hmm.
Oh yeah. Remember in Abu Dhabi when I said your surname wrong?
Mine?
What did I go for? It was
I'm
when
gonna
I
have
was.
to check this.
It was when I was passing over to you.
I'm going to have to check this now.
I don't know. I might have got it correct, but I don't know. So that's the thing. I felt like I got it wrong at least. It was when I was passing over to you in the well, Abu Dhabi. Yeah.
Should I check how you named me?
I went like, what was it, Alex? How did I say it?
I'm trying to find this.
Do
Did
you remember when
swap
you
it
came in?
6 hours.
It was when you came in with Ryan. Ryan was already with me, but you came in to replace me.
I'm going to have to find the schedule for this race just so I can.
So much effort being put just to listen to it.
Yeah, I need to hear this. It's quite offensive.
Don't you remember? Don't you remember from last time?
No, not really. So I'm going. Oh, well, I'm back to the point where I was being schooled on the difference between an Orica and a Ligier. It was the start of hour 3, so let me just go to wherever that is.
Well, I got Alex wrong. Sorry, I got Alex correct. That's one thing. Okay, at least I got a basic name correct.
So
Is there any...
it would have been...
I should have just said Alex rather than trying to pronounce your last name.
Yeah, that would have been a good idea.
Actually, you didn't mind it at the time. You really didn't mind it. I thought you were going to say something, but then you were like, but then you just completely came in and said thanks, Omi. So.
Yeah. I'm going to quickly deafen myself so I can listen to this wonderful pronunciation of my last name.
I'm excited to see what he says when he comes back. I think he'll be pretty annoyed. So.
I don't think. He'll think that's the funniest shit ever. And meanwhile, whilst we're talking about that on track, there seems to be a fight heating up between the 486 and the 159. Again on track, they are several times apart. And the 159 seems to be a bit quicker at this stage. So very interesting to see what those two will bring us on.
How was it?
Fulgus, apparently. You've replaced a letter. Magically.
Is it House?
Yes, it is.
Oh.
Oh, I was gonna try and say focus now. Focus. Exactly.
No.
At least I didn't say. At least I didn't get it right. At least I didn't get it wrong again. So. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try and learn it then.
Oh, very close between the two cars.
Yeah, 0.8. What car ahead of that is? Is that a Ferrari being chased by another Ferrari? Is the 164 Ferrari? Yes, it is a Ferrari chasing a McLaren. I forget that they exist. We didn't have them, obviously, in Abu Dhabi.
There was something there. Man, Abu Dhabi was a fun race. Debut in the series. For me, driving 137 laps in a row. And then watching Snowden crash. In the right-hander after Indianapolis. Isn't this really
That
the
must be
process? That might
painful.
be a code 80 again.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Not really. Oh, he's clobbered the wall again, so he's got some severe suspension damage, and I don't think he's quite realised it, but that might be a code 80 because we've still got a third of the track. Still for that car, which will be going very slowly to get through.
Only needs to navigate the Porsche curves, which are, luckily, they aren't the fastest curves on the track. Neither are they blind. So.
No.
Okay, and become code 80 in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, code 80.
If there is a code 80. Yeah, it's a code 80.
Oh, we have a code 80. They are driving slow now.
What's a code 60 on this circuit, it seems?
Code 80s are basically that we go around the track in pit limiter.
Pit limiter, yeah.
And
Code
the
60.
pit limit for this track is 60 kilometers. For Hockenheim it was 60, for Abu Dhabi it was 80. So we name it code 80, but it's basically just riding around with pit limiter.
Yeah, it's glorified.
It's kind of like a virtual safety car, but you just have a limit that you can't go faster or slower. No delta and just, yeah, basically.
You can still gain time by taking racing lines, obviously.
Yes. Yeah, I try and relate it to F1 in every single thing, because every single time, whatever I say, I try and relate it to F1, because that's the only thing I have a clue about, so...
And also, a problem during those code 80s is the Glickenhaus hypercar goes 58, 59, and always switches around between those two, whilst the other cars go 60. So the Glickenhaus effectively loses time during a code 80 for no fault of its own.
Doesn't the Glickenhaus also have a really poor gear 1? I think we saw that at the start of the race, where I don't know which car was in second after qualifying, but they went all the way to the back after getting a really bad launch.
That might actually be a related problem. That the gear is so long that you're so low in the revs when going 60 that the car
Then we're
just
back to
can't
green in 10
properly
seconds.
drive. Maybe that's a related problem.
5,
I'm currently
4,
looking to
3,
it was that
2,
Team Rookie Monsters
1,
car that
green flag.
we were just looking at that was in P2 when we started this race. A terrible start, but yeah, might be an issue with that Scuderia Glickenhaus SCG 007.
What to see at the end?
There it is. No, that's a Toyota.
Because I had it for Abu Dhabi, but I obviously am now on PC. I downloaded it on laptop because I was on laptop at the time. So I'm just gonna download it here and plug it in. There we go.
So it seems to be a nice fight brewing between the 36 McLaren and the 162 Ferrari. 3 times behind for the Porsche curves. Man, I don't want to be in a Ferrari so close behind. 30M must be astonishing.
It's very hard to keep it this close, especially heading towards the board chicane and heading onto the first climbing line, also known as the start-finish line. But yeah, it seems to be quite close as we head to the Dunlop curves.
I don't think he can start any attack now. If he's smart, he tries to stay close and waits for the Mulsanne straight. Drafts his way up. That Ferrari is an absolute rocket ship. As you watch Ryan Derek and Smith drive around.
Yeah, you wanted to see a Glickenhaus, there's the Glickenhaus, but only still Monaco race direction. Well, we should be looking at that fight between the 162 and the 36, but no, we're going to go to Samuel Krum. The last positioned LMP2.
Well, luckily, Kelly Monte Carlo didn't do it anymore from this year onwards. So we had it so this year we had much more better broadcasting, which is good.
Here they are, 3 times apart. Trying to break the draft with 36.
162 isn't following.
Man.
They're confident in their setup that they've got a...
But the Ferrari doesn't lose. It doesn't lose anything from that. 2 times behind, very close for the chicane. But too close for my comfort. Going over the curves very aggressively. Having a good run now onto the straight. Breaking the draft again, but doesn't seem to be enough. The Ferrari is catching up very quickly. I think it might be enough to go down.
It's going to be enough right now as he's making the move.
Pulling out. Let's see if we can do that. They are side by side. Ferrari is marginally in front of him. He's got it.
He's got it.
Without any collisions. take
move. Yeah, textbook move by the EP lad of Giuseppe Pastore, and I laugh at the name Giuseppe. Anyway, that's how you do it. That is how you make an overtake using the Mulsanne straight, using the slipstream, and using careful positioning of your car into the chicanes.
Number 73 in the pits now, 486 in the pits.
Well, I would argue, honestly, that it's a mistake not to cover the inside going into the chicanes when you have someone right backed up on your rear end, but that McLaren has not given up and is now right on the back of that Ferrari as we head towards, I think we're heading towards the curve.
Nope, Indianapolis. And now we're watching Tobias Buchrein in third place. Being left behind in second place.
Oh, and there we go.
Check. Drive, stand around, because why not?
What did you say his name like that?
Why not?
Jack.
Jack. Well,
So,
sadly he's not driving a Jag. Jag in the Jag. Just the Aston Martin.
Jack and the Jag, yeah, no. You've got a better version of the Jaguar. But speaking of worse versions of Jaguars, you got a McLaren on the screen who's lost a bit of time getting into the Porsche curves.
Don't let any McLaren fan hear this. What you just said. God damn it.
Oh dear, I think I've annoyed someone.
What did he say?
Are you a McLaren fan?
Me.
Yes.
I know one though, so I need to know so I can tell him.
Nothing.
Okay,
Nothing
don't
needs to
worry.
be said.
Well, I am muted for a bit because I'm still sorting out my mumble. So after that, I'll quickly rewind. What's 18 minute 20 15? Okay, just rewind about a few seconds from that, and we'll find it. All right, thank you.
Yeah, and he's still losing time in the inferior British car. Oh, it's a penalty for the full throttle 50, number 50 car. I don't even know whether they are on track. But they seem to have had a collision with the 75, so we saw that in the background of one of our shots earlier. The crash between the 50 and the Optimal Esports GT3.
Look at this. 72 coming up. Still driving. Those people that are driving my teammates, they are doing a really good job out there.
Oh, they, yeah, very nearly. It was on my screen 5 minutes ago, and I can't even remember the name of it. That shows how much attention I pay. We've got yellow in second row, but that doesn't represent parts to it. So, yeah, it's been someone putting a tyre off track. But Jaeger, he is a 1/10 along the entirety straight through the Michelin curve, and they're now heading towards Indianapolis. 0.7 to go.
The McLaren got a way better exit out of the corner. So if he gets a good braking zone and a good exit out of the next corner and closes the gap up a bit, who knows what will happen. But you can also do that.
I'd like to thank Luigi Cortese for reminding me that.
Oh, and the LP2 has been killed.
That is the last in class 390 Aztec Racing Falcon. They've hit a LMP, or an LMP1. They're the same thing. An LMP2.
Yeah, I think it was an LMP2. I think it was even that one that is currently on the screen.
I can just watch it back. It was an LMP2. But if I can try and work out, you're asking me. It's really not the right person to ask. I can't even see the number. The 40 something.
The blue leader in the pits since a minute. In case we haven't mentioned it yet.
So I can see what the 40 numbered car LMP2 is. It'll be the EERC Racing 46 car. There we go. But now the McLaren has fallen back even further from that Ferrari.
Oh, the number 2 of General Motorsports is
They've had a nightmare comparatively of a race. I think they're second last in class after a minor mishap.
Mendick has got a penalty.
That seems to be an in-game penalty as well.
When I see the name Manning on the screen, I'd never be surprised to see a penalty.
That Maria almost repeating the same mistake they made before at Indianapolis. Fortunately, they've kept it after the wall this time. The driver of that car probably got some deja vu, probably some elements of PTSD when they were heading for the wall. That's Patrick Magnussen, the Aztec Racing 290, coming in for their pit stop. And now the other Mariah car, slightly more successful, Singularity Mariah LMH87, going nicely down the Mulsanne Straits. I don't think there's any other way.
Looks like they've got it under control, the Toyota in the straight line.
I'd hope so. That would be very worrying, but oh, there we go. I didn't notice this, but the 36th of Maria in that McLaren into the pit lane. I wonder if the number 2 Timonol into the pits after their little wander through the road.
Charlotte Mendick, by the way, is second to last place. So she got a penalty driving. Which is something. Sorry?
Did they get a penalty? They're just 4 laps behind the next car. I wonder if they disconnected. That sounds about right, and it seems to be
A slow car on the approach to Indianapolis.
Most notably that
Oh, what's going on
486.
there?
Is that the EP lab? Going slowly.
The Hunter Bench car losing traction there. Being passed by the second place LMP2.
Trying to work out which Ferrari that is. Nice if it would cause the yellow flag so we could see what it was.
Okay, code 80 in 10 seconds.
Code 80 in 10 seconds.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80.
Code 80, I wonder if... I think the car I was seeing was the 390 Aztec. Going slowly through, or just before, Indianapolis. And I doubt that we're going to see much of that, but they're dead last, and I applaud their resilience of staying into the race. They've got 8 laps to the next car, and they're just not having the best of times with Charlie Spence at the helm.
While watching it, the BMW and the Audi side by side, the sole Audi in the race,
Is that Audi gonna make a move? It looks like it's going past that BMW. This is for position, actually. Yes, this is for position. Never mind. The BMW is off into the pit lane.
Perfect. And
I
can't
thought
wait
we
to,
were gonna get a
to
nice
hear
battle.
can't wait to hear the glorious V10 screaming around next year when the GT3 cars come to Le Mans. So basically what we're doing here is already show to everyone what it would look like.
We've got LMP2s, which isn't right.
Last year of the glorious machine.
And they're getting rid of them forever. It's sad, really.
Always been a fan of that class for some reason.
It's just better.
I love the
but
old
it's,
car.
yeah. It's like LMP3. What were they good for? They were just glorified GT3s. Yeah.
For nothing else to annoy everyone else, be slower than GT3 cars, whilst they are quicker than GT3 cars, and give dentists a chance to race.
The Neurotic, the 23 has got a penalty, and I quote, for using game chat during a race session.
Oh,
they've got a drive-through for that. They're currently 18th overall, and I don't know what that is in class. I wish I could sort this to show classes. It would be really nice. Obviously, beggars can't be choosers.
Back to green in 10 seconds.
So we'll be returning back to green in 10 seconds. So
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
green flags are up. We're racing once again here. Ugh, right.
Where is here?
Here, yes, here. Ugh. Well,
game
now,
cars.
let's go off. Right, time to go off topic again, as now you're on this.
Oh, yes.
Joshua Birch, yes? And he has all of these phrases as well, which he's got into me now. So, basically, I say that I've listened to him too much that I'm now saying all of the phrases he says. You'll hear the same thing with Jess. She says as well. Oh, there we go. That's an example. Me saying as well again. All of the people who work with Josh have that thing that they're gonna say as well because that's how much Josh says it. But I think Josh got it from another Josh. So yeah. That's yeah.
We always replace when we don't want to say or you always say it as well because it's almost like saying notwithstanding.
Basically, and I love saying now. And I love saying now. Yeah, I love saying now. I always go like, he's very close now. He's gonna go for it now.
Well, keep that spared because you can say it in a few seconds because we have a fight for P4 in the class coming up, 2 Toyotas.
Yeah, he might have a chance.
The 137 and the 87 fighting out on track again after nearly 6 hours of driving. This magnificent circuit. Man, it feels like we've driven for 48 hours already. Then you look on the clock and it's still 18 hours remaining. It's amazing.
It's just how boring Le Mans as a track is. It's got
What?
long straight, couple of corners, long straight, couple of corners, long straight.
Now when I tell you that the 24 hours of Daytona is my personal favorite 24-hour race.
Yeah,
What
that's
would you
because
say?
people crash all the time.
I can't really say I have a favorite because the only real one that I've watched is obviously this year's 24-hour one, and the only other 24-hour I've watched is this. So they're both done at once. So that's how.
Daytona, honestly, I would prefer to watch Daytona over.
I can't wait we go to Daytona this year as the last race of the season, 10 hours of Daytona.
That'll be fun.
Oh, it will be way too much fun because, like, for me, it's one of my strongest tracks for some reason. I love it, and I've always run well around Daytona, so looking to help the team out a bit more than whatever I did today.
That's the thing, we'll go off topic once more, and rider preferences towards tracks. I've always found that I'm strongest on street circuits, like I did GPVWC. Street circuits are just amazing.
Yes.
Your references are right next to you. If you miss a braking point, that's just a skill issue.
I'm very good at street tracks. For some reason, American tracks in general, because they have a very different style than European one. And
well,
I've started out this whole sim racing stuff as an oval driver. I come from the oval side, basically doing that road course stuff to get better at it. So it's my
a lot of American tracks are quite old, like Atlanta, Road America. And honestly, COTA, they made their own elevation with a very long track because of it. So I think it's just a very different style to what we have here in Europe, where we just seem to use a couple of roads and put a couple of chicanes onto it and say that's fine. Definitely not what Le Mans is.
what?
Oh no. That would be. I couldn't slander a track like that.
No. This team gets attached to it. Like, if you win Le Mans, you're basically
God in the racing. Unless you're Sebastian Buemi and then everyone forgets about you, even though you won it 3 times.
You know, one right hitting the wall. Like,
is wall riding legal?
Has done more for Ferrari now than Charles Leclerc has.
Oh, he's won something, hasn't he?
Why are we talking about Charles Leclerc?
Said that
well,
Antonio
because
Giovinazzi, the guy that everyone booted out of that Alpha seat because he's overrated and stuff, which he isn't, that then got a chance at the Ferrari Endurance program and went on to win.
And what was and what we were saying about Charles Leclerc? In this?
So,
oh, right, you were saying that. Right, okay.
So, Antonio Giovinazzi has done more for Ferrari in terms of prestige than Charles Leclerc.
To be fair, he didn't win it one run, well, questionable engine, but you know.
We didn't talk about
Fernando Alonso has as well.
Well, Fernando Alonso's won a lot of things questionably.
Well,
we
he has
won't
won
talk
Le
about
Mans
2008. Nothing special about that date in particular, as Zoltan Marconi having a bit of a spin in the conveniently named Michelin chicane. And seems to have cooked those rear tyres nicely, and maybe now needs to take them out of the oven and put them on a baking tray.
You know, I think what he's doing, he's so bored, he'll just do donuts already.
He's trying to see who is around him, so if he could battle with them.
Yeah, and then he sees that for 144 seconds there is no one. Holy shit, it's... Wow!
Yes, he must be having quite a boring time, and that's respect to the Fina Von. But is that the final? Yeah, that's the final corners. How do you spin that? No offense.
Very easy. Like, very easy. Because you come from the first chicane there, the car is already unstable, you have the weight transfer on the car, going from the back to front, from left to right, and then you touch the brakes. The tires are being loaded differently already, and then you touch the brakes. And once you do that, it's just over. The car just instantly spins. So it's a fine line between going towards the limit, but also staying as smooth as possible to get the best run out of the chicane onto the main straight. So it's very rewarding when you get it right. Those hypercars, especially the Toyota, it's a handful to drive around here. The setup is so on edge. It's I don't know how they can keep it on the road like that. I don't know. I can't. It's amazing what the guys out there are able to do with those hypercars.
I've only remotely touched the hypercar with the Toyota mod. Assetto Corsa and RF2, and in RF2 it was a nightmare to drive. I tried it out, and obviously you had this crater going towards the hotel that just caught me out every single time.
I've never driven any of these three cars. Actually, maybe the GT3. Yeah, other than that, no.
I've driven the hypercars. I've competed in the GT3 this season. Well, if Tom would have an hypercar team, then I'd probably somehow end up in there. Somehow.
Did you drive in Abu Dhabi then?
I drove in Abu Dhabi. I drove the 485 GT3 car, the Aston Martin. I drove for 137 laps in a row from the start, which is like 5 hours, something like that, because we couldn't get drivers. Because again, they were on the race day, they came along and can't do anything. Like, guys, we are a race team. Like, yes, there is some stuff for Istanbul, for example. The day before the race, I heard my friend, I couldn't drive. But even that I said the day before the race. As soon as it happened.
It's the best thing to do. Make sure that there's fair notice as much as you possibly can give, and not just. Oh, I'm sorry.
I get that. Yeah, I get that a lot in league racing. Obviously, this is the only kind of endurance or anything other than the F1 game, which I do esports wise. So yeah, but I get that quite a bit. That drivers turn down last second.
Especially annoying in endurance racing when you'll have the drivers scheduled very carefully to make sure that they're not burning out, and almost like congratulate you for the creation of driving that you did. It's definitely very difficult.
Yeah, it would be annoying in an endurance race when the teams obviously have their own whole schedule in any other league race, or like if someone's missing, then they're just missing. There's no issue with that, as there's been a moment there. Jeffrey.
Yeah,
the team Rookie Monsters. We were
So-
supposed to ask you that, weren't we?
Yeah.
Don't worry, let's do that in. Don't do it
I'm
now.
supposed to be
Let's do it in a
leaving
bit.
now.
Oh, are you? You are.
Yeah, but I'm not. But I'm gonna wait until.
He's not coming for a while, so you can stick around for.
Is anyone supposed to replace me actually?
Yes, Peter. But
Well,
okay.
You know, the thing is, since I am here already, and I'm not planned to be here, I'm just here.
Yeah, he's.
So,
Yeah, but I want to have a nap before my finish out the commentary. In the 72.
so
Going
you
through
could
the mission.
okay, if you want.
If I want to. So
want to
like I have
who would
free
want
will
to
here.
leave this race? Who would want to leave this race?
I would. But,
Then throw him out. He
How about
wants to
someone-
leave.
You'll have to force me out though. I am now a lynch. No, a leech. A leech.
God damn it.
I should leave after that one. Jesus.
Oh.
a leech here. I'm stuck here. I need to look up that quickly. Oh God, no.
Wait, which car are we catching?
The 46. It's a Orica.
No.
Is it an Orica?
It's a Ligier.
I'll go.
It's the other one.
I can't say that, but I'll go and do something. There.
You will learn what the Rookie Monsters car is.
No, that one's easy. It's black and white, okay? But everyone seems to pick. Okay, well, what colours can I put on my race car? Red and white.
Red,
Black.
black, and red.
Yeah.
And then like having said that, now we have entered the LMP1 era of because for some reason they are all red.
Got that BMW there. It's created the red wine colours. But yeah, red seems to be a very popular choice. Apart from notably the.
Oh
no!
Oh.
Pastorge has killed, or I wouldn't say that
Has
because
killed someone.
No. I wouldn't actually say that because the LMP2 shouldn't have been there to begin with. So
Yeah,
like,
it's the responsibility of the
situation.
passing car. Fortunately, they were worth off.
there we have a certain Peter going against the 486. Besides it, and a run down to Indianapolis. Seemingly pulling ahead as it seems, and he seems to be able to do it.
Isn't he the one who's supposed to be in the spot for? Is that why he's delayed? Oh, right, that makes sense.
That sounded quite accusative, like. Oh, so he's the one that's supposed to be in this box right now. Oh. And he's driving. How dare he?
Yeah.
Yeah, how dare
Why
it?
is driving all great?
And he's overtaken the 486. It's a good job that Josh and Red aren't here right now.
Oh, yellow in sector 3.
So we'll go off with the Porsche cars. That'd be quite an unfortunate place to go off into the fastest part of the track with no blind corners whatsoever. You know, you can definitely see the apex every time you go. You know?
Yeah, it's a real pleasure to go with the LMP2 car. On the first right-hander, just a little lift, slight tap on the brake, then the two left-handers after it are full throttle.
I need to talk to him about that when he joins the commentary box. But he's coming into the pits now. Hopefully we'll swap to someone else.
I think so.
Well, Telly Monte Carlo has found a place to work at now after getting the boot from Formula 1.
And what will they be doing?
This, apparently. Seems to be that bad. There we go. So to a different car that isn't in the pit lane. Ricardo Riva, the EFA Racing 46 in P4, 68 seconds to Moonshine. The 139. I don't know what team that is. What should be like Team Rookie Monsters? That'd be hilarious.
Oh, the Audi seems to have lost a wheel.
Oh.
Well,
yeah.
That's the Code 80 waiting to happen. That's on the Mulsanne straight. He's got. Yeah.
Oh.
That, honestly, I would. That's very unsafe. That being said, and Pen Cadge in the Boy Transport, a bit of an issue trying to get around that tank of an M4.
Wait, there are two of those? I thought there was only one.
There might be.
From the back, they look extremely similar, and I thought like.
Okay,
I've
code
left
80 in
this
10
car
seconds.
already. Why is
Code
it
80.
doing?
Yeah, so we're gonna get code 80 as we expected. In 10 seconds. Well, less than that now.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Magnussen.
1,
And
code
it's
80.
Oh, Magnussen going off the
And
road.
he's in the wall.
Yeah, also, as he tries to recover from a moment, he finds the wall again, and he's finally now back in. But we do have a code 80, so he's not going to be slamming on the throttle and risking another spin.
I'm going to get him fired from the GPVWC team because of that. That was a terrible mistake on his behalf. He's definitely not been in since the start of the race, basically, since Luca Gray left for whatever reason. But a lot of people are now going to come to the pit lane.
Got the 122 driver on the Porsche curves probably coming in as well. Topping the car off to go another stint.
Would not surprise me, but where is that Audi? We would like to know.
66, 40 in the pits.
There's that 999 as well coming in. And the Scuderia Marea, they've stayed out. They're going through the Dunlop curves as we speak.
Getting flashbacks every time they drive through Indianapolis.
They must be like, they must not put any throttle input, and they're like, don't brake, don't accelerate, just lightly tap it, okay? And that's what they're telling their drivers, and there we go, there's Maxime Bonneau, who's also had an issue at Indianapolis multiple times this race. Tobias Blumschein. Where are they? They're just after Indianapolis.
Yeah, on the run towards the Porsche curves.
Where is that GT3? I genuinely have no idea where it is.
Well, the 122 is in the pits.
Yep, Sven Gilhard in the pits currently.
87 going around.
Very interesting to watch. and
McLaren coming in, fueling up.
I'm trying to work out which Audi that was.
The only Audi in the race.
Yeah, let's have a look if we can work out which one, where they are. Where are they? That's a great question. 25th overall. The 241, that's the second place car.
Oh. Well, then we might be able to see it from Ben Page's
if we swap to the different view of this car, maybe we will, but they're also gaining. Are we heading towards Indianapolis here? Or is this in between Michelin and Forza? Well, it doesn't matter anyway, because we're going to cut over to Zoltan Voroniki. Is it? No, Varconi.
to the pits. Topping off,
Amazing.
getting some new tires.
Where will that? If I load track map, where is that? 241. They're going for Arnage now, so still forever to go, and they haven't even got to the Porsche curves yet. But if you look on, I imagine you can't see this, but there's a huge traffic jam down the Mulsanne Straight, and we're currently looking at it really.
Well, we're looking at the 25th place car, right? So they are On the
That's
run
what we
down
want to look at. No, they've just gone past Indianapolis now, I think. I
Man, if
can't
only
read this
this-
track map.
If only this thing would show us the street. Would be so easy. That's the 163, the leading GT3 car. Let's see what this car is doing. Will it stay out? Will it go to the pits? Top off? Seems to be heading into the pits.
Yeah, it's heading towards Indianapolis.
So 1 minute after this car, the Audi should come, I guess.
Theoretically, yes, but they've just gone into the Porsche curves now. Hopefully we can cut to them. We're going to look at the Mulsanne Straight traffic jam, which almost everyone seems to be involved in. It's quite impressive, really, if I take a screenshot of this of the timing screen and post it into commentators for you to feast your eyes upon.
Amazing. Oh, the 485 is in the pits.
There's more of a traffic jam from my perspective of Remco de Zuur.
The 71 URT Orica.
Yep, that 241 almost
between the two chicanes.
The Porsche curve, yeah.
Man, this is taking a very long time.
It's because they got caught right at the start of the Mulsanne Straight.
Hopefully we will be back to green soon, but just currently waiting, aren't we?
Well, we're only waiting on one car to get back through the pit lane, and they've got quite a while to go just yet. They've got maybe another half a kilometre. Doesn't look as if we're going to get any footage of this car whatsoever, thanks to the woeful
well, wait till they throw a replay of Lance Stroll.
or a crowd shot in there.
The 485 has decided to change drivers. Eliso Neto is out, and they've put the almighty Ryan Masunda in.
Yeah, anyone that wanted to pit right now has got it essentially for free since everyone's pit as well. And since it's been such a long Code 80. Hopefully we should get underway very soon, and I think that 241 by Sven Dukashin should come into the pits very soon, and we'll see it on the timing screen, hopefully, unless it wants to be its usual self and not do the right thing for once.
I wonder why is there a yellow?
I think it should just be about to get into the pit lane very soon.
Viva into the pits. And the Audi's in the pits.
Back to green in 10 seconds.
There we go.
We're about to go back to green.
We have
that is a very long time of nothingness.
Well, we're going back to green very shortly. So there we go. Green.
5, 4,
almost.
3,
Went a bit
2,
too
1.
early.
Green flag.
And there we go. We are racing. Once again. Here.
Elliot seems to take the restart like a pro. The pro mixed flame he is.
Shut up. Permanently. Glue your lips shut. But anyway, we've got 2 drive-through penalties for Aztec Racing 290 and 1 drive-through penalty for Optimal Esports 75. So we've got the GT3 and the, I think, last in class Aztec Racing hypercar. Again, for typing in a live session.
Right, quickly. Alex, say hi.
Hello.
Thomas, say hi.
Hello.
Myself, say hi. Oh, hello. It's probably just, I'm just doing it because...
Oh, someone has lost it in the Porsche curves. And the director decided to not show it.
yeah, that should... Yeah, someone says our mic is too weak compared to the cast. It's one of us. So, there we go. Now he knows our names. So, he can say whoever it is.
Who lost it in the Porsche curves? Well, everyone's in the Porsche curves right now, so it's not really helpful.
I've only seen a car get major oversteer there. Maybe they've caught it and saved it. But I've just seen
the
onboard go opposite lock in the LMP2 car in the Ligier. I think it was.
I'll let you know if anyone goes to the pit lane.
Still in the pits.
Yeah, they've got apparently 11 minutes.
Oh damn. That glorious V8. V8 is a V10 for 11.
They've got Patrick and Magnussen into the pits as well.
I'm surprised I haven't got Kevin Magnussen yet.
They're very different people, trust me. One's Icelandic, one's Danish, so that's your first difference.
Well, yes, but I called Gristan Cordial Amory Cordial, even though I wasn't doing Formula 2 at the time. I was doing the Porsche Supercar, because it should be Gristan Cordial. But I called him Amory Cordial, so because I'm so if you have the same first name or last name, expect that now.
Well, good luck for, like, Zoltan Toff. You're gonna get him confused with, You know, I feel like an idiot, because I know exactly what I was going to say, and now I don't know.
Well, wait till you find out what
I know.
It's the same as the number 2 Red Bull driver. Which is quite fun.
I mean, I have seen you typing in chat. It's a bit of a ruined surprise. Anyway, Mugen Sim Racing 714. Apparently, this is the closest car to a battle on track right now, when they've got 170 seconds to the car behind them.
Well, if you look at it, the 161 LMP2 car got 203 seconds up there. To, like, not to some random dude, but to a certain Sven. That's an accomplishment I've never seen.
What, for it to only be that?
And behind that Moonshine, a lap behind. It's amazing what those guys are able to do with the car. They 161. The leading LMP2 car.
Yes, 161. There it is. Wait, no. We're looking at the 160. What? Wait. What?
Yeah. But it's nice.
If I go into race view, it's the 84. But it says 161 on the timing screen. Okay, it's the 84. The Sunset Motorsport. I don't think I've seen them before. Are they new entries for this race? Potentially.
Actually don't know. But somehow, like, they got pole by 1.5 seconds from Sven. Speeds with corners that no one else was able to go, so...
But they don't have the LMP2 lap record though, that's the worrying part. They've gosh, they're not even on the top
That's what Tom and me were wondering. If we didn't swap the Oracle, still had the same one, how much quicker would they have been than
Yeah.
Sorry.
Have there been any balance of performance changes going into this event? I didn't actually look at any notes or anything.
For the Hockenheim race, the administration made a change. So
I was there for that one.
Ligier and
Peter, are you coming? Is he on track still? Is Peter Schönman on track? Or is he just ruining me of my sanity?
Pascal Egert is in the car. He's not
I'm
driving.
just being bullied.
Maybe
Right.
he just wants to listen to you.
Maybe my voice is just that terrible for him that it scratches that one itch to punch someone. Yeah, maybe. I am going to depart until I think it's a 2-hour break, isn't it? So until 11 o'clock. Not 11 o'clock, until 10 o'clock. You'll be stuck with Omi, I assume Thomas, and hopefully Peter when he arrives. So see you then.
So, now it's just us two. So. You said that you were a big F1 fan, right? Oh, let's concentrate on what's happening on the road. Currently, as we watch the 87 car start another lap, being the third place car in the hypercar class, 169 seconds back to the second place lap of 6. But Toff is only 9 seconds behind that, so if they can manage. Oh, and Jack has gone off the track, the 486 Thunderbird racing car. 19 seconds behind the sister car of the 485. Now we can see the second place car of Hypercar. Robert Wayne, Elliot Simpson. Driving on the inside of the prototype, overcoming a tiny bit. It's in the 72. But again, Studios racing car. Oh, the 390 going slow. We have any issues with the car. Is it damaged?
I have, but my mic just decided to go. I had a heart attack because my other mic, my handheld, decided to fully go the last week. So I had a heart attack there for a second. However, I'm fine.
Just try to entertain the stream alone.
Yeah, and I asked you a question. So and I was like, oh, I didn't get an answer.
Didn't hear any questions.
Yeah.
Ask me.
Well, you were like, so you're a big F1 fan. I'm like, yes. I'm like, guess what team I'm a fan of then in F1. Taking it back on topic.
How long are you in it?
Since 2017.
And probably not Mercedes. If you were just starting and looking for that undertone to fight someone, you might be a Ferrari and Vettel fan. You might be a Red Bull fan because they are the two underdogs of the 2017 season.
Well, I am. Well, you have to choose one. Choose one.
Or you're one of the people like me who for some reason just completely only look at the midfield and see what's happening in there and somehow become a Toro Rosso fan.
No. No. Well, Ferrari or Red Bull? Which one? Yes.
Ferrari and Vettel.
Well, I didn't support Vettel. I mean, I supported Ferrari at the time. The first driver who I actually started like supporting getting behind was Charles Leclerc in 2019.
Interesting.
Yeah. And you should have probably not even debated that as a Vettel fan, because if you remember, right when I came in, me and Josh were going on about actually you might not have been there. Me and Josh were going on about Max today, and his
I wasn't.
and me and Josh were going on about the lap one, and Josh has been raging about that.
I haven't seen it yet. Don't spoil it.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, well, luckily for you, I am a Red Bull fan.
Okay, good.
Because I love watching them. Like I've watched F1 my whole life, basically, and like the Vettel days happened, and then from 2016 to 2020 when they were the underdog, sometimes taking me up to Mercedes, and when they could, they really did, and oh, it was amazing.
Well, TV directors, do your job. They're side by side on the racetrack in the LMP2, currently momentarily there, it was at least. But, yeah, they aren't. So, yeah. We aren't getting to see that. Zed City, I think I'm going to say, and River. I was about to say my own surname, so that would have gone a bit wrong, because you're basically just removing the S, adding an A at that point. But there we go, we are finally now. No, we're not joining actually. I thought for a second we were, but we're not joining that battle yet. And it's not, and also in the live chat, by the way, it's not in our control. We can't choose it. That what we're watching. It's the in-game one. I can't remember. The auto capture. Well, we're hopefully going to see it, but it's pretty annoying because they are going wheel to wheel momentarily, and then back. Come on, show us.
Who cares about the P4 car being left by
Show us the other. Sorry, don't show us the other P4 car. Show us the other. Show us the P5.
Man. Oh, there it is.
Oh, finally! There we go.
Ligieri versus Orica.
How did you say that name, by the way?
Something like that. I don't know if it's right, but it sounds right.
I'm just gonna go with what I think it is. But yeah, we're finally watching this battle. But now they're not. But now they are not close. So, actually, not as close. They are still close, but it wasn't side by side, corner after corner. So it's separated once again between these two.
It's a
wide. Yeah, Mira's run wide. Might open the door now, and he's gonna tuck in, and we are gonna be getting the 110 racing again. He's in the slipstream. He'll pull out. He'll try go around the outside. Oh, that's risky. Is he gonna go for it? He's gonna have to go for a move. Can he even keep it on the racetrack? It looks like getting tires in it between them.
The Ligier has amazing straight line speed.
It does.
It really pulled away, and it seems to lag.
Yeah.
Also doesn't help the Man, the speed it can take through the corners. It's amazing.
Yeah, momentarily getting yellow flags in the third sector, but now there might be a chance. Oh, he's thinking about it. Is that coming
he's
into the
going
pit?
into pits.
Yep.
Wow.
So he's not gonna give us that battle. Oh, well, we were getting the wheel to wheel, but we weren't shown that at the time. So yeah, very unfortunate.
Just need to imagine that it happened or something.
We want to see every battle. We want to see every battle. Because you might go about 40 minutes and not have a battle at all. So you kind of want to see when there is a battle, you really want to see it. So, yeah, wow, it's.
As we now have the number 47 in the pits as well.
As there is Thomas Lord Rapid. I'm gonna go for that in the sport junior team, and then cuts to Arda Erkan, I think. I'm probably getting every single one of these names wrong.
I'm sorry, I got interrupted. Oh, and the two LMP2s touch even in the pits. So
LMP2, whenever they get close, they hit each other. So the challenge isn't really going as they aren't being able to complete the challenge at all.
Yellow flag.
Yeah, we just keep getting a yellow, to be honest, with the third sector. I don't know if it's a glitch like Abu Dhabi where I was getting spammed by yellow flag in every second, so that was a glitch, but hopefully we're actually having... Well, actually, I don't want anyone to have a moment or a spin or anything, but let's hope we only get it when there is any kind of moments. Because then we're kind of like, oh, is something happened on the circuit? But...
Now watch the leader of the GT4. And now we watch the other car in the pits. Which is by far way more interesting than the driving car. Now we have a driving car. The 129 of Tobias Bruder, the third place car. Seems to be quite... Wow, another standing car. The 148 is a well esports car. On to our leader.
Yeah, on to our leader.
Move in sim racing. And they've led the race, I think, for the entirety of the race. It's astonishing what they are able to do. Like, they keep spinning every hour, but they keep extending so much that it doesn't matter.
Yeah, someone was kicking up gravel right in the background of our shot. So yeah, absolutely dominant. And I think Zoltan might have also been in the Abu Dhabi race. I recognise that name somewhere, but I do commentate as Zoltan in league racing, so it could be that I'm getting people mixed up again, like you probably learnt earlier on. So yeah, as we check in with the Scuderia Moray. Did I get that right?
Third place car in the hypercars, 162 seconds back. We're already a lap off of the leader of its class, so after 6.5 hours.
Oh,
and P9 has won.
Yep. Joe Fair's Frederick Suto has had a moment right at the end of the lap, and he'll try and rejoin safely. We're finally getting yellow flags when there is actually a moment on the circuit, and he'll rejoin perfectly and continue. But sometimes someone rejoins and then slams on throttle and they spin again, as we now see Zoltan Kovac in the pits as well. And there, when I have nothing to say, me saying as well. Gotta get used to that. To all of the viewers. Whoever watches on JB Motorsports, all you will hear is as well, because every one of the commentators says that, so...
Might as well say it as well.
Yeah, you might as well say it as well.
It's a very unnatural word for me to say, for some reason. Doesn't fit in with the highly German accent that I have.
yeah, it's very normal for all of us to say it as well.
Oh man, the speed he can take through those corners, it's amazing.
Yeah, really great. Really great watching all this.
I was flashing at the other click house.
Yep, just a bit of flashing, a bit of fun as they go through.
and
He's gonna lose it. Yeah, he's gonna lose it. Ryan losing the car, and he'll once again rejoin. Yep, just having to reverse. Don't want to go over that curve too much. Oh, he's having to. Yep, he is, and then he'll rejoin the road perfectly. But we are seeing a few mistakes on this racetrack. Our race leader in the LMH, Zoltan. Yeah. Yeah, our race leader.
Pit limit, I said. Limit penalty.
Yeah. Zoltan, our race leader, he's had a few spins today, but he's been comfortably in the lead and everything else except a few moments, a few spins. But in a 24-hour Le Mans race, it is rare that you are not going to be getting any kind of you're going to have an off-road trip at some point. You're going to have a spin. So yeah, but currently even after the spin, still has a comfortable lead at this stage, but still we have 17 hours 21 minutes and, to be exact, wait for it, 15 seconds to go.
As he goes to left the racetrack training. 3.2 seconds. 6 race behind. Will there be another battle in the rating? Will they do it again? Will they show us how it's done?
Yep. So because we currently just are watching Star Wars, and I'm not going to have the last name, and that's what I've been doing for names I don't know. I sometimes just don't attempt the last name, which I should have done when I was passing over to Alex all the way back in Abu Dhabi, but no, I decided to attempt all of it, which did not end well. But luckily he didn't actually notice. I mean, I don't even know if he noticed at the time, or he was probably more busy trying to get in his stint rather than mentioning anything about me absolutely saying his name wrong. So. So, just watching him with the Racing Zone team, and now we're watching him with Charlie Spence, who has had a spin in a Tech Racing car.
And the Aztec Racing Ferrari seems to be very unstable or something. Like, they've been all over the place the entire day. And Audi that lost the wheel earlier, driving again, P11, 2 laps to the leader. It's still 17 hours to go, so
Anything is still possible here as we now go back over to the pit lane and watch
Magnussen in the Aztec Racing car. Now back to the Orica behind the Ligier. It's again under a second. They might be able to give us a fight.
Yeah, we would like to have a fight. Yeah, we would like to have a fight. Losing it. That's Packard. Yep, the Scuderia Morea car has gone off and hitting the wall there, and rejoining. Yeah, seems to be fine for now. But yeah, that fight. Yeah, the fight for 5th though closing in. 1 second now though.
Is the Audi gets quite a lot of oversteer. It can't optimize the exit as it likes to. Losing on the initial exit and losing on the straight. And not in a ideal situation to be racing machine. Going down from one straight to the next straight heading to Indianapolis. To see if we can do something about that.
Now I
Maybe the
stand.
McLaren just has a bit better acceleration.
Yep.
than
Yeah, time to go off topic for a tiny bit. I stand when I commentate all the time. I decided to do it for the Sprint Parliament, but I did decide that I'd sit and do this one. However, guess what I'm doing? Currently standing.
I'm
So I can't get myself seated. As Joshua know, I can't get myself seated. I will keep. I will just basically stand up and stay standing. When I try to sit, I will jump back up. So it doesn't work.
Whenever I'm commentating, I'm sitting. Always.
I need to
Because-
jump. I jump around, so I can't sit unless you want me to jump on my chair.
Like the thing is, usually I should stand as well, because when you're standing, your like voice is a lot better. That's why when people sing, it's easier for them to sing whilst standing than to sing whilst sitting. And I've known the reason behind it, but I don't know currently, so I won't even try to explain it. But
Yeah.
it is a thing. And like I can understand why you guys are standing. Makes sense to me. You're able to put a lot more
Energy.
enthusiasm into your voice. Which I can't, because like there's not much happening right now. Other than those two being 3 times behind each other. The Orica, the 21, and the is it 48?
Oh, we could be getting it. We could be getting the move now. We've been wanting a battle, and we might be getting one. He's gonna pull out of the slipstream. Rero will have to go on the defensive. What is the straight line speed looking for Rero? Well, as we expected, Rero pulling a bit away, but now back in the slipstream. And as soon as he but Rero does have better speed, but is he going to finally dive to the inside and take the place? Yes, he will. He's got through, and he's moved up to 5th position now. And, yep, he needed to be late on the brakes, really on the straight line. As soon as he pulls out of the slipstream, Rero was inching back ahead, then he had to duck back into the slipstream and try and hope that he needed to hope that he got the move done going into the braking zone, because in a straight line, it's hard to win out against Rero with how much straight line speed he has.
Already 1.8 seconds behind, so something must have happened. Couldn't see, maybe the marking touch.
Yep, because we were watching on board with Mozadis. I'm gonna go for that pronunciation, but Rero might have to back out of it. Another possibility could be we were probably trying to keep it around the outside and went a bit into the gravel. But we couldn't really see it. However, quickly going back onto the standing topic, do you know Alex Jakes?
I don't.
Okay, right. I'm about to go scream into a pillar then, if you don't know Alex Jakes. Oh. You know Crofty?
Yes.
Okay. If you didn't know Crofty then, that would be a issue. Who's the commentator on the F1 highlights?
No clue. Don't watch them.
You've never turned on the F1 highlights?
Yes, I have in the past, but I've never really.
Have you turned it on at all this year? This year, have you ever clicked on the F1 highlights?
No.
Okay.
There hasn't been a single race that needed to be rewatched. So
Have
far.
you ever watched Formula 2?
Yes, but with the German broadcast, so.
Right, okay. Oh yeah, I don't blame you then. Anyway, Alex Jakes, best real life commentator. Anyway, yeah, so I'm a bit like him. I like to jump around in the commentary box. I like to and Josh does the same. He fists up and jumping around while something's happening on the circuit. So yeah, we got obviously we want energy. As another moment for Suto off the road, having one earlier, another one, but rejoining the road from the gravel. But yeah, so me and Josh can't keep still. So yeah, obviously it helps with the energy levels and sounding like you're excited. But also, if we were to sit, we just would jump straight back up because whenever there's a wheel to wheel, whenever there's a late lunge, whenever there's something, we jump around everywhere. So.
Okay.
Right. Anyway, let's get back to the race because I think we're going to be going off topic a lot more. So let's try and focus on the race as much as we can before we find another topic to talk about.
Let's focus about the fact that everyone is pitting. What's going on there?
Yeah, the LMP2, quite a lot of drivers in the pits from that.
There seems to be something for free there because like everyone is there.
We've also in there as well. Yeah, soon the pit lane will be more action than well actually no one wants to see a car stationary. We want to say this basically. Cars all pushing, but there we go, we're gonna cut to the pit. A lot of action going on down there.
161, the leading car, seems to be the pits. I've noticed every time they are in the pits, they put the car like that. To maximize on the exit.
Yep, now we
marked.
Yep, now we watch Callum Lloyd as well in the well, it's a bit blowy, so does it for me it's Promix roast tea, but I can't see it properly. Frost, is it Frost? Oh, there's F there. Okay. No wait, Pro Mix Frost. Yeah, let's just go back.
Callum Lloyd.
No, that took ages. For me to be doing that. But Peter has joined. I'll let him get ready actually if he still has to.
Ready.
Oh, there he is.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How is it out there on the circuit?
Oh, it's horrible.
Yeah, we only saw the moment of you entering the pits, cutting across well, the gravel. That's the only thing we saw. That's the only thing we saw of you.
Well, it was pretty eventful. It was 4 hours straight, so always something gonna happen. But I had a left car that was parked at the second Mulsanne chicane and went right back on the line when I passed him. And we landed at 264 seconds of damage. Yeah, one of these races.
It didn't go much better for me than I did. Tom Dillon's LM2 car. I doubt he's too happy about what happened. I don't know, I've said it to the other guy. Every time I race around the circuit with any car in any league in any occasion, it just goes wrong. Every time. This track.
Last time I drove here was pretty decent, but I started very good this time. But yeah, I mean, it's still a very full grid, so you have to like deal with a lot of other cars on the track. It's a very small margin between getting it right and getting it wrong.
Like that. There's an example. Perfect timing. Charlie sprints off the road and rejoining.
It proves how easy it is to get it wrong.
I love perfect timing. I love it. Yeah. So.
From what I felt like on the track, the graphic itself, the getting lap and lapping, is so much better than in Hockenheim.
Yeah,
in
definitely.
Hockenheim it was like I was in the LMP2 in Hockenheim, so it was only one type of car lapping me, and it was already horrible. I don't know what you met in how it was.
In GT3, I can't even remember Hockenheim, but it wasn't a good race, that's all I know. But I think I got taken out there as well. Sure. But yeah, the Hockenheim is a bit more tricky, of course, less long straights. Here it's only tricky when you get them in the Porsche curves. The rest is pretty fine. And Indianapolis is a bit sketchy.
And the long right hander, like the fourth corner of the Porsche is, you can easily go around the outside of
Yeah.
Luckily, otherwise it would be God.
It's still a bit tricky in the GT3 because it's, especially the McLaren tends to understeer there. So once you see someone going for the outside, you have to be okay. I have to stick to the inside, otherwise we will touch major damage will be happening afterwards. But yeah, it's doable here, very doable. Oh,
right.
Someone is doing the exact same as I did, it seems.
Yeah.
I was actually trying to save the tires through my stint because I accidentally changed them. I shouldn't have. Oh.
Yeah. Joachim wrestling, me trying to get names right, is is the impossible challenge, instead of the LMP2s trying to avoid contact. But yeah, quite a few drivers making, I mean, not actually too many, but there is a few who are making some errors, including our LMH race leader currently hasn't made a mistake for now, but he has been making a few. However, it doesn't matter, he can keep making those, he can have a few of them, but he still has a comfortable lead.
Very comfortable.
It's astonishing what, like, excuse me.
I think they were 2 seconds quicker than everyone else in qualifying was already used. So that's
yep, absolutely. Yep, domination, complete domination by them.
Human just holding back, keeping up what they used to do, obviously, dominating everyone.
So are we going to see Max Verstappen levels of dominance here?
Probably.
Something like that, yeah.
Well, I'd rather call it Toyota level of dominance.
Before we did.
Since it's...
It's Toyota level of dominance 2 years ago.
In a Toyota. Oh god.
At least this race isn't spawning as most of the F1 races are these days. The drivers of ERC always keep you entertained.
They do.
It's
But the F3 and F2 races are very exciting. I don't know if you guys watch those. I mean, we already know that you don't. Now I've momentarily forgot your name, but Thomas. I know. We know that you don't. I just basically, like obviously I have I obviously have the pictures on the big screen, but I just like quickly had a look at the. I quickly had a look at who was in the corner, and I was like, oh, Thomas. Okay, there we go. Peter, do you watch Formula 2 or any of the feeder series?
I used to, but today I didn't have time, so I haven't watched anything. I've only watched the sprint race partly.
Oh, Joachim having another spin. Yeah, another moment for him. He had it earlier, a few moments ago, but he has had it again. Do you know Alex Jakes?
If I know him?
Well, have you heard of him at all?
Wait, can you repeat the name?
Alex Jakes.
No, I haven't heard of him.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Should I have known this name or?
Maybe.
Guys.
Yes.
Now with you being here, Peter, I will go. And since I'm basically here unscheduled.
Yeah, you.
Since I think 3 hours or so.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Also, don't worry. That's what I'm here for. To do such stuff. And it has been a pleasure to commentate with you guys.
Yeah.
See ya tomorrow. And I'll be back at 9 a.m. Something like that with Chess.
I think I will be in the car then.
Alright. Bye, Thomas.
Bye.
Well, I don't know if you should know Alex Jakes though. Do you listen to the English podcast?
Yes, most of the time, yeah.
Have you ever watched the F2 highlights on YouTube? Have you ever watched the F1 highlights on YouTube? That's good.
Yeah, I think so.
This year, have you watched any F1 highlights this year?
Well, could be. I'm not sure. I can't say with all.
Uh,
Who is commentating there? Is that the naming of?
Yes, he commentates there. Because if you
Wait,
do
what
watch
was the name? What was the name you said?
Alex Jakes.
Ah, wait, he was doing commentary in Le Mans as well. I believe it's like.
Yes.
Yeah, I know
Thank
that
God.
dude.
I did
Yeah.
that
The penny dropped. So yeah, I know him. What's up with him?
No, I was just asking because I don't know. Well, I don't know if I don't know why I was asking, but I guess he's my favorite commentator. So
Yeah, he's pretty good. I like the. I have no idea what his name is, but I like the commentator that's doing IMSA.
uh,
But yeah, it's probably just a personal preference.
yep, it is, and I've been compared to him as well. So people say I'm like him. So thank God.
Well,
Uh,
if you like him, that's a compliment. If you don't like
Mm.
him, it's not nice. But
well, some people say you're like property, but I don't like property, so I'm like, thanks.
it's
Anyway, who's your favorite commentator?
ooh, that's a good question. Well, yeah, I think the dude from IMSA, and most of the time, he's nice. But, for Formula One, I don't, to be fair. I like when James Hinchcliffe is there in the F1 Pro or at V Pro. So that's I think a good addition.
Well, then you should have known Alex Jakes straight away. 'Cause he's
Yeah, I know him. Now I think of it, he's like always the
F1
main
TV.
main
F1 TV
commentator
Pro
there.
lead commentator. Oh. Yeah, it
Yeah.
is really great to have James Hinchcliffe. He's amazing, isn't he?
Yeah, I like him. Like, you know, he has good expertise about racing. He's a good voice. Like, I don't know, just he sounds cool. I don't know why.
Yeah. Well, sadly, the UK was stuck with Sky, but I do say that, but I wouldn't be listening. But I wouldn't be listening to this commentary live anyway because I'm commentating myself. So I'm
Oh, yeah.
lots and stuff. So I wouldn't be.
Shouldn't benefit
Yes.
competition.
But yeah, but I do listen back. But we don't have access, sadly, to any of this year's replays. We obviously have the Racing 30 and stuff, so I just usually like to watch that to listen to Alex Jakes and Jolyon Palmer, which I like, and sometimes David Coulthard, and obviously James Hinchcliffe will feature probably more towards the end of the year when we get to more of the American races.
Yeah, I think he is.
And
I was surprised he wasn't there in Canada because I don't think he was.
that was probably because there was IndyCar. I think he prioritized IndyCar. So.
Oh yeah, because he is from Canada, if I'm correct.
Yeah, there'll probably be less IndyCar toward the end of the season, so he'll be there more then.
The Indy season is pretty punched up. Like they do a lot of races, I think, between now and October, and then it's getting less and less. Yeah, he was there last year, I think, at Dakota. And that's when I liked him quite a lot. I was like, oh, he's doing decent.
Dakota last year was Ben
Was he? I'm very bad with commentators' names.
Oh, and I know them. I know them all, right? Oh, someone's in the box.
Yeah, Thomas was back for it. I think he misclicked.
I got excited that we have company again.
Or maybe if he listens, he comes back.
Oh well, he does deserve a break, as do a lot of commentators here, who have, especially Tom, Ed, and all these people who have been at it all day, and also Joshua Birch. So,
Yeah, Ed is always the big lead commentator. He's doing, if he's not commentating, usually he's doing the camera work. So, and he's always busy.
Yep. And also, same thing can be said with Josh, but he's commentating F1, F2, F3, IndyCar, so
Everything with wheels, Josh is commentating on.
Everything that exists in motorsports.
And he has knowledge about most of the things as well. Like, I don't know how he keeps up. Like, sometimes I watch his stream and like, oh, you were into MotoGP, you're into IndyCar, you're into Formula 3, it's Formula 2, Formula 1, endurance, anything.
Have you seen me? Have you seen me at all? Then?
Sorry?
Have you seen me at all? Then?
No, I haven't seen you at all. Sorry.
When did you? When was the last time you watched it?
Watched George or you?
Go.
I sometimes, I think most of the time I watch it with BTC. Because BTC is geo-blocked to my country, so I have to get VPN and then I think George is commentary.
Well, did you watch the last one?
The BTC at Alton Park I watched.
Was that the last touring car race?
I think that was, because that was last week, so...
Oh, well, then, you would have seen it, because I was in commentary for all three of them.
Well,
So-
yeah. I just listen. I don't check who's there, but yeah. How you say, I remember your voice.
Yeah, I basically feature like on every single stream, because when I'm not commentating, I'm in the pit lane. So you're still gonna hear me giving my opinions and stuff.
You're in the virtual pit lane or in the real one? Oh, this is not.
Basically-
Oh, it's Wesley.
Oh, he's off the road again, and yeah, he's having a few mistakes here.
Is there a corner where he didn't point off so far? Or...
Wow. So, just under 17 hours left of this race now. I'm also, I believe, into my final hour, which is sad because I really enjoyed it. Actually, I do have 2 more hours, but the thing is, I'm alone for them. So,
I should have been here 1 hour ago.
Yeah.
And this is my last hour. And you have... Where are your solo hours? Are they
that is basically in the middle of the night, so you're gonna have.
I think
you're
that's
gonna
red.
Yeah.
That's what
Oh, he's off the road again. He is off the road again momentarily. And moments after he made a mistake, he's off the road once again. He's joking. So yeah, having a few mistakes, but adding another one there. Yeah, I'm basically in the middle of the night, so the coverage ends at 1 for commentary. Then we have a break all the way till 5 if I jump in. So I do 5 to 7. Then I obviously go off for to watch / commentate for military. Then we have a break all the way till then 7 to 9 there's no commentary. And then from 9 all the way to the end there is.
Yeah, Jess, Thomas, Ed, Tom. A lot of Ed. As usual.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a bit quiet through the night, but can't expect the commentators to ruin their whole sleeping schedule for commentating on this race, to be honest, I think.
I probably would have, but it's on every weekend that F1 is on. So the thing is, I obviously prioritize bill racing.
Yeah.
So yeah. Or I probably would have done an all-nighter, done all of the hours that there is no one for, and yeah, because I easily stayed awake for the 35-hour of Le Mans without any issues. I wasn't feeling sleepy too much until round, which was after the race, so perfect timing. And then I went to bed. So yeah, it was fun. It was fun.
Good.
So,
yeah. I mean, last time I drove a 24-hour Le Mans, I was completely tired. Like, my stint was from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. like 2 hours, and then from 11 to 1. But I drove the night before until 11, so I had like 3-4 hours sleep. Went out to drive 2 hours. Then I was like totally done at my end of my stint. Last stint was. I think I fell asleep and I woke up at like 8 p.m. at night and then found out where we finished. It was a hard one, but yeah, it's always fun doing some commentary. I can't shut up anyways when watching a race. Oh, is that the LP2 without a rear wing?
Yeah, might have been. So could we need a code 80?
Yeah, it's at the pit entry, so it should be fine.
Yeah, should be fine. but joking Veselin will have to take avoiding action before he almost got into another moment, but this time it would have been contact with another car instead of making errors and going off the circuit. And then Z City has been given a penalty as well, as you can currently see, right next to the hours remaining in this race. And then we've been getting a lot of yellows in the first sector. It might be a glitch because we had it also in Abu Dhabi where it just kept glitching. But if there is luckily the thing is, as soon as someone spins, as soon as someone has a moment, we automatically cut to it. So we'll find out straight away. So yeah, that's
usually it's a bug when it's into turn 1.
Yeah.
I think it was the same in Istanbul, Abu Dhabi, Hockenheim for sure, because Jeffrey Baker was parked at the pit exit because he was taking a break for some reason, and then that caused a yellow flag. So, and now Le Mans, so it's now 4 in a row.
Yeah. So, as we are currently just staring at the pit lane, and you can see all of the cars stationary. We're not seeing any of the cars driving around on the racetrack right now, but hopefully we will, because not really much we can see right now.
Yeah,
really anything interesting for us.
Bradley Sellers putting in the best lap of the race so far overall with a 321.263. So he's gone purple. So maybe the track is improving because the sun should be going down. I think it's pretty down already. It's going into dusk, so golden hour. Lap time should be coming down as well. So it's very nice time to be in the car. I feel like you're improving a lot, but in the end it's just the conditions making you quicker.
Yeah, wrestling coming all into the pit after a few of his moments he's had off the road. There we have Nick Vesti, as well as he makes his way all the way through.
Yellow sector 2. Let's go again.
That was a bit wide in the background.
Yeah, that's the limit.
Yeah, we're seeing...
very annoying corner.
Yeah, really. Yeah, luckily I'm not having to drive at all. I'm here pilling and only commentating. So.
you're pointing out that they go wide and they're like, I know. Oh, it's super.
Another moment.
Oh, super.
Another moment, and you don't want to have another spin. And that's one thing when someone has a spin, they just keep spinning a few times. But yeah, Suto's had he's another driver, just like Veselin, who's had a few excursions over the road and into the gravel and grass, and just basically 360s and spins. So a few mistakes creeping in, but you can afford it in this kind of race with the gaps being a bit big. You can't just keep doing it, but you can afford a few of them, but you obviously can't afford any of them in races like obviously Formula 1 and all of the other series that aren't endurance races, because all the gaps, as soon as you have a spin, unless you're Max Verstappen leading, you're gonna lose the position.
Yeah, Max can do a couple of spins before yeah, but maybe Suto is I was driving last time 24-hour Le Mans with Joseph Suto, and he likes to do karaoke while he's driving, so maybe that's the reason why he did a little spin.
Yeah, when I drive, I mean, obviously I don't drive in any competitive leagues or anything. I only sometimes drive in single player. Not obviously these cars, only the F1 game. I do like to just commentate while I'm driving.
You're commentating, you're predicting your own. Did he just disappear? It looks like someone disappeared, but yeah, you're commentating your own racing.
Yes. Well, I'm commentating what the AI are doing. Oh,
you're commentating on the AI. I thought you were saying.
And myself. I mean, obviously, I'm gonna. I mean, if I'm gonna go for a dive bomb, I'm obviously gonna be like, Omi's going for a dive bomb here.
You'll be. Oh, I called it.
But you can also curse yourself if you do that. I'm having a very good race so far, and then you spin the car. Oh.
Yeah, you put a commentator curse on yourself.
Yeah, I've cursed a lot of drivers. I haven't cursed anyone though here yet. Luckily I haven't cursed anyone here yet. But could happen. Could happen.
Still 16 hours 47 minutes to do that.
Well, obviously I'm only commentating. I'm commentating the rest of this, so about 47 minutes, and then plus 2 hours. So yeah, there's a chance. I mean, I'll probably do more than 2 hours. Because there's not been any delays. If there was delays, then I probably would have to run off early. But there's a bit. I can do 15 more minutes, and then 10 minutes before I leave to quickly get ready for F2. So I can do about a few extra minutes to try curse someone. So so let's just remind you of the schedule for the different commentators coming in. There's plenty of time remaining in this one. However, after this, you're going to have Josh coming in alongside Alex. Me and Peter will run off. Josh and Alex will come in, and then it will be Josh, Tom, and Alex for the 10th hour. So we're going to have Tom jumping in for 2 hours in total, because he'll do the next hour, hour 11, from 12 to 1. And then we're going to go silent all the way from 1 a.m. to
Okay, code 80 in 10 seconds.
5 a.m. because I'll jump in at 5 a.m. and cover it till 7 a.m.
3, 2, 1, code 80.
It's silent. There is going to be no commentary. And might we have a code 80 on the racetrack?
Yeah, we do have a code 80. I heard it through Mumble.
My mumble's, yeah, I didn't hear it, so.
Okay. Well, my mumble is still working, luckily. So, but I didn't want to interrupt your schedule explanation. But I have no idea why we do have a code 80. I haven't seen any car doing any weird things since.
What channel are you? What channel are you?
In the Mumble, I'm in my
you're in
Arch channel. So I'm in Fine Alpha Motorsport Racing 444.
Ah, right. Yeah, for some reason I didn't hear that. Should have. I think the audio's on.
Yeah, I see you in the interview waiting room.
Yeah, should have heard that. However, that's fine.
Yeah. At least you're not in the car, but you don't have to slow down for a code 80.
Yeah, that would be a problem. Anyway, let me continue. So, yep, 7 to 9 will be silent, and then at 9, you're going to have Jess and Thomas, who will return for his schedule shift, because he wasn't scheduled for any of it, but very kind of him to jump in and be with us. And then after that, you have Ed and Tom till 10:50, and then Josh, after covering Formula 2, Formula 3, and the Porsche Supercar, is gonna jump in 11 to 1 o'clock to cover the EERC, and then after that he's gonna run back to Formula 1. So he's not giving himself a break at all. So classic Josh there. And also, I think Josh might be a tiny bit late to his 11 stint, because
and we're back to green in 10
still
seconds.
going on at that time. And then for the final hour, to lead us to the checkered flag.
5.
Well, actually, I didn't say.
4,
We have Ed and,
3,
Ed and Jess. I might have said it. I can't even
1,
remember now.
green flag.
Also, in hour 22 and hour 23, and then in the final hour, is the two commentators who started the podcast here and led us through qualifying and hour 1 and 2. It is Ed and Jess. That we can't split those two up. They're always together in all sorts of series. They're always together. So they will also finish up. Go.
So back to green we are. I just heard it through the mumble.
I'm gonna have to do something because I didn't hear it again, and it's very annoying. Because I'll probably need it for later on.
Yeah, when you're alone, it should be pretty helpful to have it working.
I'll just mute the audio. Unmute it. There we go.
Well, then that explains a lot.
Let's see if it works. Driver,
we need someone to get a code 80 so we can test it.
Yeah. Can we have another code? Can we just have another code 80, please? I need a. I need to test it.
think a lot of people try to pit under the code 80 to get the most advantages out of it. I see my teammate in the pits and the number 2, which I'm not gonna attempt to say his name, but he's number 2 in GT3. No speed 3, the 162.
Illy. I got that one wrong.
Paparinopoulos. Oh.
Oh, that one. Oh, that's in third. Okay, right.
That's two actually.
Okay, well. I'm not gonna go for that one either. However, yeah. Drivers pitting under. I was about to say pitting under the safety car. I'm not commentating Formula 1 right now, so no. Not pitting under the safety car. Taking advantage of the code 80. Everyone else on the circuit running at the exact speed as you in the pit lane, so you lose less time, basically just like the Formula 1 safety car and Formula 1 and how that all works, that you lose less time by pitting under a safety car or a virtual safety car. Same thing here, because when you are in the fast lane, all of the cars on the circuit are going the same speed as you, because it's basically when the code 80 comes, pit limiter on the racetrack, so kind of similar there. It's a great chance for the drivers to come in and pit at that moment. But it's gone now a tiny bit. It's gone a tiny bit quiet momentarily though. It doesn't look like we're getting too many. We're not getting any battles in the top 7 of each class, but hopefully we will be having one soon.
Yeah, it should be fairly soon. I mean, the gaps are now very big, but I see that P5 of the LP2 Westy is within 10 seconds, something like that, P4. So hopefully he can do better laps than the car in front, and we will see a battle.
I'm just quickly sorting out the mumble thingy. I'm also just upping the volume a tiny bit. Don't think that'll do anything, because the volume was pretty much fine.
Maybe you need to adjust the volume that Nick is having in your mumble. He's the one calling the code 80s right now. Later it could be that it's Chris Tompkins doing it.
Well, either way, I should be hearing it. I was hearing it before, so just randomly now I am not hearing it. So I'll figure that out later on if we get another code 80 and I'm not able to hear it. And I will find that out, because even when I do leave, I'll probably just stay in the mumble for a bit. Yep, but as we join, Z City in 6th position currently.
Yep, or Moria.
So, yeah, not too much going on the racetrack currently. There we have Met, Cop Taggett in the pit lane, the leader of the LMP2, diving it in to make a pit stop. But other than that, there is not much going on the racetrack. So, well, let's just start talking. Let's just start going off topic for a tiny bit. Now, what was your thoughts on the F1 sprint, if you saw it?
I saw it partially. I really hoped Hulkenberg could get a top 3 finish, but I was already a bit in. I saw it happening, like saw it coming that he wouldn't make it because the Haas is
Ooh. Yeah, just kicked it out of the wall.
He seems fine.
Yep.
But the Haas didn't usually is a bit bad on his tires, but I think they made a good call with calling him in. I think he finished P6 in the end, behind Alonso, so still a decent result. Yeah, Verstappen was in another league, I don't know which car he was driving, but it was way too quick. Yeah, I was surprised Leclerc was dropping positions, because Sainz was doing pretty good. So, yeah. For the rest of
Awkward, having a moment.
This is a sketchy place to be parked.
Yep, it is.
That's sector 1, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Don't reverse, don't
Oh, he's
reverse.
reversing, and they'll be caught. Oh. And that's not. Oh, stay on it, stay on it. We
Oh!
need to see that. Oh, there's a big chance he could be collected in that position, reversing more into the racing line.
Yellow is sector 1 now.
Oh.
Oh, and we have no idea. Yeah,
Oh.
that's not a place you want to be stationary. That's a blind corner. One of the few.
Yeah, and all of the drivers just having to dip 2 wheels on the grass to avoid.
I think he's
especially
still there.
reverse.
Because it's still yellows.
Yeah, hoping that we can see back, but he might have got going because we just keep getting yellows in sector 1. So
Yeah.
we can't trust it. We can't trust it. So yeah. But yeah, he did finish behind the Aston Martins, who were squabbling a tiny bit right till the end of that race. And yeah, on the opening lap, first of all, when Verstappen absolutely sent it on Perez at turn 3, we were well, Josh was like, Norris is going to take the lead, and then at turn 4, it was Hulkenberg's going to take the lead, but it was getting tight. The Red Bulls almost cost themselves, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. I haven't seen the opening lap fully, but I heard my teammates noise through the voice chat, so I knew there was something going on. And they said both the Red Bulls missed the apex of the hairpin, so I already could kind of see what was going to happen. But then I think it was a pretty decent sprint race. What's your opinion on it?
Well, yeah, it was pretty decent compared to what it is. Compared to what we have seen throughout the other sprints. So yeah, really, it was a good sprint. It had action. The lap 1 was absolutely feisty though. You can see Perez got the better start, but Verstappen squeezed him all the way to the pit wall on the run towards turn 1. And then obviously we have Perez squeezing Verstappen as well on the exit of turn 1 and towards up the hill towards 3. Then Verstappen from absolute miles back in the wet dented up the inside of his teammate, slowed Verstappen literally had to kind of use Perez as a bit of a brake to kind of get the car slowed down, and then he was able to. Norris momentarily could try to take the lead, but he had anti-stall down there. That's probably why he wasn't able to take the lead at turn 3. Instead of taking the lead, he actually dropped all the way down. So that was very unfortunate for Lando Norris and getting affected by the Red Bulls battling away in Spain. It was Verstappen inside battling, and then Hamilton had to get on the brakes because he was almost hitting Verstappen, and that got Norris. Norris lost his front wing with that, so unfortunate there. However, yeah, and then obviously we had towards turn 4, Verstappen shoving Perez off the road. Verstappen took the lead, then had to defend to the inside. Perez had to go around the outside, and Perez tried to go around the outside, and once again they were very deep into the apex. Kind of gave Hulkenberg a chance to get past both of them. Instead, he did go wheel to wheel with Perez, and he got the move done with a sensational move around the outside. So that was absolutely brilliant around the outside of turn 6. So great stuff there by Nico Hulkenberg. But other than that, we shouldn't really be talking. I shouldn't be going into too much detail. But yeah, I'm pretty much up for the opening lap. That's all I'll really say. And other than that, yeah, dried out, and there was a lot of drivers like Hulkenberg on the attack and George Russell as well.
Yeah, it was definitely the weather made it more interesting than it would have been if it was dry. So yeah, it was for a sprint race. It was okay. As we see, Adam Becky, I think he was coming from the wrong way. There, he seemed to come out of the left side while the track comes from the right. But
yep. Do you think Charles Leclerc has a chance tomorrow as Marcus Croft goes off the road once again, and he'll rejoin? But that's another mistake for Croft as he comes back onto the racetrack. But yeah, do you think Charles Leclerc obviously got close to pole yesterday, but
yeah,
obviously a bit? So do you think he has a chance? Do you think he could?
I surely hope so.
Yeah.
And I think if it's dry, it's gonna be really tough. Because
personally, personally, I would say there's a bigger chance of him challenging in the dry than it is in the wet.
Yeah, because it wasn't
really,
wet today.
Yeah, and also the other thing is that we're seeing a lot of lag there. But Ferrari seem to be struggling. Like soon as So I don't know what it is with the Ferrari. Whenever it's wet, whenever it's a damp session, Ferrari struggle to get through in qualifying. So they're kind of hoping that it. So I think they have a bigger chance if it's absolutely dry, and that's a big crash into the wall for Maxime Berlucci. I think that's how we'll go for it.
That's a lot of
Yeah.
E's and A's and U's.
Yeah. But going with a lot of speed into the wall there. Going fast into the wall. So, but yeah, I'm hoping that Ferrari can, as I'm a Ferrari fan. I don't know if you were here at that part of the conversation, but yeah, I am a Ferrari fan.
Well, I think you don't have to be a Ferrari fan at this point. And he made it worse.
Yeah, 360 as well,
And
keeping
lots
it
of
going. Yeah, and soon as you have these kind of moments, you kind of keep doing them.
Your confidence is gone, and the car is totally different to drive once you have bent steering, or especially when you lost your rear wing. It's so unpredictable. As soon as we went off topic, they decided, what? Some things you can only see in sim racing.
Well, at least, that's another spin for Max.
Yeah, like
that's what I was saying.
As soon as we went off topic, they decided, let's entertain these commentators a bit. When talking about F1 in this endurance race, they were like,
stop talking about F1.
Yeah,
talk back about us. Yeah. Well, guys, keep delivering us action. We'll keep talking about you. But yeah, Maxim fully losing confidence there, having a spin once again. Can we get a refresh on the rear overlay? Says Tom, if he's awake. Then he'll probably do that for us. However, if not, we'll have to live with it.
Yeah.
Well, as off the road goes Zoltan Top. Yeah.
It's a rare mistake from the Racing Zone team.
Well, we're seeing a mistake from everyone at this stage, aren't we?
It's like it started raining or something, but I'm having the weather here right in front of me. It's 90 degrees in Le Mans and no chance of rain.
Yeah, kind of like we've got the wet sprinkle here, causing chaos, everyone's spinning left, right, center. But yeah, so okay, so if you want action, just go off topic. Is that how it works now?
Yeah, well, that's what I was about to say is that I think everyone, you don't have to be a Ferrari fan at this point to like to have a different winner than a Red Bull car.
Even some Red Bull fans,
I think even like if I ask you, you wouldn't mind if Alonso would do it tomorrow, or
I wouldn't mind.
No, like it would be very nice and wholesome. Especially, I would love to see Alonso win this season. Like he's been driving
at some point. It's gonna happen.
It should be happening. Like especially, Verstappen can't drive one season without making any mistakes. That would be so. And yeah, I would be very surprised if Alonso doesn't win anything, or maybe if another team like Mercedes or Ferrari make a big step towards the package. Then Aston Martin is maybe a little behind, then maybe it won't happen, but then I think either one of them will take at least 1 or 2 victories. Because maybe when there's an engine replacement of Red Bull or something like that, it should be. That's my teammate, why is he going off? It's not really, that's not the plan.
Almost doing the Peter line.
Yes, yeah, he tried to copy me, I think.
Yeah.
It was quicker though.
Yeah, I think we were on board with you at the moment, and we're like, the man coming in off, going over the ground. That was you.
That chicane wasn't for me. I mean, yeah, it's the thing is with pit entries, it's the corners you drive the least, especially when you're practicing. Usually, just escape back to the pits. I had the same in Hockenheim. I was almost in a wall at the pit entry because I just forgot to practice it, like to drive it once, so I had no idea what to expect. And then someone said, "Yeah, be careful," and I was like, "Yeah, be careful. Like careful my way," but I wasn't careful enough.
Yep, Marcus Crawford. We're currently watching him. It looks like he's been able to get back up to speed. Getting his confidence back together after a few spins there, so yeah. hoping that Ferrari is able to challenge tomorrow, but I think we'll need it to stay dry a tiny bit, because in the wet, unless there's absolute chaos and unless Perez and Verstappen decide to, well, Perez and Verstappen are basically on the, Perez starts more near the back, Verstappen obviously on pole, so you'd kind of need, Leclerc and Verstappen to crash or something to happen. So yeah. But it was really feisty and an entertaining sprint, let's just say.
Yeah, for a sprint race, it was definitely very entertaining. I think the last good sprint race we had was maybe Brazil.
Brazil was an absolute banger. That sprint race. So much action. Obviously, most of it being that Russell got past Verstappen, and we had that big battle between them, and then we obviously had the Alpines making contact, then we obviously had also the Aston Martins getting very close, then the main part, Russell, Verstappen then dropping down, getting overtaken by Sainz, getting his front wing damage, losing a position to Hamilton. It was all kicking off, so I kind of made that one into a song, but yeah, all kicking off there in that sprint. I'm hoping that we do get like an entertaining race like Kota, for example, or Silverstone. We have Silverstone coming up next week, but with how this season's gone, I wouldn't be surprised if it's boring at such a great circuit that Formula One always delivers at.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame that when one team is doing this job really good, it's kind of not in the favor of the fans. It's working against neutral fans. Like I love to see good racing, and I don't just want to see one dude winning all the races of a season, or at least come very close to that. Like we kind of know who's gonna be champion now. It's just waiting on when. If Verstappen doesn't get champion, it's gonna be one of the craziest seasons ever. That I have to say, but yeah, it's a bit of a pity.
But I do think that after the summer break, so Zandvoort onwards, we could be in for some great races where Red Bull can't upgrade, and then the other teams bridge the gap, but also some teams do switch focus. So they are getting closer, so I think after the summer break, maybe we could be seeing some battles. Hopefully Aston Martin are in there as well. Mercedes, Ferrari, it'll be fun. A four-way fight for wins. Obviously, championship pretty much over, really. So it would be fun though to have four teams fighting for wins, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It would be. I think like behind Red Bull, everyone is really close.
Yeah.
So, like even McLaren is kind of in the mix right now. You have Ferrari, Mercedes, and Aston Martin, of course.
And also, it's always changing every weekend between those teams. We had Aston Martin and Ferrari having a bit of an off weekend in Spain. Obviously, Sainz did get on the front row in qualifying, but race pace-wise, having a bit of an off weekend there. Mercedes, though, on the other hand, had a great one. Then Canada, Ferrari having even though their race pace was pretty good, a bit of an off weekend for them, and then obviously Aston Martin having an off weekend here so far, not challenging for the podium like we have seen for the majority of this season. So it is changing around. So
yeah.
And if Red Bull were just slower or weren't in this or just weren't in this championship right now, then how fun would it be? Mercedes versus Aston Martin, and Ferrari would obviously they've lost a lot of points, but once Ferrari starts getting good results, then they can probably get also in that battle as well.
Yeah, I think if Red Bull wouldn't be in this championship, we would go to every round with no clue who would win. Apart from probably the first two rounds, you would probably say Alonso, because he was really a step ahead of the rest. But after what third was it? I think, especially since Canada, like and Spain, I think Hamilton has been proven to have really good pace in this car right now. Kind of outperforming Russell even. So yeah, I think if Red Bull wouldn't be here and you would ask me who was gonna win the Austrian Grand Prix, I had no clue. Like it could be Norris, it could be Leclerc, it could be Sainz.
Hulkenberg, you know.
Well, yeah, the Haas race pace is absolutely incredible. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. They should really focus a bit more on race pace with the next car because they qualify really good. They get into Q3 like very quite often, I would say, for a team like Haas. But then, as soon as the race starts, you see them just dropping down. And I think it was Canada last time out. I think Hulkenberg started in the top 10. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did. So I think he was P3, but then got demoted back to P5 or something.
Yep.
And then he finished 17th or 18th. So yeah, that proves that the car is probably not good on tires at all.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, with Hamilton and Russell, it's really been, it was Russell who was getting the edge over Hamilton at the start of the season. Hamilton demanding upgrades by Mercedes, he's got his wish, now the car seems to be more suited to him. Obviously, today, a bit of a struggle for him in the sprint shootout, getting eliminated in Q1, the last time that happened before this weekend was Jeddah in 2022. We know how horrid that one was for Mercedes. They are doing better this season, but still not where they would have wanted as we see an off-the-road excursion. Therefore, Adam Baki going off the road in the full throttle racing team. However, yeah, Hamilton. And it was really a case of, like we saw yesterday, Verstappen was invalidating quite a few laps. So it really can happen with anyone, and with obviously it being shorter than yesterday's session, the timing-wise, there's a bigger chance, obviously, of you getting an extra lap in if you keep invalidating a few laps. So Hamilton doing exactly what Verstappen did, just kept invalidating. Obviously, Verstappen, you had more time in Q1 to get a clean lap in, but. It really could happen to anyone, so I wouldn't really say Hamilton struggling after that session as, really, as obviously we're seeing cars lapping each other, faster cars trying to get their way through the field, but yeah, Hamilton having a much more better second, well, it's not really second part of the season, but from the season we've seen so far, I guess the second part of what we've seen so far in Formula 1 in 2023. So great stuff by Hamilton. And yeah, Russell also has been really good in that Mercedes, and personally, Mercedes would be the best team, I would say, driver lineup wise, and that's a big clash.
Oh, and that's a real
also,
one.
Yeah, also that is our race leader.
Race leader, LMP2.
Yeah, in the LMP2, our race leader has
okay, in 10 seconds.
And that is really, really unfortunate. That is going to spice up.
Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The camera likes to do that, but that is a huge moment in the race.
If that is his rear wheel, he can't repair it. Because you can't replace your rear wheels in this game.
Yeah, you have much more of a bigger idea about all of this game, because last time in Abu Dhabi I just came on, didn't know how this game worked, didn't know how the timing was, didn't know how this all worked. And as I've never watched an endurance race before, I didn't know there was even 3 classes racing at once. So,
well,
really, I didn't have a clue. But luckily, I had Tom with me in the first session in Abu Dhabi.
Then with Tom, you have a good one. Tom has a lot of experience. Although today I was in the pits and I saw him reversing through the pit lane, and even I know you will get disqualified from that, and he ended up disqualified. So I was like,
Tom, behave yourself.
I was like, what are you doing, Tom? And then I saw in the chat Tom Dillon got disqualified, and I was like, oh.
Yeah. And once again,
I'm very much wondering what happened there.
Do we have a code 80?
Yes, we do have a code 80. But...
right, mumble.
Yeah. I keep forgetting to tell you because it's so obvious for me.
The 84, you still need to be on your code 80 speed. You can't overtake.
Maybe it would work.
So the 84 is involved as well. I hear through mumble. Let me check. Who is car 84? I think
there we go.
GT.
I'm back in. Let's hope this works. When the lovely...
I will let you know when we go back to green, if you hear it or not.
Yeah. As the lovely Nick Homewood will tell us when it is time for green. I haven't really worked with Nick Homewood too much.
He's
we
my
were-
teammate.
Yeah, we were both in the pit. I remember it was the touring car race. We were both in the pit lane for a touring car race together. That's the only thing we've done together. However, I have shared a voice call with him. So yeah, really good. Yeah, really good person.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and also on the Formula E. I wasn't able to listen to it, but Josh told me that basically there was stuff going wrong. There was no track audio and stuff, but Nick Homewood is so kind that he didn't even mention anything. So
Yeah, that sounds like Nick. Yeah, Nick is the reason we have a special livery for today's race as well. He's very into trains, so he made a special livery for our car that looks like a train that goes through Germany. Usually we're black with orange, but today we're white because of that. But Nick's internet isn't stable enough, unfortunately, to race with us today. So we decided to keep this livery up until his internet is back to normal, and then he can enjoy driving the livery himself as well, because it's a bit of a sad story if he makes a livery and he ends up not racing it himself. So
yeah,
there it is, actually, our livery. Speak of the devil, but it's Pasco Egger driving it now.
Yep.
So yeah, it's sad that Nick isn't here with us today. I would love to drive with him. It's
Yeah, I'll let you talk for a bit because I've lost something. So I'm just going to quickly check under my table.
I will just keep on talking as we see the two fine Avant cars on stream with the LMP2 up front and the GT behind. We're on the code 80 because the leader of the LMP2 class just crashed and lost one of his wheels, but it's not very certain if it's his front wheel or his rear wheel. In case it's his rear wheel, he's probably out of the race because you can't replace your rear wheel.
Didn't take too long to find it.
Oh, he found it. Well, I just gave a little update why we are under the code 80. And that's where I was just done, actually. Before I had to think about what I was going to say next, you were back again.
Yeah, a really, really great 24. Well, not 24 hours yet, but soon. But well, we'll all sleep. We'll skip about a lot of hours, and then it'll be a sprint to the end.
Yeah, like it is always. It's basically a 24-hour sprint to the end.
Yeah. I really do hope Josh isn't listening because he's gonna hate the word sprint because he's heard it that wide enough. He's heard that wide enough this weekend. But
yeah, sprint shootout, sprint race.
I hope Josh forgets that. Yeah, so probably Josh will be thinking about, oh, we have another sprint at the end of this month.
Yeah, the next sprint is Silverstone then,
no.
right? What?
Silverstone's next week. Belgium is the next sprint.
Oh, is there no sprint at Silverstone?
No, they didn't do it last year. It was only 2021 where they introduced this sprint race thing.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was there, because I know the first ever sprint was there.
Yeah.
In the most controversial Formula 1 season I've ever witnessed.
Was it more well, obviously it was more, well, would you prefer boring racing or would you prefer the drama and all that happened last in 2021?
I would love a hybrid in between. Like a bit more drama than we have right now, but it was getting a little bit cringe for me to watch that.
I mean, to be honest, I enjoyed it quite a bit. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I mean, I was quite supporting Verstappen because he's from the Netherlands, so
and also someone different, obviously.
Yeah, that was like, it's always a bit tempted to support the underdog. But then when you look back at that season, I mean, I still think he deserved the championship, but not in the last race. It was really, if I would be Hamilton, I would still be crying every day about that situation, because it was so unfair. To be fair, like
it was, yeah, it really was. He won a championship on the last lap, but he's also lost one as well. So really unfortunate, though.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I don't know. I think the stewards back then just wanted to have a climax towards the end of the season. Like, don't want to finish it under a safety car.
I mean, it was such a dramatic season, so obviously they
Yeah.
want to end it in that way. And how else would it have ended?
Yeah. I have no idea.
There obviously would have been some drama. Anyway, I'm gonna let you speak again because I need to quickly run and see something.
Okay. Well, have fun seeing something. Then I will keep on talking while we're still under the code 80, while we're actually driving 60 because that's the speed limit on this track. In the meantime, we can just go through our leaders. We have Adam Suresh leading the LMH class in front of Elliot Simpson from Promix Flame Team 83. I think they're a new team in this league. Then we have Bertalan Safania in P3 of the LMH. In LMP2, we still have our leader. Where I can't find him on the standings. But it says still Koptaget is leading, but he should be on his way to the pits because he just crashed. In front of Nikodem from Boxing Eel Racing, I'm just gonna do it that way. And then in P3 it's Tobias Bloemschein for Fijnavond Motorsport, the 139. In GT3 we have Karalis. Am I saying that right? I hope so. In front of no, that's an LMH. No, it's not Karalis. It's Karalis. In front of Iliev, and then
I'm back.
And then it's Paparinopoulos in P3, the GT3. And I think we're on the second lap of the Code 18 because it's been quite a while. Although the car was in the first sector, so it can take a bit before he is entering the pits because it's a long track.
It is.
60 kph isn't very quick.
Yeah. Well, I enjoyed seeing something. Well, Josh in the live chat, Omi's the GOAT of endurance commentary this season. Well, I've already done Abu Dhabi, I've done the 25 Le Mans, and I've done this. So, I'm basically just waffling on with Peter about, well, what are we waffling? Oh yeah, F1. And it seems like when we go off topic, the drivers are crashing and stuff because they want us to talk about them. So,
someone is helping me with Paparinopoulos. It's Paparinopoulos. Paparinopoulos. Okay, I think I got it right now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's hard getting all of these names correct, isn't it?
Yeah, it's because they're from like literally everywhere in the world.
Yeah.
I think there's no continent that's, well, maybe, well, there could be that we have all continents in this race, and then you get all kinds of names. I don't think there are a lot of people from Asia, but we used to have some Malaysian people driving here, so maybe still some left.
Yeah, the hardest grid the hardest real life grid for me would be the Porsche Super Cup this season. But I've just about learnt all of the drivers. Took time because I've been just watching back highlights, learning pronunciations, and just reading what's in front of me. So I've kind of learnt it, but let's not tell Josh. I'm gonna purposely be like, well, here's the race results, Josh. Can't wait for that tomorrow. So
yeah, there are a lot of Dutch drivers in the Super Cup. I think you have Rudy van Buren.
Who?
Rudy van Buren. I think he's a Super Cup. He's sponsored by R Factor, I think even.
Let me check. I don't see a Rudy in here.
Wait, am I now confused or what?
Is it Risto? Risto Vatov.
Maybe he's not driving a Super Cup anymore, but maybe he's now back to regional, or Benelux.
Well, now
the name I said that does exist. Let me check where he's driving this year.
Yeah. does exist somewhere. But as we are in the Code 80, let's just have some fun for a bit as well. I'm gonna go through the whole Porsche Supercar grid. There's 28, so
Yeah.
won't take too long. You tell me if you know any of them. Bastian Boost. I'm also working on my pronunciation.
Yeah, I've watched this Supercar
Okay.
quite a bit.
Harry Jones.
Yeah, I know Bastian Boots.
Harry Jones.
Sorry?
Harry Jones.
No, I don't know.
Harry King.
Yeah.
Morris Schuring.
Yeah,
Alex-
Sturing.
Alexander Fack.
I don't know if I recognize the name. Could be.
Gustav Borton.
No.
Leon Collar.
Yes.
Simon LaQuinta.
No. Is he new?
George Lorenzo. Well, Josh is gonna kill you later on then.
Okay.
Dorian
Sorry, Josh.
Boccolacci.
Yes. That's a very common
Benjamin
name.
Pack.
Yes.
Michael Verhagen.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Jaap van Legen.
Okay, the damaged car's back in the pit, so we're back to green in 10
Yeah,
seconds.
I know. These last two were touch.
Giorgio Amati.
5,
Yep.
4, 3, 2,
Gianmarco
1. Green
Curacci.
flag.
You hear the mumble, by the way.
No.
Okay, we're back to green racing.
Well,
ladies and gentlemen.
we are. Right. Risto Vuitton.
I have no idea.
Keegan Masters.
No.
Ricardo Pera.
Yeah. He's champion, right? So Ricardo Pereira.
Well, we'll continue on the list because I want to get back to this.
Okay.
Roy Lindland.
No.
Yves Boltas.
Yes.
Alessandro Guici.
Yeah.
Juka Honkaburi.
Oh, and there's someone else. Yeah, no.
Yeah, that's Thomas going off the road. Luke Hartog.
Yes, of course. Touch.
Larry Ten Warder.
Yes, Larry.
He's the pole sitter for tomorrow. The doctor is still listening. Yeah, make sure you know that name at least. The pole sitter, he took pole in Monaco, taken pole once again. He wasn't able to convert it to victory the last time out in Monaco. He's going to try and do that here. However, continuing on Welby. Okay, Lucas Gronewald.
Yes.
Christian Cordial.
Yes. Oh, is he the brother of Americo?
I don't know, I haven't gone into it, but yeah. I'm unsure about that.
There's someone in the wall. We should go off topic. it's too bad for the drivers.
When we go off topic, the drivers are purposely crashing, so we go back to them. Well, don't worry, we have one name left, and it's the one that I've been getting. So this is not going to be exciting. Hoop van Egen Haven.
Is it a Dutch name? Maybe I can help you a bit.
Hoop van Egen Haven. Only name I can't really say. That's the only name I can't say.
Let me get Supercar drivers.
Yeah, I'll let you go for that one. Anyway, back onto the race because we'll see more crashes if we keep talking about random stuff. Because the drivers want us to focus on them and not real life stuff. So, well, I'll be talking about a lot of real life stuff during my solo stint because I'm just going to be talking to myself. So I'll be enjoying myself talking about a lot of real life stuff. Go for it.
Rudy van Buren is driving for Uber Racing Supercar.
Yep.
But that's the name and name, so I wasn't completely. Or maybe this is for this season, right? Oh
well,
no, it's 2022. Never mind. I didn't say anything.
Yeah. Well, at least you recognise most of the names I said. So that means I was pronouncing them half.
yeah. Most of them. I understood.
That is good.
Oh, Hoop van Eindhoven. That's the name we're struggling with. Eindhoven is actually a place.
Ah, well.
So it's basically saying Hoop from Eindhoven.
Yep. Ed Hunter in the chat. Not chat. I don't know where I got that from. Big shout out to Sophie Jones for hopping in the car, 5 minutes notice, and doing an amazing job. Never thought we'd get back up the fort after Alessio was disconnected. Yeah, and we have to say a brilliant job there to Sophie Jones because you're not expecting. You might be chilling in bed. I mean, I would say what I would be doing. But you'd be chilling and then randomly you jump in to you randomly then have to jump in for the team, and it's what we were talking about earlier, isn't it? It's exactly what we were talking about earlier. Or drivers saying they can't attend and all of that stuff. A lot of stress for the team having to find someone to jump in. So yeah, all of the drivers who do jump in with very late notice, big well done to them.
As a team manager, I can confirm it can be very stressful getting enough drivers in your car, because you have all kind of stuff that goes before sim racing. Like a normal race, you're dedicated to this race and you're not gonna do anything else in this weekend or in this week even. But in your normal life, people have other things going around, just like you have your IRL racing commentaries go in front of the sim racing. It kind of works the same for some drivers.
Yeah.
And yeah, that can it make a little hard to get your drivers all in the car.
Yeah.
It's also hard to explain to people who are not sim racing that you're gonna do a 24-hour race racing pixels. So they rarely understand. Very rarely.
Yeah, and I have absolutely enjoyed having you and some other drivers who actually have experience on the circuit, because you have me who's clueless, who just hates to start conversations and stuff. So yeah.
We all have our strengths, isn't it? Like you're more of a talker than I am, and maybe I know a little more about the sim racing world, so it's a good add-on, I would say.
Yep. Always really good, and always really good to have both sides in the commentary box. And yeah, I do talk quite a bit, and that's probably why I commentate, to be honest.
If you do what you like, it's good,
yeah.
right?
Commentating full time, yeah. Most commentators who commentate full time just talk so much. So
yeah, but like a silent commentator is not what you want. So you better talk much, talk a lot, and then you especially for endurance, you have so much time to fill in. So you can basically talk about anything you like until someone crashes again, or you just start your story about something else.
Yeah. I mean, you need to have at least one commentator who is going to talk a lot. I mean, I'll be talking quite a bit during my 5-7 shift, because I'll be honest, I'll just be waffling on about different stuff. So I have a lot of talking to do then. So yeah, looking forward to that. However, I think we might be getting some company soon. I won't leave the box straight away when it hits time. I will wait a tiny bit.
Same. Lifetime, so
yeah, and maybe for a bit we can make it a 3-way or 4-way, just for a bit. I'm not trying to cause chaos in this box. I mean, I'd love if Jocks, yes. Hopefully Josh didn't hear that. I'd love if Josh jumps in this box soon, so we didn't get to spend too much time in this EERC box together. But he probably now is gonna. He probably wants to join later because he's heard enough of my voice this weekend, and he has to hear it all over again tomorrow. So poor Josh. He's been stuck with my voice as soon as he's introduced the pit lane role, because then I'm literally joining in every single session. So he's hearing my voice in every session. So yeah. Well, we have Alex. Hello, Alex. How have you been? And did you enjoy your nap?
I didn't actually go to sleep.
Oh. Were you listening to us instead?
No.
Oh.
God.
What were you doing then? What were you doing then?
I lay in bed and was like, okay, maybe I will. And then I did. So I went for a shower and then ate food. Yeah, exactly. It's still fine. Oh, Madam Baki going off. It's quite a nice introduction.
Come back right into the XC with the LP2 leader just losing his lead after he lost the wheel into the first sector. I think it was Tetouche where he had lost his wheel. And,
I'm going to pretend like I know where that is.
That's the corner, the right-hander before the first lower straight.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So if that helps, that's
yeah,
where.
Yeah,
I think it's
on the outside and inside.
Yeah, I think it's
this one here.
Yes, this one here. And this is where a on the bottom of your screen, that's where he was parked.
Oh.
With 3 wheels on his wagon.
Was that a code 80 then?
That was a code 80. As we see James trying a different line into the Mulsanne chicane.
A different line, yeah, that's one way to put it.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's quicker.
I doubt it. I'm
Yeah,
sure your
same.
tires will dislike you.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not new for me to dislike, so it's either on track or off track.
I don't know which one I prefer. Before I left, you went sliding over the pit lane gravel.
No,
Oh, yeah.
no.
So
I have no idea
people
where you're
taking
talking about.
shortcuts. Do you
No.
want to talk about your missing your braking zone into the pit lane? That's quite impressive.
Oh, I gotta go at him.
I was trying different lines.
You're trying different lines. Okay, that
Well,
makes
I
sense.
didn't get a penalty for it, and I'm pretty sure it was quicker. It was. Yeah, I can't see it because your delta obviously goes into red as soon as you hit 60, but it was unintended, I must say. I was trying to save my tires very much going into it because I didn't like.
Was that just a fuel stop then, or?
Well, yeah. What it was, I accidentally changed tires to stop before where I should have doubled them, and now Pascal Eckert came into the car, so he had to drive on all tires to not let us change them again. So I wanted to give him the best tires possible. So I was trying to keep them alive through the
So
whole
you
stint.
put them through the gravel instead.
Yeah, so I was like, okay, I've now tried the whole stint to keep these tires alive. Let's go over the curbs and gravel and give him like bad
Kill
tires
them.
anyways. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I made his life a little bit harder, and yeah, and gained some time cutting the slow chicane by the entry of the pit
Yeah,
lane.
it seems to be a common theme in your team. Some of your teammates are also doing the same.
Some might call
Copying
it a tactic. No. No, yeah, I don't know. I think it's just given issues from our side. It is what it is. If the pit entry is the only thing that went wrong, I would have been fine with it. But it's unfortunately not the only thing that has been going wrong. So yeah.
Was the pace improving throughout the stint? Was you starting up, or were you
Yeah,
starting to lose the tempo? Okay.
I did 4 hours straight, so I witnessed quite some track development, and I went from 4 minutes high, so like 4.8 to 59 slow, so 58. So it got like some about a second quicker or something. I think it got a little bit more quicker during the night because track temperature was still about 37 degrees when I left, which is
Yeah, so it's just gonna drop a lot.
yeah, it's gonna
Put the
probably
tires
drop
in the
to
other
like
one.
20, 28, 25, something like that. Then your tires constantly getting cooled down basically, so they get like in a peak temperature where you want them. So it's a bit nicer to drive at night with your tires. We might actually were thinking that instead of double stinting the mediums, go to a double stint of the softs, which probably get a little bit more temperature during the night. But got to see how that's gonna no, tomorrow morning at 7, I think. From 7 to 9 I'm driving, and from 11 to 1. No, I'm not. Benjamin is doing the last 2 hours from 1 to 3. So I'm doing 4 more hours divided over 2 stints. So 2 times 2, we're in it 4 straight. Pascal Eggert is doing 8 hours until the next level. It's gonna have an eventful evening. Is there any of you driving? I don't think so.
I could not. I would crash on the first lap.
You're not the only one here.
There's a reason why I stick to the mic. So.
I'm not a bad driver, I'll say that, but definitely not. I don't want to drive Le Mans. There's a reason that I haven't learned the track, and it's because I just dislike it. Horrible.
You
If
dislike I mean, I somewhat can understand that, because the thing I don't like about Le Mans is whenever you're making a setup, you have to do like a 3-minute lap of just straight, and then you
So
come to
check
the
each
corners.
section.
Yeah, and then you come to the corners and then you pin it in the first Porsche curve, and you're like, oh man, I hate myself. And then you have to do the 3 straights again, and at the end you're just depressed about it or something. But when it goes right and your car is feeling nice, it's a pleasure to drive. But it's definitely not my favorite track.
I don't know how these.
I bet.
Yeah, I've never driven this because I don't really know at all how it feels. That was exactly what I was driving the first lap, so.
Well, yeah, 70% of this track is basically straight, so. And because of that, you have a car that's very built to go quick up a straight line. But then you have the Porsche curve where you kind of want aerodynamics, but your car doesn't have it because it needs to be quick. So you're kind of sliding through the Porsche curves.
Is the first section flat or?
Sorry, the first section.
The first 2 Porsche curves that they flat.
Oh, not in the McLaren, but I think in the Orica they just lift off a little bit and play with the throttle through the Porsche curves.
Okay. So it doesn't seem like it's that much of a challenging corner. So I just imagine the setup was mainly just balancing the later part of the lap in the straights.
Yeah, it's definitely about having it drivable through Porsche curves. That's not the line.
Yeah, he hasn't lost the position, unfortunately, from that. He has lost time. To the 80s up.
Gotta get back past it. I think that's a lead in the Hypercar, isn't it? I think that's the race.
Is that the 714?
It looks like the Mugen. It's definitely their color scheme. Hello.
Hello,
Josh.
Josh.
Hi, Josh.
You're quite quiet. Yes.
Josh, where's the energy?
That's because the wonderful Chris turned my Discord volume down earlier because I was so loud. I'm back on the main system. Chris, if you're listening, I might need to turn up.
Yeah, me and Omi are here till 10 minutes ago, so.
Well, we aren't supposed to be here, but we sneaked in somewhere.
Are you happy to stay around? I'm here for the next 50 minutes because good session. Rahal surprised on
As a Dutchman, can I ask where did VK qualificate?
VK was 15th, he got kicked out. VK did not actually...
Well, he has a terrible season too, so. Well, yeah.
Yes, so,
I'll also be running off at 11, as I've already told you, Josh, at least. Well, all the highlights are out, everything's sorted. And I've been able to focus more on, I mean, I haven't really focused on the race, because me and Brian have been waffling on about F1 and all sorts of stuff. We've just been waffling on, to be honest.
I think I didn't recognize the Porsche Super Cup name. You're probably disappointed in me, Josh.
Which one is it?
George Lorenzo.
Yeah.
George Lorenzo.
You did recognize Jorge Lorenzo.
Sorry, Josh. I'm very sorry.
It's okay, it's fine.
I hope you will still accept me.
I'm not angry, we're just disappointed.
Yeah, that's even worse.
He's just a MotoGP legend.
Oh, is it Jorge Lorenzo from the MotoGP? Oh, yeah, I know him from MotoGP. I just didn't think about him driving the Porsche Super Cup. That's cool. Yeah, How is he doing? Is he doing any good?
Josh is.
But it's Monaco, so. Where did they qualify?
Yeah. All I know is, all I know is Larry Ford is taking pole. He's going to try to take victory, which obviously he couldn't do at Monaco, because Harry King beat him off the line, and it was Monaco, so he took the place, and nothing Larry Ford could do. So I think he's going to try it today. Let's talk about tomorrow. I'm using my map.
All it is me and Omi turn up on race day, do the race, and that's it. Because we don't get to see practice or qualifying because he's not available here in the UK.
Actually, I think I know a bit
Neither
of
through F1 TV Pro or.
They did.
Do you? Oh yeah, of course.
Sky Sports.
Ah yeah.
Okay, the
Great.
84 car, please come into the pit lane. We need to DQ and undq your car
Josh, is there any way you can
because
turn
you
your mic up
obviously
on
have
your
some
end?
pretty major unrepairable damage there. So please come in and we'll deal with it.
I'm trying to see.
So the top five are Larry Ford, Keegan Masters, Bastian Booth, Leon Collar, and Van Legen.
I've turned the input. How's that? Is that
Yeah,
better?
Slightly
way
better.
better.
Yes.
Yeah.
Probably the best we're going to get it, unfortunately, chaps. I'm not even on the headset mic. I'm on the radio mic, which should be louder because I knew we would have this problem. So I'm sat quite close to it as well. So I feel like I'm on the radio at the moment, the way I sound. It's the radio mics.
Yeah,
Which is
it
the-
sounds about right.
Yeah, good. This is the podcasters mic, the ones that everyone gets really close to and tells all their deepest, darkest secrets to the BBC Radio 1 team or something like that.
Is it one of the fancy ones you pay like £200 for?
Yes.
On top
Although-
of the DAC and everything.
Yes, yeah, it's on everything, and if I get really close, it's the Radio 4, and I can all go really quiet, and then I can pull back and go really, really loud and say, "Good morning, this is Radio 2" or something like that.
But I like all the British people that won't, the non-British people that won't understand what you're talking about because you're on about BBC and outside of the UK it doesn't really exist.
Yeah, for our Australian listeners as well, that's basically like KMZ or something like that. Sky Sports F1, by the way, have just shown the sprint race, and they have now gone to a new program. And can anyone guess what it is?
Sprint race?
Yeah, it's the sprint race again. They're playing the sprint race again. They just played it once and they're playing it again.
That's.
It was boring. It was dull.
I mean, Josh, okay, yeah, probably because you don't like sprints, but it was better.
I may have called. We're past water now. I may have called Max Verstappen a dick.
Yeah, you did.
I thought, what's the best one I can actually call? Swear, I was so angry with him.
I mean,
What's
are
the
you
best-
wrong with
Say again?
Are you wrong with calling him that?
No, I'm not.
It's ruining the whole season by winning everything.
I called it because
Yeah, at the moment.
he blocked Perez, and I could see it, and everyone else wasn't talking about it, and it really frustrated me because it wasn't him, it wasn't Sergio. Sergio did nothing wrong today, except have a good start. Max got a poor getaway, and then Perez had a twitch. I looked back at it. I called it to begin with and said Perez squeezed him. Then I realised in the replay, no, Perez got a twitch, and that Max reacted by going over the gas, and then Max just decided to turn to total dick mode and to send it up the inside, and that started Norris again. So Norris has had some great qualifying.
Slow
this year.
car
Every
into
single time
Indianapolis.
He's been stopped by a Red Bull, having
Yeah.
some sort of, and it's just getting so frustrating. That's twice now by Max as well, at 3. So Max decides to just take off Perez. Someone in the paddock actually, and I text this to my friend who's in Dubai at the minute. I said, Checo said in the press conference in the room, saying as well, if Max tries that again tomorrow, I'm not pulling out. So the
Perez
could be
is starting
contacting him. Yeah.
pretty far behind tomorrow. So.
Yeah, I don't really know why he said that, but I think if they're expecting Perez to be up there at some point in the race, probably they'll start him on the hard tyres, Max will start on the medium, something like that.
Yeah.
But Perez will be up there at some point. And if Max tries to run him through it again, Perez isn't backing out. So it's going to be a very interesting 71 laps tomorrow. But yeah, hopefully. God, do I just want this to be over.
You want every weekend go over, Josh. This,
Yeah.
you love commentating, but then whenever, but the thing you commentate, you just want it over.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. We're not having any breaks from April to like September or something silly like that. But this weekend as well. I think if you enjoy the weekend, if you like last weekend in MotoGP, I didn't want it to end. It was great. Loved MotoGP. Some great racing last weekend at where were we? TT Assen. That was a great weekend. Loved it. Didn't want that to end. But Formula One, no. This one is just. It's getting a bit repetitive. And
slow car in the Porsche
it's
curbs.
good that Max is dominating because every champion deserves a little bit of a domination run. Mercedes had it, Senna had it, Schumacher had it, Hamilton's done it for years. So, but I don't like how cocky he gets. They all go through it, as I just said. They all go through their cocky, rebellious age saying like, oh, we're better than everybody else. Max is actually starting to believe that now, and that's where the problem lies. That's where we started to have a bit of issue because he goes on the domination, thinks that nobody can touch him, thinks he's God, and then he ruined a weight limit, and that's when the danger happens. So I'm kind of hoping that he retires one of these races to prove this year, to prove himself he's not God, and we actually get a decent race because I think. But if you look behind the Red Bulls, it's getting quite tasty because the Ferraris are getting back up there. McLaren have got an interesting upgrade, and that's worked out big time for Lando. Mercedes are just about getting their back, but Aston are getting good again, and I think Alpine are a hidden gem. Alpine are going to win a race this year. I can feel it because they have got consistency with Ocon and Gasly. They've got to get qualifying right, but in the races they're really strong. They've got a great race pace in that car. So we've got the top 5 in the chip. We've got 4 teams in a hunt for a possible race win. There's just Red Bull out front dominating. So if Red Bull disappear, we'll see some great racing.
Exactly what me and Ryan, not Ryan, Peter.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we were saying that if Red Bull wouldn't be in this championship, you would have no clue who could win the next race.
Yeah, and remember, it's also different. We have some weekends where Mercedes are better than Aston, like Aston having a down weekend here. They also had a down weekend at Spain. They had a good one in Canada. Ferrari didn't have a good one in Canada. But well, actually, Ferrari did recover in the race. But yeah, it's always mixing up between those 3 teams. And then we have Alpine just in behind. So it really would be a good season. McLaren really qualifying well when it gets chaotic with Perez, Leclerc, Russell, all these drivers eliminating themselves early in qualifying. So. Yeah, no, it's always there to take advantage.
If you take, exactly, because if you take away the 2 Red Bulls today, the sprint race starter group would have been Norris on pole with Hulkenberg second.
Yeah, Hulkenberg maybe finally top 3.
Oh, he got so close, didn't he?
Yeah, I was hoping for him so much.
They've got to the start procedure now in the F1, so I'm just having another look at it again because I desperately want to understand what Max was thinking. So I'm going to talk you through it actually on the radio. So. The lights run out. Max gets an okay start, but in the second phase bogs down. He comes across to defend from Perez. Perez is already alongside. Max forces him into the pit wall. That's strike 1. Yeah. Perez then, at the exit of turn 1, gets on the curb. That runs him a little bit wide. Max comes back at him. Then Checo hits a bump and hits some spray. He aquaplanes. Max has to go across a little bit on the grass. Then on the run up the hill, Max says, okay. He sends it from a long way back, before even the 150-metre board. He just sends it on the inside line. That blocked Norris. Hulkenberg goes on the inside. Norris has to go down to neutral. That dropped him down to about 12th position. Perez has retaken the lead coming back off the track. And then Max is just going to absolutely dive bomb him and just force him off the track into turn 4 by going so deep. Perez loses out to Hulkenberg. And I think that was Sainz just behind. There was just no way in between. And Norris is battling with Leclerc in 12th position. But then Hulkenberg just swings around the outside of Perez. He had a slight little kick and was tucking himself out the race again. But it all started with Max being too selfish. So I just looked at it again. It's all that there.
Max was using Perez as a bit of a break as well at turn 3 and 4 as well. So yeah.
Yes, it was. Yeah. We must have sort of scored. So it was ridiculous. It was a poor race.
Ooh, had him losing the car, but getting back going there, just about. Yeah, getting back going.
Yeah.
Hey guys, as much as I would love to continue talking about F1 for hours, I need to get some sleep before I have to get in the car again this morning. So
yeah, Peter, absolutely. Yeah, I've absolutely loved it with you today.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot of fun. So see ya and have a good one.
See you later, Peter. Nice to actually share the box with you for a change.
Yes, yeah. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
So,
This is getting fun, isn't it, now, really?
yeah.
As I said in the chat, the endurance king at the moment, legend.
Yeah, and I'm also doing a stint before F3 tomorrow. So just jumping in there. Well, the thing is, I've been getting up early because I'm too excited for F3. So then I get to kind of spend some time.
Oh, leader spinning in LMP2, the 122.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sazamaka is spinning off. You're making me look bad now. Although there is a difference. Before the stint for Formula 3, I literally, was it 720, something stupid like that?
Well, you do it after. Well, you do it after the Porsche because I
Yes.
just do it before F3. So I guess it's kind of equal that wise. You did 2 hours,
Okay.
I did 2 hours, but I'm solo. That's the thing. So I get the edge on that.
Because I was it. It's I wake up. I've set my alarm. I'm awake at 6. Go in the bath, get dressed, have a bit of breakfast, like a yogurt or something, to get me through the F3 race. Then come to the box at 7, set up everything. Come here at 7:15. The race starts around about 7. Well, 7:15. Yeah, race starts about 7:25.
Yep. And you'll probably be joining this late at 11 because the Porsche Super Cup starts at 11:35. Schedule start at least. And then then you obviously have 30 minutes, so that goes past 11. I guess you'll be a bit late. Maybe to the EERC, just a tiny bit. But yeah, well, I'm happy I've been able to learn all the Porsche Super Cup right. I've learned it to a point where I'm pronouncing their names right because the good thing is Peter was understanding every name I was saying, almost.
That's decent, yeah. And don't forget also, you'll be taking the lead in Belgium for Porsches.
Yeah, so that's crucial, getting to know that.
As I disappear and do Formula E. Series. How lucky was that, though, just looking back at it again.
Yeah, and also, it's so unfortunate he starts third, and then also look at Spain, where Verstappen and Sainz battle into turn 1, then Hamilton had to get on the brakes to avoid hitting Verstappen, Norris getting collected off. It's just so unfortunate for Norris. Puts in all these good qualifying, but then doesn't get his reward in the race.
James Howe in the pits, the 26, for the 21 car, P6 and then P2. Yeah, he doesn't. All the qualifying just gets another 5 start.
You don't even get points for qualifying, it's so unfortunate.
Yeah, and the points go down to 8. He finished 9th in the sprint, so he's even lost out there as well, and doesn't have a great starting position tomorrow. Where is it? Verstappen on pole, Leclerc, Sainz, Norris starts 4th on the grid, so it's not too bad. But it might cause something. Hamilton starts 5th, then Stroll, Alonso, Hulkenberg, Gasly, Albon, the top 10. Russell is 11th, Piastri, Bottas, Perez, top 15. And then we get Tsunoda, Joe, Sargent, Magnussen, and De Vries out there too,
Yeah, so I'm hoping that we're going to get a good race, but I have a feeling Verstappen will just fly into the distance and then the battles are behind.
As he always does, he'll just fly off.
I'm kind of hoping it could, so the thing is, if it's dry, then we could maybe see Ferrari challenge Red Bull a tiny bit, if the race pace is better though only. But in Canada, we saw the race pace was better. So, I don't know, I kind of don't want a wet race, but I wanted, it's really hard, because in the wet, Ferrari have been struggling. They're always struggling to get out of queues, in qualifying.
No, Roslin's off again!
Another mistake.
LMP2, and he's deep in the gravel. Is that down the Porsche curves? Looking at that. Yes, it is. So, exit the Porsche coming down towards the pit areas. So, he's lost a little bit of time, but he's got a lap on the field. As into the pit lane comes Tobias as well. Shine in from P2 in the 130 car, I believe it is. Take a look. So, that's okay. Harvey Shepherd in as well, 15th on P2. Go on, then.
No worries. But this is what we're here to comment on this. So, we love going off topic. We kind of need to in a 24-hour race. But what was I even saying again? McLaren. What about them? Oh yeah. Oh, Ferrari. Okay, right. Yes.
Of course it was Ferrari.
Yeah. So it's going to be interesting because Ferrari have been struggling to get out of Q1, Q2 in the wet, in damp or wet sessions. So they can't, and they didn't look too good in the wet. So they look better in the dry. So if Ferrari have good race pace like in Canada in the dry, then maybe they could take the fight to Red Bull. But then they're going to be hoping that it's not wet. So it's going to be kind of interesting because then I might want to try a race.
Look at that. Actually, yeah, you're probably right. Probably want the dry race to make sure that there's going to be A-OK going into the rest of the weekend. It's going to be fun, isn't it, tomorrow's? Well, we say it's going to be fun. We hope it's going to be fun. We probably know it's going to be a nightmare.
I'm looking more forward to the feeder series. That's what I absolutely love every weekend.
F3 is going to be chaotic.
F3, F2, Porsches, they're all going to be chaotic. So yeah, it's going to be great. But hoping that F1 is as well. Hoping that Ferrari are able to take the fight. But how about Verstappen just has a bit of an engine failure and just gives us and then we can have a bit of a battle behind.
That car's not going to remain bulletproof, is it, Ferrari? Sure.
I mean, Jeddah qualifying. Remember? It just needs to happen again. We just need something to happen again, and then we'll get a good qualifying session. Oh, sorry, race.
Yeah, I was going to say, but it's so much now, isn't it? He's taken 41 wins, 26 pole positions, 24 fastest laps, 85 podiums, and 2 World Championships.
Yeah, and personally, qualifyings have been really enjoyable this year. There's been a lot of action in qualifying. Like for example, Monaco. For me, that is the best dry qualifying I've seen ever. Formula 1, that was so good because you had Ocon on pole, then you had Leclerc on pole, then you had Alonso on pole, and just at the end, Verstappen was really mighty quick through the last sector, but yeah, Verstappen delivered it all in the last sector to take it away. Even if Verstappen took pole, that was a really enjoyable qualifying session though, because we all thought for like so long that Alonso had it, so it was really really great, that Monaco session. And also Spain, Canada, they've all been pretty good, to be honest. And I enjoyed yesterday's one as well, where maybe Leclerc got close, but he went fast in, slow out, but Verstappen went slow in, fast out. So the run to the line, Leclerc lost out. Unfortunate for him.
Is he as well off the track? The third place runner in LMP2, only 11 seconds to the 48 car. He's managed to keep ahead though, according to the timing screens. That was lucky. There's Pascal again in the final bond. Motorsport 444. But yeah, the qualifying's been good this year. Apart from today's the sprint shootout and the sprint race just didn't work. They need to change that. They need to find something better. Oh, again, that's Andy Tomlinson off in the 999 car.
Yeah.
6th in class.
Yeah, and also for the drivers, it's kind of like us commentators, we could be losing our focus a tiny bit and stuff like that as we head more into the night. So obviously we're going to be seeing more mistakes over the night by all of these drivers. So yeah, really hard these night shifts, aren't they, for the drivers? They need to be so focused. Like we all, like we just all make mistakes during the night as commentators, but like the drivers are going to be making mistakes in their cars.
Absolutely, and you can enjoy the night uninterrupted as well. We're going to keep the streams going on EERC. The commentary signs off last time from that one. I think Tom Dillon is coming up to the box at some point as well.
Yeah, but I've ruined them. Yeah, I've ruined the night because I jumped in for 2 hours in the middle of it.
Yes. Oh, do you come in the night shift as well?
Well, I guess it's not too much on the night shift. It's 5 to 7 before the F3.
That's not too bad, that's fine.
Yeah, so so I've and also Tom's told me I can just join and leave when I can, so there's no trouble.
I think do it as like a little update. So if anyone's around, just hop in the box, do a little update, then pop back out again. That's pretty much how we usually do it.
Yeah.
Make sure it's all okay and good and running.
But yeah, today's qualifying session was really boring. I think we really do need one shot, don't we? That would be so fun. It would make me look more forward to a sprint weekend because there's something different. Like we have a one shot. Yeah. It'll be so exciting, the one shot quali.
A one shot would work out. I think Spa's the perfect place to try it, but they're not going to do it. They won't do it. We'll stop with this one shot.
Maybe next year. Maybe next year.
Yeah, because it's too soon, isn't it? It's too soon to get everything sorted in now.
Yeah. We have Tobias joining.
Tobias, hello Tobias.
I got that name wrong.
You've just jumped out the car, Tobias. How are you doing?
Great. Had a load of fun. Just buzzing. Happy to be driving.
I'm not surprised. Were you running second in class there, wasn't it?
Yeah, we had a bit of an interesting first stint with me where I mildly brushed the spinning LMP2 and then that decided to completely bend my steering to like 40 degrees, so we lost like 3 minutes in there. That was good. That was great. And then I think there's some other incidents, and then when I got back into the car for the second time, I also damaged repairs, so we lost a good amount. I think we lost a whole lap because of damage. So we're pretty surprised to be on the lead lap. But no, I mean, I'm really proud of how I drove for the last 3 hours, and Adam also did a really good job. He kept the car on track. We kept it clean. He was on pace with everyone. Really well done. And then I just had to push for my last 3 hours, and I did perfectly. I mean, apart from one little problem I had where I got a drive-through penalty, it's been going good.
Yeah,
So, you joining us, or are you just popping in to see how
Just
we're
popping
doing?
in for an interview. I'm going to.
We miss you in the box. We miss you. Come back soon.
Let's see. Do you have any questions though now?
Well, I'll ask one. I'll ask Alex Jake's question then. How
Oh,
about that? Well, okay, put us in the car during the night shifts. Do you lose any kind of concentration? How is it in the night shift? So, what kind of goes on? Is it a tiny bit different to the day? Are you more likely to make mistakes? And just put us more in the car, in that position during the night. How is it in the car during the night? Do you lose concentration? And is it a bit more tricky in the night?
That's a lot of question. Yeah. It depends how tired you are and how much you've slept. I did
Yeah, continue. Sorry. Yeah,
luckily I didn't. I don't have a night stand anymore. I specifically requested not to do one because I did one at like 5 a.m. in the morning after a stint. You can't sleep.
Well, how was that? Okay, how was that? So, how was that stint for you then? How did you feel? Was it hard? How was it?
It feels more like a survey, but it's just tiring, and you just want to sleep again. Like you're just lapsing between waking up and sleeping. Sometimes it depends how awake you are and what you've taken to drink just beforehand. I didn't drink anything, and I probably should have drunk an energy drink or something, just something to keep me awake with caffeine. But I didn't, so I was just really, really tired and wanted to sleep. I think if you're fighting for something, like there's a position you want to catch just ahead, then it feels much better, because because then you've got the adrenaline coming up into you. Like for this stint, I was so focused. I thought it was like 2 hours. I've been driving since like 7, I think now. It's almost 4 hours without a break, but it felt like 2. It felt like an hour because I just was focusing on getting the positions back because we lost a lot. So I think adrenaline can help, but yeah, it's just kind of tiring and just a bit sleepy in the end. It's tough. Yeah. Luckily, when I was engineering for Le Mans Virtual, though, I got to do the sleeping and woke up in the morning. But, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, you've got an impressive drive to get back into second position, and there's a long way to go in this race. Do you think you can put it still? Of course
Well, I'm not driving anymore. I'm done.
No, I know you're done, but can you the team when it
Oh god, yeah. I've got full confidence in the Finabond. That's why I joined for this race.
Fantastic.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm also happy to be doing EERC again, to be honest. I love this league.
I know. We love you. We wish you in the box. Come back for a couple of races.
Oh god, no, I can't. I don't like commentary as much anymore. Trust me. I mean, Josh, you remember me when I was commentating? I think I've told you on multiple occasions. I just want to be back in that car.
You did.
Being
no! Leaders spun again in LMP2.
Yeah.
That's the
Don't
one.
know why.
Tobias is now smiling.
Yeah, I've been joshing with Sven right now.
No, but I must admit, you were good, even though you weren't.
Yeah, cheers.
Come back, do a couple more. Do like a touring car. Come back and do it like.
I'm doing TCUK right now. I don't have time. Plus I've got my esport. I'm like proper esports now. You know.
I know.
I was at Sancho for a year now. I'm at Visceral. Doing everything right now.
Oh, big league. No, we
yeah,
miss
I'm
you.
looking in.
We hope we can get you back soon, and that's not.
Yeah, let's see in the future. I'm quite busy though for the future, so yeah.
Right, go get some rest. Well done today.
Cheers. Thanks. Take care.
See you there.
Thanks, Tobias. And obviously we had another moment for the LMP2 first place runner, and he's been having a few spins. And also before you came, Josh, there was also more spins. I think it was another driver at the wheel there, but so could it be the team losing a bit of confidence? Maybe there's been a lot of mistakes happening for them.
Yeah, I think it is actually. It's that focus, isn't it? Going into the night shift. You've been driving now for 9 hours. Some of them have done double stints as well. So it's like you're getting a little bit drowsy. Your eyes are starting to go a little bit. We saw that at Le Mans a couple of weeks ago as well, during the 24 hours of Le Mans. So they've got to have to take care. Loads of endurance racing going on this weekend as well. Tons of it. It's great to see. And even, by the way, a certain John Watson, who is commentating with the Spa 24-hour race right now, as that's been a very, hot topic this weekend. But he too, in between breaks, has revealed he's been watching an e-sport endurance race at Le Mans. I think we're the only one doing that. So Watson's been watching us. And if you are listening, John, hello. I hope you're enjoying it. And pleasure to have you watching. So John Watson there, multiple-time Grand Prix winner as well. And awesome driver. The only driver in Formula history to start at the back of the field and win the race. That was back in America. I think that was Norway. Was it Detroit? 82? Somewhere around there? I'm sure John will correct me, but nice to have you, John, if you're watching.
Yeah, and obviously for all of these team members, getting all the drivers is really hard. So some drivers having to do extra stints to fill in. So yeah, really hard for all of these teams to be finding enough drivers. Also, some people might be turning down late, or they tried to get some sleep, didn't wake up. We see that quite a bit with us commentators. Some of us we just fall asleep.
No.
Yeah, we just kind of fall asleep. Yeah, we just kind of fall asleep and then.
I know you're on about.
Yeah, so it can be really hard for the teams to find very quick replacements. And also we had Ed earlier on in the live chat, also Sophie Jones having to jump in there with only a 5-minute notice. So really all of these drivers, it is really tricky for them, and also the teams to find all of these drivers for this 24-hour race, because we've struggled with so many commentators to fill the night. That's why we're having to go silent for quite a bit of it. But it would be really tricky for all of the teams as well, trying to find drivers, because they can't take a break like us. They can't just go silent and park their cars and chill.
I said to the team as well, why don't we just open up and let the drivers come in the paddock box and talk for a little bit and do like a driver's broadcast that we see on NASCAR. Do it, just open it up completely. But they're all so busy because all the drivers are coming in. They're immediately going to race engineer. They're turning to race engineers for their teammates as well. They're doing other things. They're talking with all the team and just
trying to get rest, obviously.
And resting.
That's the major one. So, yeah, a lot goes on.
But even though we're silent during the night, that's actually not a bad thing, because when we come back in the morning, that's when the racing really starts, and that's when all the team's going to be here to talk to it as well.
Yeah, I've got a lot of different topics to talk about during my 5 to 7 stint. I've got a lot of stuff to waffle on about, so if you are going to be here, if anyone's going to be watching the 5 to 7, don't worry. And make sure you keep the light
We're
down.
sorry.
Well, you've got the job then of wrapping up what's happened in the race changes, so make sure you screenshot what happened before. And also, I believe Tom's going to be doing like a com chat update thing in the box to make sure that we all know what's happened during the night shift. He usually does. But yeah, 24 hours, our golden race of the year. It's not even the last race of the year for EERC, because this is only, end of the 5th round, so we've got loads still to come after this, so...
Yeah, the only sad thing is that every one of them clashes with an F1 weekend.
Whoever made this calendar, I have no idea, because it's like they've deliberately tried to just exclude me from the commentary box, or just make me have a really horrible weekend.
Yeah, and I obviously prioritize real life racing, so I'm not able to be too much, especially when there's F3, F2, and all of it kicking off.
It's honestly, next year's calendar we need to move it around a little bit, make sure it doesn't clash with anything, because then we can have all the team on. I love being on here, so I do miss sitting down and doing a good few hours of it all, and because it's always over difficult times and there's so much on at the moment, but usually it gets okay. February's good.
Right guys, I'm gonna now head off, because I do need to go do the highlights a bit early. Well, this has been so fun that I decided to stay 42 extra minutes in this box, so... so yeah, it has been really fun. And once again, Josh, even though we do it so much on F1 and so many different weekends, enjoy talking with you about all of the action and everything, and also with Peter and Alex and who was it again? Thomas. I keep forgetting his name, so it's been a really, I really enjoyed it. So, Josh, I'll see you in F3.
Yep.
Alex, I'll see you soon. And to the viewers, I'll probably see you if you are awake at 5. So I'll see you all soon. Bye bye.
See you soon.
Yeah, I mean, I forgot that I was allowed to speak. I've been sat here for the last 30 minutes doing absolutely nothing, just watching the feed go by, watching the cars go down the Mulsanne straight while you two waffled on about Formula 1 and Formula 3 and Formula E and IndyCar and NASCAR.
Oh no.
And goddamn, I had the opportunity to do 3 laps of the Nordschleifer in that time. That's how.
That is true, yeah. That's a touring car race around there as well, isn't it? Oh no, James Smash is going round again in the 390 down at the Dunlop. Where is that? That's the Dunlop chicane, isn't it? The first one on the track.
I think that was the final one, was it not? The Fords? It might have been.
I can't tell in the dark. It's a bit too dark for me. I was judging by it. We'll double check.
Well done to that Aztec racing team, though. They've stayed in it. They might be dead last, but they've stayed here.
It's so impressive to stay in it.
Yeah. And I noticed a lot of the conversation was about night driving, and you don't even realize how much time goes into learning the track, and you really have to learn the track to drive at night, because otherwise you're just going to end up not knowing where one of the corners is and miss your braking point entirely because you can't see it that well. But fortunately, it seems to have decent lighting, especially with the headlights.
I'd love to go on board if anyone's got the TV camera and director controls, because it's this first part of the track, it's fine, but down the Mulsanne straight as well, coming into the chicanes, that's tricky, especially going to the forest area towards Indianapolis and Elm Arch. It goes pitch black, so you can't see a thing around there.
I think I would be surprised if you can see the brake markers for Indianapolis. I know that you probably can, heading towards the Michelin and also chicanes.
We have talked about fully lightning it, haven't they, Lamont? But everyone says no, don't touch it, don't touch Lamont.
It's part of the aesthetic, yeah.
Yeah. The Shepherd having a slide there, coming out of Mulsanne, down the back half of the straight. Yeah, don't change it, because in Singapore, yeah, that works. All those night races put lights up, but at Le Mans, you're right. It's it's night racing, proper night racing. You don't put the lights up.
The same goes for the Nordschleife 24. You know, that's at night a scary track, especially the final sector where everything is blind, downhill, uphill, everything. But that is the essence of endurance racing. And I can't help but notice, it's only just come up to me now, the 999 LMH is driven by name.
Oh, really?
I don't know if that's correct.
Oh, no.
I have to check race view.
Nami.
I hope it's not their actual name. No, it isn't. Their name is your name, so they didn't change it.
Oh no! Hey, your name! The brother of last name as well.
And first name.
Yes, and
Formula 1.
Yeah, where was it? 2018 Australia?
Yeah, 2018 Australia. Battling for the lead in the Mercedes and Ferrari. Yeah.
Oh, great days, great days. God, we're old now, aren't we? We remember that. All the memes that came from it.
A new fastest first sector set by Joseph and Vince in the Falcon 290 LMH at 31.5. I think they're fastest on circuit right now.
Oh, that's not for Harvey Shepherd though. Coming into the last sector.
Yeah, last couple of corners and.
Oh, he's doing it all again.
I don't know how you manage that, but
where is he even?
Rejoining.
I think he's at the Ford chicane, as you said. So he's just.
Yeah, that is the Ford chicane. Yeah.
I've never seen that before. That's really bizarre.
I've never seen that happen. That's bizarre. Yeah.
He's forgot where he was and just hit the wall again. I hope it's suspension damage. I really do, otherwise it's a bit of a foolish thing to do.
An interesting moment, but he's going to have to go all the way around because you'll miss the pit entry by the Ford chicane. So.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't have, would you? You just have to go all the way around again with suspension damage. You can't cut across the track. You'll get a penalty for it.
Yeah. So if he does, that's going to be really unfortunate. I think during your time talking, I was trying to find a place to interject in, but I think the 75 optimal GT3 had a bit of an incident where they, I think, got suspension damage and they were crawling to the pit lane. It took them about 5 minutes, I believe, before they could find
And no code 80.
No code 80.
Usually we do get a code 80, don't we, to slow the race down. If there's a car that needs to go back to the pit lane, cause here's your name in the 999.
Yep, your name. I hope that I was really hoping that wasn't actually someone's name. I totally botched it and it was Name or something.
I was hoping as well. Your name. How can we pronounce that? Do you know, in a fun way.
Your Name.
Your Nana, yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Oh, do you remember? I tell you what, are we getting up to the time where we can do the typical endurance competition?
Of telling the children to do heroin?
Yeah, you got it right on the ticket as well, yeah. Do you remember that? Yeah, that was brilliant as well. How to keep a 24-hour race, it's cake. And then you just hear Martin coming in the background saying, heroin. I said, what? That's how you are? That was brilliant. I heard that for years. I was like, what the hell? About how to stay awake all night long.
I mean, he's technically not wrong. It would keep you awake, but and that's James Magazell going through the runoff again. No offense to him, but I don't think he's taken the racing line at any point during this race.
Surely cocaine would be better.
I feel like it would give you more of an energy boost.
Yeah. What, heroin or cocaine?
Cocaine.
Yeah,
I don't know. I've never tried either, so.
No, I'll have to get some. I'll have to figure out who does. Where's Charlie Sheen? He's going to need to come and join us. I'm going to say, I'm going to be really cool there and say, where's Nick Homewood? Oh no! There's Suto off. There's Frederick Suto at the last corner. Hits the wall. And gets going again. Looking no suspension damage. Yeah, I could have said, where's Nick? It's a joke. It's a joke.
It would explain why he is so calm with all the drivers that do stupid things.
Not Eduardo Freitas being absolutely, like losing his marbles at Pierre Gasly and Suzuka last year. I can hear Chris right now, just like what is saying, watching this, what is going on right now?
Why are they talking about? I'm talking about Nick taking substances.
No one's mentioned anything, so it's fine.
For now.
There's Pascal Eggert getting lapped.
Yeah, that's the Rookie Monsters car. I actually had a realization that is the Team Rookie Monsters car. So I didn't actually know half of the LMH cars, and I'm still learning them. Now I know.
I'm just getting them. I'm using the cheat guide.
Yeah, I know the 999 and what the Rookie Monsters looks like. I think that's about it. And the racing zone.
Yeah, hardest race was 2000 last year, where the graphics failed halfway through. That was bad.
Oh. Yeah. You have a lot of experience with graphics failing, don't you?
Yes.
You had it with EPVWC half the time. Academy.
I did the Academy race on Monday actually, solo up in the box. That was fun. Actually, that was the first esport race I've done solo in quite a while. I think since the BBB esport days, about 2 years ago actually, which is a league on PlayStation for Formula 1 games. And I actually really enjoyed it. I was able to, sort of slow it down, go at your own pace and say what you want to. So that was actually alright. Last time, because usually you've got Ed Hunter in your ear, Ed in these sports as well. He'll spot something and just run with it for 5 minutes, which is great because I can just stop talking, take a look at the race and leave Ed to it. But commentating with Ed is like doing a relay race. It's fantastic because you stop talking, he'll pick up the baton and just on and on and on. So there's no really chance to break. But with the race I raced it the other day, it was like I could just stop for a few seconds, get an eye out, and then continue again. It was a nice flow of the commentary.
Yeah, it's quite relaxing. Oh, Charlotte Menick, that's another incident for 75 off
Third
Tim
I've
Norman.
seen. Yeah, third one I've
good.
seen off.
If not fourth I've seen so far, and I hope they don't have suspension damage. That would really suck. Another team that's been having a lot of incidents. This team Maria, this Bavaria Maria, they really do not like Indianapolis. They've had 2 offs there. One leading to quite major damage really to the car and limping through the push goes.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's Bavaria Maria. After you left, they had 2 offs.
They're really struggling then, so that's another struggle.
They were struggling, but congratulations to them to sticking in there, keeping in third, no matter.
We don't want anyone quitting. We saw that a lot. The opening race of the year, we said, "Why are you quitting? It's an endurance race. Don't leave now. Don't give up." And well, it's a 24-hour race. You don't quit with 15 hours to go.
Yeah, especially the driver. Even in Abu Dhabi, I was so estranged by that because you are maybe in the middle of the pack and you're just like, let's park up, which doesn't make sense.
Confusing. I was really angry at Abu Dhabi about the amount of drivers that decided to leave it halfway through. It was not worth them even bothering to turn up and waste everyone's time.
Yeah,
it was shocking.
To be fair, it probably wasn't helped by the fiasco of the McLarens, but
yeah, that's actually.
Race was Hockenheim. That's the one. I just wasn't there for that one.
No point. Oh, Hockenheim got red flagged, didn't it? I think just the service glitching last time out. Yeah, that was.
The server was like.
That annoyed everybody as well with the problems because Hockenheim was a great little race, despite the fact that they didn't restart. So that disappointed people. So it's been a bit of a weird one, the EERC this year. It's nothing to do with the EERC as well. It's our factor. The servers are needing a major update. We're just not doing it. So it's affecting us. But I am looking forward to when Formula E returns in a few weeks' time. That is going to be fun. I'm looking forward to that. Because I think it's on a Wednesday, so I can turn up.
I don't think there's any other esports series, so it's quite liberating to sit here and always have to commentate somewhat on what's going on. So this is my responsibility. I say responsibility. I'm by no way obligated to turn up, but
it's
quite fun. That's the thing I find about endurance racing. It's just so much more relaxing than sprint formats. Like, I feel bad for David Croft shouting every single weekend. His vocal cords must want to.
It's not well. It's not just Crofty, to be fair. I do it every weekend as well. And it's just I got asked once, how do you not lose your voice? And I say to them, you do. You do lose your voice, and it happens so much that you lose it. Basically, what happens is you shout your way through Friday. We don't shout, you project your voice, but sometimes you get excited with the pictures you're watching because you're not a robot. So sometimes you do that. But you talk your way through Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then by the time you get to Sunday evening, you're exhausted. You're dead as a doorknocker. To be fair, you can't do anything else. Your voice gives up. You feel a bit weak. You start to get like a cold shiver, and you sleep it off. And then you wake up in the morning, and as you do in the morning, if you sleep, you've got you need a drink and all that lot. You take your drink, and then you go and say good morning to someone. It comes up, good morning, good morning, good morning, and you've got no voice at all. And that will be like for 3 hours, and then it comes back to good morning, and then it doesn't come back to you until about Tuesday, if you're lucky. And then you take soothers, you take as many soft, smooth drinks as you can. My personal favourite is Vimto. Vimto, I think I've said it before, it's the commentator's elixir, because the amount of fruits it's got in it as well. And if you get the right purity of it with some water, it can be the smoothest drink on the planet. It hits the back of your throat. So Sometimes I have Coke or something like that, but if it's a long race, I would always have Vimto with me in the commentary box. I always say something like that is the elixir or black currant juice. That works similar, but it's not as thick. So always have a Vimto in the box because you will not regret it. It will lubricate your voice and you get to keep going. And also, chewing gum. That helps. Chewing gum does help because it releases the saliva, so it stops everything getting a bit dried up.
It just allows you to keep your voice going. I agree with you on the Vimto point. It's when you get enough of it in a glass or a bottle, and it's quite nice as well. Quite nice tasting. You've got a strong taste from it. Of black currants.
It's perfect, isn't it? It's so nice.
It's perfect. Especially if you put too much in, it's even better.
Yeah, if it's too little, it just tastes like
it's water.
It's just water. It's not great. But if you put just enough in, it's perfect. If you put a little bit more in, it's like, oh, this is probably not great, but it's a bonus.
It'll wake you up.
Nice. Yeah, it'll wake you up. You'd be jumping up and down.
Like, it's one of those drinks that you can take a sip of sometimes, and your entire body is like strong. It's like biting a lemon.
Yes.
Thing.
Yeah. Another trick I always do, and this is it only because not a lot of commentators do it these days. Standing to do the commentary. Obviously, you can't stand for an endurance race, so I stand and sit and all that. But for things like especially with Formula 1, I will stand to do the commentary, and it's just because I prefer standing up. It's not even because I got it from Mario Walker. Standing up in the commentary box is easier because it opens up your chest so you can breathe in deeper, and it enables you to move around the box. Excuse me. It enables you to move around the box, get all your notes on the wall that you've got stuck up as well, look at the notes you've got on your desk, and it enables you to actually be more interactive with the race because you can lean in closer to the monitor, you can point at things as well, you can adjust things, so it works. But the trick is, with standing, you can't just stand still for that long because it doesn't work. So mowing with rocking, you rock your hips around because it shifts the weight between the 2 feet, so you're constantly moving. And I've noticed my commentary partner Megan, my sister, who does commentates really stands up as well. She's a mixture. She stands and sits. When she's standing, she'll get in the rhythm. And by now, I'm looking at the window wipers. It's going backwards and forwards. Martin Brennan's said the same thing actually. So it does work. You have to sort of get in sync. Oh, and that's Callum Lloyd, who is the wrong way round, down the way in towards Mulsanne. And it's Porsche, you're right, yeah. And he hasn't come back into the pit there. Nice bright yellow flags. Valencia's into the pits, as is P3. And they keep going again. So standing and moving is good.
Yeah, I don't have the luxury of being able to stand because, when you get one of those sort of semi-expensive microphones, you tend to put it on the stand and all of that. Yeah. So if I had the luxury, I absolutely would.
We've got some headsets as well as a mic and everything moving around. But I'll tell you one thing. I sat down a couple of months ago. We didn't have a green screen because we didn't have much space. It was literally a sheet draped over 2 coat stands, and it was like I was hunched in to the commentary. And I actually was commentating so much, I gave myself, I felt like I popped a lumbar or like a rib. It really hurt the next day. So, because I was hunched over to the commentary and I couldn't do it right. So, if I do have to sit now, when we use the green screen in the second commentary box, I always make sure there's a lot of room. I can make sure my back is straight, so it's a little easier. But my God, would I prefer to stand all the time to do commentary?
That's just reminding me to sit straight, but yeah. The logistical nightmares 999 has been asked to change drivers because of that name. That was 10 minutes ago. And they still haven't done it, so possible penalty incoming, maybe? I doubt it's that significant, but obviously.
Tom has just texted, I'm on my way, guys, sorry for being a tad late, just been through 15 minutes or 24 hours. Well, I want to hear this story.
Yeah, this is a story we need to hear. Absolutely. It sounds like it's quite quite funny, but I wish, honestly, if I could do enough commentary that my voice would just die. I would feel quite good. I tend to just do... I've got a 4-hour sprint today, I think, so I might extend it to 5 hours to go all the way up to 1 before we cut off. I took the 2-hour break. I'll feel it tomorrow. I don't care, because the thing is, once you've used your voice for a while, you start to... It sort of adapts to just being used and abused, pretty much.
Yeah.
But if you talk enough...
I get that. I said that to when the person asked me as well. If you just use it, it's sort of... It's like an opposite. You train. So there's a lot of vocal skills that come into it. I don't believe the Peter Piper picked a pepper from the pepper tree. I don't need that. All I do in the commentary box is I put my two get your fists, and I put my two fists together in front of me.
Oh no!
Oh, that's Pascal again. That's a bit dangerous coming back on the track like that, but he's got back in after spinning down that little sand. We've got going again in 4-4-4. So yeah, I put my two hands together. I'm just moving the mic out of the way. So I put my two hands together on the fists, and then I, with my arms up, raised in like a 45-degree angle, and I pull them apart. And what that does is it pops everything in the back, so it helps the top of your spine, and it also at the same time pushes your chest forward, so it gives you a little bit of oxygen into it. And then I push my arms back and rotate the shoulders, and get those all nice and moving. And then I will put my two arms alongside myself, and then I'll duck down using my legs only. So I go forward on my legs, and just sort of get your calves working so you can stand up. And then I'll twist my back around as well, my hips around, so my back goes okay. And then I'll just sort of do a little bit of jumping up and down. And then I'm ready to go for a commentary, standing up.
There you go, commentary tips by Joshua Badge, if you're interested.
I should write a book.
Yes, I would buy it. Esports, motorsports, yeah. No, you gotta sell it on Amazon.
I'll write a book. How to be a commentator.
Yes. My tips for commentary. Stand up. It's one page. It's just written in 72 font.
Step 1, stand up. Step 2, shout. Step 3, that's it.
You have started commentating.
Yeah, well done. You are now a commentator. Well done. You are better than Crofty by just doing these steps.
I wouldn't go that far, but how to become an F1 commentator in 3 steps. That's a YouTube video and a half.
That's actually quite fun. That'd be quite good. Although I would always say don't have a catchphrase, but have a saying. That's always because action. You know that, Tom. You've been in the comms box with me.
I have.
Yeah, well, this weekend we're in Austria, so tomorrow I will say action in Austria or something like that. I don't understand.
Hello, Tom, by the way.
Hello, Tom. Can barely hear you, my friend.
Well,
quite quiet.
Am I? What? Chris was complaining that I was too loud earlier, so I turned my little gain button
Chris
down.
was complaining about me being too loud as well.
Yes, well, it's funny that we've got the same headset, and
yeah.
Well, there's Ritsky Nova says someone needs to refresh the overlay. On it, don't you worry. I am here. I am capable, and I shall.
You've got me to tell this story. What on earth has had 15 minutes of hell?
I have had 15 minutes of pure hell. I mean, it's enough to induce post-traumatic stress disorder in a man. Without wanting to trivialise post-traumatic stress disorder.
Oh God, have you watched Abu Dhabi 21 again?
No. I'm driving along, Josh. I've got 5 laps from my pit stop. My teammate Alex is saying, oh, it's okay, you know, I had to jump into the server. I'm getting a bit happy, you know, I've had a pretty decent stint. Nothing's really happened. You know, I went off the track once and got a stop-go penalty. It wasn't really my fault, so, you know, it's one of those things. It was like a 45, you know, it's just a pretty standard stint. An hour and a half, nice. Connection lost. I was like, oh, okay, well, that's not great. I then decided, well, okay, you know what, the 24-hour race, we're not fighting for anything, but it's only one connection lost. Lowans is a big track. We'll probably lose half a lap. We'll be okay, I'll get back in. So I get back in. gives me a brand new car, which is actually serviced myself wrong. That shouldn't be the case. It should just let me carry on. So I get a brand new car. So I'm on medium tyres. You know, I say to my teammate Alex, I say, look, I've got a commentary stint. I can't do another 10 laps because, you know, it throws all the stints out the window. I'm going to do a couple of laps and I'm going to come in. I get to the Daytona chicane, and next thing I know, there was a car inside of me, and connection lost again. And this time my game was completely hung. It crashed back to desktop, and I was like, okay, well this is a bit of a concern now. It's twice that's happened. So I say to Alex, right, I'm going to come out of the pits. I'm going to put myself 75 litres in, hard tyres. I'm going to come round. We're going to take no service whatsoever, and you're going to jump in the car, and we're going to hope this works. Thankfully it worked. Driver swap happens. 21 seconds in the pits. That's okay. We've lost, what, a lap? It's alright. It is what it is. Well, we've lost a couple of laps at this point, but it is what it is. We've lost a position. We're not fighting for anything anyway. We had a similar incident earlier where one of our teammates crashed. Alex gets in the car, and he stops at the end of the pit lane. I thought, well, you know, it's a little bit odd to do a standing practice start, you know, during a 24-hour race. I'm not sure I got the memo to him that that's not what we do. And then suddenly I hear, suddenly I see him putting in about 10 degrees of steering lock for the corner, and he goes, yeah, my steering lock's set to 1080. So he was having to put in, so for those who aren't aware, normally it's 336 in the LMP2. So he was basically having to turn it like a road car, where you go around 3-4 times just to turn into a corner. Obviously that you can't keep any pace with that. You can't drive like that at normal pace, let alone, or, you know, at code 80 pace. So he pulls over to the side of the road. He stops in a safe place. So at this point I'm saying, look, just retire the car if you can't fix it. Thankfully he had his SimUQ software open, so he could fix it. He fixes it, and he starts driving along, and suddenly I just hear this godforsaken shaking from his desk over his microphone.
Full feedback.
And he goes, yeah, my force feedback's on 100%. He's got a SimUQ.
Oh my god.
No. So he hasn't fixed this yet. He is doing 6 stints. He can fix it at the pit stop, to be fair, but he's doing 6 entire stints with I think it's 12 Newton meters, 15 Newton meters of force going through that wheel.
If someone hits him,
he's going to break his wrist.
Yes, well, I have made him aware that this is his risk to take, not mine. But yeah, it's.
And just to put that through to everybody, 100% force feedback is not even what they have in real life.
No. For reference, I run my 5 Newton meter Moser wheel at 40-50% force feedback. I think I sometimes use 60. It depends on it depends on it. That's 5 Newton meters, and I put it up to 5 Newton meters, and that is too much. That is almost equivalent when you're driving. That is
that 2 cars off?
Yeah, it's crazy hour, but that is almost equivalent to how it feels after doing a set of reasonably weighted stuff at the gym. I mean, you know, if I'm doing, I don't know, a chest workout and I do 10 reps, it's roughly equivalent in my opinion.
So you're telling me all I need to do is do a couple of laps in Le Mans, and I don't have to
yes,
go to my friend's gym and
exactly what I'm telling
have
you.
him bully me to do some weights.
Yes, but obviously I'm not saying, obviously you get tired quicker doing weights, but in terms of how heavy it feels, that's about the same. And this guy is on 3 times that.
Oh my
so
god. Where is he in the class? I can't see him in the top 7.
We are miles down, because obviously of my 2 disconnects, a crash. We're actually behind the GT leader at this point. But here he is.
Oh my god.
Plodding
You can
along.
see it, can't you, on the straight?
You can almost feel. You know what? My wrist is hurting in preparation. Just looking at it. I mean, he's a trooper. He's a trooper. He already agreed. He was having game issues earlier on, which forced Thomas, who is ill at the moment with flu, well, a mild flu.
Yeah.
And he's been troopering on, and it forced him to an extra stint. It was that extra stint he basically got tired and crashed the car, which is, it happens. So
hope Alex doesn't crash, otherwise his sex life's going to be ruined. Sorry, that was a bad joke. I just wanted to get it through.
Why would it?
that makes it funnier. That makes it funnier.
Oh, there we go.
We're in the morning night chat. If we can have heroin chat, we can have that.
Well, I sprained my wrist in a week when I was on a punching bag. I was at 10-pin bowling, and it was only a very mild sprain to the point that it's gone from I can barely bend my wrist to actually. Oh dear! Lots of people having issues at Indianapolis, you know. Lots of people. But yeah, it's gone from I can barely bend my wrist to it's a little bit sore if I go into a certain position in space. But I was trying to show off to my friends on the punching bag and totally got the punching technique wrong and has done my wrist in. But it's not bad. It's not bad. I can push through.
During the cricket. That was a lot of fun during the cricket.
I know, we're commentating together on racing for once. It's incredible.
I know, not on cricket. I'm expecting a ball to come flying past my face every 5 seconds.
Yes, well, you know, Gabor Hovesi's not in once again over the wicket. It's I feel like I'm supposed to say that every 2 seconds.
Yeah.
But,
he's going to be out in a minute as well. Although he is 714 for 4, or 714 for 1. So there you go.
These are terrible.
I know. Punt back. What happened, by the way? Did we lose? I can't remember. I didn't see the
no. We're basically. I might be commentating on a result in my little hour tomorrow. So basically, they've almost discovered. The way I'm going to describe it, they've discovered a game exploit. Both of the teams.
Oh dear.
So they were conventionally bowling. They were pitching it up normally, and that was. This is a little battle forming, by the way, to actually talk about the racing for 9th position. Joseph Toth going along through, but they were basically trying more conventional tactics. You know, as you would in England, and it wasn't effective. That's why Australia scored 416, England got 325. But then they've discovered that if you bowl back of it, you bowl short, so you bowl up chest and above.
Yes.
But it's really difficult to score on this pitch. And England collapsed because of this. And then England conceded, I think it was 150 something for 1. Against Australia by conventional tactics, and then they switched to short pitch bowling, and they basically got them all out. If you would just take the short pitch bowling, I think it was something stupid like 100 for 8. So it was mad. And then Nathan Lyon came out with a torn calf and batted to try and push the score along a bit. Scored 4, and it was all very, very fun. And then England. Basically, they went back to short pitch Australia, and England closed on 114 for 4. So basically, it's a bit of a stalemate of a test, but England are being battered. It's boring, and England are being battered. So
yeah, damn.
There you go. No one asked, and I appreciate the majority of our viewers are Europeans. They don't even know what cricket is, but
yeah, they're just saying what we're talking about. So England lost this second test as well. Do you reckon Australia's going to take this one too?
It would be remarkable for England to win, or indeed draw from here. But
so now we've got 3 tests left, and we've got to win all 3.
They've got to do what we call in Rocket League a reverse sweep. First time someone's ever used a Rocket League term in a cricketing complex.
Is that possible? Where are we next? Where did you say?
Headingley, then Old Trafford, Fortress Old Trafford, and finally, the Oval. So,
oh my god!
Nightmare fuel. It's it's not great. And then
How
England
have we messed up the Ashes.
Oh no!
Oh no! 2 cards off.
How have they messed up that? Oh dear.
Well,
that's so difficult because as you go down into turn 1, if you don't get the car straightened up well enough, you'll just lock up the rears, and it can have a bit of a knock-on effect. Anyway, I don't know what the commentary stints plans are now. Josh, I know you've had to shorten your stints because of your hectic schedule.
I'm fatigued.
Alex, are you on for another hour?
Through to the end, yeah.
Oh, amazing. That's wonderful.
Let's get
Oh, right, okay.
I was nice even number.
I was sort of moving on to outro you if I needed to, Josh, but okay, that's great.
All right.
That's great.
They're playing the music, aren't they? I'm getting
what? Well, no, I'm not trying to kick you out. I thought you were trying to leave, so. Oh, he's gone. Oh.
I'm back.
Oh, he's back.
Remember
So
to
you're welcome to stay as long as you want. I mean, stay until 4 in the morning if you would like to, and beyond. But whatever.
I would do nothing more to stay, but I think Formula
What?
1, Formula 3, 2, and 1. In fact, if Formula 3, 2, and 1 and Porsche Supercars don't kill me, the IndyCar on later on in the evening might just.
Well, my day looks. In fact, I've got my little schedule written out in front of me, so I knew where I was at what time.
Can we just point out actually that Tom has been absolutely Tom and Amy have been flat out.
Well, I cheated. I didn't do the cricket this morning. I cancelled the broadcast because basically I was so tired after last night that I was like, look, it's all right. I'm gonna miss a day, but
still, Tom has been doing the cricket, and we've got Wimbledon next week for the tennis.
Yeah, well, so I'm driving from 3 till 5, then hoping to get a few hours of sleep. Then I'm on the cricket for USRN at 11, and then leaving at 12 to go to Manchester for the Lancashire game, and then I've got an iRacing commentary in the evening. So basically, it's not a great deal of fun. Well, it will be fun because I'm going to enjoy going to the cricket tomorrow afternoon, but it's not going to be fun getting up tomorrow morning.
Yeah, wake up at 6, box at 7, live 7:20, then go to Formula 2 straight after. Then go to Porsche, then go to back here for 2 hours, then go to Formula 1, then go have actually a break, I think, after the F1. So score, and then a 2-hour IndyCar, and then collapse.
Well,
then Wimbledon.
If you would like to outro yourself, Josh, I'll give you the opportunity. Where can people find you? As this will be your last EERC 24 commentary stint for this year. Are you?
I think I'm in for an hour or so before the F1.
Let me have a look.
I think I'm in.
Yes, you are. You're alongside Ed Jess. You're alongside Ed Jess. Okay. Well, anyway, for the night, guys, where can people find you?
Well, we'll be at, just search on YouTube Joshua Birch Motorsports or simply at JB Motorsports. That'll take you to the watch-alongs for tomorrow's F3, F2 and F1 races, as well as the IndyCar. On USRN, on the Mixler app, will be on, and our coverage will be simulcast there for both Formula 1 and IndyCar. On USRN YouTube for the cricket, and of course Wimbledon, the opening games as well over next week. It's going to be a busy couple of days. And just want to point out, British Grand Prix, we've got Jess as well, who's been in the box with us today. She's going trackside, and she's going to be providing us with some content as well as we expand our British Grand Prix coverage on USRN and JB Motorsports. We'll be live all throughout Friday, all throughout Saturday, and all throughout Sunday as well, through the lunch breaks as well. Jess will be trackside bringing us some stuff, and we'll have a fun Pendridge team analysis and getting multiple people on. There's a few guests lined up as well for Silverstone. So it's going to be a lot of fun. So that's supposed to be. And I'm now going to head off into the night and have a very good end of the broadcast, guys. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, Josh.
So, Alex, this has been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's the first time I've seen you, I think, since Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, no, I'm racing this time. I mean, last time I spoke to you, I didn't have a wheel. I've now got a wheel. And no internet, apparently.
No internet.
Well, not
Is
correct.
it just
well,
the disconnects? Yeah.
Yes, it wasn't fun. Do you know, I'm not going to say it's never happened to me, because I'm sure there's some races that I've forgotten about where I've disconnected, but it rarely happens to me. I know some people have got really temperamental internet that disconnects almost every race, and you know, you almost don't want them in your car. You're like, well, you know, do you want to drive the GT3?
Reliability.
Reliability.
Yeah.
But no, it rarely happens to me, and it's happened twice in 15 minutes. When I had my old PC, it used to be a problem because I would my CPU, my PC wasn't good enough basically. So during the night, my CPU would sometimes flare up, and it would like basically disconnect me. I'd get this really awkward CPU twitch, but since I upgraded, no issues. So yeah, it is what it is. But well, should we take stock of where we are in this race, as we've got some pit stops happening. We've got some people just sort of plodding along with 14 hours to go in the race. Also want to mention the plan for the broadcast for those watching along. I assume, Alex, you're here with me until 1. I mean, obviously you're welcome to leave if you don't want to.
I have a flight to catch after that, so.
Oh, really? What time are you? Where were you off to?
Well, I have to leave by 3, but I obviously said maybe get on that. We'll go on a nice trip to Spain. So that's always fun.
Now, next important question: with the lads or with the family?
With the family, unfortunately.
Oh dear. So I'm sure quiet drinks by the pool rather than anything more, unless you've got some really cool uncles.
No. Absolutely not.
Well, anyway, 1 a.m. we go dark on the broadcast for, by the looks of things, 5 hours. Omi comes in for a couple of hours in the morning. Yes.
Well, yeah, so 4 hours dark. We might get a couple of updates in that meantime.
And then
in general.
2 hours of Omi, and 2 hours dark again before Jess and Thomas come on. I was supposed to be doing a stint until 10:50, about 10 o'clock, but then Thomas so gracefully said to me, "I will relieve you of that, and go in. You can go in, not do that." Is this damage for the 47? I'm not too sure. He looks a little bit awkward in that BMW. And
I couldn't tell you. Is it that people are just having issues in bringing in uploads? Were you experiencing any problems in that particular area of the track? Are you looking up and spinning, or is it fine for you?
This is the hilarious thing. The car is driving beautifully. It's not particularly fast. We've got some setup issues. We're running a very good setup for the regular Oreca, but with this BOP, it's blisteringly fast through the corners, but we haven't been able to claw that straight line speed back, basically, that is lost in the BOP. So that has affected us quite drastically. So our setup is, I mean, don't get me wrong, I mean full respect to my drivers, and obviously I don't want to talk myself down, but we're not the fastest drivers on the circuit. I mean, on our day we can be top 5 pace. I know myself at Hockenheim I was probably top 3 pace there or thereabouts. But yeah, we're also definitely not 6 seconds off of the pace, guys. So it's difficult. And to be fair, I had some decent pace in my first stint. I got into the 35s, which is around what other people were doing on those tyres, and it's been one of those where we've been there or thereabouts, but not really fast enough to challenge anyone. It's just one of those where you have issues, you find yourself falling back, and obviously now we're behind one of the GTs, so it's frustrating. But yeah, hilariously the car drives beautifully, and I had no issues. And what I don't understand is, because Alex was saying to me, he's like, "Oh well, people are missing their braking points because it's in the dark." I was like, the braking balls are lit up. You can't miss them. I don't see a difference between driving in the day and the night, apart from the fact that it's a little bit darker. The headlights are that good as Carl Magnus Bore.
Carl Magnus Bore does.
He's into the wall. And this is what I don't understand. The track doesn't change that much, and as well, we are in beautiful, beautiful conditions for conservative driving right here. The track temperature all day has been very, very low, and I always downplay the importance of track temperature, but in this case it is low enough for it to be a big effect. We're running around 22 degrees tonight, as Magnus Bore, his car is destroyed. That will be a code 80. I would suspect.
Race use suspects the temperature is, I think, 17 last time I checked.
It will be going down, won't it? Yeah, okay. It was 20 when I was driving anyway, so...
is that car going to get back to the pits? I wonder.
It will, but they need to code 80 that relatively soon, if they haven't already. I'd code 80 it myself, but my whisper... Yeah, I'm not in Mumble and my whisper key doesn't work, so I can't call it myself with my wonderful admin powers. But,
let me connect into Womble quickly. Womble?
Womble.
What's Womble?
Code 80 in 10 seconds.
Dodgy TV show.
Oh, well, that's a code 80.
Oh, there we go.
I conveniently...
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, code 80.
So that should allow Carl Magnus Bore to get back to the pit. Did you have a disconnect earlier on in the race with the 72? I don't...
Did you not hear about my 15 minutes from hell? Well, 15 minutes from Hella's side, which is going to go down in Reading Game Folklore, we have a little Goofs channel in our Discord server. I don't know if it's still going, but we have a little Goofs channel for, you know, famous moments of hardship. But apart from my 15 minutes from hell, 15 minutes from hell, I should say. Stop being so narcissistic. I think Jordi didn't have a disconnect. What he did have was he missed his pit box going in, had to reverse, couldn't see the pit box, and it wasn't there. So DQ, undq, and a 2-lap penalty. So it wasn't a disconnect as such, but it was a 2-lap penalty.
Fair enough. So, not the easiest race for you so far, but obviously, God, I can't actually see the timer. I'm assuming it's 14 hours to go. So
14 and a half.
Yeah.
This feels rather interviewy when we're supposed to be. I feel like I've been here and talked about me for.
I'm asking you because I'm interested, obviously. You have the experience.
Yes, absolutely.
So,
but yeah, well, we've got a lot of time
First
to
gear
get
and
over the
code
next hour and a
18.
half. We really are in the stage where we don't have to talk about the race, so that's that.
For the free car incident we saw at the Dunlop chicane, Aztec 290 penalty, and I think that's they've got a warning already for driving standards, so they might be close to a disqualification here. But the 999 as well. Once they've changed drivers, I think the overlay's bugged again, showing them in the pits for 13:40 in terms of time, unless they're just leaving. No, they aren't, but they have swapped their driver like they were supposed to, because they had someone called Your Name driving.
Yes, I heard about that when I was going through
Quite funny.
415 minutes, and well, you know, I have to say, is about the track temperature, just to round off that point, it's beautiful conditions for driving because you're not concerned about tyre wear. You can do. The track isn't particularly fast. If it was a few degrees higher, you know, if you were 28 degrees at this point, you'd be very fast. You'd be happy with that. But in terms of tyre wear, it's a dream. I was doing 3 stints on the hards, and I could have done 4. It would have been a struggle towards the end of the 4th, but I could have done 4 if I wanted to. And I remember last year at P1, in the P1 gaming level, it was much warmer than it is here, and the tyre wear was significantly worse. Obviously, different BOP take a greater sort with that. As I mentioned earlier, I always downplay the importance of track temperature. But when you've got a 15-degree difference, there is a notable difference, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's like I when I've commentated on sprint race and I see people, you know, my co-commentator made the mistake of going, oh well, track temperature has got 2 degrees warmer now than at the start of the race. I'm like, wait, it doesn't really have that much of an effect. But when you're talking 10 degrees, that is a big difference.
It's only the big jumps that really matter, and when the track temperature drops, you might be able to get... It depends, really, on what sort of tyres you're running. If you're running a softer compound in the night, you're going to keep that optimum temperature, because you're not going to overheat the tyres, especially with low track temperatures. And with the hard tyres, they maybe prefer a more medium range of, obviously, track temperature, and they'll stay in the optimum range. So I think it's more... The way the track temperature affects these cars is not about just the track temperature itself, it's more about how it's played into the strategy, especially in endurance racing, where obviously the track temperature will drop during the night and increase during the day.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're right there. And another thing to mention is that we're at Le Mans. The server is an hour behind actual Le Mans, which is why sunset was so late, because it wasn't actually late. Sunset at 10 o'clock, which is about right, but it's set at 10 o'clock UK time. And the live weather plugin is synced to real time. So a weather station is pinged, you know, with a temperature. That temperature is put in game. So golden hour, in effect, is an hour out. So the sun will be coming up in actual Le Mans, and we'll still be in dark conditions at about 3 o'clock this tomorrow morning. so about 4 or 5 hours time, or 4 or 5. You know, it depends on sunset. But the game sunset is hard coded, and it's also set to British time. So sun should rise about 4:30, I think, in game, which 4:30 UK time as well. I should mention. So that is a big step in terms of golden hour won't be at that point. Golden hour will have been an hour before.
An hour before that, yeah.
Because golden hour in real life won't be the same as in the game, if that makes any sense. It's mostly noticeable when you're at something like Daytona and the server's set to British time. So you're racing at 4 in the morning and it's pitch black, but it's actually middle of the day temperatures or start of the evening temperatures.
Yes, that makes a mild amount of sense, obviously. But other than that, I don't see how it can be good. But we're still in code 80 conditions, so I can only assume that Carl Magnus Bore has not yet made it back to the pit lane. If we can actually work out where he is on track, I'll have to get race view back up for this. So I can look at the track map and try and work out where he is on the circuit, if it will allow me to. Is that a penalty that's been given out, or no?
The Oliveira has got a penalty.
I assume that's in game though, because it doesn't look like there's anything in steward chat.
Yes, it will
Bore
be.
Yeah, Bore
oh,
is
they're giving
just
a
entering
decision
the Porsche
now.
curves. Oh, that might
It
be
could
it
be
then.
that. I also got a silly penalty, not from the stewards actually, and it was understandable why they didn't give me, why they didn't take it off. That's fair, but a car broke a bit early, so I took to the escape road and basically couldn't find a way back onto the track, and as I was trying to get back onto the track, I clipped the pit entry line. So at Le Mans, where the wall starts, the pit speed line is about 3 meters before that, 5 meters maybe.
Yep.
So I'd driven in that space, and it had given me a speeding penalty because I had technically entered pit lane. We appealed it. Because in driver's briefing as well, they mentioned that you have to. If a game-given penalty is given, then it sticks like that. But we thought, well, actually, it's different enough where it's like this is a game bug potentially, so we appealed it, but they said no, so it's fair enough.
10 seconds stop and go.
Yes, that would be the into the points car. Is D. Oliveira in that car? Is my next question.
The 47? No, that's the 390. Oh no, they. Oh. Yeah, that's a
60 seconds.
That's a hefty penalty. I think it's something to do with the fact that they're in gear 3 instead of gear 1 like they're supposed to be.
Yeah, that's also naughty. It doesn't have an effect at Le Mans, but it is,
yeah, naughty.
I think at Spa is a problem. In fact, Spa was what kicked it off because we would have cars running third gear down the and just coasting down the run up to Eau Rouge. Speaking of Spa, that race is going on, isn't it, at the moment?
I believe so.
I haven't
Which
watched
is
that.
quite controversial, but
I normally give it the full Le Mans treatment where I sort of dedicate my weekend to it because this has fallen like this. I haven't kept up with any of it.
it's obviously you've got Kelvin van der Linde, Kevin Estre, Sheldon van der Linde, Mauro Engel, and Goetz at the top. You know, the usual.
It's a good event, but you just haven't kept up with it this year. I'll be looking forward to keeping up with it next year.
I'm glad that I watched the 24-hour Nürburgring because I actually recognise half of those names now.
I mentioned this so many times on 24 Hour Brooks, but I don't like that race. I don't know what it is about it, but I just can't get into it. It's not. No, I don't dislike Nords. I like Nords as a track, but I find the race particularly hard to follow, so I just don't bother.
Back to green in 10 seconds.
I think it's just that it's so many classes to keep track of.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
5, 4,
and it also goes
3,
from
2,
professional GT3
1,
drivers
green flag.
to a man and his dog. Through
I'm
the
just trying
berries.
to work out where Carmen's Glory is on the track.
He's in the pit lane.
Is he? Oh, he's not in the
Yes.
pits. Okay, so the Code 80 has ended.
Yes, I should take that off. I forgot I have to manually do that. Doesn't the game look fantastic with the motion blur?
At night, it looks nice.
It's a shame
With,
that
DOS
we are
as well.
running 40 FPS at the moment in game, and obviously it's not looking perfect. But as Alex
There's
put
only
it,
so much that you can do.
and this shaky camera.
Is he
caused
still
by some
shaking?
That
I
shaky.
don't know if
that
that's
shaky.
him shaking.
No,
or
that's the
cam-
camera. That we've had that
Okay.
issue all day long. It's something to do with connection / CPU. I don't know, but it's been an issue that we don't know why.
It seems like in the night though, that people are learning to eventually, now 10 hours into the race, which is the longest we've gone so far for an ERC event, I believe. Was Istanbul 12? No, it wasn't, was it?
We've run 24s before, if that's what you're saying.
Yes, but no, I'm this season at
This
least.
season. Yes, this is the longest.
Yeah, the longest we've gone, and I think now the teams are starting to get used to the track, find their rhythm. As I say that, Hegedus for Scuderia Marais, the 66, spends a bit of time off track at the Porsche curves, so maybe not. And oh, he's they're risking it, touching the grass. They're full send at the moment, maybe going for a fast lap.
The motion blur will look great when they have the miraculously working Le Mans 24 virtual. In terms of broadcast-wise, I appreciate there are a few issues. Otherwise,
The miraculously working, yes.
Although I would
didn't
like-
detect any sarcasm.
I would like to have seen Max Verstappen's reaction to my 15 minutes from hell if it had happened to him.
I think he would have quit at the first disconnect or the second one.
I think there
Just
would have
quit.
been lawsuits.
Probably. It's like, I paid...
Oh,
What is
okay,
it?
actually, I apologise to cut you off, Alex, because this is actually really big news. The Full Throttle Racing Team number 50 have been disqualified from the race.
Yeah,
repeated
they got
driving
warned.
infringements. You had no warning as part of Report
Yeah.
23.
Yeah,
And
they
they're
won.
out.
That's definitely their problem.
The first time for a while I can remember a full disqualification.
I think they actually got a warning in the last event as well. Yeah, they got a warning in the last event as well for driving standards. So, interesting. I just wanted to look at that.
I also love how they've been given a 30-second stop and go and then disqualified. It's
Yeah.
interesting.
You're allowed to have a bit of fun, you know. Do yourself a go penalty and then disqualifying you. Just to rub salt into the wound.
I wonder if Chris actually gave them the penalty in the game and then disqualified them. Just like a
That
double
would be
blow.
hilarious.
It's like a jab before the right hook.
It's not even a right hook, it's a straight up RKO, isn't it?
Now here's a non-racing point that I'd like to bring up. It's the
Racing point?
new trend of this new technology, because obviously, as you all know, the number plates this year have to be luminous.
Yeah.
It's a thing the region farm. And Chris says no, it's just the DQ. And well, some of the teams have been quite creative with it and done highlights, and I think this is a very good example. Watch when Andy goes by, you just see there's some highlights on that car that are luminous at the moment. It's not
Yeah,
quite
glowing
obviously as I make up
On
this
that
point.
shark fin.
Yes, as I make up the point, we're directly in the part of the race where or part of the track where it's fully lit. But down the Mulsanne you'll see it. It looks fantastic. The logo on the front as well. I experienced it with it for my car, but it just looks janky. I'm impressed that they've managed to get that working fairly nicely. Anyway, Gabriel Yilmaz and James Magazel are joining us for an interview. James, Gabriel, welcome along. I mean, I'm sure you've heard the story of my bit of hell, and I'm sure you've had some of your own throughout the course of this race.
Yeah, a bit.
Yeah, minorly. It's been a I think interesting is the way of looking at this race so far for us. I think I missed the first, God knows how many hours, 6 hours I think, because I was at work. But I've come back and we're quite a few laps down in both classes unfortunately. But yeah, it's been a bit of a tough race for us over both cars.
Yeah, I think it's a race we'll sort of look back on with like fond memories, but it's still the Le Mans 24. That's why we haven't given up. Still going to hear. So we're going to finish. It's the Le Mans 24. You have to do it at least once.
15 hours and many retirements ahead, so it's definitely not out of the question that you can get positions back, obviously. But what's the team's morale at this point in the race? How are they feeling?
Vibes.
Yeah, we've all come to terms quite early on that we can't really push for a high position, so we're all just having fun and trying to be respectful of all the other drivers and the people who are doing well in the race as best we can.
Yeah, we're all just sat in one big Discord call. All the drivers have one big Discord call, so we're all just chilling, trying to make that light of the pretty poor situation we're in. I mean, the hypercar guys they're just getting another place because of that minor issue with the stewards, with a certain disqualification. But yeah, up to 8th now. I mean, they're still in an alright place. I don't think they're that far behind. But I mean, the GT3 got 12 laps off the next car.
It was on our formation lap. The person who started, they had a hardware problem, and as I think it was caught on the stream, there they put it in the wall at the first chicane.
Yeah,
So pretty much from the formation lap.
Wheel off, yeah.
Yeah, it was from the formation lap. The GT3 was pretty much out of any form of contention, but we know we've got the pace. We've done well at endurance races, like our 4th in 24 hours as a team. We've got on the podium at 24 hours at Daytona. So we know we've got the pace, and our hypercar set, I think, the fastest first sector time as well. So we've got the pace. It's just one of those things where it just doesn't come together. It's just issues of skill and hardware.
So both skill issues and hardware issues. So
mainly hardware.
Talk us through that, the GT3 entry. So I noticed James was struggling himself. While I was watching, we saw snippets of that stint where you were going through the off-roads quite often. Was that the result of setup or just missing your braking points?
I mean, the setup's alright. I think it feels nice when you get it right. I think the percentage of a ride height is a bit too low, so we bottom out over the curves, which is causing some minor issues. So I think all of my 2 collisions I had in that in that last stint over the 2 hours were both bottoming out over curbs and just losing the rear because I can't go anywhere. So when you're sliding on a curb, it's a bit late. Yeah, I think maybe the car's a bit too low. I'm struggling on curbs, but yeah, it's a bit of a handful, that car. So we're watching Vinicius getting a bit of a struggle as well, but
yeah, a bit wobbly out of first or second chicane, I can't tell.
First.
That's the second.
Ooh.
It's left, right. That's Michelin, yeah.
No, there you go.
So it is the second.
Oh well,
unless you're delayed on the stream and you're watching the stream itself.
Oh yeah, we're watching on the stream, that's the point.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm watching
I should know this.
Code 8
myself.
Code 8.
Idiot, someone's binned it.
Hopefully none of our cars put this.
No worries.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Yeah,
1. Code 8.
Yeah, Nick's just scored a code 80.
No, it's definitely not your car. I'll try and look on race view to try and work out what's gone slowly.
Yeah, shockingly, it's not the Ferrari. Wow.
Yeah, it's not us.
Yeah, it's just one of those like unfortunate events. I think we've got P1s before at 24-hour events, haven't we, on our Factor 2?
Yeah, well, it's...
We've done it before, but it's just doing it in that vicious cycle in an endurance race, so something bad's happened. And yeah, it's just one of them things.
Well, guys, I think that about ends it for the interview. Thank you very much for joining us, and we will speak to you very soon.
Cool.
Pleasure, mate.
See you in a
Always a
bit.
pleasure. See you in a bit.
Thank you guys for joining us then. That's those two off. Alex, I'm sort of stalling because I'm trying to set up the second stream here as well. So
Yes, I've been watching that for the 11:30 cutoff window.
the 11:30 cut-off window. What's the 11:30 cut-off window?
That's YouTube will only store 11 hours and 30 minutes of VOD time.
Are you joking? I thought it was 12 hours.
I'll check.
Should be 12 hours. Because if not, we're in spot of bother.
Let me check this. Up to 12 hours. Yeah.
Up to 12 hours. That's about right.
Yeah. But then you will still have to do 3 streams anyway because it's qualifying.
Yes. Well, that makes good sense. Which means the second stint is going to be slightly shortened. So in fact, what I think we're going to do, we'll go at 12 AM to our second stream. And then I will do a part 3
for the last 2 hours or so.
At 2 hours, I will do a part 3 at 12 o'clock. Sorry, at 2 o'clock when we go dark. So it'll be like a short sort of 2-hour part because it would be 8 hours, but obviously we had to split the stream again. So yes, we'll do it slightly awkwardly like that. I think that makes most sense actually.
Yes.
Or in fact, no, ignore me. I get out of the car at 5, so I'll just split the stream again when Omi's on. Okay. So we're going to go into part 2 at 12 in 10 minutes, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
That seems like a wise idea. Just make sure that we have the entire VOD there. Make sure they can be watched later on if anyone's actually interested. I never saw that to be an issue. I forgot about it until just a few minutes ago when you mentioned it.
Yeah, well, I thought we'd be okay with splitting it in 2, but evidently not. I mean, this is a bit of a janky solution, but to be honest with you, I think if we have part 2...
That's EERC in a nutshell.
If we have part 2 as the, the silent bit, with an hour of our commentary, that sort of makes sense.
Yeah. Have part 2 be silent, that makes sense. Why didn't you... Can you do it at 1 then? No, you can't.
No, because then that would be... well, actually we
Just
could,
over
but that
12.
would be exactly 12 hours, and we're running a bit of a risk.
Pushing it.
Yes. Because YouTube, theoretically, it's 12 hours, but we all know.
Yeah. And you don't really get a choice, it just takes off the end.
So yeah, there we go. I will schedule 3 parts, and we will do it like that. And then I just have to remember to do that when I get out of the car.
Set a reminder on your phone. It might be a good idea.
Yes, I will get on that as well, because I will forget, because I am utterly useless.
If I have something I need to remember, it's my wallpaper on my phone.
I need to set
Soon
it
as I check
notionally. I will set it notionally to 6 AM, because I doubt I will be out of the car by 5
on the dot.
Yes, the way it's going at the moment. Well, indeed, if the car survives that long.
Always fun trying to get a car to last the entire way through. Do
I
we
get
know
one.
what this code 80 is for?
No, we don't, because I've been sorting out the. I've been sorting out this thing. So, unfortunately, I don't. I'm just sort of waiting to put out of it. Or disable auto start. There we go. That will sort that, I believe.
Ed is saying that RaceView died for him. I don't. It's not for me. I'm just trying to work out what code 80 is. We're on issue with the server potentially.
I don't think so.
Oh no, Carl minus Bora is going quite slowly. Maybe that's
potentially
issue.
if damage hasn't repaired. Would be my suggestion.
Unless he's just come out of the pit lane.
He's come out of the pit lane. We had an issue with the car earlier where they hit and it would not repair their damage. Thank you, TPP Nick, who I don't think is Nick Homewood. I think we've got another Nick. 122. So thank you very much for telling us that. We will switch to him in a moment. When I find him, that is. That's the leader. That's the leader in LMP2. He's got a lap gap to Gutierrez in the 46. And that is a front left wheel. Front left. I don't think it's the rear. We'll wait for the car to come into our view on the camera. But it's sparking on the front left is my immediate reaction. So that and the lack of a wheel on the front left corroborates that thought. So that is a dramatic moment for the leader, who are going to be in the box for, well, you can expect at least 100 seconds from that.
Quite some time, but fortunately they do have that lap gap to the car immediately behind them, the 40. Is it the 40 or is it the 46? The Ligier of EERC Racing.
And I should mention as well with the Ligier, by our calculations, that Ligier is going to gain about a stop or two on the Orekas by the end of the race.
Oh, definitely.
Being able to do slightly more fuel, and those Michelin tyres are a lot better, and the car as well is 2 seconds faster a lap in the hands of an equal driver.
That's impressive.
The BOP has been good for other tracks, but there's been a, and I don't mean this against Chris, who works in the BOP, because again, it's not really my place to complain when I didn't turn up for the BOP testing nights, but it's been slightly miscalculated, this event. Although I would argue that we've got one Ligier in second, and the other Ligiers haven't
still leading.
Yeah, the other Ligiers haven't really pulled out a huge gap, so I think it's more of a whoops. We wish that would be we wish that could be better, rather than oh my god, that has destroyed the race. Chris is now
no,
aggressing
Chris.
me.
No,
I couldn't have been any nicer about that. But yeah, I mean the BOP is fantastic for a regular racetrack, but it's just because of the top speed here. It's it's had an unusual effect on the Ligiers. But Chris, I'm not here to discuss Ed with his new famous rants. I'm not here to complain about the BOP. I am simply explaining how it is a factor.
Oh, that rant about the internet just reminded me of that. The evisceration of our internet friends, our internet workers, and sending the corpses to their families. Ed, you seem to have quite an obsession and a fascination with doing that. So I would suggest that you go to a therapist, if possible.
Yes, well, yeah, well, no words. Although we have created the greatest ERC, in fact, not one of the greatest ERC clips that exists. I think the greatest ERC clip exists is the one that Earl Bamber retweeted, or tweeted.
I think I've seen that.
I think it was Earl Bamber. It was one of the Imster guys. He'd used our clip of simply difference in skill when he was talking about LMP3s. Which is a proud moment, because if you look very closely, you can see my car getting through all of the nonsense.
Right, let's have a look for this. It should be in images and videos, and if I scroll up just a little bit, it should be right there. I do remember seeing this, and it is a classic, as far as I know, even though I've not been here
Back to green in 10 seconds.
for that long, for a matter of months or whatever.
We're back to green in 10. Well, not quite 10.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
And green flag is flying at Le Mans then once again. We've got 3 minutes until we're going to split the stream. So you are watching, you go over to the EERC official, you jump straight over to the part 2, and we'll just continue broadcasting as normal. The plan then is we'll be broadcasting on that stream for an hour, then we will be going quiet for a couple, and then at about 6 AM when Omi is halfway through his solo commentary stint, I'm going to jump back into the box for a moment and reset to part 3. You may be asking, why is it not 8 hours split straight? Because it's a bit late to do that now. We thought we'd be okay, and we slightly miscalculated. So basically, it is what it is, and we will, we will sort that out. We've only been going for 10 hours and 38 minutes at the moment, so we're okay. I just don't think we'll get away with 14. That's all. But
No.
technically, it doesn't matter how the stream split. Just as long as it gets
is. Yeah. So I imagine that's what you're preparing to do currently, and we can post. Do you have a new link for the new stream?
I can get you one.
Yeah, so we can post that in the chat.
I will send that to you via DM, Alex, and you can do the duties there.
Yep. Thank you very much. Goodness me, only on round 4.
I've 8. It's a shortened season this year. I have to say.
Halfway through.
Well, I have to say, actually, the 8-round season is far preferable for me to the 10-round season. So I quite like it. I think that's about right, because it stops us starting in January when we get 0 attendance, and it stops us. We get a nice little off season till March, and we get our 24 in at a reasonable time. At the end of the day, I'm a big fan. As much as I do find merit in the October 24s, I think potentially
might be a bit too warm in some places.
Can be avoided if possible.
I feel like now is probably the ideal time for the 24 hours, where it's warm but not really hot.
Well, in the UK, July
For the UK,
over the last couple of years has been the worst time to put it.
But we're fortunate this year.
We've had some hot weather, and I'm sure we'll get more hot weather. But yes, right now I think we're okay. Stream PC is actually behind real time, so for some reason it's saying I'm going to have to put it at 11 PM schedule, even though 11 PM has just happened. Right, okay, so we're going to switch over. It's gone to 12 o'clock. Make sure you click on EERC official, go over to the new stream, and we will see you there.